Lin Daoyuan found himself trapped by the system for 1,000,000 years, mastering unparalleled skills, and began his journey by accepting a reincarnated empress as his disciple. He subsequently established the Evergreen Immortal Sect, nurturing the empress to her full potential. In the primordial vastness of the universe, on the Hongwu Continent, aptly named, this realm is primarily focused on cultivation, where strength reigns supreme. At this moment, within an endless, void-like special space, Lin Daoyuan sat cross-legged with an expression of indifference. 1,000,000 years have passed, system. Have I yet to meet your expectations? Ding, responding to the host. In fact, you have already met the requirements long ago, but every time the system attempted to remind you, you fell asleep. Lin Daoyuan was taken aback. How long have I been asleep? Ding, responding to the host. You have slept for 100,000 years. So, I could have left this wretched place 100,000 years ago, yet I overslept by another 100,000. Even Lin Daoyuan, who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years, was rendered speechless by his own absurdity. Why didn't you remind me? This was to avoid disturbing your slumber for enlightenment. Enlightenment? Lin Daoyuan found this rather amusing. Did he still need that? Or rather, were there any opportunities in this world capable of granting him sudden enlightenment? And what of my current cultivation? I feel immensely powerful. It seems that no existing cultivation system can adequately describe my current realm. Ding, the host has now transcended. One might say you are even stronger than transcendent, truly invincible. The system is quite satisfied. Invincible? Lin Daoyuan suddenly chuckled. His eyes, reminiscent of the vast starry sky, twinkled momentarily before settling into calmness, as if this revelation bore little significance. He was Lin Daoyuan, previously just a solitary man running a barbecue stall for 20 years. One fateful night, after being abducted by ruffians, his soul was transported to this realm known as the primordial vast universe. Indeed, it was just like the stories he had read at night, a world of cultivation, complete with a supreme cultivation system as a golden finger. Divine beginnings. Haha. System, are you about to grant me a perfect body and top-tier cultivation physique, setting me on a path akin to that of a protagonist in this cultivation world? Hurry, I can hardly wait. Having spent 2 decades in desolation, the prospect of such an opportunity stirred his excitement. After all, what man does not yearn to cultivate, to wield the cosmos with a mere wave of his hand? 20 years, and I have yet to hold a girl's hand. This time, I seek no regrets. System, why are you silent? Hurry up, I'm nearly bursting with anticipation. Ding, the host must cultivate and shape his body independently. As for now, until the host's understanding meets the system's requirements, do not expect to leave this space. This script is wrong. Lin Daoyuan stood frozen, blinking in bewilderment, and in the next moment, he was drawn into an infinite void. According to the time of the void, 1,000,000 years had passed. Reflecting on this now, Lin Daoyuan smiled faintly. Youth is indeed splendid. Truly, there are no free lunches in this world. Yet, what does it matter if he is invincible? Lin Daoyuan chuckled softly. All he desired was to escape this void and immerse himself in the primordial vast universe. System, may I now exit? Ding, the host is free to go. The system has now upgraded to this supreme auxiliary cultivation system, which will provide the host with various top-tier cultivation resources as rewards for tasks in the future. I am already invincible. Do I still need these? Ding, there are also random tasks awaiting you. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan's lips twitched slightly. System, how do you perceive my strength compared to yours? Ding, the host should not think this way. The system is one with the host. If I perish, you shall too. With that, Lin Daoyuan rose slightly, stretching his back and leisurely placing his hands behind him. At that moment, the void that had confined Lin Daoyuan for 1,000,000 years shattered as if crushed by an unseen force. A rift, hundreds of feet high, was torn open by 2 ethereal hands. Lin Daoyuan smiled faintly, stepped forward, and the void rippled around him as he vanished without a trace. This world is ancient, and the cultivation realms of the lower Great Thousand World can be categorized as follows: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, laws, star sovereign, supreme, saint, quasi-emperor, great emperor, and ancient emperor. On the Hongwu Continent, Lin Daoyuan found himself in an ordinary city. Dressed in simple white robes, his long hair was casually gathered with a bamboo hairpin, while the loose strands danced without wind, accentuating his ethereal visage, drawing the attention of many. Look at that scholarly gentleman in white. How graceful. Young scholar, are you new to Wutong City? Would you like an Annie to show you around? Bah, shameless old hag, thinking she can attract young men. A group of middle-aged women bickered at the street corner. Lin Daoyuan chuckled and strolled towards a small tavern. Fresh grass? Perhaps not. Though the flow of time in the void differed from that in the primordial vast universe, He was indeed over 1,000,000 years old. However, in a world of cultivation, the age of a cultivator need not be a concern. System, what place is this? Ding! The host has arrived at the border city of the Mirror Moon Dynasty, a nascent soul-level imperial power. Wutong City is named after an ancient Wutong tree that stands in the center of the city. The Mirror Moon Dynasty is a force in the eastern region of the Hongwu Continent. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan nodded. He was somewhat familiar with the general layout of the Hongwu Continent, but the finer details had not captured his attention. No wonder the highest cultivation level in the city is merely golden core. Waiter, bring me your finest wine and a selection of dishes. Certainly, esteemed guest, please have a seat. The tavern's attendant, upon seeing Lin Daoyuan's appearance, gleamed with excitement. After a while, as he gazed at the table laden with exquisite delicacies, Lin Daoyuan felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Adding a bit more wine, huh? Delightful. Ding, the host has reached such heights. Why concern yourself with worldly trivialities? You wouldn't understand, oh system. This matter is simply inescapable. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan devoured his meal with gusto, his expression radiating joy. 1,000,000 years had passed, a full 1,000,000 years. Finally, he savored meat. How delightful. Has this scholar never tasted meat before? The nearby diners observed him with a mixture of amusement and astonishment, as if he were a country bumpkin. Chapter 2. The auction in the small town, alchemical wealth dispersed. Yet, Lin Daoyuan chose to disregard them. Why not attempt cultivating for 1,000,000 years in an endless void? It seems the Wang family's auction tonight may feature a grand finale, rumored to include a tome of terrestrial-level mystical arts. Terrestrial-level mysticism. Another individual was utterly astonished. The Wang family certainly possesses grand ambitions. Perhaps they have plundered the tomb of some ancient master. Tread carefully. The Wang family is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the robed wanderer fell silent, his gaze betraying a mix of fear, barely concealed jealousy, and greed. Hurry, let us make our way to the auction house. I hear that the foundational powerhouses from Wutong City will be in attendance. A terrestrial-level mystical art is no mere trinket. Mastering such a technique during the Qi refinement stage could enable one to challenge foundational cultivators. Classification of cultivation techniques and mystical arts. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Emperor. One can only imagine the allure of terrestrial-level cultivation techniques for ordinary practitioners. With such thoughts, Lin Daoyuan mused that his own journey of cultivation had been rendered futile. He cast a fleeting glance at the robed wanderer, took a sip of his drink, and shook his head. Nevertheless, attending this auction could provide a diversion. Beep, host. The Wang family auction will feature your future disciple. Beep, the first task upon your emergence, to take on a disciple. Please acquire a student of exceptional talent. The deadline is at your discretion. A substantial reward awaits upon completion. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan finished the last morsel of beast meat and took another sip of wine. Intriguing. Waiter, the bill, please. After settling his account, he joined the throng and made his way to a magnificent pavilion. Wang Family Auction House. Such was the name of this grand edifice. A disciple, you say? That would be quite splendid. Those old fellows are still in seclusion, leaving me without company for conversation. Perfect timing for a little apprentice to alleviate my boredom. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Daoyuan recalled a strikingly beautiful figure, and he felt a sudden flush of warmth. No, how would I even approach Qingli? The Qingli referred to here is Su Qingli, an unparalleled beauty whom Lin Daoyuan rescued during his millennia of wandering through the river of time, on the Hongwu Continent. She was known as the Celestial Lotus Empress, having reached the legendary status of an ancient emperor. Alongside Su Qingli, there were 10 others, all of whom Lin Daoyuan had saved during his idle moments in the river of time. Now, they practiced by his side, their powers vastly enhanced, yet, at present, they were all in seclusion. This, of course, alleviated Lin Daoyuan's solitude in his cultivation journey, although the system forbade leaving that void space. It had never mentioned the prohibition against astral travel, thus he had seized this fortunate loophole. My dear disciple, I have arrived. As dusk descended, the city was aglow with lights. The Wang family auction house sparkled with brilliance, teeming with people. Nearly all the residents of Wutong City gathered here, either to exchange spirit stones for a chance at fortune. Upon entering the pavilion, the opulent decorations dazzled the eye, signifying a level of wealth rarely seen in such a remote region. The grand hall was exceptionally spacious, and Lin Daoyuan casually selected a spot near the edge to survey his surroundings. 5 grade spiritual roots, 4 grade spiritual roots. Oh, a 6 grade fire attribute spiritual root. Yet, none could be deemed as an extraordinary prodigy. Lin Daoyuan shifted his gaze. In this realm, the assessment of one's cultivation aptitude hinges upon 3 factors: spiritual roots, comprehension, and physique. It is one matter to possess spiritual roots without exceptional comprehension, but to have comprehension without spiritual roots renders the path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. If one's resolve wavers, the journey towards cultivation may remain perpetually out of reach. Spiritual roots are categorized from grades 1 to 10, regardless of their attributes, and are generally regarded as ordinary. Following this, there exist the rare heavenly grade and supreme grade spiritual roots, which are regarded as pinnacle geniuses, regardless of attributes. If heavenly grade spiritual roots are a rarity among thousands, then supreme grade spiritual roots are a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Those endowed with special physiques require no further elaboration. It suffices to say that such individuals invariably possess spiritual roots, making cultivators with unique physiques the coveted targets of sects, as this signifies a powerful mark of a sect's legacy and resurgence. Do not be anxious, dear host. Your disciple shall appear shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan cast a nonchalant glance around the venue, growing increasingly irritated at the delay in the auction's commencement. How vexing! Had he known, he would have brought refreshments beforehand. Moments later, the auction finally commenced, presided over by a middle-aged man clad in black brocade. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all attending this auction hosted by the Wang family. You may have heard the rumors regarding Earth-level cultivation techniques. I can unequivocally confirm that these rumors hold merit. Our esteemed Wang family, with its vast resources, has discovered these Earth-level mystical techniques within the abode of a golden core cultivator. The middle-aged man's voice, calm yet laced with cunning, reverberated throughout the hall, igniting fervent enthusiasm among the attendees, some even with bloodshot eyes. The abode of a golden core cultivator is sufficient to validate the worth of these Earth-level techniques. I must secure this mystical art. Who would have thought that in such a barren land, there exists an Earth-level mystical technique? Meanwhile, in an opulently adorned private chamber, a dashing young man clad in black remarked, flanked by a venerable elder in a black robe. Young master, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? In this small city, the strongest cultivator scarcely surpasses the half-golden core stage. If you wish, I can eradicate the Wang family and procure it for you. No. Some matters are indeed quite intriguing, the young man replied with a charming smile. I shall defer to your arrangements. Jinzi, we can certainly acquire this Earth-level mystical art. In another private room, 3 figures radiating an imposing aura gathered, with the youngest appearing to be around 20 years of age. Nodding slightly at the remark, the young man settled down to meditate. Oh, how surprising. I did not foresee the presence of a 10,000 swords physique and a demonic spirit physique. Lin Daoyuan's expression shifted subtly. How fascinating. Surely, something significant is afoot. A spectacle awaits. However, aside from this Earth-level technique that serves as the grand finale, our Wang family has several other intriguing items for your consideration. Without further ado, let the auction commence. Please welcome the first item for bidding, a 4-grade medicinal pill. The Foundation Establishment Pill. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue erupted in fervor. The Foundation Establishment Pill. Especially when those at the pinnacle of chi refining heard this, their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Am I dreaming? The Foundation Establishment Pill. Does this mean that I have hope for Foundation establishment? Heaven has not forsaken me. Quickly, set the starting bid. The starting bid is 100 high-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are categorized based on their spiritual energy content, low-grade, high-grade, and top-grade, with 10 low-grade equating to 1 high-grade, and 10 high-grade equating to 1 top-grade. What? 100 high-grade stones. How infuriating. I only brought 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the starting price, some were already weeping bitterly, while others began to raise the bid. 150, 200, 500. At this moment, the man in black leisurely called out, 500. Upon hearing this, the host's face lit up with joy. A mere 4th-grade Foundation Establishment pill fetched 500 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, the crowd displayed expressions of anguish. Nearly all present were loose cultivators, with very few Foundation Establishment experts among them. 500 high-grade spirit stones was already a grievous toll for them. 550. Yet still, some were unwilling to give up. 600. The man in black smirked wickedly and raised the bid again, until finally, a chi-refining 9th-layer cultivator in the audience secured it for 700. The moment he bought it, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. This is all my savings. If I fail in Foundation Establishment, the man in black burst into laughter. Black Elder, look at the expressions of these commoners. It's truly amusing. Ha ha. I said it was quite entertaining. The 3 individuals in another room remained expressionless, while the young man directed a look of disdain toward the box occupied by the man in black. Boring. Next up is the second item for auction. At this point, the host was overjoyed. A 4th-grade Foundation Establishment pill had sold for 700 high-grade spirit stones, So this next item. Ahem. This next item promises to be intriguing. It is a person. The host spoke languidly. A person. Ding. Detected that the host's future disciple has appeared. Please rescue and take them as a disciple promptly. Chapter 3. The Auction Disciple. A Sudden Transformation. A person. Lin Daoyuan lifted his gaze toward the dark door at the side of the auction stage. His previously indifferent expression sharpened instantaneously, as if he could pierce through layers of obstruction to reach the figure behind that door. In the center of the auction stage, the middle-aged host clapped his hands, and two guards clad in gray immediately pushed out a cage. The cage was forged from mystic iron, tempered with spiritual energy, its surface etched with a multitude of runes. And within it curled a girl who appeared to be around 15 years old. The girl wore tattered, faded coarse cloth, and her long black hair hung disheveled against her cheeks, revealing wrists so slender they seemed as if they could snap with a touch. However, her eyes, under the dim light, shone with an astonishing brilliance, like blades tempered in icy cold, fixed intently on the middle-aged host and the assembly, brimming with defiance and stubbornness, as well as a primal disdain for mortals akin to that of an ancient behemoth. Upon witnessing the girl's gaze, the middle-aged host felt quite displeased and kicked the mystic iron cage with force. Do not regard me with such disdain, wretch. The crowd was taken aback by the young maiden's appearance. Is this not the very person for whom the Shao family has offered a substantial bounty? Xiao Zhenyue of the Shao family. Who would have thought that, after searching throughout the entire dynasty, the Shao residents would be outmaneuvered by the Wang family? Yet, this bounty amounts to a staggering 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and the Wang family intends to auction it off rather than keep it for themselves. Xiao Zhenyue. How intriguing. I had not anticipated such a series of captivating events while seeking fortune here. The charming man in the private room casually sipped his tea, seemingly indifferent. A perfect opportunity for a little maid. Observing her figure, she has indeed slimmed down. Once she regains her strength, she will serve well. Young master. This is the person the Shao family is seeking. We need not involve ourselves in this murky affair. The venerable elder in black beside the charming man respectfully interjected. Are we, the demon spirit hall, to fear such a trivial Shao family? Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent and respectfully bowed to the charming man, acknowledging his words. In another private room, the two individuals referred to as Jinzi slowly opened their eyes. What a domineering chill. As you all can observe, this young woman is none other than Xiao Zhenyue, the daughter of the former Grand General Xiao Tianzhan, for whom a bounty has been placed. I can surmise your thoughts. While 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is not an insignificant sum, to my Wang family, it is but a mere trifle, and thus, we shall auction her off, starting at a mere 500 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor. If I were to secure this woman's head and then claim the bounty from the Shao family, would that not yield tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones? 600 high-grade spirit stones. 606. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha, bit away, bit away. Compared to the forces behind Xiao Zhenyue, my Wang family is more inclined to transfer her. Young master, according to the scouts' recent reports, this woman is entangled with significant forces. It may be unwise for our demon spirit hall to get involved. Oh, what force is so formidable that even our demon spirit hall wishes to avoid entanglement? The man in black inquired with keen interest. It is highly likely that the Xiantian sect is involved. The Xiantian sect. Upon hearing this, the man in black waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough, what a pity. It is not wise to confront the Xiantian sect at this moment. Meanwhile, the three individuals in another private room had also learned of the general situation regarding Xiao Zhenyue. The leader among them, Jinzi, cast a complex gaze upon Xiao Zhenyue before closing his eyes once more. In an instant, a sharp sword intent enveloped the vicinity. 2,000 spirit stones. Ultimately, it was a young master seated on the stage who secured Xiao Zhenyue. Hee, little beauty, do not blame your elder brother for being ruthless. The spirit stones are simply too enticing. The young master approached the stage and glanced at Xiao Zhenyue, his face contorting in disdain at her disheveled state. Someone, take her away. In the cage, Xiao Zhenyue let out a self-mocking smile, her gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. Her frail hands had already dug into the ground, drawing blood as she left deep claw marks. Ultimately, her power was far too weak. How laughable. I once subdued myriad races and looked down upon all. Yet now I find myself in such a plight. At this moment, Xiao Zhenyue's beautiful eyes were filled with complexity, despite her diminutive stature. She displayed no signs of panic or pleading, only the mournful wails of fate. Yet, with clenched teeth and a fierce determination, he gripped the dark iron rod tightly. His gaze fixated on the auctioneer and the members of the Wang family who were bidding against him, an aura of murderous intent almost palpable in the air. In that instant, a chilling energy radiated from Xiao Zhenyue, enveloping the entire venue in an icy embrace. The barriers of the iron cage were triggered, transforming it into a frigid prison. Those who had ascended the platform were instantly encased in ice, while one young nobleman, terrified, tumbled off the stage. The abruptness of the incident left the onlookers momentarily stunned, unable to react swiftly. Oh no, it has erupted again. The middle-aged host urgently called upon several individuals to subdue the situation, as the auction hall was overwhelmed by a tumultuous clash of spiritual energy. Foundation establishment. The host turned out to be a formidable practitioner of the Foundation establishment stage. Panic spread among the crowd once more. At this moment, Xiao Jinyue curled into a tight ball, trembling violently, her face contorted in agony. Blood-red patterns emerged from her body, emanating a terrifying aura. Her cries of torment echoed, as if her very flesh were being mercilessly extracted by an unseen force. Lin Daoyuan's expression tightened, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. Ding host, please rescue Xiao Jinyue swiftly and take her as your disciple. Is she to be my future promising apprentice? Yet, why is she in such a dire state? Lin Daoyuan felt a surge of anger, but the pressing concern was to address the current predicament. Please, host, hurry. Your disciple is on the brink of suffering to death. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan vanished from his spot, and in an instant, both he and Xiao Jinyue disappeared. As the spectators blinked away the cold, they discovered that Xiao Jinyue was nowhere to be found. Instead, only an ice-encased cage remained. The enigmatic man and the one referred to as Jianzi, along with their elderly companion, were left in utter astonishment. Where has she gone? The middle-aged host quickly regained his composure, his expression grave. Which esteemed elder is present? I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Please reveal your true form. After a moment of silence, it became evident that no one responded. Realizing the enormity of his mistake, the host understood that anyone capable of so effortlessly abducting someone while leaving the heavily warded cage intact must undoubtedly be a Yuanying true monarch. A Yuanying true monarch. Such a presence could disregard even the formidable barriers that would otherwise consume considerable time for a Jindan practitioner. Cold sweat trickled down the host's back as he realized the gravity of the situation. Once a moment of calm returned, the auction resumed, yet the final act, a profound earth-level divine ability, garnered little enthusiasm after being claimed by the one known as Jianzi. The audience's thoughts had been thoroughly captivated by Xiao Jinyue's peculiar behavior and her sudden disappearance. Where has that white-clad man gone? By the conclusion of the auction, the enigmatic man returned to his quarters, vexed. How could Song Qingzhou be here as well? Does the Wanjian sect also know of the legendary earth core milk? And what had transpired with Xiao Jinyue's inexplicable vanishing? Unbeknownst to me, the young master was able to silently rescue someone before this old servant. That person must possess at least the cultivation of a peak nascent soul, true monarch, perhaps even a transformation god. Upon hearing this, the enigmatic man ceased his musings. Very well, let us immediately investigate the disturbances surrounding the 10,000-year heart of the earth. Yes. Meanwhile, the one referred to as the Sword Child is Song Qingzhou, the embodiment of myriad swords and the current Sword Child of the Myriad Sword sect. Such a profound technique, perfectly suited for sword cultivators. Have we discerned who made the move earlier? Not yet, Sword Child. This individual is highly likely to be a peak nascent soul or even a transformation god. After a long pause, Song Qingzhou exhaled and continued to monitor the situation regarding the 10,000-year heart of the earth, with even the demonic flames appearing. This news may have reached other factions as well. We must ascertain the details. That heart of the earth must be ours. Understood. Head of the family. Xiao Jinyue has been rescued by someone. Let them save her. She is but a useless being, and this avoids a murky situation. Now, let us keep a close watch on the movements of the 10,000-year heart of the earth. The main family is quite interested. Yes. Chapter 4, A Tumultuous Fate. At this moment, under the night sky of Wutong City, 5 powerful cultivators soared through the air. 4 of them flew on swords, while one soared freely in the sky, a golden core true man, accompanied by 4 formidable Foundation establishment experts, the head of the Wang family and Song Qingzhou, alongside the elder by the demonic flames, exchanged solemn glances. People of Wutong City, have you seen anyone from the Xiao family pursuing someone? The resonant voice, amplified by the might of the golden core realm, echoed throughout Wutong City. This is the aura of Xiao Jinyue. There can be no mistake. Wutong City shall surely know a sleepless night. Impudent. A mere golden core dares to be so oblivious to the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a far more terrifying aura enveloped the skies of Wutong City. A nascent soul, true monarch. The face of the golden core man turned pale with terror. Why? In such a remote place, a mere small town without even a city lord's mansion, is there a nascent soul, true monarch? Under the oppressive pressure of the nascent soul realm, The golden core man strained to muster his internal spiritual power to maintain an upright posture. This junior was reckless, unaware of the presence of seniors. This junior shall take their leave at once. As he spoke, the suffocating pressure dissipated, and he hastily departed. Just as the golden core man was about to leave, a voice emerged from the street below. A young noble, who had nearly bid for Xiao Jinyue at the auction, approached with an ingratiating expression. My lord, I have seen Xiao Jinyue. I almost personally offered her to you. Oh, and where is she now? She has been rescued. Where did she flee? The young noble scratched his head in confusion. Aunt, are you mocking me? The golden core man erupted in fury, and in an instant, he grasped the young noble's throat with an outstretched hand. My lord, spare me. She was auctioned off at the Wang family auction house. In the next moment, the young noble's neck was crushed, turning into a rain of blood, his body and head disdainfully discarded. Insects. The Wang family. The golden core man pondered for a moment. Then, with 4 foundation establishment cultivators, hastened in a particular direction, the very direction of the Wang family auction house. Has Wutong City ever witnessed such commotion? With foundation establishment experts, golden core true men, and nascent soul true monarchs? Is Wutong City on the verge of transformation? On this night, the original inhabitants of Wutong City undoubtedly experienced a profound sense of dread, yet they remained oblivious to the impending storm. At that moment, by a small river nestled in a nearby valley, Lin Daoyuan conjured a quaint bamboo cottage. Observing the unconscious Zayas Henyu sprawled upon the bed, Lin Daoyuan's gaze was fraught with complexity. The 1,000-cold venom. The great evil curse. What sin has my disciple committed to deserve such a fate? The 1,000-cold venom. An exquisite ice poison inflicts unbearable agony upon its victim, who endures relentless torment from countless icy needles, only to be gradually restored, only to face the torment anew, an existence worse than death. And the great evil curse, a malevolent sorcery that defies the heavens, saps the life force of its victim, drawing out their very flesh and blood, akin to having a piece of oneself ruthlessly severed before one's eyes. Host, would you like to view Zayas Henyu's information panel? Look. Ding. Character name. Zayas Henyu. Ling Xianyu. Current age. 15 years cultivation. None. Originally at foundation establishment stage. Now drained. Physique. Chaotic immortal spiritual body. Will not manifest until fully activated. Spirit root. Supreme ice spirit root background. The original empress of the celestial realm. Xianyu. Peak of semi-imperial stage. Attacked by her most trusted confidant during her impending breakthrough to the legendary Great Emperor stage, resulting in the theft of her Dao fruit. Reborn at a tremendous cost, she is now the daughter of General Xiao Tianzhan, protector of the Mirror Moon dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan's lips twitched. System. Could you not provide a more detailed account of her background? Ding. Host, you may explore this on your own. After all, this is your disciple. If you do not care, who will? Lin Daoyuan shot an exasperated glance at the dogged system. Ding. Host, should you continue to berate the system, I shall ensure that you are embarrassed before Su Qingli upon her return. You are truly ruthless. Lin Daoyuan's heart tightened. Then he turned his attention back to Zayas Henyu. It would be prudent to alleviate my disciple's poison curse. Yet, she is still a young empress. How intriguing. As he spoke, Lin Daoyuan enveloped Zayas Henyu in an aura of profound spiritual energy. System, I recall possessing the primordial essence of all things. Let us bring it forth to fully activate this young lady's physique, while simultaneously dispelling the poison and curse. The chaotic, immortal spiritual body, innately attuned to the Tao, indeed signifies an extraordinary talent. Few in this world are likely aware of its true potential. A wave of warmth and extraordinary energy instantly filled the quaint bamboo cottage, while the sky above erupted with wondrous phenomena, brimming with vibrant vitality. Zayas Henyu's once grimy visage now radiated with life anew. Fortune in this world is reserved for those with fate. If you wish to seize it, only death awaits. Humph, a mere female cultivator, how arrogant. Ling Xianyu, may you suffer an ill fate. You shall face retribution, eternally descending into a hellish existence worse than death. You are permitted to kill me, yet I cannot retaliate? Perish. The woman, clad in blood-stained white, bore an icy demeanor. It is insufficient. I am still not strong enough. The memories of her childhood, begging alone on the streets, enduring brutal beatings, solidified her resolve. Sister, save me. Sister, let us cultivate together in the future and walk the path of the Tao side by side. Yu Yao, you depart first. I shall hold the rear. A mere transformation deity, how utterly foolish. A mere transformation deity? How laughable. With your cultivation at the void refinement stage, you cannot possibly best me. What right do you have to belittle me? I am Ling Xianyu, here in the Yaoguang mountain range to establish the realm of Yaoguang. We pay homage to the Empress of Yaoguang. Yu Yao, I am about to face the Emperor's thunder tribulation. You must protect yourself. Very well, sister. At that moment, the sky coalesced into a thunderous tempest spanning thousands of miles, a magnificent silhouette that overshadowed the heavens. My dear sister, Yu Yao has come to accompany you. No, Yu Yao, leave. This thunder tribulation is beyond your capacity to withstand. Just utilize your sister's lower cultivation. Just as the woman comprehended the gravity of the situation, a blood-red, icy long sword pierced through her body. The heavens trembled violently. Ha ha ha, Ling Xianyu, today is your day of reckoning. Witnessing the approaching figures of quasi-emperor realm experts tearing through the void, the woman looked at the one named Yu Yao with disbelief. Yu Yao, sister, we cannot seize your opportunity this way. You taught me that the weak are devoured by the strong, and your power is enviable. Do not worry, sister. I shall guard the realm of Yaoguang for you. The great barrier we have established will ensure that no one learns how the unparalleled Empress Xianyu fell. Yu Yao, you have a cruel heart, deceiving me for 1,000 years. Lin Daoyuan gazed at the slumbering Xiao Zhenyue, his brow furrowed, and with a single finger, he touched her forehead. Did she have a nightmare, or was it a memory? With a mere thought, Lin Daoyuan delved into Xiao Zhenyue's recollections, witnessing the tragic figure stained in blood across the 9 heavens. Reflecting upon it, he could not help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. Rising alone from the dust, contending against the world, attaining the status of quasi-emperor amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, only to be deprived of her Dao fruit by those closest to her in collusion with outsiders. Having dined as a beggar and slept in cold, desolate caves, Xiao Zhenyue's past life flashed through Lin Daoyuan's mind like a film. Is this what a woman should endure? Has this emperor truly succeeded in reincarnation? In this life, I have a father, a supreme ice spirit root, devoid of a suitable constitution. Fortunately, I can still cultivate. Yu Yao, wait for me. If I, Ling Xianyu, do not avenge this grievance, I shall be plagued by inner demons on my path. Haha, my moon is indeed a supreme ice spirit root, bringing honor to my father. Come, moon, this is the cultivation resource I have procured for you. Thank you, father. Ling Xianyu felt an unprecedented warmth. Moon, your current task is to eat well, so you can cultivate properly. Father, I understand. The Grand General of the nation, Xiao Tianzhan, has betrayed and succumbed to darkness. He has been executed in the Valley of Despair. Along with him, Xiao Zhenyue faces annihilation. No, father could never succumb to darkness, never betray. Second uncle, why? Why have you done this? He is your elder brother. You wretched fool. At this point, you remain obstinate. Your supreme spirit root is wasted on you. It would be better given to Yair. So that was your intent, to covet my supreme spirit root all along. I will never allow you to succeed. Escape? Can you truly flee? Xiao Zhenyue summoned her foundational cultivation to its utmost limit. Indeed, she possesses an extraordinary spiritual root, achieving foundational cultivation by the tender age of 15. Pursue. Injured, Xiao Zhenyue made her way to the Valley of Despair, where she beheld the frigid corpse of Xiao Tianzhan alongside the lifeless bodies of his subordinates. A visceral pang of anguish gripping her heart. Yet reason urged her to flee. Survival was paramount to avenging her kin. Seize her. The pursuers, in their relentless chase, struck her with a cold beam of light as she utilized a secret technique to escape. 1,000 cold poison. Such a cunning little wretch, you possess many stratagems. However, with this poison, you shall not return to seek me. Soon, Lin Daoyuan found Xiao Zhenyue curled in a cave, enduring excruciating torment until the Wang family seized the opportunity to capture her. Concurrently, the Xiao family issued a bounty. However, given the tenuous relationship between the Xiao and Wang families, Lin Daoyuan felt a tightening in his chest, his gaze turning frigid. What of the great evil curse? It was bestowed by the quasi-emperor known as Yue Yao in Xiao Zhenyue's previous life. How ruthless, a curse transcending 2 lifetimes. Fortunate indeed that she encountered me. This thought stirred a twinge of sympathy within Lin Daoyuan for Xiao Zhenyue. At this moment, Xiao Zhenyue's expression grew serene as she awaited her awakening. Meanwhile, far above in the vast expanse of the heavens, in a grand and resplendent palace akin to a divine realm, a stunning figure slowly opened her eyes. The sensation faded. Chapter 5. Taking Apprentices, Gathering in Wutong City. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Zhenyue regained consciousness. Am I still alive? She pondered, sensing the changes within her. Had the poison been dispelled? Her body brimmed with vitality. Moreover, this was the essence of her physical constitution. Struggling to suppress her astonishment, she surveyed her surroundings, finding herself in an exquisitely simple bamboo house. Remaining vigilant, she stealthily exited the bamboo dwelling. Ah, you're awake. Lin Daoyuan, leisurely fishing by the riverbank, was roasting a fish over the fire. Did you save me? Xiao Zhenyue regarded him with wary eyes. In response, Lin Daoyuan chuckled. Your vigilance is commendable. Yet I assure you, I am no villain. There is no need for such scrutiny. At his words, Xiao Jinyue's taut nerves began to relax. Thank you, esteemed elder. For your salvation, I shall forever hold your kindness in my heart. Is that so? It required considerable effort to rescue you. Do you not owe me some form of gratitude? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue glanced at her tattered self and bare fingers. Realizing the storage ring had been taken by the Wang family, what could she offer in return? The once unflappable Xianyue Empress was now in a state of utter disarray. Esteemed elder, I possess nothing at present and am unsure how to repay you. However, I vow upon my path of cultivation that should you ever require assistance that does not contravene my principles, I shall serve you faithfully. Indeed, you have principles. I appreciate that. Now, let us dispense with the jest. I ask you, would you be willing to take me as your master? Master? Xiao Jinyue's mind momentarily faltered. She recognized Lin Daoyuan's formidable strength. Even with her reincarnation and renewed cultivation, the quasi-emperor's consciousness and memories remained intact. Thus, Lin Daoyuan was the one person she could not discern, perhaps protected by some magical artifact. After all, if even a quasi-emperor's divine sense cannot pierce through, it either surpasses that of my previous life as quasi-emperor or wields some protective treasure. In my current situation, seeking a powerful ally is undoubtedly advantageous. However, Xiao Jinyue has never had a master in either her past or present life. She firmly believes that, relying on her past memories, returning to her peak is merely a matter of time. Coupled with the experiences from both her past and present, Xiao Jinyue is not one to easily place her trust in others. Senior, the ties that bind us are profound, she acknowledges. Xiao Jinyue understands that individuals like Yue Yao would never believe in her complete downfall. After all, they are quasi-emperors or even exist in the realm of legendary emperors. As for causality, those quasi-emperors, and that Yue Yao at the emperor level, should they dare to provoke me, they shall perish. Lin Daoyuan spoke with an air of indifference. However, upon hearing the name Yue Yao, Xiao Jinyue momentarily froze in astonishment. Who exactly is this senior, and how does he know of her? With a wary gaze fixed on Lin Daoyuan, she pondered why he possessed knowledge of Yue Yao. Could it be that he is aware of her past life? All right. It's merely a trifling matter from your previous life. Take me as your master, and from this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you. His words took Xiao Jinyue by surprise. This senior actually knew of her past life. If he could deduce the inadequacies of her former quasi-emperor self, he must be a legendary emperor, an emperor who traverses the realms. Xiao Jinyue questioned her own sanity for entertaining such thoughts. Yet, reality affirmed that this was not a dream. Resolute now, she thought, if he is indeed a legendary emperor, then I need not fear the burdens of causality. Disciple Xiao Jinyue pays her respects to master. As she prepared to kneel, Lin Daoyuan swiftly raised her with an enigmatic aura of spiritual energy. Good disciple. From this moment forth, you shall be my foremost disciple, Lin Daoyuan. I care not for such formalities. Rise. At that moment, Xiao Jinyue beheld Lin Daoyuan's clear and profound eyes, along with his ethereal countenance, and felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Thank you, master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Rewards. Primordial level technique, the simplest of the great Tao, the innate divine sword, the original sword, and the 10,000 transformations of the 9-colored Linglong garb. Ah, what a marvel. It was all prepared for Jinyue. Lin Daoyuan thought, somewhat speechless. However, it was fortuitous. A primordial level technique indeed. Excellent. It transcends the mundane classifications of techniques, truly befitting my disciple. Come, Jinyue, this is your master's gift for your apprenticeship. Lin Daoyuan presented her with a storage ring filled with items bestowed by the system, alongside the countless elixirs, spirit stones, and divine texts he had accumulated over 1,000,000 years. Xiao Jinyue, having fully activated her chaotic immortal spirit body and possessing some cultivation, was rendered speechless upon glimpsing the treasures within the storage ring. What did she behold? A mountain-like accumulation of spirit stones, and not just any spirit stones, but exquisite ones. Floating before her were thousands of divine texts, each at least of the holy rank. There were even emperor-rank texts, alongside those of unknown grades, but of emperor quality. Such treasures could only be scarcely gathered by a quasi-emperor level force. Xiao Jinyue pinched herself fiercely, confirming that she was not dreaming, nor had she truly passed away, but had instead experienced a moment of radiant clarity. However, the reality revealed to her was undeniable. There existed an array of elixirs, all no less than 8th tier, and the 3 most captivating items floated at the core. Xiao Jinyue quickly regained her composure, her voice trembling slightly. Master, this is far too precious. I feel unworthy to accept it. Take it. You are my only disciple now. If not you, then whom shall I give it to? Master, enough, take it. The 3 items have been specifically crafted for you. Henceforth, abandon the cultivation methods of your past life and devote yourself to the one in the center. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue felt tears welling up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the mention of her previous life-fest techniques. Ultimately, she accepted the gifts. There was no choice. For Lin Daoyuan insisted she take them, and rejecting them would lead to their destruction. Such a fate was unacceptable. At that moment, Xiao Jinyue recalled the aura of her physique. Despite her extensive experiences in her previous life, she felt utterly perplexed. Master, do you know of my current physique? This is the chaos immortal spirit body. Once fully awakened, it comprehends the Tao effortlessly, like a fish returning to water. I have already activated it. Xiao Jinyue was astonished by these words. The Tao body. She felt an overwhelming urge to cultivate, drawn irresistibly to the method floating in the center and the exquisite longsword. Were it not for Lin Daoyuan's presence, she would have long since begun her practice. Thank you, Master, for enlightening me. I wish to cultivate for a while. Very well, go ahead. With that, Xiao Jinyue dashed into the bamboo hut. Hey, don't forget to eat something first. This girl, she was no empress. She resembled a mere child. Lin Daoyuan found himself at a loss for words. Forget it, I'll catch a few more magical beasts. We shall feast tonight. Ding. Xiao Jinyue is only 15 years old. She truly is a child. I meant her experience. In Wutong City, at the Wang family auction house. You best not meddle in the affairs of the Shao family. As the golden elixir cultivator from the Shao family departed, the head of the Wang family's expression turned frosty. Were it not for your Shao family's connection to the Xintian sect, would you dare to be so audacious? Master, terrifying presences have emerged around the legendary Earth Heart Milk. The Wanjian sect and the Demon Spirit Palace are also here, and even other factions. What? The head of the Wang family's expression grew grave as he recalled the horrifying aura of the nascent soul, true monarch from the previous night. Inform the main house that obtaining the Earth Heart Milk will be no easy task, and relay the news of the nascent soul true monarch's involvement. Along with the Wanjian sect and the Demon Spirit Palace, the massive ancient Wutong tree in the center of Wutong City appeared oddly somber at that moment. Chapter 6. Changes in Wutong City, Anomalies of the Ancient Tree. Strange, why are there so many unfamiliar faces in this city? Frequent visitors to Wutong City felt a sense of unease, yet after a while, their doubts dissipated. Truly deserving of their status as cultivators from a barren land. Mere frogs at the bottom of a well. A bunch of ants in the chi refining stage. Yet, this woman appeared quite enchanting. Once the matter of the Earth Heart Milk concludes, I shall capture a few to serve as handmaidens. Young master, according to the astrolabe's guidance, the Earth Heart Milk is located at the very center of this city. It is quite peculiar that the elusive, ancient Earth Heart Milk, typically found in the mystical realms of Fuxiandong, has now manifested in such a desolate place. Young master, upon entering the city, I sensed numerous formidable auras. The majority belonged to foundation-building experts, and there were even traces of golden core masters. Fear not. Seize the opportunity if possible, if the disparity in strength is stark. Let us see if we can benefit from the ensuing chaos. In the streets, an elderly figure and a youth exchanged hushed words, their gaze directed towards the ancient phoenix tree at the heart of the city. Master of the house, there are many powerful presences within the city. Yet the Earth Heart Milk remains silent. Could there be an unforeseen twist? At this moment, within the Wang family mansion, the head of the Wang family wore a contemplative expression, choosing to observe the unfolding events. The ancient phoenix tree in Wutong City boasted a trunk as thick as several dozen zhang, its branches and leaves sprawling to cover nearly half the city. The tree emanated a pale blue spiritual energy, which appeared particularly radiant and enigmatic in the night. It was indeed late. This girl is remarkably diligent. Lin Daoyuan, having ceased his tedious fishing, began roasting beast meat by the fire, the savory aroma enticing several small creatures, including some young beasts yet to awaken their spiritual intelligence. Suddenly, a colossal surge of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy erupted from the small bamboo house, accompanied by the unmistakable presence of breakthrough auras. Chi refining stage, 5th layer, 7th layer, 9th layer, and the pinnacle of chi refining. Upon witnessing this, Lin Daoyuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Good disciple, do not rush. Just as the overwhelming spiritual energy was on the verge of breaking through the chi refining realm to reach the foundation building stage, it was forcefully suppressed by an invisible power. Lin Daoyuan smiled faintly, clearly pleased. Moments later, a visibly delighted Xiao Jinyue dashed out from the bamboo house. In her excitement, she quickly regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, as if the image of the once great empress from her past life had utterly faded away. Master, upon reaching Lin Daoyuan, she composed herself, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude, emotions beyond words. Fortunately, You managed to suppress it. Otherwise, I would have had to punish you. Lin Daoyuan teased. In response to his jest, Xiao Zhenyue offered a faint smile. It was a rare sight, for she had not smiled in a long time. In her memories, this was only the third time she had smiled. Once with Yu Yao, once with her father in this life, and now with her master, whom she had known for less than 2 days. Master, thank you. Without you, I would have long ceased to exist. As she spoke, Xiao Zhenyue knelt deeply before Lin Daoyuan, who sighed in silence, choosing not to intervene. All right, come and eat some roasted fish. You have yet to reach the foundation building stage. And with how thin you are, onlookers might think I, Lin Daoyuan, am mistreating a child. Seeing this, Xiao Zhenyue rose, yet the deep gratitude in her eyes lingered. Suddenly, a loud growl emanated from her stomach. Oh dear, that little head of hers. The steam rose in puffs, and her small face turned as red as an apple. At this sight, Lin Daoyuan burst into hearty laughter, finding his disciple rather amusing. Without a doubt, Xiao Zhenyue felt an overwhelming urge to seek refuge. Lin Daoyuan gestured for her to take a seat and handed her the largest fish, which she accepted with her slender, trembling hands, her head bowed in shyness. Thank you, master, she exclaimed, taking a small bite. Delicious. How could it be so tasty? What have I been eating before? The image of an empress can wait. I must satisfy my hunger first. Lin Daoyuan treated her like a child and noticed that she was still clad in her tattered dress, prompting him to inquire, Jiu, did I not give you a robe to wear? At his words, she lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling in the moonlight. Captivating and enchanting at just 15 years of age. If she were to grow taller and blossom, she would rival even Qingli. Lin Daoyuan thought to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction at her beauty. Master, I began practicing the great simplicity scripture. It is profoundly intricate, and I lost myself in it. I have yet to examine the other 2 items, she replied. That is well. The original sword shall await your perfect foundation before recognizing you as its master. However, you may don the robe now. Look at your current tattered dress. It seems a gust of wind could whisk you away. That simply will not do. Xiao Zhenyue nodded in agreement, recalling the beautiful azure sword from her storage ring, and felt embarrassed as she looked at her own ragged attire. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily covered her exposed skin with the scant remaining fabric. Master, I would like to take a bath first. She remembered how long it had been since she had last cleaned herself, and now felt utterly ashamed. Oh dear, Xiao Zhenyue, what are you doing? Lin Daoyuan snapped his fingers, and a hot spring materialized behind the bamboo cottage. With his current prowess, creating such things was effortless. All right, go ahead. There is a small hot spring in the backyard. He chuckled, noticing her flushed face, deciding against teasing her further. After a brief meal, Xiao Zhenyue hurried to the back of the bamboo cottage. She shed her tattered dress and slipped into the warm waters of the spring. Only her little head visible above the surface, her damp hair resembling a frightened fawn. Reflecting on her past and present experiences, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How could the world be so harsh? In contemplation, she submerged her mouth into the water, blowing bubbles before losing herself to embarrassment and submerging entirely. Xiao Zhenyue, abandon your distractions, she admonished herself, focusing on practicing the great simplicity scripture, with each session leaving her increasingly astonished. Master, what manner of existence are you? A flicker of resentment crossed her enchanting gaze. Now that she possessed such resources, the day she reclaimed her peak would not be far off. And she would surpass her former self. I will settle our accounts, she vowed. Meanwhile, Lin Daoyuan grew bored, lying on the ground with his hands behind his head, gazing at the brilliant night sky. What shall I do next? He pondered, irritated that the old men were still in seclusion, leaving him without anyone to play chess with. How tedious. As the words fell, Lin Daoyuan's thoughts stirred. Oh, evil energy? How intriguing. He directed his gaze towards the direction of Wutong City, where from his vantage point, the skies above the ancient Wutong trees were already suffused with a ghastly crimson hue, the horrifying presence of malevolence encompassing the entirety of Wutong City. Yet, this was something that others could not perceive. The contention for the heart of the earth over millennia seemed more akin to a trap set by an ancient malevolent entity. This place, situated on the borders of the eastern domain, harbored such a sinister being. How peculiar. Curiosity was etched across Lin Daoyuan's face. Master, would you care to elaborate? Ding. Host is encouraged to investigate independently. Unexpected discoveries may await. Very well then. It would be fitting to take Zhenyue along, preparing to fortify our foundations. Master. A gentle call prompted Lin Daoyuan to turn. Upon doing so, he was captivated. Chapter 7. Ancient Malevolent Entity. Innate Spiritual Roots. At this moment, Xiao Zhenyue donned a 9-colored radiant robe, ethereal and resplendent, her hair adorned with beautiful ornaments, complemented by her fair complexion and enchanting eyes. She resembled a fairy descended from a painting, yet possessed a chill akin to an empress standing atop all beings, exuding unparalleled grace. Xiao Zhenyue was equally astonished by the power of the robe. Its donning elevated her prowess to an entirely new level. Truly, it was worthy of her master's possession. Further piquing her curiosity about Lin Daoyuan, who bestowed upon her such extraordinary gifts that she had previously deemed fantastical in her past life. A flicker of warmth ignited within her icy heart. Ah, my disciple, at such a tender age, you already possess the aura of one who gazes down upon all. Lin Daoyuan unabashedly praised. In response, Xiao Zhenyue smiled and said, if this is your expectation of me, master, I shall strive with all my might. Ha ha ha, good disciple. In your previous life, you tread the path of invincibility. In this life, perhaps you may adopt a different mindset towards your cultivation. Xiao Zhenyue tilted her head, slightly puzzled by his words. Come, let me take you to witness a spectacle. It will serve to hone your foundation. Lin Daoyuan gazed towards Wutong City, and Xiao Zhenyue followed suit. With her quasi-emperor level divine sense, she quickly discerned the unfolding events, her brows furrowing slightly. Evil energy. Then, with a flicker of confusion, she looked towards Lin Daoyuan, who responded with a knowing gaze that affirmed her suspicions. With a wave of his sleeve, he whisked Xiao Zhenyue away from their original location, causing the small bamboo cottage to vanish as well. At that moment, Wutong City was abuzz with activity, with crowds gathered around the ancient tree. An atmosphere of tension palpable in the air. Song Qingzhou, you seem well. Will you avenge that sword-related grudge tonight? The confrontation between the Wanjian sect and the Demon Spirit Hall had commenced. Unfazed by the words of Mo Yan, Song Qingzhou merely glanced at him before continuing to scrutinize the ancient Wutong tree. Some oblivious cultivators, upon hearing Mo Yan's words, were taken aback. Song Qingzhou, the sword son of the Wanjian sect. The presence of such a figure, typically elusive, now stood before them, rendering the scene surreal. He was a prodigy indeed. One of the most esteemed in the entire Eastern domain. It is said that Song Qingzhou, at the tender age of 20, had already attained the mid-foundation stage of cultivation. To everyone's astonishment, he was none other than the esteemed sword master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Yet, amidst the gaze of the crowd, Song Qingzhou remained expressionless, standing with his sword in hand. What a pretense. The presence of Mo Yan became increasingly uneasy upon witnessing Song Qingzhou's demeanor. Who would have thought that he belonged to the 10,000 Swords sect, alongside the Demon Spirit Palace? This agile figure was unmistakably the old man and the youth from earlier. They too had an influential background, being descendants of the esteemed Jin family, known for their nascent, soul-level lineage. Ha ha ha, tonight truly is a spectacle. It seems the old man's poison will find ample subjects to savor. At that moment, a vortex of dark green spiritual energy began to coalesce in the air, accompanied by an enormous nascent soul pressure that caused the onlookers to gasp in awe. Who dares to play tricks? An elder beside Song Qingzhou erupted in fury, his fingers forming a sword stance, unleashing a towering deep blue sword light that illuminated the night sky. Simultaneously, a dark green attack surged forth, colliding with the sword light and effortlessly shattering it. The elder from the 10,000 Swords sect swiftly positioned himself before Song Qingzhou, intercepting the incoming assault. Nascent soul initial stage? What audacity! With a thunderous crash, the attack of the nascent soul true monarch was terrifyingly potent. The residual waves of their spiritual collision indiscriminately shattered the surrounding structures, claiming the lives of several chi-refining cultivators who were caught in the crossfire. In the air, a shadow materialized, a figure clad in dark green robes, his lips tinged with black, stood suspended in the void. The Poison Elder, the 10,000 Swords sect, the Jin family, the Demon Spirit Palace, and the ever-watchful Wang family were all taken aback. The Poison Elder, notorious for his fascination with various toxins and for using sect disciples as test subjects, was regarded as a formidable adversary by many sects. Possessing a cultivation level of nascent soul, second stage. Young master, we must exercise caution, urged the elder. Let us depart. The young master of the Jin family curled his lip, pulling the elder away from the scene. What folly! With a nascent soul true monarch of the second stage in their midst. Alongside the presence of the nascent soul true monarchs from the 10,000 Swords sect and the Demon Spirit Palace, there were at least 4 such formidable figures gathered. How could they, with only a half-step nascent soul protector, possibly contend? It would be akin to courting death. The elder from the Jin family understood, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that enveloped his young master before they took flight. 2 little mice. The Poison Elder scoffed disdainfully, casting his gaze toward the ancient Wutong tree. He then launched an attack, and the ancient tree shimmered with golden-green mysterious runes, as a massive formation rapidly expanded outward from it, engulfing the entirety of Wutong City. The Poison Elder then surveyed the 10,000 Swords Sect and the Demon Spirit Palace, stating, "I know not how you two families came by this information, but to obtain the millennial Earth Heart Milk, you must breach this formation." Upon hearing this, the elder beside Mo Yin exclaimed, "We are currently within this formation. How shall we break it? Let us combine our forces to attack that Wutong tree," commanded the Poison Elder, initiating the offensive. "I must acquire that millennial Earth Heart Milk." Without further ado, Song Qingzhou drew his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy directed at the ancient Wutong tree. The sword aura is remarkably pure. It would serve as an excellent specimen for experimentation. The Poison Elder licked his lips and remarked, witnessing this, the two Yuanying true monarchs from the 10,000 Sword Sect also sprang into action to protect Song Qingzhou. "Black Elder, we must attack as well." The fiery demon, unwilling to lag behind, joined the fray. As they collectively launched their assault on the ancient Wutong tree, the head of the Wang family hesitated, a sense of foreboding creeping upon him. Under the combined onslaught of the group, including the four Yuanying true monarchs, the ancient Wutong tree trembled violently, as if in agony. Simultaneously, the ground began to crack, ominous blood-red light surging forth from the depths. The Wutong tree shimmered with brilliance, seemingly attempting to suppress the chaos anew, yet to no avail, it ultimately dimmed. "What is happening?" gasped someone in alarm. The crimson light instantaneously transformed into countless blood-red tendrils, dragging screams of terror into an unfathomable abyss. The once sacred array of runes shattered into disarray, filling the sky with blood-red hues and the echoes of anguished cries. "What is this? Get away! Help! Help me! No, no, save me!" The Poison Elder and his companions realized the dire situation and attempted to flee, only to find themselves ensnared by the tendrils, being pulled towards the blood-colored chasm. "Swordmaster! Young master!" The sudden turn of events caught the two prodigies off guard. Yet they quickly redirected their spiritual energy to shield their vital meridians. The ground began to collapse, dragging the entire Wutong City and the ancient tree along with thousands of souls into the crimson abyss. "It seems we are destined to perish." Lin Daoyuan swiftly suppressed the rising blood aura, severing the connection between realms. The young master of the Jin family, having distanced himself from Wutong City, glanced back at the crimson light, his eyelids twitching. "I want to go home." Lin Daoyuan and Xiao Jinyue stood above the vast abyss when a diminutive, ethereal girl, no taller than Xiao Jinyue's shoulder and dressed in a green skirt, appeared before them. "Can you save me? Big brother, I do not wish to die yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan turned to Xiao Jinyue and softly said, "Jinyue, descend and engage those malevolent entities. It will greatly benefit your foundation. I shall join you shortly." Although curious about the little girl, Xiao Jinyue complied with Lin Daoyuan's instructions. "Yes, master." Thus, relying on her magical garment, Xiao Jinyue soared downward. Originally at the pinnacle of qi refinement, she would not have been able to fly without the garment's celestial energy. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan gazed at the adorable little girl, who was half his height, her two braided pigtails giving her a somewhat pitiful appearance, and with a mere thought, he discerned her origin. "You are the ancient Wutong tree?" "Yes." The girl nodded eagerly, resembling a cute, naive kitten. "What makes you think I can save you?" "I can sense it. Big brother, you are very strong." "Big brother?" At this, Lin Daoyuan beamed, ruffling the little girl's hair. Though ethereal, he could still feel her presence. The tiny figure, seemingly content, nuzzled against Lin Daoyuan's hand, as if his touch were incredibly comforting. "Very well, I shall rescue you. But first, let us enjoy a play." Lin Daoyuan smiled. Upon hearing this, the little girl joyfully embraced Lin Daoyuan's arm. "Thank you, big brother." Chapter 8. The Emergence of Malevolent Entities, the Blood-Clad Evil Emperor. "This place is indeed a small world," Xiao Jinyue murmured. "However, the aura here is quite distasteful." Just as Xiao Jinyue was surveying her surroundings, a blood-red figure emerged from the swirling malevolence, launching an attack towards her. The figure was clad in the garb of the cultivators from Wutong City, which indicated that, within a remarkably short span of time, these cultivators had succumbed to the taint of evil. Her face was already grotesque, and her hollow eyes were filled with endless malice. Unperturbed, Xiao Jinyue deftly evaded the corrupted cultivator's assault, her gaze laced with disdain. In an instant, a long sword was unsheathed, and the malevolent entity was swiftly severed in two. Although the primordial sword was yet to be wielded, Lin Daoyuan had bestowed upon Xiao Jinyue a plethora of magical artifacts within her storage space. As Xiao Jinyue prepared to venture deeper into the heart of the malevolent energy, the fiend rose once more, its head thrashing against the ground as it let out an anguished roar, then lunged at Xiao Jinyue again. This time, the malevolent entity emanated an overwhelming spiritual energy, causing Xiao Jinyue to gasp in astonishment as its power surged to the pinnacle of qi refinement. with her enchanting eyes narrowing. The petite figure of Xiao Zhenyue engaged in a fierce struggle with the malevolent being. Yet, no matter her efforts, the fiend seemed impervious to death, only growing stronger with each confrontation. Where is the Millennium Earth Core milk? What is this place? Mo Yin, dragging his wounded body, exclaimed. Meanwhile, Jinzi Songqingzhou remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings, though he too bore injuries. They found themselves beneath an immense ancient Wutong tree, its roots sprawling across the ground, propping up the very heavens. As they stood in awe, they noticed that the lower half of the tree was enshrouded in a blood-red malevolent aura, while the upper half emitted a mysterious and sacred golden-green light, flickering as if the two were engaged in a fierce struggle. In their gaze, the enormous roots around them had long since withered and decayed, suffused with an incredibly sinister essence. In that moment, a chilling realization dawned upon Songqingzhou. A trap. This is a snare for the malevolent beings confined here. Just as he regained his senses, a panicked cry echoed in his mind. They are coming again. Figures cloaked in malevolence surged forth from the shadows, attacking Songqingzhou and the others. Damn it, why can't we kill them? These were the cultivators from the city. They are beyond saving. Without further ado, Songqingzhou unleashed the full might of his foundational cultivation, his long sword emitting a piercing cry as terrifying sword energies surged forth. Cleaving through the throng, he transformed into a streak of blue light, weaving through the malevolent entities. Mo Yin gritted his teeth, joining the fray. I am no lesser than them. Enraged, he thought of Black Elder, who was nowhere to be seen. These corrupted cultivators were merely at the foundational level, while Black Elder was a true nascent soul master. If he were present, the situation would not be so dire. Lost in thought, he was suddenly sent flying by a fiend whose head he had just severed. For 100,000 years, an entire century has passed, and at last, a group of cultivators has arrived. Ha ha ha. Without employing some cunning tactics, it seems you human cultivators are truly easy to deceive. At this moment, the four nascent soul true monarchs, led by the Poison Elder, found themselves ensnared by grotesque tentacles, utterly immobilized. Before them stood an ancient altar, entwined with massive tree roots, embodying the essence of age and weariness. Only at the nascent soul stage. Alas, consuming you lot may just allow me to seize this innate spiritual root. Upon hearing this, the Poison Elder and his companions were struck with horror, save for a solitary nascent soul powerhouse from the 10,000 Swords sect who maintained a semblance of composure. What manner of being are you, to deceive us with tales of the earth core milk from 10,000 years past? What is your true intention? In response, the altar erupted with waves of potent malevolence, coalescing in the air into a frightful visage. To the dying, it is permissible to share a few words. Listen well. I am the evil emperor from 100,000 years ago. The evil emperor? A different nascent soul expert from the 10,000 Swords sect pondered, his face paling in fear. Ancient texts record that, in the distant past of the Hongwu Continent, a monstrous entity emerged, one that devoured all and practiced dark arts. Known as the Blood Robe Evil Emperor. Who would have thought you were suppressed here? We are at fault. Allowing you to escape now would spell disaster for the Hongwu Continent. You, young one, possess quite the discerning eye. However, you shall become my sustenance. In that instant, the nascent soul expert gathered a formidable divine thought, intending to relay this information to the outside world, but alas, he was unable to transmit it. Bound as he was, he found no opportunity to utilize a communication talisman. You are rather disobedient. In this secondary realm, I have severed the connection. Until I am freed, all that transpires within shall remain confined, declared the Blood Robe Evil Emperor. Shortly thereafter, a piercing scream echoed as the nascent soul expert was drained of his life essence, leaving nothing but a mere skeleton. Spare me, O Evil Emperor. I still have my worth. You are currently breaking your seal and require more vitality. I can procure more blood for you. The Poison Elder hastily pleaded. Upon hearing this, the grotesque visage transformed into a strangely featured man clad in red, who extended his long tongue to lick his fingertips, disdainfully remarking, after 100,000 years, the blood of cultivators remains as delectable as ever. He then cast a seductive glance at the Poison Elder, his blood-red hair seemingly alive, coiling towards the Elder's face, licking at him like a serpent. The Poison Elder was paralyzed with terror. My lord, I am still of use. I can offer my soul as a pact, providing blood to assist you in reclaiming your peak. I still have value. Do not kill me. The Poison Elder, unwilling to meet his end, clung desperately to his cultivation level, being at the second tier of nascent soul, a status revered in any sect, and even as a rogue cultivator, he commanded great respect. I do not wish to die. Upon hearing this, the Blood Robe Evil Emperor chuckled. I detect a potent aura of wickedness within you. The Poison Elder, witnessing this, hurriedly flattered, my lord, If you spare me, yet before he could finish, his body withered away. No. Ultimately, all that remained was a pile of bones. The last elder of the 10,000 Swords sect, aware of his inability to reverse the dire situation, sent a strand of divine consciousness to Song Qingzhou. Since messages could not escape to the outside world, perhaps they could within, though it might be a mere drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to transmit what he could. The elder lamented the plight of the sect as he found himself ensnared in this dire predicament. Eventually, the protector of the demonic flames also sent a message, only to be drained by the blood-robed evil emperor. After absorbing the blood essence and cultivation of 4 nascent soul true monarchs, the blood-robed evil emperor exuded a terrifying aura. The ancient formation was instantaneously shattered by numerous beams of malevolent energy, leaving it in ruins. The energy of the void refinement realm, not insignificant. As the pervasive evil energy broke through the seal, the heavens and earth trembled violently. At that moment, the ancient parasol tree emitted a radiant glow, attempting to suppress the blood-robed evil emperor once more, yet was swiftly obstructed. The innate spiritual root, you have suppressed me for 100,000 years. Now, I shall devour you, for I am in need of a corporeal form. And that child with the body of a myriad of swords and the demonic spirit, as well as that girl whose physique I cannot fathom. Ah, it matters not. In any case, I shall consume them, and my restoration shall accelerate. Song Qingzhou and the others, drenched in blood from the fierce battle, received the last words of their protector, urging them to find any opportunity to escape, and thereafter, no further messages ensued. Soon after, a colossal surge of malevolent energy erupted, enveloping the towering parasol tree, the overwhelming pressure immediately forcing everyone to the ground, instilling a profound sense of helplessness akin to a dimensional descent. What on earth is that? Song Qingzhou grimaced, finding himself utterly powerless beneath such overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, on the side of Xiao Jinyue, she had already grasped her sword amidst a pile of dismembered bodies of evil entities, making her way to where Song Qingzhou and the others were located. With the 9 heavens Linglong garment, she remained untouched by the oppressive force. Yet, her divine sense warned her of the impending terror, the void refinement. At present, she had only reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and yet this entity towered over her by several realms. Were it not for her magical attire, she might have been crushed to pieces by the pressure. How could such a malevolent being be suppressed in this realm? Xiao Jinyue was taken aback, for even as the illustrious Xianyue Empress of her past life, she remained unaware of such a presence. Chapter 9. The 2-Day Secret, Astonishing Jinyue. Simultaneously, a great distance away, at the 10,000 Swords sect and the demonic spirit palace, the life tokens of the Sword Master, 3rd Elder, and 4th Elder shattered. The Demon Lord, the Black Elder's life token, also fractured. What is happening? How could this be? Both the 3rd and 4th Elders, being nascent soul true monarchs, should be beyond reproach in this region. Dispatch someone to investigate. What of the Sword Child? In response, it was reported to the Sword Master that the Sword Child's token remained intact, yet his life force was feeble, likely facing a lethal threat. Where is he? In the Mirror Moon Dynasty, in the city of Parasol. In such a desolate place, the demonic spirit palace also dispatched several powerful individuals to investigate. Returning to Lin Daoyuan, he was currently observing everything happening with Xiao Jinyue from a certain dimension, while the little girl beside him clung tightly to his arm. Big brother, save me. He wants to devour me, and I can hardly contain him any longer. The little girl spoke with a quaver in her voice, feeling wronged and yearning for protection. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan pointed a finger at the little girl's forehead, and an incomprehensible force instantly surged into her being. There was no rush. Xiaoyu had yet to satiate her thirst for blood. In an instant, the towering Wutong tree, originally on the verge of being engulfed by a storm of crimson mist, radiated a dazzling golden-green light, shedding the blood-robed evil emperor like an onion being peeled. The blood-robed evil emperor was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, exclaiming, "I never anticipated you possessed such power." A hint of reluctance tinged his tone. Subsequently, the ancient Wutong tree, as if rejuvenated, unleashed its massive roots to engage in combat with the blood-robed evil emperor. The aftermath of this clash between 2 ancient entities reverberated throughout the small world, momentarily alleviating the pressure felt by Song Qingzhou and his companions. However, before Song Qingzhou could catch a glimpse of Xiao Jinyue's visage, a horde of corrupted cultivators, already claimed by death, surged toward them. At this juncture, Song Qingzhou and his companions found themselves utterly exhausted. Were they destined to perish here today? Damn it! I refuse to die, roared the demon flame. Yet, in that moment, Xiao Jinyue brandished a long sword and plunged into the throng of malevolent beings. Drawing upon her past life's memories of cultivation, The sword danced effortlessly in her hands, fueled by a formidable spiritual energy suppressed to the pinnacle of chi refinement. Erupting forth like a long-restrained force unleashed. All evil beings shall perish. In her previous life, Xiao Zhenyue had encountered such malevolence and was all too familiar with their brutality. One vivid memory lingered. A mortal village where both adults and children were ruthlessly devoured, and children, partially consumed, transformed into horrific monstrosities. Who was that woman? How can she, with merely peak chi refinement strength, overpower a Foundation establishment cultivator? The demon flame, straining to maintain composure, was astounded. Song Qingzhou scrutinized Xiao Zhenyue's figure, feeling an uncanny familiarity with her face, yet unable to place it. He thought little of it, compared to the girl once confined in a cage. Xiao Zhenyue was an entirely different entity. Master, do you not find that woman somewhat familiar? The remaining survivors, including the Wang family patriarch from the auction house, appeared pallid and disheveled, clearly in dire straits. Yet, the Wang patriarch was oblivious to their plight, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, why hasn't the main house sent reinforcements?" Unbeknownst to him, outsiders could not enter unless the blood-robed evil emperor was slain. Amidst the chaos of the malevolent beings, Xiao Zhenyue suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Turning her head, she was startled to find the very Wang patriarch who had captured her for auction. A fierce desire for vengeance ignited within her. Utilizing her memory's agility, paired with her Foundation establishment-like prowess, she instantaneously appeared beside the Wang family member. With her sword aimed, a powerful surge of sword energy erupted, striking towards the Wang man. What is the meaning of this, young lady? The Wang patriarch, quick to react, managed to block the attack, yet staggered back several paces. What a jest! He was a golden core realization cultivator, yet he was forced to retreat by someone in the chi refinement stage. The Wang patriarch collapsed to the ground in terror. Had it not been for his master's intervention, he would have met his demise. What is the purpose of this, when we find ourselves in such peril? Every ally adds strength. Song Qingzhou urged. Get lost. Xiao Zhenyue did not grant him a favorable expression. With a swift and incisive stroke, the swordsman executed a lethal strike. Before Song Qingzhou could react, he merely saw a lock of hair silently slip past his eyes, and that man had already met his demise, decapitated. The swiftness of the strike was such that even the head of the Wang family, a golden core cultivator, had failed to respond. How audacious to slay my subordinate in my presence. The oppressive aura of the golden core surged, and Song Qingzhou and his companions felt a palpable pressure. Although the Wang family head's cultivation was not exceedingly high, he was an authentic golden core practitioner, even with Song Qingzhou's unique physique. Enduring the pressure with his Foundation establishment cultivation was a perilous endeavor. In a situation where all his trump cards had been exhausted, he would perish while a golden core would endure. Moreover, this was merely the realm of chi refinement. It is important to note that chi refinement is the initial stage of cultivation. Yet, who is our Xiao Zhenyue? The Empress of the Xian Moon, the master of the Yaoguang realm. Since it was your subordinate, you too shall meet your end. Xiao Zhenyue's gaze was frigid as an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from within her. In an instant, a piercing sword aura enveloped her long sword, slicing through the air with a crackling sound. This was chi refinement. In the void, Lin Daoyuan observed Xiao Zhenyue with satisfaction, surprised by the immense spiritual power she had amassed, which could propel her from Foundation establishment directly into the golden core realm. Ding host. That is indeed the chaotic celestial spirit body. I know. Lin Daoyuan chuckled. System, tell me about the Hongwu Continent. What is this division between the upper and lower heavens? Just moments ago, Lin Daoyuan had intercepted a message indicating that within the Hongwu Continent, there existed two realms, both immensely vast. Enough. Who told this system to indulge you? The division of upper and lower heavens on the Hongwu Continent can be traced back to ancient times. During the Great War between humans and demons, a conflict that has persisted since the dawn of the primordial era. The evil refers to a peculiar existence born from the vast universe, feeding on malevolent energies. The primordial evil was known as the strange, lacking a physical form, and could be considered that all things might manifest as its embodiment. In pursuit of power, humans and demons lost their reason, cultivating malevolent energies, resembling the blood-clad evil emperor, becoming neither human nor ghost, their minds consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood. Consequently, the Hongwu Continent was fractured during this great war, evolving over time into the realms of upper and lower heavens. Then what is the matter with the innate spiritual roots and the blood-clad evil emperor? This system is tired. I need a break. You vexing thing. Lin Daoyuan was left speechless, glancing at the little one beside him, who was enjoying herself immensely. She threw left and right hooks, her chubby fists dancing in the air. mimicking the colossal tree whose thick roots engaged in battle with the blood-clad evil emperor. Goodness, if the blood-clad evil emperor were to witness this, he would surely be humiliated to the point of vomiting blood. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan gazed at the little creature. Honestly, she was quite adorable. Alas, having come this far, one must accept the circumstances. Meanwhile, the blood-clad evil emperor grew increasingly enraged. How infuriating. The void refinement is still too weak. As feeble as an ant. How could this be? I am an emperor. The weakness stems from being suppressed for too long, in a barren land devoid of spiritual energy. His gaze then shifted to Song Qingzhou and the others, including Xiao Jinyue, revealing an unmistakable malevolence. Returning to Xiao Jinyue's side, one could see that the head of the Wang family at the Golden Core stage had met a gruesome demise, with sword energy carving a long chasm into the ground. Song Qingzhou and the others were filled with astonishment. Was this the essence of qi? Furthermore, it exuded sword intent. This celestial maiden, who appeared to be of lesser stature, could not possibly be the ancient monster disguised in the guise of a young girl. I am a heavenly prodigy. What then is he? Or rather, if she is a heavenly prodigy, what am I? Song Qingzhou chuckled, having toiled for several springs and autumns to merely reach the threshold of sword intent release. While Xiao Jinyue could manifest sword intent into form, everything was a sword. I am the embodiment of myriad swords. Chapter 10. The demonic emperor falls, the ancient awakens. Haha. This lad is on the verge of shattered resolve, yet it is not entirely so, Lin Daoyuan remarked with a chuckle. In stark contrast, the demon flame's mind was beset by a peculiar thought. What a beautiful specimen. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Jinyue cast a chilling gaze in his direction. Ha hick. The demon flame instantly lost all temper. At that moment, a colossal blood-red hand that obscured the heavens and the sun suddenly materialized, reaching towards them, and the group was engulfed by a palpable aura of dread and impending doom. Haha, devouring you all will grant me passage from this cursed place. Die. The blood-red hand descended frantically upon them. In the face of such overwhelming force, they were utterly powerless to retaliate. Xiao Jinyue clenched her teeth as the spiritual energy within her surged violently, adopting a half-kneeling stance with her long sword touching the ground. The others, however, fared far worse. Their weapons shattered, and in despair, their hands pressed against the ground as they knelt. The physical prowess within Song Qingzhou and the demon flame burned fiercely, their bodies crumbling apart. Xiao Jinyue was somewhat better off, possessing the most exceptional physique and spiritual roots, along with the protection of the Nine Heavens Linglong garb. Yet, resisting the assault from the realm of illusory void with merely her qi refinement was barely sustainable. Enough. Lin Daoyuan snapped his fingers lightly, and the omnipresent blood mist and the blood-red hand abruptly halted, as if time had been suspended by some unfathomable force, and then began to disintegrate. The remaining few, as if granted a reprieve, exhaled deeply. Master? A ripple emerged in the space beside Xiao Jinyue, and a figure reminiscent of a celestial being appeared quietly, accompanied by a little girl in a green dress who tugged at the man's sleeve. Upon seeing Xiao Jinyue, the girl waved joyfully. At this moment, the innate spiritual root's essence merged with the primordial spirit, taking on a tangible form, while the blood-robed demonic emperor was bound by Lin Daoyuan. Terrified, the blood-robed demonic emperor attempted to summon his immense illusory void power to break free from the confinement, yet found himself as helpless as an atomic bomb compressed by an unfathomable force, unable to explode. Who are you? Such a powerful being cannot possibly exist in this realm. The blood-robed demonic emperor bellowed in fury, but to no avail. Lin Daoyuan chuckled, beckoning with a finger, and the blood-robed demonic emperor was drawn before him. Upon seeing the grotesque visage of the demonic emperor, Lin Daoyuan could only express his disdain. What an eyesore! Song Qingzhou and the demon flame, dragging their battered bodies, gazed intently at Lin Daoyuan, as if even breathing had become a burdensome task. Xiao Jinyue, however, managed a faint smile while also feeling the void within her body. To be honest, she had never faced the pressure of illusory void with mere qi refinement in her past life. Upon hearing those two words, the already fierce visage of the blood-clad evil emperor twisted into an even more grotesque expression. You go too far. Do as you wish. Kill or torture me. It matters not. He spat, his voice dripping with venom. Oh, one who has forsaken humanity in pursuit of power. Can you still be considered human? I shall not permit you an easy demise. In the next moment, Lin Daoyuan began to probe the soul. After all, he harbored a curiosity about why he found himself here, suppressed by the innate spiritual roots. The system offered no explanation, leaving him to take matters into his own hands. The act of soul probing was excruciating, particularly for those of formidable cultivation. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the more agonizing the turmoil inflicted upon it. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, yet what did it matter? Soon enough, Lin Daoyuan withdrew his hand, satisfaction etched upon his face. The blood-clad, evil emperor lay incapacitated on the ground, his formidable cultivation dissipating like water. Jinhua, what do you believe should be done with such a being? Never to enter the cycle of reincarnation, Xiao Jinhua declared with unwavering resolve, leaving both Song Qingzhou and Mo Yin astonished by her ferocity. To cultivate the path of evil, treating life as mere sustenance, burying countless souls, such cruelty surpassed even that of demons, and indeed, a fitting end was warranted. Within the memories of the blood-clad, evil emperor, he recounted that in his quest to transcend to the legendary emperor realm, he had devoured the life force of an entire continent, transforming all that he consumed into foul entities before embarking on a campaign of conquest. This continent, known as the desolate Martial Continent, had long since been reduced to a source of power for the blood-clad, evil emperor's ascension. Utilizing such means, he reached the emperor realm and subsequently invaded the Hongwu Continent, where he clashed in cataclysmic battles with its powerful beings 100,000 years ago. Ultimately, the 5 sacred lands of the Hongwu Continent, steeped in ancient tradition, mobilized to annihilate the army of evil entities. The blood-clad, evil emperor was sealed by the emperor-level cultivators of the Tianyin and Zhenwu sacred lands, bound by an innate spiritual root of unknown origin as the focal point of the sealing formation. Lin Daoyuan relayed this information to his disciple, and in that moment, Xiao Jinhua experienced a profound enlightenment. I never imagined that after 100,000 years, you have successfully taken form. She reflected, astonished that this seemingly delicate child, shorter than herself, was indeed her senior in age. Yet, she did not dwell on it for long. In a place so devoid of spiritual energy, to have spent 100,000 years simultaneously suppressing evil entities and cultivating to this extent was no small feat. The girl's intelligence remained quite innocent, and with that thought, Xiao Jinhua affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Lin Daoyuan, too, unleashed a flame of unknown origin, incinerating the blood-clad, evil emperor until naught remained but scattered souls. Although the nature of the flame eluded him, Xiao Jinhua took note, ensuring it would remain in her thoughts for the future. Was the breath of life extinguished? In a distant and mysterious palace, an exceedingly aged elder opened his eyes, his gaze profound and far-reaching. Just as he sought clarity, a shroud of impenetrable mist enveloped his vision. The celestial mechanisms obscured. Was this a blessing or a curse? After vanquishing the blood-clad, evil emperor, Lin Daoyuan surveyed the area, rife with malevolent energy, and spotted a solitary phoenix tree standing alone. With the blood-clad, evil emperor eliminated, the innate spiritual root was no longer needed in this place. He glanced at the little girl tugging at his sleeve and smiled. Would you care to accompany me? At his words, the little girl eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Thank you, big brother. The little girl skipped joyfully around Lin Daoyuan, her happiness evident. Let us go. It is the perfect time for your sister Jinhua to establish her foundation, Lin Daoyuan suggested, leading them away from the blood-red abyss. However, upon witnessing the once vibrant Wutong City now shrouded in malevolence, the girl's spirits dampened. It's all your fault. She huffed at Song Qingzhou and the others, her dissatisfaction clear. For as the focal point of the formation, she was acutely aware of who had attacked her. Hearing this, Song Qingzhou felt a wave of shame, though Mo Yin remained unfazed. They had initially thought it was a fortunate opportunity, only to discover it was a disastrous one. Well, they shall all have a good reincarnation, Lin Daoyuan declared, striking the air with his hand. The historic Wutong City, along with its sinister aura, vanished completely, leaving only a monument inscribed with the words "The Fallen Land of the Blood-Clad Evil Emperor, Ancient Wutong City." Once this was accomplished, Lin Daoyuan turned to Song Qingzhou and remarked, Your body of myriad swords possesses considerable talent. Do not stray onto the path of evil. Surprised, Song Qingzhou, his body battered, respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. He had witnessed Lin Daoyuan's prowess, which was nothing short of overwhelming. Could it be that Lin Daoyuan was his true fortune? Then he glanced at Xiao Jinhua, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Before encountering her, he had never felt so powerless. Seeing her effortlessly kill a golden core cultivator with mere chi manipulation had nearly destabilized his Dao heart. Was he not resolute enough? With that, he tore through the void, taking Xiao Jinhua and the little girl with him, disregarding Mo Yin entirely. Both Song Qingzhou and Mo Yan's already weakened bodies trembled at the thought of tearing through the fabric of space. What a formidable power! Was it beyond the realm of void refinement? They dared not ponder further, and Mo Yin shivered in fear. Fortunately, his tongue was soft when it mattered most. Shortly thereafter, the forces of Song Qingzhou and Mo Yin arrived at their location. Chapter 11. Naming Qi Huang, Proud Jinyue. Upon arrival, the most astonished were the Wang family. While the other sects, Wan Jianmin and Mo Lingdian, merely glanced at their young masters before departing. Thankfully, Jinzi was unharmed. The young master still lives. Following this, the news of Wutong City's sudden disappearance spread across the Mirror Moon dynasty like a bird taking flight. In the imperial capital, at the Shao residence, do I have any news of my dear sister? Miss, there is no word on Shao Jinyue, but there is something peculiar. Pray tell me. With plenty of time before heading to Xintian sect, it would be a good way to pass the time. Yet that spiritual route is a pity. In the imperial city, you err, the outside world is quite unsettled. Do stay indoors more. I understand, father. However, when this news reached Mo Lingdian and Wan Jianmin, the two great sects were somewhat astonished, never expecting that such a barren land would harbor evil entities. Nonetheless, it was best that Mo Yin and Song Qingzhou were unharmed, as both were prodigies of their respective sects, not to be trifled with. Lin Daoyuan had long since departed the influence of the Mirror Moon dynasty with Shao Jinyue and the little girl, arriving at a secluded mountain gorge. This place, adorned with lush mountains and flowing waters, was suffused with abundant spiritual energy, dotted with fireflies, creating an extraordinarily beautiful scene. Lin Daoyuan effortlessly conjured a quaint bamboo courtyard. Shao Jinyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Even the most formidable emperors seemed less impressive than her master in this moment. Consequently, Lin Daoyuan ascended to a higher pedestal in her heart. The little girl, her cherubic face adorned with admiration, propped her chubby hands on her chin, her large, innocent eyes shimmering as they gazed at Lin Daoyuan. Observing this, Lin Daoyuan chuckled softly and affectionately ruffled her little bun of hair. It seems you do not yet have a name, do you? Indeed, big brother. I have no name yet. When I was in the city, they all called me Lord Divine Tree, which perplexes me. I am so small, yet they address me as Lord. Pouting adorably, the little girl displayed her endearing charm. In response, Lin Daoyuan smiled wryly. In that case, you shall be named Qi Huang. You may take my surname, Lin. I am Lin Daoyuan, and from this day forth, you shall be known as Lin Qi Huang. I shall affectionately refer to you as Xiao Huang. Qi Huang. Yes. We plant the parasol tree, awaiting the arrival of the phoenix. Ha! Upon hearing this, our little Huang joyfully hugged Lin Daoyuan, nuzzling against him. Thank you, big brother. I truly adore this name. Do not call me big brother. From now on, refer to me as master. I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. Understood, master. Xiao Huang sweetly replied, almost causing Lin Daoyuan to melt. Planting the parasol tree, awaiting the phoenix. Master, you are indeed extraordinary. In this life, I may become even stronger. All right, you have worked hard today. The backyard has a hot spring. Go and relax with your senior sister. Jinyue, rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall begin foundation building. Thank you, master. Shao Jinyue felt warmth in her heart as she took Xiao Huang by the hand and headed to the backyard. Senior sister, Shao Jinyue. You are so beautiful. Where did you learn all this? They said the same when I was in the city. Let us get closer, senior sister. Lin Daoyuan chuckled, realizing he would need to impart many lessons to her in the future. He then summoned a clone to venture out and catch some game. The clone nodded and vanished, while Lin Daoyuan prepared a fire pit, a grill, and a variety of seasonings. There should be fish in this river, right? Summoning the fishing rod. Is this the joy of mastery? Haha, how delightful. Meanwhile, in the hot spring, Shao Jinyue observed the damp Lin Qi Huang resting on her chest, her expression complex. So innocent, having just awakened to consciousness, she needed guidance through the world's warmth and cold. Relaxing. She admitted to herself that she was genuinely exhausted after forcefully combating golden elixirs with mere qi cultivation and withstanding the pressure of refining void. In her past life, such feats would have been deemed fantastical. Soon, she noticed the faint aura surrounding the sleeping Qi Huang drift into her body, revealing a look of comfort on her face. Is this the innate spiritual root? Shao Jinyue pondered, before entering her own meditative state. On Lin Daoyuan's side, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. He had also set up a hot pot and uncorked a bottle of fine liquor, indulging freely. The wine brewed by that old man is exquisite, yet too scarce. I must pressure him for more, otherwise I shall surely perish from longing. Master, what is this? It smells so good. Inhaling the fragrant aroma, the lively Qi Huang leaped joyfully to stand before Lin Daoyuan, resembling a playful little butterfly. Shao Jinyue had restyled her hair, rendering her even more vibrant. At that moment, Shao Jinyue also emerged, her eyes widening in curiosity upon seeing the hot pot. Master, what is this? This is hot pot, a delectable dish, replied Lin Daoyuan. I want to eat it too, master. Qi Huang exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of the sizzling meat within the pot, her eyes sparkling with delight. You are a spirit of nature. Can you truly eat meat? Lin Daoyuan teased. I am unique, of course I can. In response to her enthusiasm, Lin Daoyuan chuckled and offered her a piece of tender thigh meat, which she eagerly embraced and began to devour. Xiao Zhenyue, perplexed yet intrigued, recognized that the hot pot was indeed edible and, feeling her own hunger pangs, gracefully seated herself. Her attention was soon captivated by the wine in Lin Daoyuan's hand. How fragrant! Master, what kind of wine is this? This, at your current cultivation level, you should not partake, he cautioned. Not allowed. Xiao Zhenyue was somewhat skeptical. In her previous life, she had indulged in many fine wines without such exaggerated warnings. I insist on trying it. Master, may I have a sip? The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted her lack of decorum, her cheeks flushing crimson. Seeing her earnestness, Lin Daoyuan shook his head in exasperation and poured a small amount for her. Xiao Zhenyue eagerly sipped it, initially feeling composed, but soon the world around her blurred. Master? She softly called before collapsing, intoxicated. Goodness! Host, you dare to give your disciple the wine brewed from dust? It was unintentional. This girl is so stubborn. It's not my fault, Lin Daoyuan responded. He then directed a stream of spiritual energy towards Xiao Zhenyue, who groggily regained consciousness, her face still aflame with embarrassment. Avoiding eye contact with Lin Daoyuan, she buried herself in the hot pot once more. Delicious. Master, where did you acquire these treasures? As Qi Huang approached the wine bottle, she lifted it and began to drink. Stop! Xiao Zhenyue exclaimed in shock. That is my wine. Lin Daoyuan watched in astonishment as Qi Huang took a couple of swigs. Her big eyes sparkling. It's fine. This is actually quite tasty. Is it really? I fainted after just a drop, and you've drunk 2 gulps. You must not drink anymore. Xiao Zhenyue swiftly snatched the bottle from Qi Huang's hands and returned it to Lin Daoyuan. Master, Qi Huang is still young and should not consume alcohol. From now on, her guidance will be my responsibility. She then drew Qi Huang close to her side. You've finished all of Master S wine. I haven't. There is still plenty left. Sister, you are deceiving me. Qi Huang pouted, only to receive a disapproving glare from Xiao Zhenyue. Our little Qi Huang will have to settle for some meat. With a gentle smile directed at Lin Daoyuan, Xiao Zhenyue thought to herself. It seems our days ahead will not be dull. Lin Daoyuan secretly chuckled, pondering. System, please check Qi Huang's status panel. Ding. Name, Lin Qi Huang. Age, 100,000 years. Intelligence, 10 years. Cultivation, half step to the laws. Constitution and spiritual roots. Innate spiritual root of the phoenix tree. Background, a remnant of the ancient era. Oh, the half-step law? It was only a decade ago that spiritual consciousness awakened. Prior to that, for 90,000 years. It must have expended considerable energy to suppress that malevolent entity. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Zhenyue donned a delicate nightgown and sat cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by a gentle glow of starlight. After a moment, her breath settled into tranquility. With a deep exhale, she rose and approached the window. Outside, the mountain stream glistened with fireflies, and a refreshing spiritual aura wafted through the air, while the night sky sparkled with countless stars. In the small courtyard, Lin Daoyuan had long since succumbed to slumber in a rocking chair, with a small figure resembling an octopus draped over him. Who else but Lin Qi Huang? A sense of inexplicable peace enveloped Xiao Zhenyue, a feeling unparalleled in her previous life. Yet, this girl was indeed a half-step law, with her quasi-emperor-esque divine sense. She could perceive everything effortlessly. But what if she were disobedient in the future? Then she would be reprimanded. If she proved unmanageable, what then? There was always her master. This little girl, Qi Huang, would indeed require much instruction in the days to come. Afterward, Zhenyue closed the window and went to sleep. It seemed she had no habit of slumber. Could it be she was genuinely fatigued? Time flowed serenely, and the starlight twinkled gently. Soon, dawn arrived, and Lin Daoyuan was already setting up a large furnace in the courtyard, igniting a roaring fire. He had thoughtfully arranged a grand formation to gather and isolate spiritual energy. Phoenix blood added in. Ice dragon blood, incorporated. Undying divine herbs, include them. Maternal essence of all things, mix it in. And also innate nectar and pure cleansing liquid. Host, do you intend to lavish your disciple with such abundance? Is it truly necessary? The chaos immortal spirit Tao body combined with the supreme ice spiritual root determined that Zhenyue would primarily cultivate the ice system, with other paths as aids. As her master, I must lay a solid foundation for her. Valid point. Let these primordial divine liquids, Panga's essence blood, and Hongming's purple air be regarded as rewards for receiving Lin Qi Huang and assisting Xiao Zhenyue in establishing her foundation. Such treasures. Why not present them sooner? Host. Don't get ahead of yourself. No free lunches here. At least do some work, okay? Oh. Lin Daoyuan rolled his eyes and continued to brew the medicinal concoction. Its potent aroma filling the courtyard, accompanied by a fierce, frigid, and scorching divine essence. The ethereal figures of a phoenix and a true dragon, along with the shadow of a colossal primeval tree, lingered in the air, exuding an ancient and chaotic aura. Upon seeing the phoenix's apparition, Qi Huang inexplicably leaped onto Lin Daoyuan's back, then bit her finger, allowing a drop of her blood to mix in. "You little rascal." Lin Daoyuan chuckled and playfully flicked her forehead. Qi Huang pouted and hopped down, asking, "Master, are we cooking something? It smells so good. Just thinking about eating." "This is preparation for your senior sister's foundation establishment." "Foundation? What is that? Can it be eaten?" Lin Daoyuan, at a loss, tapped her forehead, and in an instant, a surge of information flooded into Qi Huang's consciousness. It encompassed the reading and usage of all characters, along with various other details. "Now, Master assigns you a task. Read this book thoroughly." Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan summoned a book, The Essence of Cultivation. Upon receiving the information, Qi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she seized the book and dashed to recline in Lin Daoyuan's rocking chair, engrossed in its contents. This little girl was indeed radiant. While the mundane text was manageable, the deeper meanings would require her personal comprehension along her journey ahead. Xiao Zhenyue awoke as well, and truth be told, this was the most restful slumber she had ever experienced. Upon pushing open the bamboo door, she was met with a bizarre sight in the courtyard that nearly left her breathless. The air was suffused with an extreme chill intermingled with searing heat, along with a thread of warm, enigmatic energy harmonizing between them. Above, colossal figures of phoenix and true dragon were engaged in fierce combat. Upon noticing the immense furnace, it seemed her master intended to assist her in establishing a foundation. However, wouldn't taking a foundation pill suffice? What was the purpose of this? Xiao Zhenyue approached Lin Daoyuan. "Master, you are awake. Just in time. I have also made preparations. Go on, wear something lighter and immerse yourself." "A medicinal bath for foundation establishment?" Xiao Zhenyue snapped back to reality, only to see Lin Daoyuan turn away and close his eyes. This process may be somewhat agonizing, but as a chaos celestial spirit body, it is essential for your foundation. "Agonizing? For the sake of becoming stronger, I can endure," Xiao Zhenyue declared defiantly, yet felt a tinge of bashfulness as she swiftly removed her exquisite garment and leaped into the great furnace. She had faith in Lin Daoyuan. Upon entering the furnace, Xiao Zhenyue first felt a warm current surge into her abdomen, but that was merely the beginning. An overwhelming sensation of being mercilessly scorched by unrelenting flames engulfed her, coupled with an excruciating bone-chilling cold. Gritting her teeth in pain, it felt as though her very being was being torn apart. How painful! What divine substance is my master using to establish my foundation? Xiao Zhenyue choked out her master's name. "Endure. Think of the reasons for your desire to grow stronger," Lin Daoyuan advised, his brow slightly furrowed. To be candid, it was cruel to subject a 15-year-old girl to such searing flames, yet it was a necessary ordeal. The blood of phoenixes, the essence of Pangu, and the blood of the ice dragon were all potent forces, each countering the other. Xiao Zhenyue suffered through this fiery and icy torment, every cell in her body feeling as if it were being annihilated, before the primal essence of creation would reconstitute her. Her lips were bitten and bloodied. "I cannot falter. I must persevere. In this lifetime, I have encountered such an opportunity. I must endure. Can this pain compare to the piercing agony of a sword thrust, or the torment of a loved one in pursuit of my life?" A tremendous imperial might surged forth, aiding Xiao Zhenyue in her struggle against the pain. Noticing the time was ripe, Lin Daoyuan instructed, "Activate your cultivation method and channel your physique." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue dared not be negligent. She promptly invoked the simplest path to greatness. In an instant, a vast black hole appeared behind her, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a dragon siphoning water. Even the immense shadow in the sky was not spared. A cacophony of phoenix cries and dragon roars resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Behind Xiao Zhenyue, a majestic phantom of an unparalleled empress emerged, gazing down upon the world with an overwhelming presence that commanded the heavens and the earth. Surrounding this ethereal figure were multiple paths of the blue ice pathway, intertwining with the essence of Xiao Zhenyue. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of her future prowess, truly deserving of her title as my disciple. Lin Daoyuan observed the breathtaking figure with immense satisfaction. At this moment, Xiao Zhenyue's delicate visage had softened, and the medicinal herbs in the furnace were completely absorbed. Foundation establishment. First layer, second layer, third layer, ninth layer, pinnacle. Then, a surge of energy akin to shattering mirrors emanated, approaching the threshold of golden core, only to be suppressed by Xiao Zhenyue. Subsequently, she entered a state of profound tranquility. It was not until nightfall that she stirred slightly. "Master, when will senior sister awaken?" In response to Lin Huang's inquiry, Lin Daoyuan pondered for a moment. Logically, she should have awakened by now, just as he was about to discern what had transpired. An aura of ice and fire enveloped the area. The small courtyard began to freeze at a visible rate, while the sky transformed into a sea of flames. At that moment, Lin Daoyuan and Qi Huang found themselves in a realm of ice and fire. Suddenly, ice spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards them, while fireballs rained down from above. Playful, Lin Daoyuan chuckled. Your senior sister has seized the opportunity to comprehend a formidable ability, dual realms of ice and fire. With that, Lin Daoyuan took a step, restoring tranquility to the world. Chapter 13. The Departure of Jinyue, the Legacy of Zhao's Father. As peace returned, Xiao Jinyue awakened from her trance. Using her spiritual energy to dry her garments before donning the exquisite Nine Heavens luminous robe, leaping forth with vigor. Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. No, she was even comparable to a golden core true person. Xiao Jinyue felt immense satisfaction, having comprehended a new ability. She could hardly fathom the extent of her power. With greater cultivation, nothing on the ground or in the sky could evade her grasp, akin to a domain. In this realm of dual ice and fire, cultivators of varying strengths would experience differing degrees of suppression, a truly formidable aura. Master? Xiao Jinyue playfully stuck out her tongue, showing no concern for her earlier mischief. As if she understood Lin Daoyuan's character well. Lin Daoyuan was equally pleased. Truly, you are my disciple. Now you may drop blood to recognize the primordial sword as your own. The primordial sword? Xiao Jinyue recalled, and promptly summoned it from her storage space. The hilt of the sword was adorned in shades of azure and pale white, while the blade shimmered with an icy whiteness. Inscribed with countless mysterious runes that rendered the sword both sacred and enigmatic. The sword was truly beautiful. Xiao Jinyue gently caressed the blade. It was chilling to the touch, yet exuded a faint sense of familiarity. Without hesitation, she dripped her blood to acknowledge the sword as hers. In that instant, an inexplicable connection blossomed between the primordial sword and Xiao Jinyue, as the sword vanished into her dantian, accessible at her will. The sword's power has been sealed by me, and will gradually be unsealed as your cultivation progresses. Should you encounter an insurmountable challenge in the future, it shall serve as your trump card. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Jinyue nodded. While she was unaware of the grade of the original sword, she believed that even the legendary imperial weapons could hardly compare. From now on, I shall call you a Chu, the divine sword, possessing a spirit of its own. Joyfully responded within her dantian. Lin Daoyuan smiled, pleased that his disciple was content. Master, Jinyue wishes to ask you for something. The Xiao family? At this mention, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Jinyue's eyes. Having been pursued by members of the Xiao family, she had not yet had the opportunity to give her father a proper burial, nor had she unraveled the reasons behind his murder. She was determined to investigate thoroughly and ensure that the Xiao family paid the price they deserved. Very well, if it is a matter of the heart, it is best resolved sooner rather than later, lest it hinder your future cultivation. I trust you will handle it swiftly. Master, I will resolve it soon. Here is a fragment of my divine consciousness, which I shall place upon you. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you may invoke it. Additionally, I will provide you with the items within your storage ring. Do not be stingy. I shall also take my leave from this place to wander. Once you have completed your task, you may use this divine consciousness to find me. Xiao Jinyue listened intently, her heart warmed by his words. Sister, this is for you. As she spoke, Qi Huang conjured a bracelet of spiritual energy and fastened it to Xiao Jinyue's left wrist. This will protect you, sister. The Master's divine consciousness may be unnecessary, but my half-step law power is quite different. Qi Huang said sweetly. Hearing this, Xiao Jinyue playfully pinched Qi Huang's little face. Sister, I truly thank you for this half-step law power. Ah, sister, that hurts. The little one playfully wrestled with her taller companion. Lin Daoyuan chuckled and turned back towards the dining table. What shall we eat tonight? Something simple, perhaps? There are no vegetables. No. We must find a place to settle down and plant some. Jinyue, we will set off tomorrow. Yes, master. In the dead of night, Xiao Jinyue remained awake, consolidating her cultivation. The circumstances surrounding her father's death were suspicious and might involve formidable adversaries. Perhaps I should cultivate the ice and fire dual realms to the second level. Truly, it was a sacred grade divine skill, undeniably profound. That night, without question, Qi Huang curled up and fell asleep on Lin Daoyuan's belly, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Little Huang, with such a large bed, why do you choose to sleep on me? No, master, your aura is so comfortable. Very well, you are still young. I shall indulge you. After which, Lin Daoyuan stifled a large yawn and drifted into slumber. How delightful. Beep, detecting that the host has been enjoying a life of ease. A task has been specially assigned. Task description: establish a power and expand its influence, spreading its name across the heavens. This is a long-term task. For now, find a place to establish this power. Ugh, how bothersome system. Should the host continue to complain, a punishment will be imposed. The host must wash Su Qingli's feet. How infuriating. Must you always have your way? Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan's face flushed. What a joke. After all these years, he had never dared to look Su Qingli in the eye for more than 10 seconds, and now he was to wash her feet? Was this not a death sentence? The following day, Xiao Jinyue bid farewell to Lin Daoyuan early. Though I cannot defeat them, I will summon my master, and he shall come. Thank you, master. Jinyue will remember this, but do not underestimate me. Subsequently, Xiao Jinyue soared towards the horizon, embodying the essence of a 15-year-old girl, yet possessing the spirit of an empress. What kind of tempest might she unleash? Master, will my sister be all right? Qi Huang tugged at Lin Daoyuan's sleeve. Your sister is no ordinary individual. Come. I shall take you to accomplish grand endeavors. What grand endeavor? Establishing a sect. With that, the figures of Lin Daoyuan and Qi Huang vanished from sight. In the Valley of Death, the atmosphere remained as murky as ever, with a chilling wind and a forest of white bones. Xiao Jinyue arrived after 3 arduous days of travel. Upon witnessing a lifeless armored figure among the bones, devoid of color, a deep sorrow welled within her. In her understanding, the Xiao family was not inherently powerful. It was her father, Xiao Tianzhan, whose illustrious achievements on the battlefield earned them the title of the National Protectorate. When Xiao Jinyue was born, her father was already embroiled in war, having devoted his entire being to the Xiao family. Despite his busy schedule, his meticulous care for her did not go unnoticed. Though she was the reincarnation of an empress, she was not devoid of emotions. A quest for vengeance was the only path she could tread. Just as she approached, several figures had already gathered around. Upon recognizing their faces, a surge of murderous intent filled her. Who else could they be but her second uncle? Yet, she concealed her presence. Damn it, where has Xiao Tianzhan hidden that technique? His daughter has escaped, and the technique remains unfound. What use is he dead? Master, someone is approaching. At this, the group quickly concealed themselves. It is the Imperial Guards. They arrived sooner than expected. Master, the death of Xiao Tianzhan has piqued Jing Dongming's vigilance, prompting him to dispatch trusted allies for a thorough investigation. Feudal. We have the support of the Shantian sect. The Shantian sect? Xiao Jinyue furrowed her brows. It seemed her father's demise was merely a pawn in a larger scheme, possibly orchestrated by her uncle, Xiao Tianhu. But what of the technique? With her imperial consciousness, their dialogue was devoid of secrets. The technique was intrinsically linked to her father's death. The national protector died unjustly. Enough. We must swiftly transport the remains of the national protector. His Majesty places great importance on this. Who is behind this act? Chapter 14. When enemies meet, what conspiracy unfolds? It could be Prince Xiao Tianhu. Silence. This is not a matter for us to discuss. Understood. The guards then sealed their lips, producing a frosty coffin to transport Xiao Tianzhan's body. Master, we must eliminate them. The technique may still reside with Xiao Tianhu. I know this brother too well. They are the Imperial Guards, Master. If they all perish here, no one will be the wiser, and besides, Jing Dongming will not last long either. It matters not. These guards are merely at the Foundation establishment level. They pose little threat. As you command. Xiao Jinyue heard every word clearly from her hidden vantage point. Jing Dongming, the emperor of the Jingwa dynasty, shared a brotherly bond with her father, Xiao Tianzhan. Since her reincarnation, Xiao Jinyue had been engrossed in her cultivation, paying little heed to the intrigues of power. Yet, she realized her father's death had long been a trap, potentially devised by her uncle, and possibly entangled with the royal family. A bold hypothesis emerged within her to overthrow the royal family. As I ponder the involvement of the Dao Xintian sect, could it be related to that enigmatic technique? Just as the guards were about to carry away Xiao Tianzhan's lifeless body, figures erupted from the shadows, each strike aiming for lethality. The guards, startled, hurriedly defended themselves. Among them, the highest-ranking foundational leader captured a killer with one hand, his expression one of astonishment. The Xiao family. Ha ha ha. These guards possess quite the discernment. Though unseen, their presence is already felt. Xiao Tian, who emerged from the darkness, treading upon the void, the oppressive aura of a golden core cultivator cascading forth, forcing the foundational leader and his fellow guards to kneel under its weight. Prince Xiao, what is your intention? Do not feign ignorance, since you are aware. Prepare to meet your demise. Is Prince Xiao intending to challenge the entire dynasty? Haha, and what of it? Rest assured, your esteemed leader shall soon join you. Upon hearing this, the guard leader swiftly produced a talisman. This is dire. Indeed, it is Xiao Tian who at work. I must report to His Majesty at once. Calling for help? In a flash, Xiao Tian, who was before the guard, lifting him by the throat with a single hand. The talisman was incinerated. and despair washed over the guard leader. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. "You heartless wretch, do you still covet what belongs to my father?" Yet at that moment, a deep, feminine voice resonated from the valley, accompanied by a chilling sword aura that sliced toward Xiao Tianhu, illuminating the previously murky Death Valley. Xiao Tianhu hastily discarded the guard leader and summoned his spiritual energy to defend. Boom! The violent collision of spiritual energies sent shockwaves throughout the valley, forcing Xiao Tianhu to retreat several steps in midair. "Who approaches?" he inquired, his brow furrowing at the lingering icy sword energy in his grasp. "Second level of Golden Core? Huh, your journey ends here." A veiled figure glided gracefully from the chaotic realm, her steps ethereal. Who else could it be but Xiao Jinyu? Before Xiao Tianhu could discern her features, Xiao Jinyu unleashed a flurry of sword energies. "Foundational? You are merely foundational, yet you dare to be so audacious." Xiao Tianhu struck with a palm, yet gained no advantage. "Humph." With a cold snort, Xiao Jinyu unleashed her dual powers of ice and fire, enveloping all present in a realm of both elements. On the ground, apart from the guards, the Xiao family had already been encased in ice, while Xiao Jinyu stood resolute amid the dual realms, her delicate hand clenched, causing the frozen Xiao family members to shatter into countless fragments. Simultaneously, a torrent of flames surged toward Xiao Tianhu from above. What manner of sorcery is this? How can it wield both ice and fire? At that moment, Xiao Tianhu found himself in disarray, his strength suppressed to the initial stage of Golden Core. This was the second level of the dual realms of ice and fire, suppression. It could diminish an enemy's cultivation to a certain extent. In this dire situation, Xiao Jinyu thrived, while Xiao Tianhu was beset on all sides. Clutching her original sword, Xiao Jinyu relentlessly wore down Xiao Tianhu. Infuriating? "I am a Golden Core." "Golden Core? Is that truly formidable, uncle?" Upon hearing the term uncle, Xiao Tianhu was taken aback. Before he could react, a long sword pierced through his body. "Xiao Jinyu." Xiao Tianhu spat out fresh blood, and at that moment, the dual realms of ice and fire receded. Beneath the veil, Xiao Jinyu's complexion was ashen. This divine ability consumed an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy and placed immense demands on one's mental acuity. "Fortunately, my consciousness has reached the quasi-emperor level. Otherwise, with such meager spiritual energy, I would have been rendered powerless." Xiao Jinyu approached Xiao Tianhu and thrust a sword into his dantian. The guards nearby were taken aback. To be so vanquished by a Foundation establishment cultivator, was this truly the renowned Princess Xiao Jinyu of the Imperial Dynasty? In the recent battle, they had grasped a vital piece of information. This woman was indeed Xiao Jinyu. The mere utterance of her name sufficed to validate everything. "You have incapacitated me." Xiao Tianhu's face twisted with rage, as if he had never endured such humiliation. Indeed, a dignified Golden Core cultivator brought low by a mere Foundation establishment girl. How scandalous it would be if word spread. "I shall not only incapacitate you, but I will also bring down the entirety of the Xiao family." Xiao Jinyu replied coldly. Xiao Tianhu's expression was aged yet venomous. "I do not know how you survived and gained such strength, but let me make it clear. My Xiao family is backed by the Xintian sect. Do not act recklessly." How could this be? A Golden Core cultivator defeated by a Foundation establishment girl, and his subordinates vanquished in succession. This was unfathomable. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tianhu crushed a jade talisman. "Help me." "Humph. No matter how many come, it will be futile." Xiao Jinyu fiercely delivered another kick to his dantian. In an instant, Xiao Tianhu was nearly overwhelmed by pain. Then, with a pointed finger, Xiao Jinyu pressed against his forehead. "Soul search. Soul search? No. How can you possibly wield such a technique? Who are you?" Xiao Tianhu struggled in vain. A torrent of information flooded into Xiao Jinyu's mind. Heavenly grade techniques. She mused. If indeed it was a heavenly grade technique that led to her father's untimely demise, that would be entirely plausible. The value of such techniques was not lost on Xiao Jinyu, who had experienced a lifetime. They were treasures sought after by ordinary sects, worth the bloodshed of countless cultivators. "Lady Xiao, you must leave at once. Experts from the Xiao household are on their way," the captain of the guards urged, supporting another injured guard. "Leave? I wish to see if these so-called experts, cultivated by my father, still recognize me," Xiao Jinyu declared, standing firm with her sword. "And what of the corpse of the Duke of the Nation?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyu glanced at the body of Xiao Tianzhan lying in the ice chamber and stated, "I shall take it with me." She stored it within her storage ring, a treasure bestowed by Lin Daoyuan, known as the Shumi ring. The guards were momentarily stunned, but quickly said, "Lady Xiao, I will report everything that has transpired to His Majesty. Please take care." They then activated a teleportation talisman and vanished from sight. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu trusted no one except Lin Daoyuan and Qi Huang. She then seated herself cross-legged upon a stone, the original sword gently resting on her lap, and waited. She intended to inquire why those once nurtured by her father, Xiao Tianzhan, had chosen to betray him. She did not mind settling scores one by one. It was also a response to her father, who had cared for her. Chapter 15. The Xianbing Cannon. Returning to the imperial capital. Moments later, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, 3 individuals at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm appeared. Golden Core cultivators. Such beings are hardly commonplace, especially in this region where spiritual energy is rather scarce. They are entities that can reign supreme. Xiao Zhenyue opened her beautiful eyes, a smile gracing her lips beneath her veil. It has been a long time, esteemed elders, she remarked languidly, and her words seemed to possess a magical allure, sweeping through the heavens and deeply embedding themselves in the minds of the 3 Golden Core cultivators. For a moment, the 3 Golden Core masters stood suspended in the void, their gazes collectively fixed upon a desolate rock. How familiar! Xiao Zhenyue, one of them exclaimed in astonishment. You are still alive, thanks to your kindness. Not only am I alive, but I am thriving. It is impossible. Having been poisoned by that ice toxin, you should not have survived. Enough, third brother. Do not say another word. The leader among them raised a hand to silence the one who was about to speak. His gaze sharpened. Where is the family head? Oh, he is right here. Xiao Zhenyue scoffed, and with a flick of her wrist, she summoned a disheveled figure from her sleeve. The cosmos within her sleeve is yet another function of the 9 heavens Linglong robe. Family head. Upon seeing the battered appearance of Xiao Tianhu, with blood flowing from his dantian, disbelief washed over the 3 of them. Xiao Tianhu, a Golden Core master. Yet how could he be reduced to such a state by someone who has merely established their foundation? Was it you? Do you not realize that our Xiao family now has the support of the Shantian sect? What you are doing is tantamount to ensuring mutual destruction. Death 100 times over is inevitable. The leader's Golden Core pressure enveloped the heavens without reservation. Yet how could it matter? Xiao Zhenyue remained seated with poise, her eyes filled with disdain. The Shantian sect? Is that wretched woman Xiao Yaxin your ally now? Then, Xiao Zhenyue rose, drawing her sword and pointing it directly at the 3 Golden Core cultivators, an icy aura erupting from her being, rivaling that of the elder leader. What? The 3 were taken aback. What fortuitous event has bestowed upon you such strength? Fortuitous event? Huh. I have but one question for you. Why did you betray my father? Your ascent to the Golden Core realm was solely due to his efforts. At her words, the 3 fell into silence. In the face of heavenly grade techniques, we had no choice. My 3 brothers and I had no other options to advance. Young lady, I shall address you as such one last time. Return the family head to us, and we shall allow you to leave. Eldest brother, silence. While we do not know where the heavenly grade techniques are currently hidden by Xiao Tianzhan, let us not discuss that today. I shall call you young lady one last time, and then you may depart. The heavenly grade techniques, we will continue to seek, but when we meet again, I shall not hesitate to capture you. Xiao Zhenyue chuckled softly, tossing Xiao Tianhu towards the 3 as if discarding refuse. They snorted in unison, catching him, and then instantly retreated. Eldest brother, why did you let her go? She is a potential threat. Alas, this girl is peculiar. She likely has a powerful backing. Let us first take the family head back for treatment, and then inquire about the techniques. As the figure departed, Xiao Zhenyue let out a long sigh. To speak candidly, after just enduring a fierce battle, facing 3 golden elixirs could indeed prove perilous. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhenyue soared into the sky on her sword. Soon, she found herself in a secluded valley, where she carefully laid out the corpse of Xiao Tianzhan, her gaze filled with complex emotions. At that very moment, something miraculous occurred. A small light emanated from the center of Xiao Tianzhan's brow, instantly entering Xiao Zhenyue's consciousness. Sensing no danger, she swiftly sat cross-legged, her awareness delving into her mind's sea. Upon entering, she beheld a benevolent man clad in armor, who smiled gently at her. You err with this occurrence. It is evident that your father has long since departed from this world, leaving behind a trace of divine thought concealed within his body. Before this, I harbored many speculations. I never anticipated you would come, which attests to your profound fortune and that your life is not yet at an end. Ha! Your father fell victim to treachery. Having underestimated the depths of human greed, the allure of heavenly grade techniques is simply too great. Yet, they could not foresee that the secret of this technique has long been hidden within this trace of divine thought. As he spoke, a chilling tome appeared before Xiao Zhenyue. The Xianbing Cannon. This was the name of the esteemed technique. You err. This technique was acquired by your father during a campaign in the lair of a fallen master, known as the Xianbing Cannon. It is a heavenly grade cultivation method suited for practitioners of ice affinity, a rarity exclusive to our Jingwe dynasty. You, with your exceptional ice spiritual root, are perfectly aligned to cultivate this technique. This decision was made in consultation with your uncle Jing Dongming, and it is bequeathed to you for your training. Had you not arrived, my worst fear would have been to vanish with this tome. But you have come. Although the Shao family may no longer have a place for you, you can still place your trust in your uncle Jing Dongming. Your father shares a bond of life and death with him. Having sworn an oath upon the path of greatness, he would never harm you. If you find yourself without options, seek him out. I regret that you have lost your mother at such a young age, and now I too must leave. The path ahead rests solely upon you. Do not blame your uncle Jing Dongming for appearing indifferent. This is the best outcome. You have been absorbed in your cultivation, unaware that news of your father's acquisition of the heavenly grade technique has been disseminated by those with ill intentions. Coupled with the bond between your father and uncle Jing Dongming, the internal strife within the dynasty concerning this technique has already drawn the attention of the Xintian sect. Should he intervene openly, it would grant those malicious individuals an opportunity. Time is of the essence. I can only remind you to beware of your second uncle and the Song family, as well as the Xintian sect. Live well. With those final words, Xiao Tianzhan's figure gradually dissipated. Xiao Jinyue grasped the technique, her expression a tapestry of emotions. A heavenly grade technique, indeed. She possessed many such items in her storage space, yet it was this very tome that could incite discord among kin and subordinates. Ultimately, it was the measure of strength that dictated the turmoil within a dynasty, even one under the protection of a nascent soul elder. In truth, it was this heavenly grade technique that might have prompted the Xintian sect to intervene. How ironic. With that, Xiao Tianzhan's corpse transformed into a myriad of starlight. Vanishing into the ether, Xiao Jinyue distinctly sensed a profound emptiness within her. Is this what familial love feels like? It is indeed a marvel. A faint smile graced her lips as she cradled the cold codex in her embrace, which in that moment transformed into a source of warmth. It is all right. In this lifetime, I still have my master. I shall grow stronger and live life to the fullest. With renewed determination, Xiao Jinyue resolved, my path of cultivation is long. I wish for my father and the mother of this life to have a smooth journey in the next. However, there remains one matter to address: understanding the affairs of this estate and honoring those who deserve to be laid to rest. Jingyue City. This is the imperial capital of the Jingyue dynasty. After 3 days of travel, Xiao Jinyue returned to this place. At that moment, as she gazed upon the towering city walls, an inexplicable aversion washed over her. To enter the city, please present 5 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue tossed a high-grade spirit stone to the guard and proceeded inside. High-grade spirit stones? It seems I possess only high-grade stones in my storage ring. Within the bustling city, where people flowed like water and towering pavilions loomed, Xiao Jinyue halted before a shop selling garments for female cultivators. Remembering something, her cheeks flushed, and she stepped inside. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Your Majesty, the Princess Jinyue has not perished. She has returned and grown immensely powerful. What? Is there news of Sister Jinyue? The captain of the guards then recounted his encounter with Xiao Jinyue. Chapter 16. Xiao, the calamity of the Song family. Chaos in the imperial capital. After listening, Emperor Jing Dongming burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog, a pity for brother Xiao. Yet I am powerless to assist. Father, is Uncle Xiao not present? You err. You must remember, without your Uncle Xiao, your father would not sit comfortably upon this throne. Though brother Xiao is no longer here, you must treat your sister Xiao as you would your own sister. Father, I shall remember. The little girl beside Jing Dongming nodded adorably. She is Jing Dongming's daughter and the sole princess of the Jingyue dynasty, Jing Mingyu, now just 8 years old. Dongming. Did brother Xiao truly fall? At this moment, a graceful woman adorned in splendid attire entered. Your Majesty. The guard saluted respectfully. At ease. Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh, Liana has arrived. Alas, brother Xiao dedicated his life to safeguarding our Jing family, and yet I am powerless to aid him. Ultimately, the allure of heavenly grade cultivation methods is too great. This is not your fault. Mother. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled gently, cradling Jing Mingyu in her arms. Where? The Empress, Nangong Lian, is Jing Dongming's only wife, hailing from a humble medicinal family. And what of Jinyue? Is there any news? Subsequently, Jing Dongming shared the news of Xiao Jinyue with Nangong Lian. Her face lit up with joy. Quickly, send someone to inquire about Jinyue's whereabouts. Your Majesty. Just then, a shadow appeared before Jing Dongming. Elder Dong, what is the matter? This figure, named Dongji, serves as the captain of the guards. Greetings, Captain. Indeed, the princess has returned to the imperial capital. What? This is utter madness. Does Jinyue not know that the Xiao and Song families are watching her every move? To return now is to walk into a trap. Do not be hasty. Jinyue may have her reasons. Alas, a complex expression crossed Jing Doming's face. Send someone to secretly protect Xia Jinyue. Yes, your majesty. Brother Xiao, this is all I can do. At this moment, Xia Jinyue arrived before a magnificent palace. The Xiao Manor. It is also the state's stronghold. With the current strength, going there would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. However, it seems a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm is imminent. But where shall I transcend? Xia Jinyue gazed upon the resplendent buildings, feeling detached from all attachments. Destroying this place would be inconsequential. With this thought, Xia Jinyue soared into the sky above the Xiao Manor. In an instant, the repressed cultivation within her was unleashed. And as if the heavens sensed something, the skies darkened ominously. Simultaneously, a torrent of thunderous tribulation surged forth, a terrifying pressure stirring the entire imperial city. Who is transcending? That is the thunder tribulation of the Golden Core. Someone is about to break through to the Golden Core realm. It is in the direction of the Xiao Manor. Could it be Xiao Tianjiao or Xiao Yaxing? At this moment, the Xiao Manor was equally shocked. Who could it be? A strikingly graceful figure stood in the courtyard, gazing upwards, biting her lip in anxiety. Who is it? Meanwhile, high above, Xia Jinyue continued to unleash her spiritual energy, unaware that the thunder tribulation had already enveloped the entire Mirror Moon Imperial City. In an instant, the sky above the Imperial City appeared as if the apocalypse had descended. The Eastern Extreme Guards, tasked with secretly protecting Xia Jinyue, were already paralyzed with fear. At this moment, the thunder tribulation transformed into a blood-red hue. The roars of countless thunder dragons tearing through the heavens and the earth. It seemed that at a single command, they would plunge down upon the world. Quickly activate the protective formation. Jing Dongming was horrified, wondering what had transpired. The voices of panic within the Imperial City grew tumultuous. Which master has appeared? No. I must leave the city. I do not wish to become collateral damage. The Xiao and Song families simultaneously activated their formations, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Xia Jinyue felt an inner turmoil. She did not wish to harm innocent lives, yet the extent of the thunder tribulation was alarmingly vast. This is intolerable. I can no longer contain it. At this moment, Xia Jinyue found herself at a crossroads. Master? Instinctively, she called out. Rest assured, focus on your own matters. The thunder tribulation is something I can manage. It will not harm the innocent. In that moment, Lin Daoyuan's calm voice resonated in Xia Jinyue's ears. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyue felt as if she had ingested a calming elixir and began to strive for her breakthrough with great fervor. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged upwards. Meanwhile, the thunder tribulation appeared to be forcefully compressed by an invisible hand, confined to only the Xiao and Song families. What is happening? Why is the thunder tribulation converging upon the Xiao and Song manors? Master, spare us. At this moment, the three Golden Core masters of the Xiao Manor wore expressions of despair, unable to withstand it. They simply could not hold it back. Several thunder dragons dove towards Xia Jinyue, only to be fiercely cleaved apart by the primordial sword. Upon being split, they collided with the palatial complexes of the Xiao and Song families, toppling a large section with a single strike. What sins have the Xiao and Song families committed? Xia Jinyue, emboldened by the battle, realized she had underestimated the power of the thunder tribulation. Had the primordial sword and the nine heavens Linglong garment been mere ordinary artifacts, she might have already perished. In that moment, the horrifying thought unfolded in Xia Jinyue's mind. Xiao Jinyue gritted her teeth and persevered. In the end, even the heavens could do nothing. Her thunder domain was forcibly compressed, and they could not even strike down a little girl. With a thunderous roar, they retreated. At this moment, Xiao Jinyue could stand in the void, like a celestial maiden descending from the ninth heaven, gazing down upon the ruined Xiao and Song families. Her expression devoid of emotion. The second level of the Golden Core. Is this the chaotic immortal spirit body? Cultivating felt like swimming in water. However, upon observing the damage surrounding the Xiao and Song families, a sense of guilt washed over her. Thank you, Master. Hee, this girl is quite ruthless. But has she gone too far? Master, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Your senior sister has broken through to the Golden Core. Truly worthy of being my senior sister. All right. We still have our mission to complete. Have you sensed the treasure site? I'm almost there, Master. At this moment, Xiao Jinyue descended into the Xiao residence, where she encountered the three Golden Core practitioners. Miss, please spare me. Before he could finish, a sword chi from Xiao Jinyue silenced him. The Xiao family had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, Xiao Jinyue chose to spare some individuals. Xiao Jinyue? On what grounds? Since childhood, why is it that all the good things belong to you? How dare you kill me? My brother Song will not let you off. You and your father are truly of the same ilk. Ignoring Xiao Yaxing, Xiao Jinyue swiftly ended her life with a sword strike. She then flashed to the Song residence. Your father's death is related to you. Don't touch me. My son is a true disciple of the Wutong Sect. You cannot kill me. The head of the Song family exclaimed in panic. Meanwhile, over at Lin Daoyuan's location, he was quite amused. Wow, this little thing, if used for alchemy, is top-notch. Ah, master, the heavens want to use me to concoct pills. Chi Huang cried, clinging to Lin Daoyuan's arm. Master? It turned out to be the young lady. Ling Jun had acted rashly. All right, Ling Jun, stop teasing her. You just emerged from seclusion. Go stretch your legs. Who knows, there might be surprises. Lin Daoyuan smiled, and then conveyed Xiao Jinyue's message to Ling Jun. Ling Jun was astonished. He anticipated that the master had taken in 2 disciples. I must go take a look. He then tore through the void and departed. Wow, master, that old man is quite mischievous. Chi Huang, with a trembling voice, was evidently frightened. Ha! Lin Daoyuan merely ruffled Chi Huang's head, laughing heartily. Back at Xiao Jinyue's side, the head of the Song family crushed a jade talisman. My son, there is trouble at home? Hurry and save us. Your Majesty, what? The one undergoing tribulation is Jinyue. Jing Dongming, in shock, immediately resolved to dispatch the Imperial Guard to surround the Xiao and Song residences, collaborating with Jinyue. I must summon the ancestor. Ancestor, the true monarch of the nascent soul, the stabilizing force of the Jingwei dynasty. Dongji was alarmed. Yes, Dongming, Nangong Lian, holding the sleeping Jing Mingyu, expressed her concerns. Chapter 17. Ling Jun takes action, pressuring Xiantian. We must protect Jinyue. At this moment, the jade talisman in the Song family head's hand radiated brilliance, and an extraordinary figure descended before Xiao Jinyue. Song Zimming. The onlookers felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Song Zimming, the true inheritance of the Wutong Sect. Song Zimming. Those bearing the title of true inheritance undoubtedly have a high-level golden core practitioner and a nascent soul true monarch backing them. Father, what has transpired? Is there news of the divine technique? My son, the Song family is on the brink of annihilation. There is no news of the celestial grade technique at all. Upon hearing this, Song Zimming glanced around at the desolate surroundings, his fury igniting instantly. Who dares to threaten my Song family? Xiao Jinyue? Song Zimming was taken aback. You are still alive, which implies, what has become of Yaxin? What have you done to her? She is dead, a single strike to her throat. Xiao Jinyue replied coldly. What? You dare to kill Yaxin? I will end your life. Consumed by rage, Song Zimming unleashed the full force of his mid-foundation cultivation, launching a punch toward Xiao Jinyue. In response, Xiao Jinyue's gaze sharpened, and an invisible pressure forced Song Zimming down to the ground. You are too weak. How is this possible, a golden core master? How could you reach such a realm? Song Zimming, only 19 years old, found it incomprehensible that Xiao Jinyue, for years his junior, could achieve such power. Die! Xiao Jinyue swung her sword, unleashing a beam of light towards Song Zimming, who was filled with dread. He stood no chance against the golden core attack. Master, save me. In that moment, Song Zimming shattered his token of true inheritance. Who dares to harm my disciple? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended upon the scene. A colossal phantom of a Dharma figure opened its eyes amidst the ruins of the Song family, accompanied by a tempest, with thunder and lightning illuminating the darkened skies, while the Dharma figure radiated brilliance. In this moment, it seemed to be the sole entity in the universe. Who dares to threaten my disciple? A nascent soul avatar? Xiao Jinyue furrowed her brow. With her current cultivation at the 2nd level of the golden core, she stood no chance against a nascent soul true monarch. This entanglement of fate is truly troublesome. Master, she is Xiao Jinyue. Having now broken through to the golden core realm, she must possess that celestial grade technique. Oh, is that so? Young lady, surrender the technique, and I shall spare your life. Is that so? Xiao Jinyue chuckled, revealing a tome that emanated an icy aura in her hands. Upon sensing the frigid energy, the immense nascent soul phantom's eyes sparkled with intensity. Excellent. However, in the next moment, Xiao Jinyue conjured flames in her hands, ruthlessly incinerating the technique. No, what are you doing? The nascent soul phantom erupted in fury, its terrifying pressure rampaging across the heavens. Die! Everyone was astounded by Xiao Jinyue's audacious act. The distant observer, Jing Dongming, was equally taken aback. The nascent soul phantom's enormous hand pressed down, a massive fiery palm descending toward Xiao Jinyue. One strike to the heavens. Is this the might of a nascent soul true monarch? With such a blow, half the city would likely be reduced to ruins. In the face of this overwhelming force, Xiao Jinyue touched the bracelet on her left wrist. At that moment, another deep voice resonated, and an aged figure appeared before Xiao Jinyue. His right hand clenched into a fist, delivering a colossal punch toward the giant palm. The clash of energies unleashed a terrifying force, sending dust swirling into the air. At this moment, the Song family had already been reduced to rubble. Those observing from afar within the dynasty had long since become numb. Is this the battle of a nascent soul, true monarch? Wait, that figure, your majesty. At this moment, Jing Dongming approached Xiao Jinyue. Niece, are you unharmed? I am fine. Xiao Jinyue replied, lowering her hands. Jing Dongming found himself in a state of shock and complexity. Can you believe a 15-year-old golden core? In any case, I have witnessed it. He then turned to gaze at the shadow of the nascent soul. We pay our respects to your majesty. The people in the imperial city bowed to Jing Dongming. No need for that. Lu the old ghost, what are you doing? Are you intending to incite war in my imperial city? Jing Donghai, I never expected you to still be alive. Thanks to you, I am still breathing. As long as I am here, you shall not harm this child. Heh, Jing Donghai, this girl possesses a heavenly level technique. If she had not destroyed it, I would not deign to compete with the younger generation for opportunities. Jing Donghai, if I were to descend in my true form, would I fear you? Oh, then come forth. You had better ensure this girl never emerges. Otherwise, she shall face death. Your Xiantian sect is quite imposing. Do you think I am afraid of you, you cur? Seeing his master at a disadvantage, Song Zimming panicked a bit. Master, let us retreat for now. We shall seek vengeance another day. Xiao Jinyue's eyes brimmed with murderous intent towards Song Zimming, but now was not the time. I say, you two old men, are you not tired of squabbling? Just then, a resonant voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, as an ethereal elder with white hair appeared before the crowd. The newcomer was Ling Jun. With a snap of his fingers, Song Zimming exploded into a mist of blood, unable to utter even a single cry of agony. The crowd stood frozen, as if facing a formidable foe. Xiao Jinyue was equally astonished, for she realized that with her emperor-level consciousness, she could not fathom Ling Jun's cultivation. What chaos is this? When did so many powerful beings emerge in this world? This is indeed a calamity. And you, dare to threaten my master's disciple? You shall die? Ling Jun casually waved his hand, and the overwhelming Dharma image dissipated like dust. No. Who exactly are you? You have slain my disciple and destroyed my Dharma image. I will not let you go. The rage of the impotent. Ling Jun, under the gaze of the crowd, effortlessly tore open a massive rift in the sky, leaving everyone in shock. For on the other side of that space was the grand edifice of the Xiantian sect. The palace is well constructed. Ling Jun's hand reached out, and on the Xiantian sect's side, the inhabitants were still puzzled by the enormous crack in the sky. In the next moment, a colossal hand reached forth, grasping towards one end of the Xiantian sect. The previously bloodied nascent soul elder, with a fierce glare, was seized as if catching a mouse. Spare me, senior. Spare me, senior. When has my Xiantian sect ever offended you? Please, enlighten us, and spare our sect. Your disciple Song Zimming and others harbored murderous intent towards my master's disciple. Song Zimming is already dead, and this elder must meet his end as well. Please inform me of your master's disciple's name. My master's disciple is named Xiao Jinyue. Xiao Jinyue. Some in the Xiantian sect were unaware, while those in the higher echelons broke out in a cold sweat. I remain utterly unaware of Lu Gui's actions. I implore you, esteemed elder, to spare the Xiantian sect. Ling Jun scoffed coldly, and in the next instant, he crushed the Yuan Ying true monarch known as Lu Gui. You would do well to heed my warning. I am not fond of shedding blood. Subsequently, the rift in space sealed, and the members of the Xiantian sect felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. An immediate decree was issued. Henceforth, the Xiantian sect and its affiliates must refrain from any misdeeds within the Mirror Moon dynasty. Should they encounter a woman named Xiao Jinyue, they are to treat her with the utmost respect. Ultimately, the mountains shall be sealed for a century. Yes, sect master. As for the reason it is the Mirror Moon dynasty, the other side of the rift leads directly to Mirror Moon City. Chapter 18. The Sacred Body of Medicine Spirit. I have reserved it indeed. Having completed these tasks, Ling Jun clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned to Xiao Jinyue, remarking leisurely, Truly, you are the disciple of the master. Such talent, audacity, and experience are indeed extraordinary. Particularly when it came to the matter of experience, Ling Jun chuckled softly. Xiao Jinyue seemed to realize something and was taken aback. Might I inquire your esteemed identity? I am a subordinate of your master, named Ling Jun. Ah, it is you. Elder Ling. Xiao Jinyue bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder Ling, for resolving this karmic entanglement on my behalf. At this moment, Xiao Jinyue was already certain that Ling Jun had also perceived her past life. This only deepened her curiosity regarding Lin Daoyuan's strength, and in her heart, Lin Daoyuan's image grew even more formidable. Old man Jing Donghai greets the esteemed elder. Junior Jing Dongming pays respects to the esteemed elder. Very well, no need for formality. Ling Jun replied with a smile. With your esteemed presence, please join us at the palace, as you have simultaneously eradicated this external threat to the Xintian sect. My dynasty shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Ling Jun cast his gaze towards the palace. In an instant, his eyes flashed, and he soared towards it. Xiao Jinyue and the others hurriedly followed. Ha! The sacred body of medicine spirit. It truly is the sacred body of medicine spirit. Is this the surprise the master spoke of? I have disciples to carry on my legacy. At this moment, within the vast palace, Ling Jun joyfully held the small hand of Jing Mingyu, exclaiming, initially startled by the sudden appearance of the elderly man Nangong Lian and Jing Mingyu. She soon felt at ease upon realizing their intentions were benign. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Jing Mingyu asked, bewildered. This frightened Nangong Lian. She was of golden core cultivation and had just witnessed Ling Jun's immense power. If she provoked him, "Ha, little one, do you wish to cultivate?" "Cultivate? Can I really cultivate?" "Yay, I want to cultivate. I want to become as powerful as Sister Jinyue and Grandpa. However, it is not possible just yet. You are too young. How about we make a pact? From this moment forward, you shall be my reserved disciple. When you come of age, your master shall come to retrieve you. What do you say? Is that so?" Jing Mingyu pondered, which only served to agitate Nangong Lian. Her anxiety subsided only upon seeing Jing Dongming and the others arrive. "Husband, ancestor." She then relayed Ling Jun's intention to take on a disciple. This news delighted Jing Donghai immensely. What a tremendous opportunity. Xiao Jinyue, upon closer inspection of Jing Mingyu, came to an understanding. The sacred body of medicine spirit. A natural aptitude for alchemy. Unexpectedly, Mingyu possesses this constitution. However, she is yet to reach adulthood, and her physique is not yet fully developed. "Sister Yu." Upon seeing Xiao Jinyue, Jing Mingyu joyfully rushed over and grasped her hand. Xiao Jinyue smiled gently, ruffling Jing Mingyu's small head. "Jinyue, you have suffered." Nan Gonglian remarked with a pained expression as she approached Xiao Jinyue, clearly expressing genuine concern for her. "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Nangong. I am fortunate to have encountered my master and am doing well. Ha, a 15-year-old golden core cultivator, surely an unprecedented occurrence." Praised Jing Donghai. "Now that a senior is willing to take you as a disciple, what will you do? If I can become this old gentleman's disciple, can I still see Sister Yu?" "Of course. Disciple Jing Mingyu pays respects to my master. To think it was for this reason that he took on a disciple. Truly, youthful innocence knows no bounds. Senior, Jinyue is still young. Is it possible for her to?" Nan Gonglian hesitated, but Ling Jun interjected, "There is urgency here. Mingyu is still young. I shall return to fetch her once she reaches adulthood. In the meantime, I will leave a fragment of my consciousness to protect her, as well as your dynasty." As he spoke, Ling Jun tossed a storage ring to Jing Dongming. "The resources within will suffice for you to develop your dynasty and enhance your own strength. However, let me be clear, behave yourself, do what you ought to do, and refrain from what you ought not to do. Senior, such generosity is an immense favor already. How can we accept more? Take it. I do not wish for my disciple to worry about you during her cultivation." Upon hearing this, Jing Dongming accepted it. "I shall abide by the senior's instructions." "Very well, I must take my leave. Little one, do not forget the promise with your master. Sister Yu is leaving too? You will see me again once you reach adulthood." "Oh." Jing Mingyu's mood visibly dampened. "This heavenly grade technique, the Xianbing Sutra, Uncle Jing, you should keep it." Upon hearing this, Jing Dongming and the others were taken aback. "This is something your father left behind with his life, although I may not need it. What if your dynasty produces another ice spirit root? The gratitude between you and your father is a debt my dynasty cannot repay. Then live well." Subsequently, Ling Jun left a fragment of consciousness on Jing Mingyu and departed with Xiao Jinyue. Jing Dongming was still lamenting, "Brother Xiao, a 15-year-old golden core. This little Jinyue dynasty cannot contain your daughter. Bring forth the remnants of the Su and Xiao families, and erect a monument for the national general, Xiao Tianzhan. Yes, this is indeed an opportunity. When one ascends, even their household rises. Unexpectedly, we owe this fortune to Mingyu. Or perhaps, to Xiao Jinyue." Jing Mingyu tilted her head. Puzzled, Nan Gonglian playfully flicked Jing Mingyu's forehead, finding it amusing. "The first dynasty of the Eastern Domain, and the path to becoming an imperial dynasty begins here. However, that is a tale for another time. Little Phoenix, are you certain this is not someone else's territory? Isn't it just a matter of seizing it?" Lin Daoyuan remarked with a sharp retort. Chapter 19. The subordinates emerge. "Is this jealousy? By the way, master, where exactly is this place?" Host. "This is the Kanglan Mountain Range, situated in the heart of the Eastern Domain." The Kanglan Mountain Range? Indeed, it is a place rich in spiritual energy, perfectly suited for establishing a sect. Lin Daoyuan felt content, yet this vast expanse of mountains is inhabited by numerous ferocious beasts. the most formidable of which is a supreme-level azure dragon, having departed from the borders of the eastern domain. This is the first encounter with a being of such high caliber. Cultivation realms, chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, void refinement, law manifestation, star sovereign, supreme, holy sovereign, semi-emperor, great emperor, ancient emperor. A supreme-level powerhouse is undoubtedly among the elite of the Hongwu Continent, capable of obliterating the world with a single strike. Lin Daoyuan's immense consciousness swept across the entire Kanglan mountain range. One cannot help but acknowledge its grandeur, extending for millions of miles, with ravines crisscrossing and peaks soaring into the clouds. From a distance, it instills a sense of awe. A supreme-level azure dragon, a star sovereign-level wolf, flame demon wolf, a star sovereign-level earth rock bear, and a star sovereign-level peach tree. These must be the sovereigns of the mountains, alongside several lesser beasts. The host may perhaps subdue them directly. A splendid idea. Little Phoenix, it seems we must exert considerable effort to claim this place. Ah, Master, isn't the highest cultivation within merely the law realm the crimson flame mysterious serpent? Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan playfully tapped Lin Qihuang on the head. Who told you the strongest within is merely at the law realm? There are existences of star sovereign and supreme levels here. Then, Master, shall we flee? Flee. Impossible. Master is exceedingly strong. Upon hearing this, Lin Qihuang's eyes sparkled with admiration, exuding an adorable charm. Lin Daoyuan chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, preparing to take action. Just then, Ling Jun appeared, tearing through the void alongside Xiao Jinyue. Haha. Master, what a delightful surprise. A girl with a medicinal spirit body. As long as you understand. Lin Daoyuan replied with a calm smile. Master, after nearly 10 days. Xiao Jinyue returned to Lin Daoyuan's side. Have you finished your tasks? Yes, thanks to Senior Ling Jun, Jinyue has completed her duties. Henceforth, it is time to focus on diligent cultivation. Indeed, Master, Xiao Jinyue replied with a sweet smile. This girl, after nearly 10 days, has broken through to the golden core stage, her aura becoming ever more captivating. I wonder how many male cultivators she will enchant in the future. Lin Daoyuan mused with a quiet chuckle. Senior sister, you're back. Are you unhurt? Qihuang leaped into Xiao Jinyue's embrace, nuzzling her small face. No harm done. It is fortuitous that I returned. Upon reflection, I believe establishing a force as a refuge is wise, hence I, along with Little Phoenix, have come here. Hearing this, Xiao Jinyue expressed mild surprise, realizing that Master had no affiliated power. Combat. Master, allow me to handle this. As she spoke, spatial rifts appeared around Lin Daoyuan, causing Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang to instinctively draw closer to him, their expressions tinged with vigilance. Master? No worries, they have merely emerged from seclusion. They? I forgot to mention to you both, I have 11 subordinates as strong as Ling Jun, and they have just emerged from their retreat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue was astonished. Powerhouses akin to Ling Jun. Those are beings she cannot fathom, and Master possesses a full 11 of them. Xiao Jinyue's heart remained tumultuous for an extended period, yet she managed to suppress her emotions. Your timely emergence from seclusion is fortuitous, allowing for some much-needed exercise of our necks. We have been adrift in the void for far too long, and I have contemplated the establishment of a formidable faction. Moreover, each of you possesses unique talents, skills that, if left unpassed down, would be a grievous loss. In accordance with the Master's command. At this moment, alongside Ling Jun, 11 figures stood resolutely suspended in the void beside Lin Daoyuan. Among them were individuals of various ages, exuding an unyielding aura that permeated the atmosphere, imposing a formidable pressure on Xiao Jinyue. It was evident that they were at least of the legendary emperor realm. Xiao Jinyue was taken aback, while Qihuang gazed on with curiosity. Among the 11, one strikingly beautiful figure captured particular attention. She was breathtakingly exquisite, clad in a flowing white gown, her demeanor graceful, standing as if she were the sole embodiment of the heavens. Xiao Jinyue felt a pang of embarrassment. This lady was none other than Su Qingli, whom Lin Daoyuan had often mentioned. At that moment, Su Qingli's gaze shifted towards Lin Daoyuan, and then to the diminutive Lin Qihuang positioned between them. After a lingering glance at Lin Daoyuan, she swiftly turned away. The others appeared to sense something amiss, their gazes involuntarily shifting in various directions. Could it be that there was a misunderstanding? Ling Jun exchanged glances with the others, engaging in a silent communication of sorts. However, Su Qingli seemed to sense something, casting a fierce glare at Ling Jun, while the remaining figures regained their composure. Ahem. Lin Daoyuan, oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, awkwardly broke the silence. Who among you will subdue them? Master, let it be me. My sword has not tasted blood in quite some time. Nonsense, it's not about slaying them. Allow me to handle it. They are merely a bunch of insignificant shrimp. Among the gathering, the imposing figure with black horns and a stern countenance, Ming Yuan, spoke up. To this, Su Qingli resolutely declined, stepping forward with determination. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the depths of the Kanglin mountain range. What has come over Qingli? Who has offended her? Lin Daoyuan, still perplexed, inquired. Upon hearing this, Ling Jun and the others turned their attention to Lin Daoyuan. Lin Daoyuan seemed to grasp the situation, casting a glance at Xiao Zhenyue and Lin Shihuang. This is my eldest disciple, Xiao Zhenyue, and my youngest disciple, Lin Shihuang. What do you all intend to do? Lin Daoyuan was at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue, sensing the implications, blushed and lowered her head. Very well, let us proceed. Ming Dao, isolate this realm. The commotion may be rather significant. Yes, master. Chun Ming Dao, draped in a gray robe, stroked his beard in affirmation. Following this, he clenched his large hand, and the scene shifted as if an unimaginably colossal hand had grasped the entire Kanglin mountain range. Simple yet forceful, a world within his grasp. With such effortless grace, Xiao Zhenyue began to comprehend the formidable nature of Ling Jun and the others. Each of them possessed the power to effortlessly level an entire continent. As one ventures deeper into the mountains, it feels akin to entering a world of mystical seas and towering peaks, where various mythical beasts traverse the gorges. Lin Shihuang, still perplexed about the recent events, inquired of Xiao Zhenyue, only to be met with a fierce glare that flushed her cheeks. Her gaze then shifted downward, and in an instant, her large eyes sparkled with wonder. What magnificent beasts! So robust, so colossal. Meanwhile, as Lin Daoyuan marveled at the splendid sights, a thunderous roar abruptly shattered the tranquility, causing the very heavens to tremble. Accompanying this was an overwhelming aura of terror, sending the creatures of the Zanyuan Mountains into a frenzy, their roars echoing through the skies as if responding to their king. In Chapter 20, the unfortunate Songlong and sect construction, a distant silhouette of a colossal, winged dragon swayed drunkenly through the mist, while several star-ranked beasts quivered in fear nearby. Damn it, you madwoman. What are you doing? Stop, please. As Lin Daoyuan and his companions reached the epicenter of the battle, they were left agape at the scene before them. The esteemed Songlong, a supreme being, was being utterly dominated by a seemingly frail woman. Its massive form rolled helplessly through the mountains, leaving devastation in its wake. It was a one-sided slaughter. As the Songlong attempted to resist, Su Qingli's delicate hand pressed down, unleashing an invisible force that compelled the dragon to bow in submission. With a flick of her finger, the Songlong flailed helplessly like a kite severed from its string. The blue flame wolf and the earth rock bear, transformed into human forms, stood frozen, not out of defiance, but because they were firmly ensnared by Su Qingli's will. To move was to invite death. At that moment, they felt utterly aggrieved. Heaven above. From whence did this formidable being emerge? It was one thing to slaughter their leader, but the manner in which it was executed felt almost like a game. Witnessing the once mighty Songlong reduced to a pitiful human form sprawled upon the desolate earth, Su Qingli disdainfully curled her lip. Bring your subordinates to submit, or perish, she stated coldly. As she uttered the final word, an overwhelming pressure descended. Submit? The Songlong wiped its mouth, bewildered by the audacious young woman, whose beauty belied her ferocity. It was indeed a dream to think it would bow to her. However, in the next heartbeat, Su Qingli's expression turned icy. Simultaneously, an ethereal and magnificent form began to coalesce around her. Oh no, that Songlong thought, reverting to its colossal form. Moments later, it lay battered and bruised upon the ground, while the imprisoned earth rock bear and others gazed at Su Qingli in sheer terror, managing to muster a nervous smile. Please, stop. I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit. At this juncture, the Songlong had lost all semblance of defiance. I am ready to bring all my subjects in the Kanglin Mountains to submit to you. Yet, in retrospect, the Songlong found no real issue in this. Perhaps it was a grand opportunity after all. After all, she was so powerful. Following her seemed to pose no disadvantage. You should not be submitting to me, but to him. Su Qingli then turned her gaze to Lin Daoyuan. Songlong and his subordinates turned their gaze, and upon doing so, they were nearly struck with terror. It was utterly inscrutable, beyond comprehension. Ling Jun and his companions watched Songlong with great interest, particularly Ming Yuan, who wore an expression of disdain. What a motley dragon. Songlong felt a profound sense of helplessness. Where had all this formidable presence come from? Was the arrival of a new era upon them? Will you yield to me? Lin Daoyuan asked with a laugh. I am willing. We are all willing. At that moment, Songlong dared not act rashly, feeling quite aggrieved. He had already attained the supreme realm and was an invincible entity in this lower heaven. Where had these powerful beings emerged from? Ding, host. Have you considered what kind of power you wish to establish? Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan replied, "Let us establish a sect, the Evergreen Celestial Gate. It shall illuminate the universe and remain eternally verdant." Very well, congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have received a sect construction card. 100,000 acres of medicinal fields, and 100,000 tons of starlit meteorite. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall serve as the guardian beasts of my Evergreen Celestial Gate. As the name of the sect resonated, the others appeared contemplative, momentarily enlightened. Indeed, their master was remarkable. The Evergreen Celestial Gate, mused Xiao Zhenyue. Yes, we pay our respects to the sect master. Let us prioritize our urgent matters before arranging other affairs. With that, Lin Daoyuan cast forth the sect construction card. At the instant the card soared into the air, an array of radiant lights erupted. The earth began to tremble violently, while auspicious signs filled the sky, accompanied by the essence of myriad pathways. The once mighty Kanglan mountain range expanded visibly, reaching into the clouds. Countless pavilions and halls emerged between the peaks, floating islands interspersed. Palatial structures standing tall, adorned with starlight and cascading waterfalls, while ethereal mist of spiritual energy enveloped the scene, with celestial cranes soaring gracefully. Lin Daoyuan's subordinates remained composed, but Xiao Zhenyue, Songlong, and the others were struck with both astonishment and dread. "Master, just how powerful are you?" Qi Huang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the magnificent, lush houses and the dense spiritual energy surrounding them. The ancient, verdant gate of the Evergreen Celestial Gate rose majestically, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. "This has directly formed a small world," Mingyuan remarked, filled with reverence for Lin Daoyuan. "What a grand endeavor, my master." At this moment, the original Kanglan mountain range had vanished, replaced by an even more magnificent and expansive range, the Evergreen Mountains. "My master, this sect is vast, though it may prove challenging for those disciples who have yet to master flight on swords," Zhuge Ming said, fanning himself with a feather fan, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled. "Zhuge, you are already worrying." Xiao Zhenyue could only smile in resignation, though inwardly she felt a bitter irony in her past life. Her Yaoguang realm was renowned as the most vast and magnificent of paradises, yet compared to her current Evergreen Celestial Gate, it paled in comparison. At this moment, Songlong and the others felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for their adaptability. Otherwise, they would have been unable to savor such opportunities. Songlong cleverly gathered all the beasts of the Kanglan mountain range together. Lin Daoyuan chuckled, "Move them. These relatively weak beasts can reside within the sect and serve as our means of transportation. However, regarding the specifics, let us simply outline them for now among ourselves." As the atmosphere settled, Lin Daoyuan slowly began to speak. "All the demonic beasts present, led by the Songlong, the blue flame wolf, the earth rock bear, and the ancient peach tree, shall henceforth belong to my Chongqing Immortal Sect. Every demonic beast will henceforth have the opportunity to practice the unique cultivation techniques tailored for their kind." Upon hearing this, Songlong and the others were utterly astonished. Such cultivation methods for demonic beasts were exceedingly rare in this world. They felt as though they had stumbled upon an immense fortune. Furthermore, those currently of lower cultivation will become the spirit beasts of our sect, residing within the temple and providing assistance to the less experienced disciples in the future. As for those higher-level spirit beasts lacking in intelligence, they will require proper guidance. From this day forth, you beasts shall serve as the sacred guardians of the Chongqing Immortal Sect, abiding by the rules, and I assure you, your powers will grow ever stronger. Yes, Sect Master, we shall join the sect. With that, beams of spiritual light flew into the Chongqing Immortal Sect. Behind the mountain gate lay a realm of spiritual islands and lakes. To truly enter the sect, one must traverse this area. Songlong and the others were assigned to this location. They were already satisfied, compared to the original Kanglan mountain range. This was a world apart. Moreover, the island was adorned with numerous towers. They then guided Lin Daoyuan and the others to familiarize themselves with the sect. The more they explored, the more astounded they became. The sect was vast and magnificent. Could this even be described as a blessed land of immortals? Eventually, Lin Daoyuan and the others arrived at the core of the sect, a floating island known as Chongqing Island. This island was expansive, featuring a large lake, alongside a grand hall primarily constructed of white jade and azure stone, known as the Chongqing Hall or the Sect Master's Hall. Chapter 21. Some arrangements. Suchingly. Upon entering the Chongqing Hall, everyone was left in awe. The hall's vastness was astounding, supported by massive columns intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, made from azure stone, while the floor was crafted from a material whiter than white jade. From a distance, an imposing throne stood at the center, the Sect Master's seat, flanked by 5 or 6 chairs, each a rank just below that of Lin Daoyuan's. It was evident that these were prepared for Lin Daoyuan's 11 subordinates. Master, you truly have my utmost admiration. Otherwise, how could I be so closely connected to the host? Beneath these seats were ordinary elder chairs, equally dignified. Lin Daoyuan leisurely reclined on the Chongqing chair, while his 11 subordinates took their seats in unison, leaving only Xiao Zhenyue, Xiao Qihuang, and Songlong feeling somewhat at a loss. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the Chongqing Immortal Sect has been established, I must outline some specific arrangements. He began with Xiao Zhenyue and Lin Qihuang. Upon hearing Lin Daoyuan call their names, Xiao Zhenyue and Lin Qihuang promptly responded with respect, Master, your disciple is here. Although I do not concern myself with trivial formalities. You, Xiao Zhenyue, are my disciple and the foremost disciple of the sect. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Today, you shall formally acknowledge your master. And it is fitting that you have a witness. Lin Daoyuan smiled, glancing at Su Qingli seated beside him. Hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue bowed deeply. Disciple Xiao Zhenyue pays respect to master. Rise, Zhenyue. From this day forth, you shall be the esteemed eldest disciple of the celestial sect. Devote yourself diligently to your cultivation. Yes, master. I shall not disappoint you. Ha ha ha, splendid. Our esteemed leader has indeed acquired a remarkable disciple, one of extraordinary lineage, possessing the legendary chaotic celestial spirit physique, coupled with an exceptional ice spirit root. Henceforth, you shall address me as sect leader. Lin Daoyuan addressed Ming Yuan, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, the 11 disciples responded in unison, yes, sect leader. Zhenyue pays her respects to all esteemed elders. Zayas Henyu bowed respectfully to Ming Yuan and the others. There is no need for such formality. It's merely a customary greeting. Yu Qin chuckled amiably. Lin Daoyuan continued, allow me to introduce you. They shall henceforth be the elders of our sect. This is Ming Yuan, Su Qingli, and Zhuge Ming. As Zhuge Ming was mentioned, he elegantly waved his feather fan and smiled with grace. These are Yi Kong, Dugu Jiani, Yi Lan, Yu Chun, Chen Mingdao, Ling Jun, Li Danqing, and Ling Tian. The disciples of Songlong bowed in reverence to the elders. Master, what about me? Little Lin Qihuang adorably raised her small hand and inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan burst into laughter, as if the others had already discerned the nature of this little imp. With her innate spirit root, she is indeed extraordinary, Ling Jun remarked. Glancing at Lin Qihuang, noticing Ling Jun, Qihuang instinctively hid behind Zayas Henyu, and in that grand hall, the two appeared utterly helpless. See, you arrive and immediately propose to have Qihuang concoct medicine. Even she is frightened of you. Ling Jun jested with a chuckle. Zayas Henyu, feeling overwhelmed, received an abundance of gifts. However, when Su Qingli presented her offering, Zayas Henyu felt a pang of anxiety. That matter concerning this rather straightforward man is of no concern to me, she thought. Su Qingli, with an air of indifference, regarded Zayas Henyu with a hint of appreciation. Our paths in cultivation are somewhat akin. Should you encounter uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Thank you. Elder Su, I will indeed. Witnessing the extraordinary prowess of her master and the elders, Zayas Henyu yearned to absorb all their abilities. Yet, she understood that cultivation requires patience and cannot be rushed. Qihuang, too, received numerous gifts. Her spirits lifted as she joyfully trailed alongside Zayas Henyu. Zayas Henyu's heart raced at the thought that even a single item among these treasures could incite a frenzy outside. What manner of sect is our celestial sect? Very well, Zhenyue. You may take little Qihuang to explore, perhaps to find a grand hall on a mountain peak to serve as your future dojo, or you may wander the sect. Yes, master. Zayas Henyu then led Qihuang away. Lin Daoyuan turned his gaze to the 4 demons. Henceforth, you shall be the guardians of our sect's mountains, receiving equal status to the elders. However, let me be clear, any disobedience shall result in dire consequences. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Rest assured, sect leader. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the eternal green celestial sect, and to you. Excellent. Return to your eternal spirit lake. Should you perform well in the future, further arrangements will be made. Understood. The 4 demons retreated, and the hall gradually returned to a state of harmony. Hee, esteemed ones, after such prolonged cultivation, it is time for this. With the leader's refined taste, we shall certainly lend our utmost support. Well, do you not know my disposition? There is no need for such formality. Each of you possesses unique talents, and in the future, you shall be the voices in your respective domains. As for other matters, I cannot think of anything at the moment. At this juncture, Zhuge Ming spoke up. Leader, there are numerous affairs that can be prepared in advance for our sect, such as tokens representing various identities, sect attire, and the establishment of sect regulations. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan appeared contemplative. Indeed, I shall give this serious consideration. As for the sect regulations, I would like each of you to draft a version for discussion. Understood, he replied. Regarding the tokens and attire, they should be meticulously designed. There is no rush. We shall take our time. Leader, I also observe that our sect's treasury is not particularly abundant. I believe we should plan to cultivate some strength in the world, ensuring a continuous influx of resources for our sect. Resources are the very foundation of a sect's existence. This must be taken seriously, I said. Ling Jun, you are not contemplating a leisurely jaunt in the world, are you? Ling Jun, with a shrewd demeanor, replied. At this, Zhuge Ming offered an awkward smile. Leader? Lin Daoyuan chuckled softly. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Yes, leader. As for the rest of you, feel free to venture forth during this period and see if there are any promising talents. Ling Jun has indeed found a remarkable apprentice. What an old fellow. To have secured a disciple before me. Where's this place? Take me there. It wouldn't be a snatch, would it? Shen Ming jested, aligning with Ling Jun. What nonsense. If I take you, I take you. Frighten you. Leader, we shall refrain from going. I have discovered a place within the sect that piques my interest. Spoke Yi Kong and Dugu Jian. Leader, so do I, Ling Tian added. Then stay and guard the sect properly. Also, Ming Dao, you may lift the barriers. When you have time, let us establish a protective array. Yes, leader. Very well, if there is nothing else, go seek accommodations and attend to your own affairs. Leader, I too have traveled. Li Danqing and Yuchen remarked. Do bring back some promising talents. Leader, I wish to go as well. I desire to see the demon tribes of this continent. Ming Yuan chimed in. Leader, finally, it was Yilan's turn. This lad certainly has a story. Be cautious. Indeed. In the end, the grand hall was left with only Lin Daoyuan and Su Qingli. Qingli, before Lin Daoyuan could finish his sentence. He was captivated by Su Qingli's exquisite beauty, which was almost ethereal, and her eyes that seemed to carry a hint of grievance. For a moment, Lin Daoyuan found himself at a loss, his gaze evasive. Qingli, what troubles you? Is everything all right? Nothing at all. Ahem, Qingli, those truly are our disciples. I am aware. Leader, there is no need for explanation. Then, were you previously? It has simply been too long since I engaged in activity. My hands have grown restless. Have you ever seen restless hands torment a beast to such an extent? Qingli, allow me to assist you in finding accommodations. Lin Daoyuan hastily sought to ease the atmosphere and vanished from sight. I said, Host, you mentioned seeking accommodations for her, yet you fled first. Silence. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. I said, Host, it has been hundreds of thousands of years since you saved her. Her heart has long been yours. Why not accept it? How could that be? Perhaps you are overthinking it, he retorted. Host, you deserve to be single. Clearly, you have feelings for her, but lack the courage to express them. Coward. You must understand, out there, if someone possessed your level of strength, they would already have a harem. Chapter 22. The Two Old Geezers, the disciple reappears. I say, Old Spirit, your disciple lives quite far away. Why don't you bring her back to the sect? She is still too young, it is not appropriate. What? You didn't really abduct a child, did you? Shut your foul mouth. I merely made a reservation. All right, a reservation it is. But indeed, it's quite far. We have reached the fringes of the eastern domain. The location is not the issue. Where there is talent, there is spirit. The sect's direct disciples did not emerge from here. Oh, Father, I want to go out and play. At this moment, within the imperial palace, Jing Mingyu adorably spoke to Jing Dongming, who was engaged in discussion with his ministers. Your Majesty, the border is becoming restless. The Xuanhua Kingdom will continuously harass our border stability. We must dispatch troops to strengthen the defenses. Understood, Your Majesty. After addressing the matter, Jing Dongming rubbed his temples in frustration and turned to Jing Mingyu. Dear, your mother and the ancestors have entered seclusion. Who will accompany you to play? No. Father, you must come with me. She tugged at his hand. Jing Dongming could not resist her charm and smiled helplessly. Very well. I shall accompany you. Your Majesty, this is unwise. What if something happens to you? As a gold core true person, I shall face no danger, and besides, I will remain within the imperial city. You can have the guards discreetly positioned. Yes. Yay. Subsequently, Jing Dongming adjusted his attire and took Jing Mingyu out of the palace. At this moment, hidden in the void, Ling Jun and another chuckled heartily. The medicinal spirit body is indeed a promising candidate. Let us also indulge in a few drinks in the city. Agreed. Upon reaching the streets, Jing Mingyu flitted about like a little butterfly. Father, I want to eat this. I want to buy that. Let us buy. Jing Dongming indulged her. They soon arrived beside a grand stone tablet commemorating Xiao Tian's exploits, where Jing Dongming paused for a moment before leading Jing Mingyu away. In a corner, they encountered a small beggar praying. Jing Mingyu's soft voice exclaimed, Father. She looks so pitiful. Then, she pulled out an exquisite jade pendant, wanting to give it to the beggar, but was stopped by Jing Dongming. You are no? But why? This could be exchanged for a lot of money. That would effectively be killing her. Subsequently, Jing Dongming offered 2 low-grade spirit stones. Where? This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Giving her more will not solve the problem and may even harm her. She must rely on a different approach. What do you mean? Policies. Haha, you say that, yet I do not understand. Come, father will take you to buy candied hawthorn. Jing Mingyu did not comprehend. But upon hearing candied hawthorn, her face lit up with joy. Unbeknownst to her, this single act would leave a lasting impression on the little beggar. Just come with me. My dear, follow me, and you shall feast and drink to your heart's content. I beg you, noble sir, spare me. Upon witnessing this, Jing Dongming's gaze turned icy. Ever since the demise of the Shao and Song clans and the fierce battle of the nascent soul, had he not warned these minor families? How dare they act with such audacity? It seems that a proper rectification of the imperial city is in order. Halt! Who granted you the audacity to behave so recklessly here? Jing Dongming, cradling Jing Mingyu, swiftly approached the individual. The terrifying pressure of the golden core descended upon him. The young man trembled and stammered. My father is the current deputy minister of works, Chao Zhang. Oh, at that moment, the hidden guards sprang into action. And soon a disheveled middle-aged man in official garb hurriedly arrived. Your Majesty, spare me, spare me. Your Majesty, we pay our respects to your Majesty. At a nearby tavern, Ling Jun and Chen Mingdao exchanged knowing smiles. This emperor possesses potential, but alas, his aptitude is mediocre, Chen Mingdao remarked. Later, as Jing Dongming returned to the palace with Jing Mingyu, dusk had already fallen. When Jing Mingyu was escorted back to the courtyard by a maid, she spotted Ling Jun and Chen Mingdao engaged in a game of chess at a stone table. Master, what brings you here? She exclaimed joyfully as she ran over. Haha, I came to see my dear Yu. This is your grandfather Chen, also your Shirbois. Upon hearing this, Jing Mingyu adorably addressed Chen Mingdao. Yu pays her respects to grandfather Chen. The maid, witnessing this, hurriedly bowed and exited. Haha, good child. Here, this is a gift for you, Yu. As he spoke, a delicate bracelet appeared in Jing Mingyu's small hands. So beautiful. Thank you, grandfather Chen. Haha, as long as Yu is happy, then master shall take his leave. You must grow up well. Are you leaving? Jing Mingyu's head drooped sadly. Do not be disheartened. Master will come to see you again. If you find yourself in danger, just silently call for master in your heart, and I shall come. All right? I understand. Soon, Ling Jun and Chun Mingdao vanished with smiles. Where's Senior Ling? Father, master has departed. Upon hearing this, Jing Dongming appeared exasperated. Indeed, a true master is so carefree. Moving towards Ling Jun, they arrived at a wondrous location. Oh, esteemed guest, be gentle. No more, no more. You old rascal. I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me? Believe you? You wish. Hurry and leave. Who is it? Oh no. Ah, you 2 old fools. You've ruined my plans. Run. Meanwhile, Lin Daoyuan had long since fallen into a deep slumber on his rocking chair atop the Evergreen Peak, while Qi Huang had unknowingly climbed onto Lin Daoyuan's belly. Under the moonlight and starlight, it appeared particularly serene. At that moment, Su Qingli quietly approached, observing the little Qi Huang resting on Lin Daoyuan. After a glance, she lifted Qi Huang and returned it to its palace, then, taking the opportunity, lay down in Lin Daoyuan's embrace. Lin Daoyuan awakened momentarily, but dared not move. He simply couldn't bring himself to do so. What a predicament. Coward. Host, you are but a coward. Feeling the warmth and the delightful fragrance, Lin Daoyuan, in a state of drowsiness, drifted back to sleep. The following day, Lin Daoyuan awoke to find that he had lost sensation in his hand. With a sigh, he contemplated seizing an opportunity. Wow, is the host finally ready to be brave? Silence. All right. Ding. Detection of the host's future disciple has been made. Please hurry to accept the disciple. Reminder for the host to act quickly, or else the life of your disciple will be in jeopardy. Oh, where is it? How fortuitous. I am rather bored. In the southern region, within the realm of the Huangpu Holy Dynasty. The southern region so distant? Nevertheless, it matters not. Lin Daoyuan then tore through the void and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Shihuang rubbed her eyes and emerged from her room, still dazed from sleep. Strange. Wasn't I with my master? Why? Clearly, my mother and I have given up everything, yet they still pursue us. Why? Just because he is your son. A bastard born from your seduction of the emperor. Huh, what a wretched servant. Mother, do not waste your breath with them. If they wish to kill us, they must first step over my body. And you, a mere cultivator of qi. In a dense forest, a group of black-clad figures was rapidly pursuing a mother and son. The mother, clad in white stained with blood and her hair disheveled, was being supported by her son, who appeared to be around 16 years old. He was stumbling forward, his left leg pierced by a long sword, blood gushing from the wound. Suddenly, they both fell heavily to the ground. Isn't it better to surrender quietly? It only adds to your suffering. At this moment, the black-clad men had already surrounded the pair completely. Mother, the boy, gritting his teeth against the pain, helped the bloodied woman to her feet, only to discover a gaping wound in her abdomen. Mother, his trembling hand touched her blood, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Mother, humph, one at Foundation Establishment, and the other at Chi Refinement, yet you run quite well. Despair engulfed the boy as he endured the pain and cradled his mother in his arms. Mother, we cannot escape. The white-clad mother, with her trembling, bloodied hand, caressed her son's dirty face, crying tears of blood. Turning her gaze to the leader of the black-clad men, she rasped, "Why is it that we, having forsaken everything to live in seclusion, removed from worldly affairs, are still pursued? Why? The royal identity is too noble to bear any blemish, and moreover, he possesses the most ordinary second-grade spiritual root. Was it a personal command from him? Indeed, it was a direct order from His Majesty. Why? Mother, what shall we do?" The boy said helplessly. "Fulner, are you afraid of dying? It seems today, my child, and I may meet our end here." "Mother, I am not afraid. Good child. I am sorry for you, my dear. Enough. After being hunted for so many years, you too shall perish." As she spoke, the black-clad men wielding long knives unleashed a terrifying blade aura that tore through the air, aimed at the mother and son. Chapter 23, Situ Chungfeng, Chaos Sword Body. Destiny often targets the unfortunate, but as for my disciple, you shall not lay a hand on him. A gentle voice resonated, and the impending doom of the mother and son was averted, as time itself seemed to stand still. The blade aura shattered within 100 feet, and Lin Daoyuan, ethereal in his white attire, appeared before the pair. "Who are you to interfere in this matter?" "Interfere? You are not worthy of my intervention. You seek death." Upon witnessing the scene, the figure clad in black lunged towards Lin Daoyuan. With a light chuckle, Lin Daoyuan waved his hand, and the group of assailants was instantaneously erased. The boy, taken aback, watched in astonishment as his mother fainted, having beheld the effortless annihilation of the black-clad figures. "Mother," he cried out in desperation. "Esteemed elder, please save my mother. I am willing to do anything." Gently, he laid his mother down and prostrated himself before Lin Daoyuan. "Esteemed elder, please save her. I am prepared to pay any price." "Rise," Lin Daoyuan commanded in a deep voice. "If you stand, I shall save her." At these words, the boy, enduring his pain, staggered to his feet. "Do you wish to become my disciple?" "Yes. As long as you save my mother, I will do anything you ask." "Disciple, Situ Chungfeng greets you." "Master." The boy bowed deeply once more. "Please, Master, save my mother. Rest assured, she shall not perish." Lin Daoyuan unleashed a warm and vibrant aura, enveloping the woman, and then produced a pill. "Administer this to your mother." "Thank you, Master. Thank you." Situ Chungfeng exclaimed joyfully, hobbling to give the pill to his mother. "You too. Sit down, Master." Following this, Lin Daoyuan began to tend to Situ Chungfeng's injuries. System, examine the profiles of this mother and son. Ding, character information as follows. Name, Situ Chungfeng. Age, 16. Physique, chaotic sword body root, supreme golden root, with what attribute, cultivation, mid-chi refinement experience. Please see the next panel. Name, Situ Mingyue. Age, 36. Physique, nun root, 9th grade wood root experience. Originally a daughter of the scholarly Situ family in the Hongwu Holy Dynasty. She unexpectedly fell in love with the reigning Emperor Hongwu Xuanji and became pregnant. However, Hongwu Xuanji, in pursuit of the throne, callously abandoned mother and child, leading to the annihilation of the Situ family on unfounded charges. Only Situ Mingyue managed to escape while pregnant, evading countless pursuers and eventually taking refuge in a secluded mountain range, where she gave birth to Situ Chungfeng. The two relied on each other for survival. Over time, Situ Mingyue hoped for some justification from Hongwu Xintian, but after enduring continuous threats, she became disheartened. Nevertheless, the healthy growth of Situ Chungfeng allowed her to attempt to forget their bitter past until their hiding place was discovered. 16 years of relentless pursuit. 16 years of a meager existence. Lin Daoyuan could clearly see how frail mother and son appeared. It was indeed a tale of a heartless man and a vulnerable woman. Lin Daoyuan felt a surge of emotions. Did Situ Chungfeng know his origins? Lin Daoyuan's gaze was complex, filled with an inexplicable anger, yearning to eradicate this so-called holy dynasty. Yet he restrained himself. Only Situ Chungfeng could resolve this enmity, paving the way for his future. After a while, both mother and son returned to their former selves. "Mother, it was this esteemed elder who saved us, and I have become his disciple," Situ Chungfeng said, supporting Situ Mingyue as she stood. Upon hearing this, Situ Mingyue respectfully bowed to Lin Daoyuan. My son and I are immensely grateful for your rescue, esteemed senior. While it is indeed a stroke of good fortune for you to take my child under your wing, we, burdened with a deep vendetta, fear that we may bring trouble upon you. If I were to be afraid, I would refuse your kindness. After all, what is a mere holy dynasty? It can be extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Upon hearing this, Situ Mingyue hesitated, still in doubt. Lin Daoyuan chuckled softly, and with a mere gesture, he transported the two of them into a wondrous realm. In this extraordinary space, Lin Daoyuan appeared colossal, his overwhelming aura rendering the mother and son unable to lift their heads, as though they were suffocating. With a single finger, Lin Daoyuan pierced through an entire world. Situ Mingyue was astounded. This power far exceeded her understanding. Regaining her composure, she bowed her head in embarrassment to Lin Daoyuan. I was indeed reckless. Conversely, Situ Qingfeng gazed up at him with profound admiration. Fear not, for your intentions are pure. Master, will I also be able to grow as strong as you? Absolutely. For you are the chaotic sword body, a natural genius destined to excel in swordsmanship. The chaotic sword body? I never imagined I was not a waste of talent. Situ Mingyue was equally astonished. Although she did not comprehend the essence of the chaotic sword body, she understood the significance of physique, and that was enough. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, she embraced Situ Qingfeng and wept. My child possesses talent. My child has the potential for cultivation. Situ Qingfeng, ever understanding, gently patted his mother's back. Mother, I will grow stronger and ensure that such a day never recurs. Although I do not know who our enemies are, and you cannot tell me for reasons beyond my comprehension, I will become powerful. As he spoke, Situ Qingfeng instinctively clenched his fists. Hearing this, Situ Mingyue's heart was a tumult of emotions. Stay with the esteemed senior and cultivate diligently. Mother, what about you? Me? At this, Situ Mingyue forced a bleak smile. In this world, where could I find a place to belong? Seeing her distress, Situ Qingfeng grew anxious. Master, I implore you. Before he could finish, Lin Daoyuan interjected. Bring your mother along. Our sect is vast enough. Thank you, master. Thank you, esteemed senior. As Situ Qingfeng prepared to kneel again, Lin Daoyuan quickly admonished him. A man should not kneel easily, do you understand? Situ Qingfeng halted, wiping his tears as he supported Situ Mingyue. Thank you, master. We are truly grateful, esteemed senior. At this moment, Situ Mingyue felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan presented Situ Qingfeng with a storage ring. Go now. Treat yourselves to a good meal, and buy some clothing. I shall await your return here. In any case, purchase what is necessary. The mother and son exchanged astonished glances at the storage ring. Esteemed senior, how can we accept such a precious gift? Go. I do not wish to repeat myself, or else our master-disciple bond shall be severed. At these words, Situ Qingfeng swallowed hard. Yes, master. Remember, do not return until you have spent at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I shall not recognize you as my disciple. Situ Qingfeng paused briefly, before resolutely leading the bewildered Situ Mingyue away. With the cultivation levels of a foundation establishment and chi refinement, they made their way to the nearest city not far away. Lin Daoyuan even placed a divine sense upon Situ Qingfeng. It is necessary to be firm. Mere words will not suffice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the Chaotic Sword Classic and a Chaotic Divine Sword. In the ethereal realm of the Longqing Immortal Sect, a splendid scene unfolded as Lin Daoyuan, accompanied by the two women, tore through the fabric of space. Upon their return, Situ Mingyue, adorned in an elegant white gown, radiated an exquisite beauty reminiscent of her enchanting self from 16 years prior. Yet, at the tender age of 36, the subtle lines of time began to etch themselves upon her visage. Master, where is our sect located? She inquired. In the eastern region, at the Longqing Immortal Sect. Lin Daoyuan replied. The revelation left both women astonished. The eastern region? Truth be told, many cultivators might spend their entire lives without traversing even a single domain, let alone venturing into others. However, once one's cultivation reached the realm of transformation, such limitations became trivial. Those adept in the void realm could traverse 1,000 miles in an instant, while those at the law realm could span 10,000 miles with a mere thought. As for the supreme, they could shatter the void and traverse freely. Yet, for an ordinary cultivator, achieving such heights was an arduous endeavor. In the blink of an eye, Lin Daoyuan led them to the Longqing sect. Upon entering, both women were overwhelmed by the grandeur of the immortal realm, questioning the very reality of their surroundings. Subsequently, they arrived at the Longqing Hall, where Lin Daoyuan reclined leisurely in the main seat, greeted by the relaxed presence of Ling Jun, Chun Mingdao, and Su Qingli, along with Xiao Zhenyue and Lin Shihuang. Upon encountering Situ Qingfeng, Xiao Zhenyue was taken aback. Where did master find this disciple? and one with a sword physique at that. Little junior brother, is that truly you? Indeed, this is your second senior brother. Little Feng. Allow me to introduce you to your senior sister Xiao Jinyue and your junior sister Lin Qihuang. Junior sister? Master, I am clearly your senior sister. Nay, you shall forever remain the youngest. Master, you rascal. Lin Daoyuan then introduced Situ Changfeng to Ling Jun and the others. Situ Changfeng acknowledged his senior sister, junior sister, and the esteemed elders present. Indeed, a promising talent, a chaos sword body. Should the sect leader be occupied, feel free to seek my guidance. Yi Kongdao remarked, sharing a faint smile with Dugu Jiani. Situ Mingyue, sensing the extraordinary prowess of all present, felt a surge of emotion. Dear children, as our sect has just been established, we shall rely on you to cultivate diligently for the future. Understood, Master. Within, Situ Changfeng felt a fervent determination, fueled by a desire for strength and perhaps the concealed burdens of his mother. Situ Mingyue, would you be willing to join the sect as a disciple? Lin Daoyuan inquired. Taken aback, Situ Mingyue understood the implications of his words, recognizing them as a boon for her son, Situ Changfeng. Yet, her resolve to grow stronger for the sake of vengeance against a cruel monarch was unwavering. I, Mingyue, am willing. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the sect leader for this opportunity. From this moment forth, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect. Excellent. With that, everyone except for Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang took their leave. Little Feng, I shall henceforth address you as such, if it pleases you. Master, may your wishes be fulfilled. Here are the techniques and artifacts suited to your capabilities. Lin Daoyuan once again entrusted the Chaos Sword Classic and the Chaos Divine Sword to Situ Changfeng. Xiao Jinyue immediately discerned that these two items were not of ordinary quality. They were of the same caliber as her record of supreme simplicity and the original sword. Master, your resources are abundant. Will you consent to one request from your disciple? Please, Master, I shall devote myself entirely. You must practice the first layer of this technique daily with your current mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation, wielding the sword 100,000 times each day for 5 consecutive years. The sword must be a wooden one, which you will carve yourself. Can you accomplish this? At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. To wield a sword 100,000 times daily, with Qi refinement cultivation for 5 years. Xiao Jinyue was somewhat moved. Master this, as the embodiment of the Chaos Sword. This is an unavoidable path. Upon hearing this, Situ Changfeng clenched his fists. Master, I am willing. Situ Mingyue displayed a pained expression, yet she felt utterly powerless. Very well. Go with your senior sister to select a training ground. Master, may I ask? Situ Changfeng inquired, gazing at Situ Mingyue's frail form. Son, listen to the sect leader. There is no need to worry about your mother. She is also within the sect. At this, Lin Daoyuan chuckled lightly. You are my direct disciple. Can you not make this small decision? Hearing this, Situ Changfeng was overjoyed, and Situ Mingyue helplessly smiled in acquiescence. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, master. All right, Jinyue. Take your junior brother to select his residence, and also take Situ Mingyue to the scripture pavilion to choose some techniques. Yes, master. Master, what about me? After Jinyue and the others departed, Lin Qihuang made a concerted effort to showcase her talents before Lin Daoyuan. What? Do you wish for something as well? Lin Daoyuan affectionately ruffled Qihuang's hair. Even if I am also your disciple, why is it that the newly arrived junior brother has a welcoming gift prepared by master? Yet I do not. Qihuang pouted with her adorable face, appearing quite aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan burst into hearty laughter. You possess innate spiritual roots. Your cultivation is entirely different. Here, let me. He then gently tapped Qihuang's forehead. Lucian method. Little Qihuang was overjoyed. Thank you, master. However, you must promise me that you will visit the library pavilion daily to read and learn from your senior sister. If she is in seclusion, you may seek knowledge from others. Is that agreeable? Yes, I will remember, master. Qihuang then skipped away from the Evergreen Great Hall. Lin Daoyuan watched her diminutive figure, amused. This little girl. It seems I nearly forgot about this matter. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan made his way to Ling Jun's peak, coincidentally finding Ling Jun and Yu Chen engrossed in a game of chess. This was a pastime Lin Daoyuan had taught them over the course of 1,000,000 years to alleviate boredom, and they were clearly enjoying themselves immensely. General. Haha, old you. You have lost again. Not counted. Let us play again. You can't be so shameless. You owe me 2 celestial artifacts now. Get lost. Let us go again. Oh, it seems you're having quite a good time. Upon Lin Daoyuan's arrival, the two ceased their playful banter. Master. No. Sect leader, what brings you here? Here. I bestow upon you both this medicinal field and the celestial meteorite. Ling Jun, find a suitable place for the medicinal field at your Dan Peak, while the celestial meteorite shall be entrusted to Yu Chen, for you are a master craftsman. In that moment, Both individuals were filled with elation and astonishment. 1,000,000 acres, comprising a myriad of spiritual herbs, 1,000,000 tons of celestial meteorite. Their laughter echoed in unison. Ling Jun, take advantage of the establishment of our sect to refine various grades of elixirs. And you, Yu Qin, may begin crafting the sect's token, for we have already conceived a plan. Upon hearing this, Yu Qin clapped his hands. After such a long period of seclusion, let me see if my skills remain intact. Ling Jun then set about arranging his cherished medicinal field, while Lin Daoyuan and Yu Qin soared toward the artifact peak. It was not until dusk that Lin Daoyuan returned to Chongqing Peak, content to arrange his vegetable garden. At that moment, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Qingli, what brings you here at such a late hour? He inquired. I also reside on Chongqing Peak. Why should I not come? She replied playfully. With deftness. Su Qingli conjured a fire pit, along with tables and chairs, preparing a meal beside him with the grace of a devoted partner. Lin Daoyuan felt a pang of anxiety and found himself at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a sigh. Host, you still hesitate. Begone. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. During these 10 years, a young man could be seen on the cliff of Chongqing Xianmen, tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship day after day, to the point where he could scarcely raise his arms, yet he persevered through gritted teeth. Situ Mingyue looked on with heartache, yet felt powerless to intervene. Xiao Zhenyue became engrossed in the simplest path, while Lin Shihuang took root firmly at Chongqing Peak. Lin Daoyuan enjoyed a leisurely existence, occasionally offering guidance to his disciples before succumbing to slumber, leaving Su Qingli, with a mix of frustration and helplessness, to retreat into seclusion. Meanwhile, undercurrents stirred in the outside world. Following the incident in Wutong City, the seemingly simple Jingwe dynasty had attracted attention from many after the maneuvers of the Wanjian sect and the Demon Spirit Palace, leading to the discovery of numerous secret realms and spiritual mines within its territory. Everyone was baffled as to how this small dynasty, located on the fringes of the eastern domain, could possess such abundant resources. Of course, with the resources left behind by Ling Jun, Jing Dongming had already broken through to the nascent soul stage and nurtured many formidable warriors, strengthening the dynasty and drawing the covetous gazes of various factions. Though they had grown stronger, there were even greater powers. Over the past decade, the Jingwe dynasty and the Xianyan dynasty had engaged in relentless warfare, facing oppression from multiple factions. Now, the specter of annihilation loomed over the Jingwe dynasty like a dark cloud. Jing Mingyu had matured, attracting the attention of numerous skilled practitioners who wished to take her as their disciple, including formidable beings from the distant central domain. However, she rejected them all. The powerful figures from the Star Sovereign realm, discontented, returned to their sects to conspire, exerting pressure on Jingwe Huanqiao under the guise of marriage alliances. Now, the Jingwe dynasty found itself besieged on all sides, with threats from the central domain's sects hanging over Jing Dongming like a sword. 10 years passed, and Ling Jun cast a furtive glance at Jing Mingyu, dedicating himself to alchemy and cultivation within the sect, never to return. Now, Jing Mingyu had turned 17. Chapter 25. The Crisis of the Dynasty, the Unyielding Sovereign. Your Majesty, the Wang family has betrayed us. At this moment, the Mirror Moon Palace was shrouded in solemnity, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the air, as if one were gasping for breath. Jing Dongming had cast aside his customary dragon robe, donning instead heavy armor. The Wang family. What a treacherous clan. Once submissive, they now strike from behind at this critical juncture. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The ancestral figure of the Wang family has already broken through to the Yuanying true monarch stage and has now allied with the Xuanhua nation, which undoubtedly adds insult to our Mirror Moon dynasty's injuries. Upon hearing this, Jing Dongming's gaze turned icy, his fury morphing into raw power as he crushed the armrest of his dragon throne into dust. Presently, the Xuanhua army loomed at the gates of Mirror Moon City, accompanied by the forces of the Demon Spirit Palace. Do any of you possess a strategy? The Demon Spirit Palace. Why must such a malevolent sect involve itself with our dynasty? This is dire indeed. In recent years, the emergence of secret realms and spiritual minds within our domain has proven too tantalizing to resist. We should have sealed this information long ago. Yet now it is too late. Currently, our ancestral figure has reached half-step transformation, with several generals at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Alongside all the resources our dynasty can muster, we possess one half-step transformation expert. I am but a Yuanying, and there are 6 peak Golden Cores, in addition to the remaining 50 Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement Cultivators, along with an army of 100,000 elite guards. Do you believe we possess the strength to fight? Jing Dongming spoke, his voice strained with gravity. Your Majesty. Outside there are 2 half-step transformation experts from the Demon Spirit Palace, dozens of Golden Cores, and an army of 1,000,000. Is there truly no way out? Your Majesty. There is one method, a minister clad in an official cap interjected. What method? The forbidden suggestion of the esteemed star monarch Jing, regarding a union between their young master and our princess. Silence. Jing Dongming's fury erupted instantaneously, his terrifying yuanying pressure causing the minister to spew blood. Your Majesty, spare me. Once he vented his rage, Jing Dongming's expression turned hollow. Indeed, such a forbidden possibility loomed over us. Even if we were to win this battle, what would it matter against the star monarch? He chuckled bitterly. What virtue does my humble dynasty possess? However, Jing Mingyu is his Achilles heel, one that must not be touched. There is also the esteemed Ling Jun. Yet, will he truly make an appearance? He has been absent for nearly a decade. Your Majesty, the city gates are in peril. Jing Dongming stood resolutely. We shall go to battle. At this moment, the expansive gates of Mirror Moon City were densely packed with troops. On the vast plains, the two armies confronted each other like dark clouds. Jing Dongming ascended to the towering city gate. Gazing at the starkly uneven forces and the battered gates, his expression grave. Dear Sovereign, it would be wise to surrender the secret realms and spiritual mines. Otherwise, the army behind me will indeed trample your Mirror Moon dynasty. Bah, you Wang scoundrel, you truly are a disgrace. A tall golden core general standing beside Jing Dongming shouted in anger. Haha, this is merely a matter of recognizing the times. Sovereign, what is your will? If war is to be waged, then let it be so. At this moment, an elder exuding an aura of terror descended upon the city gate. This man was Jing Donghai, the steadfast pillar of the Jinghua dynasty, who, under the resources provided by Ling Jun, had reached the threshold of half-step transformation. Half-step transformation. The crowd collectively bowed. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Half-step transformation, is it? Jing Donghai, how have you fared? With your mere half-step transformation, I doubt you can withstand the might of your own dynasty. Suddenly, a terrifying elder radiating waves of scorching heat appeared above the million-strong army. The Fire Sovereign. The ancestor of the Xuanhua nation. What further words are necessary? A mere dynasty, yet it remains unconquered. Must I take matters into my own hands? Simultaneously, another formidable figure stepped into the void, standing alongside the Fire Ancestor. Daoist Kumu. The Fire Ancestor proclaimed. As agreed, should we conquer this dynasty, the spoils shall be divided. 4 for your Xuanhua nation, 6 for my demon spirit hall. Let Daoist Kumu take charge. Humph. Jing Donghai's expression turned grave as the oppressive aura of 3 half-step transformations spread across the battlefield, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming pressure. The sky darkened with clouds, and a tempest raged, merging heaven and earth into one chaotic whole. Is this what it means to be at half-step transformation? With a mere thought, the world is altered. Those at the nascent soul stage fared better, while others struggled to breathe. Suddenly, a trickle of blood escaped from Jing Donghai's lips as he faltered. Do not resist. You have just entered this realm, and against 2 foes, you stand no chance. Draped in a black robe, Kumu spoke coldly before launching an attack. A terrifying shadow of demonic energy enveloped the skies, hurtling toward Jing Donghai. Gritting his teeth, Jing Donghai conjured a colossal Dharma form to combat the demonic shadow. Meanwhile, the million-strong enemy army surged forward. The once quiet plains erupted into chaos, a dance of spirits unleashed. The 3 immense half-step transformation Dharma forms clashed in midair, each impact shaking the heavens, the aftershocks raising clouds of dust and ravaging mountains. As the last nascent soul true monarch of the Jinghua dynasty, Jing Dongming shielded the city walls, his eyes ever vigilant upon the battlefield, while simultaneously coordinating the efforts of many Golden Core practitioners. Father, why are you here? You must flee with Mother. I will not leave you, Father. Nonsense. What folly is this? Just then, a graceful figure in a green skirt ascended the towering city walls, accompanied by Nangong Lian, who had donned armor. Lianer, why have you come along in this reckless manner? The arrival was none other than Jing Mingyu, now grown into a charming young lady, radiating beauty. Father. In that very moment, a Golden Core level attack descended silently. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jing Dongming swiftly retracted his Dharma form and rushed to shield Jing Mingyu from the impending strike. Quickly, leave with your mother. You are my husband. I will not abandon you. At this moment, Nangong Lian, sword in hand, resolutely stood before Jing Dongming. What madness is this? Such utter recklessness. Jing Dongming shouted. The words struck deeply, bringing tears to Nangong Lian's eyes. It was the first time he had raised his voice to her. Yet just then, several more terrifying attacks hurtled toward them. Jing Dongming swiftly shielded the mother and daughter behind him. The yuaning. An assault struck below, shattering his armor and drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Ha, Emperor Jinghua, if you refuse to surrender, then death awaits you. But this pair of mother and daughter, How exquisite they are. Get away. Jing Dongming summoned all his spiritual power and engaged in battle with several Yuan-ing level adversaries. At this moment, the Jingyue army was retreating in disarray, the vast battlefield resembling a slaughterhouse, strewn with severed limbs and remnants. Jing Dongming found himself unable to protect the two women. Nangong Lian, too, joined the fray to guard Jing Mingyu, with her small hands tightly gripping a delicate sword. Jing Mingyu fought against a frail opponent in the Qi refinement stage, currently at mid-Qi refinement. After a while, her hair was disheveled, and her complexion was pale. Nangong Lian, in similarly dire straits, leaned closer. Jing Dongming was in an even more dire state, his body covered in wounds. Fighting in the closest proximity to the mother and daughter. At that moment, the sky roared with thunder, and Jing Donghai's colossal Dharma image was shattered by two terrifying attacks, resulting in the loss of an arm, as he fell from the sky, drenched in blood. Ancestor. Had even the ancestor fallen? Jing Mingyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Liar, master. You are a liar. You promised that if I called for you in my heart, you would come. You are a fraud. Wicked old man. At that moment, Jing Mingyu's dirty little face, stained with tears, was heart-wrenching. Master, you great deceiver. Meanwhile, far away in the distant Chongqing mountain range, at the Chongqing Immortal Sect, Ling Jun suddenly opened his eyes before the alchemical furnace. This is bad. I forgot about this matter. Hurry. Lin Daoyuan's silent consciousness also arrived. Yes, Sect Master, my apologies. Ling Jun felt 100-fold remorse in his heart. Chapter 26. Ling Jun arrives, pressuring all directions. Ling Jun was truly filled with regret. The battle in Jingyue Imperial City was exceedingly fierce, as Elder Xuanhua and Daoist Kumu began to strike at the golden core and foundation establishment practitioners of the Jingyue dynasty. The gap in strength was palpable. The Jingyue army was on the brink of annihilation. Master, shall we not intervene? On a mountaintop 100 miles away from the battlefield, Song Qingzhou addressed the elder beside him. This matter also involves formidable beings from the distant central celestial domain and the demon spirit hall. Our Wanjian sect cannot afford to gamble on this. Hearing this, Song Qingzhou clenched his fists, continuing to gaze upon the battlefield. Father! Jing Mingyu cried out. At this moment, Jing Dongming's spear shattered, staining the battlefield with blood. Nangong Lian fared no better. Jing Mingyu felt utterly helpless, despair creeping over her 17-year-old form. Master! Why do you not come? By now, Jing Mingyu's tears had run dry, her garments torn. Lianer, quickly take you away. Jing Mingyu stumbled, struggling to stand. Despite her reluctance, Nangong Lian understood the importance of Jing Mingyu to Jing Dongming and to the entire dynasty. Jing Mingyu was the sole princess of the dynasty, as long as she lived. The dynasty endured. If she perished today, everything would be lost. Let us go. Nangong Lian grasped Jing Mingyu, attempting to cast a spell to escape. Yet an invisible pressure bore down upon the mother and daughter, forcefully pinning them to the ground. Fire demon, you old scoundrel. If you have the ability, don't bully the younger generation. Jing Donghai clutched his severed right hand, roaring in fury. You are not worthy to speak to me now. However, Xianhua Laozu disregarded his words, unleashing a terrifying fiery giant hand that descended upon the mother and daughter duo. No, Jing Dongming cried out in despair. Yet his battered body was powerless to intervene. Nangong Lian shielded Jing Mingyu, her eyes filled with hopelessness as she beheld the colossal hand plummeting from the sky. How dare you bully my disciple? At that critical moment, a voice, ancient and imposing, resonated through the heavens. The dreadful attack halted as if time itself stood still, then swiftly disintegrated into nothingness. Hearing that familiar voice, Jing Mingyu was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as memories of a distant past flooded her mind. You old fool. Before the mother and daughter, a vast rift in the void was violently torn open by Ling Jun, who then stepped forth, appearing before everyone. Both Xianhua Laozu and the Withered Wood Elder were taken aback, sensing an overwhelming sense of peril. Might I inquire who the esteemed elder is? Xianhua Laozu asked. I am the ancestor of Xianhua Kingdom. As long as you do not interfere, there is a share of resources for you as well. At this moment, they had yet to comprehend the true strength of a cultivator capable of rending the void. In response, Ling Jun scoffed. You dare to harm my disciple and still jest with me. Disciple? I wonder who the esteemed elder refers to. If you wish to know, seek it in hell. With a casual gesture, Ling Jun extended his hand, and an enormous hand spanned the entire void, firmly grasping Xianhua Laozu and the Withered Wood Elder. The Withered Wood Elder seemed to realize something. His face contorted with terror, but it was too late. No, I am unwilling. In an instant, the two half-step transformation gods were effortlessly crushed by Ling Jun, creating a considerable upheaval in the air. How? How is this possible? The ancestor is dead. Elder. The members of the Demon Spirit Hall were equally taken aback. Ling Jun then coldly turned his gaze toward the million-strong army, extending his right hand with an air of nonchalance. His fingers slightly parted, and the space emitted cracking sounds as it rapidly spread along his fingertips across the battlefield. Then, with a gentle grip, countless spatial rifts erupted forth like threads, slicing through the air. The sounds of countless agonized cries filled the air as the enemy's million-strong army, including nascent souls and golden cores, was reduced to a mist of blood amidst the cacophony of screams. The battlefield became engulfed in wails and crimson fog. Slaughter. This is a massacre. The onlooking rogue cultivators, previously idle, swiftly fled in terror at the sight of the demon. Master, what kind of powerhouse is this? Song Qingzhou exclaimed, a bead of cold sweat forming in his palm. The old man was equally astonished. That is a million-strong army. A million consisting of Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. All of them are cultivators, including those as formidable as the nascent soul true monarch, yet they were so effortlessly annihilated. The two master and disciple could barely maintain their footing. At that moment, a figure seemed to materialize in Song Qingzhou's mind. Jing Mingyu's gaze had become hollow. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed so many people perish before her eyes, utterly powerless to resist. She struggled to recall the kind visage of the elder from her childhood. Could this be her master? Jing Dongming and Jing Donghai initially wore expressions of shock, followed by relieved smiles. I am Ling Jun of the Everlasting Green Sect. If you bystanders do not withdraw, I shall take action. At that moment, Ling Jun stood with arms crossed, suspended in the void. His white robes rustled, white hair billowed in the wind, and his aged face was etched with boundless killing intent. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure emanated from him, cascading outward, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, with space teetering on the brink of shattering. Retreat. Quickly retreat. We mean no offense, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave at once. Henceforth, the Jingwei dynasty is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing these words, the onlooking cultivators, who had hoped to gain something, scrambled away from the bounds of the Jingwei dynasty. A single thought could annihilate 100,000 cultivators, and with a mere gesture, he crushed 2 half-step transformation gods. Ling Juan's name swiftly spread throughout the Everlasting Green Sect. Everlasting Green Sect? What sect is that? How come I have never heard of it? My word, is this truly a being of unparalleled strength? I must seek apprenticeship at the sect. Lin Daoyuan never anticipated that the Everlasting Green Sect would gain such notoriety in this manner. Shortly thereafter, the sky erupted with thunder, and blood-red lightning began to coalesce. Ling Jun seemed to sense something amiss. He had inadvertently released an aura beyond his intent. Quickly, he reined in his energy, and tranquility returned to the heavens. Ling Jun then approached Jing Mingyu with a hint of regret, observing her dusty visage. You err, my dear disciple, I have arrived late. I hardly recognized how much you have grown. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Yet, Jing Mingyu fixed her fierce gaze upon Ling Jun. Her delicate hands clenched tightly as if she had momentarily forgotten his terrifying presence, and she lunged forward, fiercely grabbing his beard. Master, 10 years have passed, and you never came to see me. How could you not visit? Do you know I nearly perished? I almost. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, as though she had suffered an immeasurable injustice. Ling Jun endured the pain of his beard being yanked, his mind a blank, thinking, my beard. Seeing Jing Mingyu tugging at Ling Juan's beard like a tempestuous child, Jing Dongming, sprawled on the ground, wished he could leap up to discipline her. Nangong Lian could only shake her head in helplessness, wondering where she had learned such behavior. Wait, I think I might have done the same to my grandfather. All right. Master was wrong. I beseech you, Yuer, please release Master S. beard. Yuer, do not be disrespectful, Jing Dongming said through gritted teeth. Father, grandfather. Master, please save my father and grandfather. All right, this is a matter Master excels at. Meanwhile, far away atop the everlasting green peak, in a pavilion by the lake, several individuals erupted in laughter. I never expected Ling Jun to find himself in such a predicament. This must be documented. I shall later use it to threaten him into concocting elixirs for me. This girl is amusing. Indeed, she is the holy body of the medicinal spirit. I had heard that Ling Jun had an anticipated young disciple, and it appears to be true. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan could not help but smile slightly. Ah, master. Esteemed elders, what are you all up to? Inquired Qi Huang, who was passing by on her way to find Xiao Zhenyue. At this moment, Qi Huang had grown significantly and could reach Lin Daoyuan's chest. Oh, Qi Huang, nothing of importance. Go and practice. Chen Ming chuckled in response. Upon hearing this, Qi Huang cast a puzzled glance at the group. Something feels off. I want to see too. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Eternal Spring, the Submission of Mirror Moon. Qi Huang cheerfully departed amidst the helplessness of the old ones. 10 years had passed. After completing the task of collecting Situ Chengfeng, the system fell silent. And Lin Daoyuan lived a secluded life at the Immortal Gate, fishing, gardening, mentoring his disciples, and engaging in chess games with Ling Jun and others, relishing the life he had longed for. Meanwhile, Su Qingli had been in closed-door cultivation for the entire decade. One evening, Lin Daoyuan lingered outside Su Qingli's room, sighing deeply before ultimately walking away. Just then, Su Qingli opened the door, stomped her foot in anger, and slammed the door shut, never to emerge again. Situ Chengfeng persevered through 5 years of hardship, ultimately embarking on his path of the sword. Returning to the Mirror Moon Dynasty, 5 days had elapsed since the Great Battle. After Ling Jun annihilated his million-strong army, the monarch of the Xuanhua Kingdom slumped in his chair and announced his abdication. The forces that had initially directed their attention towards the Mirror Moon Dynasty swiftly turned their ire upon the Xuanhua Kingdom. Within a mere 2 days, the kingdom was obliterated. The million-strong army represented the entirety of the Xuanhua Kingdom, and with the demise of the Xuanhua ancestor, their capacity to maintain their influence was utterly extinguished, leading to a rapid disintegration divided among numerous factions. The Eternal Spring Immortal Gate. What a remarkable sect, proclaiming itself as such. How dare they slay my protector elder? Relay the command, and promptly ascertain the whereabouts of the Eternal Spring Immortal Gate. The demonic disciple, Mo Yan, gazed at the orders from the demon lord seated above, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding wash over him. On the land of the Xuanhua Kingdom, my lord, I never anticipated such a plot twist. The Jin family has unexpectedly benefited from this situation. The young master of the Jin family expressed his dissatisfaction. Such opportunistic maneuvers are beneath me. It's all that wretched father's fault. I demand the Eternal Spring Immortal Gate to be investigated immediately. My lord, you disdain the 10,000 Sword Sect, let alone the Eternal Spring Immortal Gate. How can they be compared? Hurry. This, of course, referred to the Jin family's young master, Jin Fei. Meanwhile, the Mirror Moon Dynasty, which should have been focused on annihilating the main forces of the Xuanhua Kingdom, was instead preoccupied with post-war affairs. It was an unavoidable situation, as they were already at a disadvantage, and after this single battle, their national strength was severely depleted. Jing Dongming lamented that time was too brief. The resources provided by the esteemed Ling were sufficient to elevate the dynasty, yet the time constraint rendered their situation tragic. At that moment, on the streets of the dynasty, have you heard? The venerable expert who saved our dynasty is the princess's master. Indeed, so powerful. Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? I don't care. In any case, our dynasty is now protected by this esteemed figure. Who would dare oppose us? Moreover, have you heard? That esteemed individual hails from the Eternal Spring Immortal Gate. Where is it? I do not know, but I wish to join the Immortal Gate. Back at the 10,000 Sword Sect, Song Qingzhou and his disciples were still pondering deeply. The eastern region may have birthed an extraordinary sect. Is it a hidden sect? Or perhaps something greater? Father, I wish to journey to the Eternal Green Sect. Mother, the road ahead is long. Take care. Younger sister, await my return. At this moment, in the eastern region, near the Mirror Moon Dynasty, a fervent wave of enthusiasm for the Eternal Green Sect is unfolding. Yet, does Lin Daoyuan comprehend this? Or perhaps they are aware of the whereabouts of the Eternal Green Sect. At this moment, within the sect, a notification resounds. Ding. Host, the sect's prestige has increased, and the task of recruiting disciples has arrived. What? The sect is currently short-staffed, and the others have yet to return. Can it be postponed? Ding. Can the host truly extinguish the dreams of cultivation for those young men and women? Hee, let them search first. Isn't it a perfect test of their fervor, whether it is merely a fleeting whim? You are ruthless. I see you are simply lazy. Leave. On the side of the Mirror Moon Dynasty, Ling Jun has been here for 6 days. Throughout these days, Ling Jun has solidified his presence in the hearts of the citizens like a stabilizing anchor. Jing Mingyu has persistently clung to Ling Jun, seeking his guidance in cultivation. Simultaneously, from the mouths of the Jing Dongming couple, he has heard of the threats emanating from the central region. How could my disciple, Ling Jun, be someone that such an insignificant power can aspire to? Although the Jing Dongming couple is unaware of Ling Jun's true strength or the extent of Xing Zun's power, upon hearing this, they feel a sense of relief and devote themselves wholly to the reconstruction of the dynasty. Meanwhile, in the distant central celestial domain, atop a magnificent and mysterious sacred mountain, Grandfather, when shall we return to the eastern region? I wish to see Mingyu. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkens. Indeed, the war between the Xuanhua Kingdom and the Mirror Moon Dynasty was instigated by him. He initially intended to leverage the disparity in strength to compel Jing Mingyu, anticipating that the Mirror Moon Dynasty would seek his aid. This was all within his grasp, yet Ling Jun emerged. What do you want? Is your mind solely occupied with women? I cannot bear to see my Poison Valley's reputation tarnished by you. Such formidable power exists at the fringes of the eastern region. The elder gazes at the communication talisman in his hand, furrowing his brow. No, I must calculate. Yet, in the next moment, the elder spews blood, filled with terror, his eyes reflecting utter despair. No. Ling Jun's eyes momentarily widen, chuckling. An ant dares to calculate my fate? I never anticipated they would come seeking me. Grandfather! Grandfather! The man cries out in fear. Thus, in the central celestial domain, the formidable Wan Du Lao Ren of the Poison Valley, as powerful as Xing Zun, silently falls, his final gaze filled with profound terror and despair. Though this incident is swiftly suppressed by the Poison Valley, dismissed as mere rumor, Ling Jun is in high spirits. My disciple is remembered even from thousands of miles away in the central celestial domain. Master, I have caused an explosion in the furnace. At this moment, the sooty Jing Mingyu emerges from the room, and Ling Jun bursts into laughter. No need to rush. You are merely at the Qi refinement stage. Take your time. Upon returning to the sect, everything will improve. Is it the Eternal Green Sect? Indeed, I hail from the Eternal Green Sect. Although I have not heard of the Eternal Green Sect, my master is formidable, so the sect must undoubtedly be strong. Of course. What position does master hold within the sect? I am the foremost existence beneath the sect leader, one of the founding elders. Wait, why do you inquire about these matters? Oh, I read in a book that to enter a sect, one must seek a powerful mentor to avoid being bullied, and there will be many opportunities for personal gains, exclaimed Jing Mingyu with a giggle. Upon hearing this, Ling Jun's face darkened, and he playfully smacked Jing Mingyu on the head, rubbing her head in pain. Jing Mingyu stuck out her tongue at Ling Jun and dashed back into the room. Just then, Jing Dongming, Jing Donghai, and Nangong Lian, who had just entered, witnessed the scene, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Who could have spoiled this girl so much? Jing Dongming then looked at Nangong Lian, only to receive a sharp tug from her. Jing Donghai, exasperated, glanced at both of them before approaching Ling Jun, bowing respectfully with both hands. Oh, your hands are quite nimble now. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed one. Not at all. What brings you here? Ling Jun inquired. Hearing this, Jing Donghai and Jing Dongming exchanged glances. Esteemed one, our Jingwei dynasty wishes to become an affiliated force of the Immortal Sect. May we know if this is possible? Although our dynasty is currently in shambles, we sincerely wish to ally with the Immortal Sect and contribute in any way we can. Ling Jun contemplated this for a moment. This matter must be discussed with the sect master. Please wait a moment. Esteemed one, if you are so powerful, does the sect master still need to decide? What about the sect master? Ling Jun then conveyed a message back. Moments later, Ling Jun smiled. The sect master has agreed. Here is the token of affiliation. With that, Ling Jun conjured a beautifully engraved token, primarily in a verdant hue, depicting the Jingwei dynasty, and handed it to Jing Donghai. Holding the token, Jing Donghai found himself at a loss for words. Is this what they call fate? All right, the token possesses other functions. You may explore them at your leisure. Now, I must take my leave. Meanwhile, at the Chongqing Immortal Sect, Lin Daoyuan reclined on a rocking chair, his mind filled with the voice of the system's rewards. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first affiliated force. Hence, you are rewarded with thousands of innate celestial peaches and 1,000 innate enlightenment tea trees. What a splendid reward. Just as my supply of enlightenment tea is nearly exhausted. Chapter 28. Mingyu joins the sect, the Master Brothers' Sword? Since they were to become an affiliated force. Before departing with Jing Mingyu, Ling Jun instructed Chun Mingdao to establish a teleportation array within the Jingwei dynasty for ease of travel. After all, the Jingwei dynasty was located on the eastern border, while the Chongqing Immortal Sect resided in the heart of the region, a vast distance apart. With their current cultivation levels, making the journey to the Chongqing Immortal Sect would likely be perilous. Of course, as they were returning to the main sect. Ling Jun also brought along Jing Dongming and Jing Donghai, while Nangong Lian remained to handle matters concerning the Jingwei dynasty. The journey was swift, culminating in a rift in the void appearing before the Chongqing Immortal Sect. Jing Dongming and Jing Donghai were thoroughly impressed by Ling Jun's strength, igniting a fervent desire for power within them. What level of cultivation would one need to attain to shatter the void? Jing Mingyu looked around curiously, wondering if her sister, Jinyue, was in this sect. As Ling Jun led them to the mountain gate, they were awestruck by its grandeur and ethereal beauty. Chongqing Immortal Sect, renowned throughout the cosmos. Eternally verdant. Is this the essence of an immortal sect? Master, what a magnificent mountain gate. Our sect must be vast, with many disciples. With a glimmer in her eyes, Jing Mingyu spoke. Upon hearing this, Ling Jun replied, Disciple, Our immortal sect has just been established, and you are also among the first generation of disciples. Therefore, do you have any regrets about becoming a subsidiary force of our sect?" At these words, Jing Donghai and the others were taken aback. "Not at all, senior. Regardless of how the sect evolves, our Jingyue dynasty remains steadfast and unwavering. They would never dare to belittle a newly founded sect. A mere finger from Ling Jun could vanquish their dynasty countless times over." Jing Mingyu was filled with exuberance. Ling Jun continued, "Apart from your acquaintance, senior sister Xiao Jinyue, there is also an elder brother and a junior sister." Hearing Ling Jun's words, Jing Mingyu's heart swelled with excitement. "Sister Yu is in this sect, but does she still remember me? Moreover, beneath Sister Jinyue, there are two more. Regardless, you must respect them as you would me. They are extraordinary prodigies of unparalleled talent." "Very well. What is the current cultivation level of my master and the others?" "Your senior sister Xiao Jinyue, at 25, has already attained mid-stage transformation realm. Your second senior brother, Situ Qingfeng, at 26, is at mid-stage nascent soul, and as for your junior sister, that is not for you to know just yet." Upon hearing this, the three nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. 25 years old, a transformation realm master. 26 years old, a nascent soul true monarch. Although Situ Qingfeng may be slightly weaker. Is that a valid reason? Some individuals, even after hundreds of years, remain at the nascent soul stage, and some even for a millennium before achieving the transformation realm. Is this what true prodigies are like? At this moment, Jing Mingyu's expression faltered slightly. Realizing that she was still at the Qi refinement stage and belonged to the same generation as Xiao Jinyue, a wave of despondency washed over her. "Master, can I still catch up to them?" Ling Jun laughed heartily. "What? Feeling disheartened? Fear not, disciple. You are also a rare medicinal spirit body, merely lacking a suitable cultivation method. Besides, your sister has been in the sect for over a decade. This is entirely normal." "Really? Master, do not deceive me. Rest assured." Soon after, Ling Jun led the group into the sect. As they entered, they were almost overwhelmed by an immense surge of potent spiritual energy, but Ling Jun quickly shielded them. "Senior, this is..." Jing Donghai's expression was rich with astonishment. "This is the Fengtian Cave. How can one even describe it?" The thought of Xiao Jinyue also cultivating in this indescribably magnificent sect filled Jing Donghai with joy. Perhaps brother Xiao could truly find peace. Meanwhile, the beauty-loving Jing Mingyu was instantly captivated by the enchanting scenery within the sect. How beautiful! At this moment, Ling Jun guided them as they soared through the air to the Chongqing Lake Islands, where they beheld a colossal dragon lounging on an island, seemingly in slumber. Sensing their presence, the dragon opened its slitted eyes and, in an instant, transformed into human form, appearing before Ling Jun, accompanied by three other figures who also materialized respectfully before him. "We pay our respects to Elder Ling. Hee, no need for such formality. I am merely returning with my disciple and bringing the emperor of our sect's subsidiary force to report." Ling Jun stroked his beard and chuckled. Upon hearing disciple, that Songlong and the others turned their gaze towards Jing Mingyu, the medicinal spirit body, truly worthy of being an elder. Songlong is a formidable entity of supreme rank, possessing the ability to see through anything with a mere glance. Over the span of 10 years, Songlong's cultivation has not progressed beyond the mid-supreme stage. However, his bloodline and foundation have significantly enhanced within the dragon transformation pool established by Lin Daoyuan in the Immortal Sect. Additionally, there are the beastly guardians, such as the demon wolf. In this realm, these sacred beasts have received new names, originating from Lin Daoyuan. Songlong retains his name. While the blue flame demon wolf is known as Lan Yin, the earth rock bear is called Man Yin, and the ancient demon peach is referred to as Qian Qian. The dragon transformation pool was created by Lin Daoyuan to enhance the qualifications of future disciples, as it is impossible for everyone to possess innate talent. However, it greatly benefits the demon beasts. For the sake of this pool, Lin Daoyuan heeded the system's advice and made a difficult decision to draw blood from Mingyuan. Mingyuan remarked, "This disciple is Mingyu, hailing from the Mirror Moon dynasty, and these two are the lords and ancestors of the dynasty." Songlong, upon encountering them, immediately discerned their cultivation levels, deeming them mere ants. However, as they are family to Ling Jun's disciple, the situation is different. Hearing this, Jing Donghai and the others were taken aback, trembling, and they dared not inquire further. "Senior, may I ask your esteemed name?" The two felt a wave of despair wash over them. The presence of Mingyu alone revealed the depths of their power, which was unfathomable. Observing this, Songlong and the others were quite satisfied with the pair. Fortunately, they did not attempt to wield false authority. The two were commendable. "Oh, this is Songlong, Lan Yin, Man Yin, and Qian Qian, the guardian beasts of our immortal sect. Moreover, I must mention that our sect is established in the Kanglan Mountain Range, though it has now been renamed the Evergreen Immortal Sect. Upon hearing this, the three were astounded, as if they had unearthed a startling secret. The Kanglan Mountain Range is notorious in the eastern domain as a treacherous land where even those at the void refining stage face perilous odds. Rumors abound of demon beasts surpassing that level within its depths. Could it be true? And the sect resides within Kanglan Mountain Range, or rather, the Evergreen Immortal Sect? For those aspiring to join the sect, how could they possibly find it unless the sect proclaimed its presence? Jing Donghai and Jing Dongming dared not contemplate further. Could it be that they stood before the very embodiment of their hopes? We pay our respects to the esteemed beast. Jing Donghai once again urged Jing Dongming to bow in reverence. There is no need for such formality. Mingyu also wished to pay homage to Canglong and the others, but was promptly halted by Canglong. Subsequently, Mingyu, her arms laden with gifts, joyfully departed with Ling Jun, even embracing Qian Qian, drawn by her alluring aura. At present, the most captivating figures within the sect are undoubtedly the beautiful maidens residing therein. Astonished at every turn, the trio finally arrived at the Great Hall of Evergreen. Their hearts were filled with trepidation. The wonders they had witnessed left them at a loss for words, as if they stood in a realm that should not exist. The identity of the sect's master was an unfathomable thought, enveloping them in an invisible pressure. Stepping nervously into the hall, they beheld Lin Daoyuan seated in the grand center. "Sect Master, Ling Jun has returned," exclaimed one of the disciples. "Ah, you haven't harmed my disciple, have you?" Lin Daoyuan jested. This simple exchange eased some of the tension in their hearts. The sect master appeared to be quite amiable. Ling Jun then skillfully took his seat. From the Mirror Moon Dynasty, Jing Dongming and Jing Donghai, we pay our respects to the esteemed sect master. Jing Dongming and Jing Donghai expressed their utmost reverence. Lin Daoyuan responded accordingly. "Enough," the sovereign declared. "I have but one request. Govern your dynasty well and remain loyal to our clan. Can you do that? Furthermore, you need not pay tribute. Simply focus on your own affairs. Is that agreeable? No tribute? Then are you still a subordinate force?" Jing Dongming and Jing Donghai were taken aback. "Sovereign, our dynasty's sincerity is evident. How can we not pay tribute?" "Enough, enough. With the resources you possess, I find them unworthy of our attention. Direct your efforts towards strengthening your dynasty. Should any matters arise, I shall assist you as needed. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Jing Dongming and Jing Donghai felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared they were being looked down upon. So, was this merely a case of seeking support from the powerful? Jing Mingyu remained silent, understanding this was a conversation between elders. However, reflecting on it, Jing Donghai and his companion were filled with renewed determination. They would not disappoint the sovereign's expectations. "Very well, when we return, Ling Jun shall provide you with a portion of resources. Over these years, Zhuge Ming has accumulated quite a lot." Upon hearing this, Ling Jun let out a hearty laugh. "Very well, sovereign. But this is unnecessary. The resources given by Elder Ling Jun last time are still plentiful." A refusal? Lin Daoyuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. The two felt a sudden pressure in their hearts and quickly acquiesced. Before departing, they could stroll around the Immortal Gate, as Ming Dao had arranged a teleportation array. "We shall obey," they replied, retreating as Jing Dongming glanced at Jing Mingyu and left with Jing Donghai. At that moment, Jing Mingyu was quite anxious. In the vast hall, the timid Jing Mingyu dared not raise her head. Lin Daoyuan chuckled. "Am I truly that intimidating? You are called Jing Mingyu?" "Yes, sovereign." Jing Mingyu responded with lightning speed. Upon hearing this, Ling Jun burst into laughter, which caused Jing Mingyu to steal a glance at him, mentally noting it. "Look at how nervous this girl is. Sovereign, am I really that formidable?" "Yes. I do not bite. Why are you so tense?" Hearing this, Jing Mingyu stretched her neck and raised her head. Upon seeing Lin Daoyuan reclining leisurely in his seat, his ethereal presence left her momentarily speechless. Is this the sovereign? So enigmatic. Yet, there is a sense of familiarity. "Jing Mingyu, from now on, you shall be the third sister of the Immortal Gate. Ensure you cultivate diligently, do you understand?" Jing Mingyu nodded resolutely. "I will not disappoint the sovereign's expectations. I shall cultivate earnestly." Lin Daoyuan smiled in satisfaction. From that day forth, another beautiful figure graced the clan. "Very well. Ling Jun, you may make the arrangements." "As you command, sovereign." Subsequently, Ling Jun escorted Jing Mingyu out of the Evergreen Hall. "Master, are you laughing at me?" "Not at all. Just tugging your hair," Ling Jun retorted, wincing in pain. "You little girl, how dare you treat your master like this?" Witnessing this, Lin Daoyuan was left speechless. It seemed Ling Jun would have a hard time from now on. Afterward, Jing Donghai and the others returned to their dynasty, offering Jing Mingyu a multitude of reminders before parting ways, which she promptly disregarded. On the journey back to Danfeng, suddenly, a magnificent sword intent surged into the sky, crafting a breathtaking sword shadow in midair, while the 1,000-foot waterfall below was cleaved into 2 streams, even reversing its flow. Jing Mingyu gasped in astonishment. Master? Is this Sister Jiming? No, it is your second brother. Chapter 29. The third disciple, the return of the abyss. Jing Mingyu, amidst her astonishment, found herself reflecting, steady yourself. Jing Mingyu, you too must grow stronger. However, Ling Jun was acutely aware that Jing Mingyu's true path lay elsewhere. Possessing the unparalleled innate gift of the sacred body of medicine, she was destined for the primary path of alchemy. As for other pursuits, it would depend on whether she had the energy to spare in the future. System, it seems you've been idling for quite some time. Perhaps it's time to find something to engage in. Oh, host, have you finally had a moment of conscience? Enough with the chatter. Just tell me if there is something. It has been a decade since I took on a disciple. I happen to have a commendable candidate. At these words, Lin Daoyuan sat upright. Where? Shangzhongtian, the wild domain. Shangzhongtian, how intriguing. I never anticipated my endeavors would lead me there. It's a perfect opportunity to explore. Lin Daoyuan felt a surge of joy as he leisurely made his way outside. Having spent considerable time in the eastern domain, he remained unaware of its profound depths. System, enlighten me. It is rare for the host to exhibit such interest. I shall reluctantly oblige. The power dynamics of the eastern domain can broadly be categorized into core and peripheral factions. The core is imbued with dense spiritual energy and is divided among the prominent sects, among which the notable ones include the Wanjian sect, the Mo Ling Hall, the Qingyang sect, the Qianyuan sect, and the eastern domain's singular sacred ground, the Tianyin sacred sect. The Tianyin sacred sect? Oh, this is intriguing. Please elaborate. The sacred sect, as the name suggests, is governed by a peak powerhouse of saintly stature, and the Tianyin sacred sect occupies the Tianyin mountain range, the most spiritually rich area in the eastern domain, with a legacy that predates the division of Shangzhongtian into upper and lower realms. Furthermore, in Shangzhongtian, there exists a formidable lineage. Following that, there are various factions interspersed among the major sects, alongside some enigmatic forbidden zones. These entities either occupy territories for development or rely on secret realms, with numerous dynasties established in the borderlands. The Kanglan mountain range holds the second densest spiritual energy in the eastern domain. However, at present, it certainly ranks first, if we are to believe this. Other domains also possess sacred grounds. Indeed, the Hongwu Continent's lower Shangzhongtian encompasses 6 major regions: Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, Northern Domain, Western Demon Domain, Central Sky Domain, and the Sea Demon Domain. Except for the Western Demon Domain and the Sea Demon Domain, which are territories of the demon race, the others all host sacred grounds. Lin Daoyuan pondered upon hearing this. You just mentioned that this Tianyin sacred ground possesses a lineage in Shangzhongtian. Could it be that they know how to access Shangzhongtian? Certainly, it is not a matter of world barriers. The power of the rules is formidable. As long as one reaches the supreme realm, they can force their way through to Shangzhongtian. Thus, many ancient factions, to varying extents, possess their own teleportation formations for communication. Goodness, what a hassle. Can't one simply tear a rift? System, enough of this. Let us examine the profile of this disciple. Very well, host. The information regarding your third disciple is as follows. Name, Mu Shi. Age, 22. Constitution, Great Wilderness Dao Body, sealed state. Spiritual root, Premium Earth Spiritual root, sealed state. Cultivation, Peak Qi refinement. Background, a seemingly ordinary descendant of the Mu family from Shangzhongtian, relegated to a remote area. Diligent and earnest, possessing a simple and honest nature. Oh, it appears we have a simpleton this time. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan felt a surge of anticipation as he leisurely strolled to the shores of the illusory sea lake. This lake, located beside the Evergreen Palace on the floating island, was named for its constant reflection of the resplendent starry sky and its boundless depths, as its waters cascaded down into the floating island below. Without hesitation, Lin Daoyuan tore through the fabric of reality and vanished from sight. After his departure, a graceful figure arrived quietly. Master, where are you? The presence is still here. Have you left? The newcomer was Xiao Jinyue, who had now blossomed into her full beauty, rivaling even Su Qingli, adorned with exquisite hairpins and a splendid celestial gown. She resembled a figure painted in a masterpiece. At that moment, a sharp sword aura approached. Upon closer inspection, it was Situ Qingfeng, who had shed his youthful naivety, now clad in simple attire, embodying resilience and determination. Senior sister, he greeted respectfully upon seeing Xiao Jinyue. Are you also seeking master? She inquired. Indeed, Situ Qingfeng replied. After 10 years of cultivation in the Immortal Gate, I wish to venture out for some practical experience, which is why I sought Master. Xiao Zhenyue nodded. Master has just departed, but given his habits, he should return shortly. Let us wait a while. Could it be that you two intend to venture out? Hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue acknowledged. To remain cloistered is not a sustainable approach. It is indeed time to explore the world. Having lived 2 lives, she understood the significance of experience better than Situ Qingfeng, recognizing it as a necessary path for any cultivator. Situ Qingfeng, sensing her resolve, asked, "May I seek your guidance?" "Senior sister? Are you certain?" "Yes." Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the training arena, which, rather than merely a practice ground, was an expansive realm for boundless combat. Within this space, no matter how fiercely one fought, destruction was impossible. Moreover, the genuine battles within were projected in real time to the outside world, allowing spectators to grasp the immense prowess of those inside. This was a creation of Lin Daoyuan, designed to evoke inspiration in onlookers. However, the intensity of the projections could be regulated. At that moment, Qi Huang rode in on a vibrant 7-colored deer, arriving at the viewing area with a tea set in hand, embodying the essence of Lin Daoyuan. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Xiao Fengzi is quite audacious to challenge senior sister. Dan Feng and Ling Jun exchanged amused glances before the latter spoke to the meditative Jing Mingyu, seated by the alchemy furnace. "Come, let me show you the world." Jing Mingyu looked on in confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Kong and others, who had been idly waiting, silently gathered at the viewing area. Seeing them, Qi Huang immediately assumed the role of a tea-serving attendant, her beautiful eyes lighting up upon encountering Jing Mingyu. The Western Demon Domain. This is a vast region in the Eastern Domain, sparsely populated by humans, where the demon race holds dominion. It had been a decade since Mingyuan arrived here, perhaps having found a perfect spot to slumber for a few years before descending. "Liner, we must take our leave." "Leave? Master, where are we going?" In a secluded valley, a delicate courtyard stood, where Mingyuan gazed skyward, while beside him, a stunning maiden looked on with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, one would see that this maiden had the head of a human and the body of a serpent, her tail shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, revealing her serpentine nature. I have previously mentioned that I hail from a sect, and after many years of wandering, it is time for me to return. Upon hearing this, the serpent girl glanced at herself. "But master, will the sect reject me?" In response, the formidable visage of Mingyuan softened with a touch of warmth. "Haha. My disciple is a 7-colored sky-devouring python, with the potential to become an unparalleled 9-colored sky-devouring python. How could they ever disdain you?" He continued, "Do not dwell on concerns. We shall return, and the sect leader will address your transformation issues." A pang of nostalgia struck Mingyuan as he gazed upon the young girl, seeing a reflection of his ancient self. With a mixed bloodline rendering her unable to cultivate normally, she had been abandoned by her kin and oppressed by other beast clans, merely struggling to survive without knowing the purpose of her existence. Her name was Yunli, a castaway of the sky-devouring python clan, cursed to remain in serpent form since childhood, viewed as a disgrace and ostracized by her own kind, even forsaken by her parents. It was only when she was pursued to the brink of despair that she encountered Mingyuan, who nurtured her over the years, allowing her to achieve a semblance of an upper body transformation, while her lower half remained untransformed, a challenge even Mingyuan could not resolve, leaving him to place his hopes in Lin Daoyuan. "Yes, I will listen to you, master," the girl replied obediently, for Mingyuan represented her sole pillar of support. Hearing this, Mingyuan gently ruffled Yunli's hair with his rough hand. "Let us depart." He then enveloped her in a surge of spiritual energy and tore through the void. Upon returning to the sect, Yunli was equally curious, yet dutifully followed Mingyuan, holding onto the hem of his dark robe. As they approached the air above the clear lake island, upon seeing Mingyuan, Songlong and the others respectfully approached him. "We greet the Grand Elder." Songlong and the others dared not raise their heads, for as fellow beasts, they felt the overwhelming pressure of Mingyuan's bloodline. Mingyuan proceeded to introduce Yunli to the group, who cautiously greeted them in return. Upon laying eyes on Yunli, Songlong, though unaware of the reason behind her failed transformation, sensed a potent bloodline emanating from her. Indeed, the disciples of the sect leader and the elders were anything but ordinary. As Yunli entered the celestial gate, astonished by its beauty, she also encountered Songlong and other beast clans, allowing her to relax her previously anxious heart. Mingyuan visited the Chongqing Hall and Chongqing Peak, but found no sign of Lin Daoyuan. Eventually, he came across a gathering at the training ground. "Is the elder back?" Chun Mingdao and others inquired. "Elder?" Jing Mingyu, who was engaged in a game of Go with Qi Huang, expressed confusion. "The elder is a grand elder of the celestial gate, the strongest being beneath the master," Qi Huang cheerfully explained. Upon hearing this, Jing Mingyu respectfully bowed to Mingyuan. Disciple Jing Mingyu pays respects to Senior Ming. Mingyuan managed to smile in response. Good. Lingjun, is this your disciple? Indeed, Elder Ming, Lingjun replied, summoning Tao Chei. At that moment, Yunliner peered out from behind Mingyuan, curiously observing the others, capturing their attention. Elder Ming, who is this young one? She is my disciple, Yunliner. Liner, come over and greet your uncles and sisters. At this moment, Jing Mingyu and Qi Huang also turned their gaze towards Yunliner as Ming Yuan settled down, revealing Yunliner's form before everyone. Ling Jun and the others instantly recognized Yunliner's exceptional talent and the challenges ahead. What a promising student. Yet this can only be accomplished with the 12th grade elixirs. Can you cultivate it? Upon hearing this, Ling Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment. I only have a 70% certainty. Then we must wait for the sect master. Disciple Yunliner pays respects to all esteemed uncles and sisters. Yunliner proclaimed. As soon as Yunliner finished speaking, 100-foot-long sword light, laden with frost, flashed across the sky, and Situ Chengfeng appeared, looking quite disheveled. Chapter 30, Yunliner. The Naive 11. Still, my sister is superior. In the same realm, I am no match for her. Situ Chengfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, though he had lost, there was no trace of dissatisfaction within him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue remarked, the technique you practice is commendable, and your swordsmanship is equally refined, yet your sword has never tasted blood, hence it lacks ferocity. Hearing Xiao Jinyue's words, Situ Chengfeng began to understand the reason behind his struggles. Has the difficulty in advancing my swordsmanship all these years been due to the lack of worldly experience? Once our master returns, we shall descend the mountain. Yes, sister, Situ Chengfeng replied, shouldering the Chaos Divine Sword. Soon after, the two noticed that the spectators had approached them. They immediately soared through the air. Jinyue greets all the elders. Chengfeng pays respects to all the elders. Upon hearing this, Ming Yuan and the others smiled faintly and waved their hands. Then, two new faces came into view. Jing Mingyu was somewhat nervous, yet excited to see Xiao Jinyue again after 10 years. Xiao Jinyue is so beautiful, and her aura is overwhelming. Both Jing Mingyu and Yunliner dared not raise their heads. Situ Chengfeng chuckled. Are you two new disciples? No need to be anxious. I am your second senior brother. Situ Chengfeng. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to approach me. Disciple Jing Mingyu, apprentice of Elder Ling Jun, pays respects to second senior brother. Jing Mingyu said, gazing at Situ Chengfeng's ruggedly handsome face. Disciple Yunliner, apprentice of Elder Ming Yuan, pays respects to second senior brother and senior sister. Yunliner imitated Jing Mingyu's formal greeting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue smiled slightly at the two. Then, upon seeing Jing Mingyu, she beamed. Little Yuer has grown up. Hearing Xiao Jinyue's words, Jing Mingyu felt a surge of joy. Sister Jinyue still remembers me. The others present exchanged knowing smiles, clearly recognizing the bond between Xiao Jinyue and Jing Mingyu. I am Xiao Jinyue, your eldest senior sister. Should you have any matters in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, senior sister and second senior brother. Thus, they had acquainted themselves with one another. Subsequently, the attention of the crowd shifted once more to Yunliner, who was also recognized by Xiao Jinyue for her exceptional qualities. However, even Ming Yuan could not resolve her issues, leading Xiao Jinyue to surmise that Ming Yuan had come to seek her master, Lin Daoyuan. Feeling the gazes upon her, Yunliner retreated behind Ming Yuan. At that moment, Qi Huang playfully grabbed Yunliner's tail and rubbed it against her face, sweetly exclaiming, Wow, Liner, your tail is truly beautiful. Yunliner was taken aback. Sister, are you not afraid? I cannot fully transform. How beautiful. How could one be afraid? Upon hearing Qi Huang's response, Yunliner felt a jolt in her heart. Despite having endured various forms of bullying since childhood, she had never encountered anyone as stunning as Qi Huang. At that moment, Jing Mingyu's eyes were fixed on Yunliner, sparkling with admiration. Indeed, it is truly beautiful. May I touch it? At that instant, Ming Yuan and the others discreetly withdrew, allowing the youth to engage among themselves. After all, matters concerning the younger generation should be left to them. Xiao Jinyue did not depart. Seeing Yunliner stirred a sense of compassion within her, perhaps more profound than when she first met Lin Daoyuan. Subsequently, the first-generation disciples began to bond, particularly Jing Mingyu, who recounted the incident of pulling Ling Jun's beard, eliciting both laughter and tears from the group. After listening to Yunliner's tale, they felt a mixture of empathy and anger. Those wretches, they deserve punishment. Situ Chengfeng's murderous intent was unmistakably evident. Fear not. When master returns, they shall be dealt with. Xiao Jinyue gently patted Yunliner on the head. Yes, Yunliner beamed with joy. She had thought that apart from Master Ming Yuan, no one else cared for her. To her surprise, upon arriving at the Immortal Sect, she found so many seniors concerned for her. All right, Liner must be strong, after all. She is destined to be the fourth sister of the Immortal Sect. Ah, what about me? At that moment, Qi Huang placed her small hands on her hips, feigning fierceness. You are the junior sister. Senior sister, you are the bully. At her words, everyone erupted in laughter. This is what Master said. You are indeed the bully. Soon after, Xiao Jinyue guided the group to her residence. Hee, sister, your place is so comfortable. Not only is the palace grand, but there are also various delicious treats. Situ Chengfeng awkwardly scratched his head. If we went to my place, haha. Thankfully, I have Situ Mingyue to keep me company. Then, Xiao Jinyue, imitating Lin Daoyuan, began to prepare a meal for the group. My goodness, this dish nearly ascended to the heavens. Yet, despite the tears, they consumed the meal. Sister, how about next time we dine with Master? You should eat more to grow taller. At this, Qi Huang nearly slapped herself in frustration. Xiao Jinyue was quite pleased, realizing that these younger siblings might become her allies in future vengeance, and they were also extraordinary talents worthy of deepening connections through the eyes of Master and the elders. The gathering continued until late into the night, after which Yunliner was taken away by Mingyuan, leaving Jing Mingyu in torment. Old rascal, I shall pluck every hair from your beard. Master, why have you not come to fetch me? With my qi refining cultivation. How long will it take to reach Dan Peak? It's you. I am currently drinking with your master uncle. You can ride a celestial deer back yourself. I will pluck every hair from your beard. Xiao Jinyue chuckled, now understanding the personalities of both Jing Mingyu and Yunliner. While Yunliner was timid, Jing Mingyu and Qi Huang shared a similar essence. All right, sister will escort you back, or you may stay with me. Naturally, Jing Mingyu opted to stay the night. Qi Huang cheered with delight. Perfect. I adore Mingyu's presence. Qi Huang is inherently a spirit root of grass and wood, and possesses a constitution akin to that of the herbal spirit's sacred body, thus creating a sense of familiarity. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan has wandered through the upper heaven before venturing into the wilderness domain. The spiritual energy in the upper heaven is indeed denser than that of the lower heaven, and the expanse of the continent is comparable to that of the lower heaven, vast beyond measure. The cultivators here are significantly more formidable, with each one casually embodying the strength of the golden core. Lin Daoyuan also perceives multiple imperial-level auras. The wilderness domain is the region with the most sparse spiritual energy in the upper heaven, despite its thinness. It surpasses the meager energy of the lower heaven by several folds. Mu Family Village, a settlement within the wilderness domain, awaits the return of the village chief, Jiao Yang. And 11. Within this modest village, an elderly man stands at the entrance, anxiously anticipating their arrival. Suddenly, a figure rushes towards him, granting the old man a sense of relief. Under the setting sun, two youthful figures return. One is slender, clad in resplendent armor, while the other is robust, covered in dirt, with armor marred by cracks and blood. Upon witnessing this, the old man immediately becomes incensed. Jiao Yang, why don't you exert yourself a bit more? Enough. Old man, mind your own business. I am not here for training. I will return to the family soon. The slender youth, known as Mu Jiao Yang, does not even spare a glance at the elder, striding toward the most luxurious house in the village. Sighing helplessly, the old man turns his gaze to the stout young man, who offers him a roasted beast leg with a smile. 11. Did you sustain any injuries today? Not at all, Grandpa, replies the robust youth, grinning broadly. You. The elder's irritation flares again. Don't take on everything yourself in the future. Subsequently, Mu 11 assists the elder as they return to the village. Understood, Grandpa. As night falls, the small courtyard of Mu 11 remains illuminated. 11. What are your thoughts on this marriage? Grandpa, as long as she sees something in me, I have no objections, he responds nonchalantly. You fool. She is someone who cannot even gather energy. Grandpa, I too am considered a waste. We shall not despise one another. Mu 11 scratches his head, his innocence apparent. But at least you are a qi refining cultivator, with the potential to establish a foundation in this life. She is merely a mortal. Do you think we have a choice in the family's decision, Grandpa? I accept it, as long as she does not disdain me. What harm is there in spending a lifetime with her? The old man is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter. Ha, I am getting old, yet you, this silly boy, are more insightful than I. Ha. The elder, still chuckling, hunches his back and steps outside. Mu 11, under the flickering candlelight, gazes at the marriage contract in his hand, his expression intricate. Chapter 31, Distinctive Paths. Disciple descends the mountain. A marriage contract, or perhaps an imposed fate, unbreakable. What can I do? Lin Daoyuan's ethereal figure materializes within the room. Gunyenyo. System, please check this girl's information. The following information pertains to Gunyenyo. Name, Gunyenyo. Age, 20 years. Physique, exquisite celestial body, sealed, spiritual root, supreme spiritual root, extracted, cultivation level, none. Background, originally a widow of the Gu family. She was entrusted to the Gu family. Due to her awakening supreme spiritual root from a young age, she became the object of envy. However, her spiritual root was taken from her in her youth, leaving her oblivious to the truth. The Gu family raised her as if she were an ordinary girl. The ties between the Mu and Gu families were intricate, leading to Gu Nianyo being bestowed upon Mu Shi. Alas, Lin Daoyuan sighed. Then, with a flicker of inspiration, he calculated with his fingers, a smile returning to his lips. Yet this girl possesses an extraordinary fate. My disciple may never encounter his wife. Speaking of the Mu family village, what purpose does it serve? In the entire desolate domain, aside from the bloodthirsty beasts, few humans reside. Ding, host. You may perceive it as a testing ground for disciples of a large family. For those with exceptional talent, it is indeed a trial, while for those lacking talent, it can be viewed as exile. Exile. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan's expression turned complex as he gazed at the earnest Mu Shi under the flickering candlelight, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, the second day arrived. On this day, Mu Shi donned a simple red wedding robe, quite modest. Standing at the door, gazing into the distance. The old village chief wore a broad smile, though it seemed forced. Shi, who would have thought you possessed such fortune? I have heard that Gu Nianyo, despite lacking talent for cultivation, is a great beauty. Grandfather, please refrain from mocking me. Today is the wedding day. At that moment, Song Jiaoyang approached with two maidservants, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Shi. TCH, a waste, only fitting for another waste. Then, a massive warship tore through the void. And Song Jiaoyang sneered. I am returning to the main family. Farewell. Oh, never to meet again. Subsequently, Song Jiaoyang boarded the warship with his maidservants, departing without a backward glance. The old village chief and Mu Shi watched the flying vessel vanish, their hearts heavy with bitterness. This lifetime may very well be spent in the great wilderness. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from Mu family village, a plain carriage rolled quietly along the road. A maidservant drove the carriage, accompanied by the bride, a simple arrangement. Inside the carriage, a graceful silhouette sat quietly, listening to the rhythmic sound of the wheels. Just then, a gentle female voice resonated. You are not ordinary. Are you content to accept your fate? You possess an exquisite heart. Can you truly resign yourself? Who is this esteemed elder? Gu Nianyo inquired sweetly. How about taking me as your master? You are extraordinary, and I will guide you on the path to immortality. Empowering you. Esteemed elder, I am but a mortal. Haha, a mortal indeed. Do you not wish to know why you cannot cultivate? Or about the past of your Gu family? Upon hearing this, Gu Nianyo fell silent for a moment, finally responding. Esteemed elder, may I at least meet him? I cannot bear to break my promise. Haha, that lad. Even I cannot discern his future. He likely bears great karma and is no ordinary individual. If fate allows, you shall meet again. With these words, Gu Nianyo tucked the marriage certificate into her bosom. Disciple Gu Nianyo pays homage to the master. Shortly after, a melodic female laughter echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the silhouette of the carriage vanished from the muddy official road. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bride remained unseen, causing Mu Shi to feel a twinge of anxiety as he stood at the village entrance, uncertain of what to do. Grandfather? At that moment, Mu Shi turned to glance at the old village chief, only to find him peacefully resting against the stone pillar at the village's edge, departing from this world. Grandfather. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon Mu Shi. The old village chief was his only true kin in this world. With great effort, he held back his tears and carefully laid him to rest before returning to the village entrance. Now, Mu family village was left with only him. In the void, Lin Daoyuan found himself at a loss. The old village chief had long been a dying man, perhaps worrying for Mu Shi. While Mu Shi gazed into the distance, Lin Daoyuan quietly appeared to converse with the elder. Though Lin Daoyuan could have extended the elder's life, the old man refused, stating, With you, Shi, having a predecessor, I can rest easy. This life has been too burdensome. I do not wish to continue. Young man, what are you waiting for? Just then, Lin Daoyuan, with a beaming smile, materialized before Mu Shi. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Predecessor, who are you? Would you care to take me as your master and pursue the path of enlightenment? Predecessor, I lack talent. Why dismiss yourself? Cultivation is a struggle against the heavens. The notion of lacking talent is but a fallacy. Predecessor, shall I accept your offer? Though Mu Shi was simple-hearted, he recognized Lin Daoyuan's extraordinary nature. Perhaps this was his opportunity. Choosing to leave the village was a daunting prospect, yet he opted for the former. If given the chance, who would not desire to grow powerful? Powerful enough to never be bullied, powerful enough to command his own fate. Predecessor, could you wait a moment? Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan let out a hearty laugh. That young lady of yours is quite remarkable. She has already been taken by a great figure. If fate allows, You shall meet again. With that, Mu Shi tucked the marriage document into his sleeve. Disciple Mu Shi pays homage to the master. Excellent. You may call me Lin Daoyuan. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained another beloved disciple. As a reward, you receive 1 copy of the Great Wilderness Tao Scripture, a Great Wilderness Battle Spear, and millions of spirit stones. It was specifically for Shi. Fortunately, the spirit stones were just right for the disciple's pocket money. All right, Shi, from now on, strive to assert yourself. Do you understand? Yes, master. Come, let us return to the sect. Master, may I inquire what our sect is called? Xiazhongtian. The everlasting Qing Immortal Sect. Upon learning that Lin Daoyuan hailed from Xiazhongtian, Mu Shi was astonished. To traverse freely between the realms was a testament to immense power. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the sect, when Jing Mingyu visited the Hall of Techniques, she was nearly overwhelmed by the formidable practices contained within, each at least of the heavenly tier, sending tremors through her small heart. Back at the sect, Lin Daoyuan introduced Mu Shi to everyone, igniting curiosity among the crowd regarding this simple-hearted young man. Only Xiao Jinyue and the elders were aware of the terrifying potential that lay within Mu Shi. Soon, the others became familiar with him, particularly Situ Chengfeng, who felt an endearing connection, as if they would share many drinks together in the future. Upon learning about Yun Linner's situation, Lin Daoyuan immediately concocted a 12th grade life creation pill and presented it to her. Subsequently, Mingyuan escorted Yun Linner into seclusion. The next matter at hand was the activation of Mu Shi's physique. Lin Daoyuan retrieved a large cauldron, and upon witnessing this, Xiao Jinyue understood his intentions. The cauldron was to be used for brewing. Once all was completed, Xiao Jinyue and Situ Chengfeng arrived at the Evergreen Hall. Master, I wish to descend the mountain. Upon hearing Xiao Jinyue's words, Lin Daoyuan turned to Situ Chengfeng. You too? Situ Chengfeng nodded. Very well, remaining in isolation is not a sustainable strategy. I have but one piece of advice. If you cannot defeat them, remember your master. Upon hearing this, warmth filled their hearts. Yes, master. Soon after, Xiao Jinyue departed first. Xiaofeng, where are you headed? To the southern domain. Lin Daoyuan was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, shall I accompany you? Thank you, master. However, my sister mentioned that my sword lacks the essence of killing. There exists a teleportation array between domains. I will make my own way. Very well. Situ Chengfeng then returned to his own sanctuary, where he encountered Situ Mingyue. At this moment, Situ Mingyue had reached the golden core stage, her beauty restored to its peak, though she still wore a simple dress. Mother, Situ Mingyue felt a pang of sorrow. Over the past decade, she had shared the truth of Situ Chengfeng's origins with him, but he remained silent. Situ Mingyue found herself at a loss for words, realizing that Situ Chengfeng had grown. Mother has but one wish. When the time comes to slay that beast, take me with you. Understood, mother. He then shouldered his long sword and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Just as Xiao Jinyue was about to leave the sect, a figure came running towards her. Sister, wait for me. I want to go too. Take me with you. Who else could it be but Lin Shihuang? What purpose do you have? No. I'm nearly moldy from boredom with no one to play with. Has master consented? At that moment, Lin Daoyuan's voice echoed in Xiao Jinyue's ears. Jinyue, take her along, but manage her well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue could only helplessly lift Lin Shihuang and soar into the sky. Sister, I've grown up. I'm all grown up. Chapter 32. The Zhou Siblings, Yi Qingguan. In this world, in the Eastern Domain, there lies Tianyin City, the largest city in the entire Eastern Domain, governed by the Tianyin Sacred Land. News of a new trading company opening spread far and wide, the Qingyuan Trading Company. A decade ago, it was a nameless little firm. Yet now it is renowned throughout the Eastern Domain, rivaling even the famed Jinman Tower. The Jinman Tower is a well-established trading company with a long heritage. Its enterprise is sprawling across the entire continent. While it may not yet be on par with the Jinman Tower, it certainly stands shoulder to shoulder with it in the Eastern Domain. Many powerful figures covet the goods of the Qingyuan Trading Company, which is supported by Zhuge Ming. With his capabilities, he could have taken over the Jinman Tower, but his sentiments were, quite frankly, lackluster. The development of the Qingyuan Trading Company is quite remarkable. Indeed, it may now be on equal footing with Jinman Tower. It has come to my attention that the grand opening of the Tianyin Sacred City is accompanied by an auction, featuring the coveted 7-grade elixirs. At this moment, within the magnificent and colossal edifice of the Tianyin Sacred City, a conversation unfolds. Master, the Qingyuan Commerce Association has been gaining significant momentum lately. Should we not suppress them? Rather than resorting to suppression, I am more intrigued by the individuals behind this phenomenon. How have they transformed a small, remote trading house into a renowned commercial entity across the Eastern Domain? Send someone to our esteemed neighbors to inquire. Prepare ample gifts. Yes, master. Simultaneously, in another impressive hall, a pair of siblings are diligently engaged in their tasks. The sister, adorned in an elegant gown, possesses an extraordinary grace that captivates all, while her brother, handsome and dignified, exudes a refined charm. Their names are Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Liner. Brother, guests from the Jinman Tower have arrived, seemingly to present a congratulatory gift. Congratulatory gift? Zhou Tianyu pondered. Logically, upon our arrival, the Qingyuan Commerce Association has taken a portion of Jinman Tower's resources. What merit do we have to receive gifts? Perhaps we should consult our master? Zhou Liner suggested softly. No, if we trouble our master with every matter, we, as disciples, would appear utterly inept. Let us invite them in. I shall handle the situation and prepare for tonight's opening and auction. Very well. Subsequently, in the reception hall of the Qingyuan Commerce Association, Zhou Tianyu sat composedly in the main seat, flanked by 4 individuals, 2 middle-aged men and a man and woman of remarkable bearing. Upon observing them, Zhou Tianyu realized he could not discern their true capabilities, despite being in the initial stage of the Golden Core realm himself. Greetings to the esteemed seniors and fellow practitioners present. I am Zhou Tianyu, the president of the Qingyuan Commerce Association. Among those gathered, the 2 elderly gentlemen were inscrutable, while the young man and woman exuded an exceptional aura, likely in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, justifying Zhou Tianyu's address. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed seniors and fellow practitioners for gracing us with your presence. It is indeed a fortunate occasion for the Qingyuan Commerce Association. Young friend Zhou is truly a prodigy among men, having attained the Golden Core stage at merely 22 years of age. The 2 youths from Jinman Tower expressed their astonishment, noting their own mid-20s in the nascent soul stage. I am genuinely curious how young friend Zhou has managed to elevate the Qingyuan Commerce Association to such heights within a decade. It is indeed impressive. Is that so? Zhou Tianyu replied with a smile. Esteemed senior, you flatter me. It is merely a matter of sincerity in one's endeavors. Sincerity, you say? Young friend Zhou's response is indeed amusing, employing such a simple excuse to address an elder. However, my master holds great admiration for you. Or perhaps for those who support you. Might I request an audience with them? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianyu shook his head. He realized that at this juncture, admitting to lying before someone of great power would only lead to self-embarrassment. I previously mentioned that I have a master, but alas, my master is currently in seclusion and is unlikely to be available. The elder, upon hearing this, seemed to have achieved his objective. In that case, I hope that upon your master's emergence from seclusion, they might grant us an audience. I also wish for your success in tonight's opening and auction. Jinman Tower shall certainly be present to support you. I shall convey your kind words to my master, and I thank you for your well wishes, esteemed senior. With a smile, the elder waved his sleeve and departed. 2 young men from Jinmenlu followed suit, and there, the woman blushed. Once the guests departed, Zhou Liner entered with a cheerful smile. Your brother has quite the charm. He's left everyone smitten. Are you teasing your brother? You deserve a reprimand. Once you're done, I shall inform the master. All right. There are still some family dignitaries arriving to offer their congratulations. You are tasked with receiving them. No problem. With that, Zhou Liner playfully stuck out her tongue and left. Zhou Tianyu could only smile helplessly and return to his duties. Soon, night fell, and the grand opening of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce commenced as scheduled, with over a dozen Yuanying and even Huashan guardians dispatched to maintain order, alongside formidable figures of law and even semi-star sovereigns. This display made it clear to all that Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was no ordinary establishment. It was no wonder it had flourished so remarkably in just a decade. Naturally, these were all loyal individuals nurtured by Zhuge Ming. Consequently, Jinmenlu had to take notice, and even some prominent families began to regard Zhuge Ming, the force behind Qingyuan, with great curiosity. In the late hours, the chamber concluded its auction with a divine-grade cultivation technique, which even caught the attention of the Tianyan sect. A divine-grade technique. Indeed, the siblings could not produce such a treasure. It was Zhuge Ming who presented it, after all. Thus, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce established itself in Tianyan City, and many forces dared not underestimate it. The strength exhibited at the grand opening was sufficient to warrant serious consideration. What more lay in store? At that moment, far away in another realm, Yilan tore open a rift and descended. The name of this world was Hongwu Continent. Wanner's aura resided within this land. A smile finally broke upon Yilan's cold visage. Subsequently, she calculated and inquired, is the waterfall domain located there? With that, Yilan tore open another rift and vanished from sight. The Hongwu Continent was a remarkably complete land, devoid of the hierarchical divisions found in Hongwu Continent, and its spiritual energy was denser overall, giving rise to numerous powerful beings. The waterfall domain was an unparalleled sacred ground within the Hongwu Continent, home to an extraordinary empress. It was said that this empress could ascend to broader realms, but chose to suppress her cultivation, as if in search of something. Strangely, despite being a sacred place, the waterfall domain boasted only the empress, with no disciples in sight. This empress was named Yi Qingwan. At that moment, within the beautifully desolate waterfall valley, a stunning figure clad in a black celestial gown sat gracefully at a stone table, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance with a mix of sorrow and helplessness. It has been 100,000 years, brother. Where could you possibly be? I have searched the entire continent and traversed the vast starry rivers. Where are you truly? Just then, hidden within the folds of space, Yilan wore a satisfied expression. That little girl has grown up. Then, as if struck by a thought, Yilan donned a mask, sealed the heavens and earth, and tore through space. Yi Qingwan seemed to sense something amiss, rising cautiously, her imperial might surging, resonating with the very fabric of the universe. In the void, Yilan's figure emerged, clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask, her hair billowing. I have long sought the unparalleled empress of the waterfall domain. I have come to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes turned cold. You trespass without my consent and even seal the heavens. What does this signify? Let us engage in battle and see your strength. If you are lacking, serving as my maid would not be a poor fate. Infuriated by these words, Yi Qingwan retorted, a mere maid. An emperor must not be insulted. How audacious. With a cold snort, Yi Qingwan exuded an aura of lethal intent. She stepped forward, shattering the void, and in an instant, she confronted Yilan. With a single palm strike, her hand grew to an enormous size, delivering a blow that shattered mountains and rivers. Yilan was driven deep into the earth, and the vast realm of falling waters was left in ruins, the ground splitting as if a mirror had shattered, causing the heavens and earth to wail in agony. Observing the immense chasm before her, Yi Qingwan felt a sense of urgency. She sensed the newcomer's formidable power. Suddenly, a colossal black-armored figure materialized in the heavens, launching a punch at her. The force of the punch tore through the void. The already fractured world could not withstand the assault, and Yi Qingwan hastily defended herself, but was still thrust into a spatial rift. Yilan pursued, and in an instant, both vanished from sight. Subsequently, the heavens began to recover, albeit slowly. In the starry sky, two streaks of light collided at great speed, and the residual waves from their battle caused nearby barren planets to explode instantly. Chapter 33, Yilan's Mishap. Who are you? Why must you toy with me? Yi Qingwan was infuriated, realizing that the more they fought, the more peculiar it became. Yilan showed no intent to harm her. Each move was gentle, as if he were playing with a child. Consumed by fury, Yi Qingwan tore the void and summoned a long sword that exuded a fierce aura, shattering the stars. The terrifying sword energy swept through the cosmos, fracturing space itself. Yilan, unfazed, caught the immense sword energy between two fingers, calmly stating, "If this is the extent of your power, you might as well become my maid and serve me." With a slight exertion, he shattered the terrifying sword energy effortlessly. Yi Qingwan's expression turned grave. I am already an emperor, on the verge of transcending to another level. Thus, there is only one possibility. This person is an ancient emperor. The ancient emperor, a realm of comprehension beyond the great emperor, a different magnitude entirely. Yi Qingwan gritted her teeth in frustration. Who is this person? And why does he mock me? Why do you toy with me, senior? Yilan paid no heed to her words. A shadowy figure appeared behind Yi Qingwan, lifting her effortlessly. Quite light, indeed suitable to be my maid. This infuriated Yi Qingwan. When had she ever endured such humiliation? In a flash, she erupted with powerful energy, breaking free from Yilan's grasp. You insult me. Enraged, Yi Qingwan clasped her hands together, summoning a colossal female emperor's figure that materialized in the void. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rings of profound laws emerged from behind the spectral figure, their terrifying might extending in all directions. Who dares to battle? Roared the emperor. At this moment, above the mirror of falling water, a stunning figure emerged. Casting a glance at the disarray of the mirror and sensing that all was amiss, quickly, she turned her gaze towards the depths of space. Her beautiful eyes filled with gravity. Qingwan was engaged in battle. As the fabric of space tore apart, she departed from this place. Night Qingwan, with a mighty hand pressed down, conjured an overwhelmingly frigid giant palm that seemed to envelop the entire starry sky, advancing towards Night Lawn. Wherever it passed, the space froze, transforming the cosmos into a realm of ice and snow. Night Lawn stood in the void, her diminutive form gazing at the colossal palm approaching her. A smile of reassurance gracing her lips. She extended a single finger, which, though minuscule compared to the giant palm, somehow held its ground, leading to a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that reverberated through the heavens. Night Qingwan was forced back several steps by this residual force, the void beneath her feet crumbling into ruin. She was no match for her opponent. At that moment, a similarly remarkable voice resonated nearby. Unbeknownst to her, another exquisite figure had appeared beside Night Qingwan, one who was no less impressive. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Night Qingwan was taken aback. It was Luoyu, her friend, the Empress Luoyu, a legendary figure whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Luoyu, you should not have come. Night Qingwan sighed. Knowing that even as a peak emperor, she was powerless, what could a mid-stage emperor achieve? Qingwan, how could I stand idly by while you are in peril? Luoyu supported Night Qingwan. Her beautiful eyes also focused gravely on Night Lan. She understood that the person before them, capable of effortlessly repelling Night Qingwan without harm, was an adversary beyond their reach. Why must you trouble Qingwan? If you require anything, my Luoyu divine sect is willing to offer it willingly, she proposed. Night Lan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled slightly. How about the two of you become my maidservants? At these words, despair flickered in Night Qingwan's eyes. They were unable to fight back, nor could they escape. Just moments ago, when Empress Luoyu entered, she sensed that the space had been sealed once more. What exactly did this formidable being intend? Luoyu, it seems we may find it difficult to resolve this today. The space has been locked down. Let us combine our strengths and see if we can find a glimmer of hope, Night Qingwan suggested, to which Empress Luoyu solemnly nodded in agreement. Night Lan, observing the situation, made her move. In an instant, she traversed the distance between them, appearing before the two with a mere step. She then flicked her finger lightly at Night Qingwan's forehead. Before she could comprehend the action, Night Lan had retreated, a mischievous grin on her face. At that moment, Night Qingwan's face flushed crimson. Seeing this, Luoyu was baffled. Was this a battle? Then, Night Qingwan, like a furiously agitated cat, lunged at Night Lan. Her strikes wild and uncoordinated, her feelings of grievance growing stronger, tears welling up. She, the illustrious Empress Night Qingwan, had traversed countless years, yet had never endured such humiliation, unable to retaliate, while being teased. Recognizing her sister was on the brink of collapse, Night Lan knew the jesting could go no further. She ceased the playful combat and distanced herself. Only then did she remove her mask. Upon seeing Night Lan's face, Night Qingwan was left in stunned disbelief. Who are you? Why do you impersonate him? Upon witnessing the scene, the Moonfall Empress stood suspended in the void, seemingly at a loss to offer assistance. Night Qingwan, tears streaming down her face, could scarcely believe that the figure before her was indeed Night Lan. For 100,000 years, she had searched tirelessly, nearly teetering on the brink of despair, only to find the person she had longed for standing right before her. Upon hearing her words, Night Lan chuckled. Guaner, do you remember how you were once bitten by a snake on your behind? Brother, you have returned, exclaimed Moonfall, as if she had just heard the most astonishing news. Meanwhile, Night Qingwan's face flushed crimson from her neck to her ears. Silence, she retorted, and in an instant, she stood before Night Lan, delivering a powerful punch straight to his chest, a strike worthy of the Emperor's realm. Night Lan did not retaliate, instead being propelled to a desolate continent, shattering numerous stars in his wake. I truly am your brother. You can sense it through our bloodline. He insisted. Be quiet. Night Qingwan remained unyielding, and appeared before Night Lan once more, this time delivering a kick that pierced through the very continent, sending Night Lan hurtling away in disarray. I truly am your brother. Silence. Night Qingwan remained resolute, and in a flash, she reappeared before Night Lan, weeping, and delivered another slap. Moonfall produced an item to record the events. How intriguing. Is this truly the brother Qingwan has sought for 100,000 years? She mused. Night Lan was once again sent flying, crashing through more stars, until he had no choice but to embrace Night Qingwan tightly. Qingwan, I truly am your brother. I have returned. I am not dead. Night Qingwan remained silent, her hands skillfully striking Night Lan as she sobbed for a long time, enveloped in the comforting aura of her only blood relative. Eventually, Night Lan took them away from the starry expanse and back to the waterfall realm, where he used his immense power to restore it. Moonfall watched in astonishment. Such feats were perhaps beyond even an emperor's capabilities. This brother of Qingwan's was indeed unfathomable. After a considerable time, Night Qingwan choked out, Are you truly my brother? Without a doubt. I searched for you for 100,000 years. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how close I came to despair? Hearing this, Night Lan's expression turned remorseful. 100,000 years prior, an unexpected event had separated him from his 10-year-old sister. Now, after all this time, she had grown into an unparalleled empress, enduring countless hardships. As her brother, he felt woefully inadequate. 100,000 years ago, I thought I was destined to die. Yet a mysterious elder saved me. I have since vowed to follow that elder for life, and my cultivation is a result of their guidance, Nightlon explained, recounting his encounter with Lin Daoyuan to Night Qingwan. After a long pause, Night Qingwan felt a pang of guilt upon realizing that her brother had spent 100,000 years cultivating in a perilous and boundless space, and her tears subsided. Then why did you tease me? I nearly believed. Nightlon scratched his head in response. Qingwan, it's been ages since we last met. I merely sought to amuse myself. Once again, Night Qingwan delivered a fierce punch to Nightlon. Are you attempting to commit fratricide? In response, Night Qingwan laughed and added, I have avenged our family's grievances. Let bygones be bygones, Nightlon replied. As the moon descended, there was an air of satisfaction about Luoyue. Indeed, Qingwan's illustrious reputation had been forged through bloodshed. Chapter 34. Returning to the sect, recruiting disciples. It is well enough to return. However, Yilon gazed at Yi Qingwan with a grave expression. Qingwan, do you realize that suppressing your strength for an extended period adversely affects your foundation? What shall we do? The Empress Luoyue appeared even more anxious than Yi Qingwan. Fear not, simply return to the sect with me. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan smiled at Yilon. As long as I can find my brother, what does it matter how long I suppress my power? Silly girl. However, upon breaking through, I shall depart from this vast world and ascend to a higher realm, Yi Qingwan remarked. In that case, it will be even more challenging to locate your brother. Hearing this, Yilon affectionately ruffled Yi Qingwan's hair. Silly girl, why must you worry? Subsequently, Yi Qingwan broke free, proclaiming, Brother, I have grown up. I am now the Empress. Yi Qingwan then introduced Luoyue to Yilon. Greetings, Taoist Luoyue. No need for such formalities, just call me Luoyue, Senior Yi. Brother, did you not just mention that you would take her as a maid? Yi Qingwan teased mischievously. At this, Yilon felt a bit embarrassed, while Empress Luoyue's cheeks flushed, casting furtive glances at Yilon. Haha, merely jesting, merely jesting. As night fell, time was given to Yi Qingwan and Luoyue. Qingwan, are you truly leaving? Yes. Now that I have found my brother, I must depart with him. I also wish to uncover the identity of the senior who rescued him. For the past 100,000 years, this has been your obsession, and now it is finally fulfilled. Upon hearing this, Luoyue fell into a state of melancholy. Once you leave, this vast palace will be devoid of company. Cultivation is indeed a lonely endeavor. Yi Qingwan smiled. Why not accompany my brother and explore other continents? I believe you, and he make a fine match. At this, Luoyue blushed furiously. You tease me once more. I am departing, and the Tao body of the Luoyue divine sect will lack protection. Moreover, as emperors, we can traverse this vast world. It is merely a matter of time. Then, a silence enveloped them. Luoyue broke the stillness first. I have heard that you were bitten by a snake on your backside when you were young. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan turned crimson. I did not. How dare you? Time swiftly passed to the following day, and after Yi Qingwan presented Luoyue with a token, she departed with Yilon. Brother, what do you think of Luoyue? She is quite splendid. Why, my dear girl, do you speak of such matters so soon after reuniting? At this, Yi Qingwan fell silent. It is precisely because we have been apart for so long that there is much to discuss. Observing this, Yilon understood his sister's yearning. He too felt the same. Once we are settled, let us converse late into the night. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan smiled. Indeed, soon after, before the Chongqing Immortal Sect, a rift in space appeared, and the siblings stepped through. Upon seeing the grand characters of Chongqing Immortal Sect, an overwhelming sense of awe washed over him, resonating even within a peak emperor such as himself. What a remarkable sect, brother? To speak frankly, even after enduring the passage of 100,000 years, she felt a twinge of nervousness at this moment. Yilon smiled reassuringly, no worries. Subsequently, she led Yi Qingwan into the celestial gate. Upon entering, a dense aura of spiritual energy surged towards them, overwhelming Yi Qingwan, who hastily raised her defenses. Such rich spiritual energy. They arrived directly at the Hall of Everlasting Green. At that moment, Lin Daoyuan seemed to have anticipated their arrival, gathering Ling Jun and others, including Zhu Gaming, who had returned, alongside the 4 guardian beasts. As they entered the Hall of Everlasting Green, Yi Qingwan was taken aback by the grandeur of the hall. It was nothing short of miraculous. Upon seeing Lin Daoyuan and the others, she noticed him lounging leisurely in the main seat, smiling at the two. You've returned? We have, Sect Master, replied Yilon. So, you have such a sister, Ling Jun remarked, prompting gentle smiles from the others. Yi Qingwan gazed at the dozen or so figures at the highest point, her heart racing. Despite being at the pinnacle of an emperor, she could not see through any of them. This could only mean one thing. They were of equal standing to her brother, if not stronger. Are they all ancient emperors? Sect Master, esteemed elders, this is my sister Yiqingwan. Currently, she has nowhere to go. May she enter the celestial gate? Yilan addressed Lin Daoyuan and the others. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan smiled. You've come at the perfect time. Our sect is in dire need of people. You are most welcome. Yilan was overjoyed. And Yiqingwan respectfully bowed to Lin Daoyuan and the others. I pay my respects to the sect master and esteemed elders. I told you. This young lady has an extraordinary fate. She has forged her own path of invincibility. Hearing this, Yiqingwan was somewhat taken aback. Has the sect master seen me before? Lin Daoyuan replied leisurely. When I saved your brother, I kept an eye on you. I noticed your exceptional talent and foresaw that your future would be remarkable. Hence, I only rescued your nearly lifeless brother and did not take you away. Upon hearing this, the siblings were astonished. It turned out the sect master had foreseen their fate 100,000 years ago. Yilan held Lin Daoyuan in even greater esteem, while Yiqingwan felt a mix of complexity and respect. Do you resent me for keeping you apart for 100,000 years? Lin Daoyuan smiled again. Yiqingwan fell silent before responding. I do harbor resentment. However, I am also grateful to the sect master and esteemed elders for saving my brother and nurturing him. Here, I express my gratitude. Yilan was taken aback by her words, but upon seeing Lin Daoyuan's expression, he felt relieved. Of course, this has also shaped you. Yiqingwan understood that her words might offend Lin Daoyuan, yet she felt that failing to speak the truth would be a greater offense, so she spoke candidly. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be the foremost elder beneath the ancestors of the Hall of Everlasting Green. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Yilan was elated. Thank you, sect master. Yiqingwan expressed her gratitude as well. The sect master does not hold my words against me. Thank you, sect master. I will not disgrace this mission. Now, you two siblings have not seen each other for a long time. Go ahead and catch up. Moreover, you have been suppressing your realm for too long. You may break through here in the sect. Feel free to do so. Yes, sect master. Subsequently, Yilan guided Yiqingwan to a mountain peak within the Immortal Sect, establishing it as their dojo. It was now the siblings' time to reconnect. In the Grand Hall, let us allow the two siblings to reminisce. How amusing it is. The sect has nearly found its footing, yet the number of disciples remains scant. It is high time to recruit new members. What are your thoughts on this matter? I shall merely say 4 words, education for all. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan continued. I believe that the criteria for recruiting disciples should revolve around 3 standards: character, comprehension, and then talent. Among these, character is paramount, followed by comprehension, with talent being secondary. Our sect possesses numerous divine artifacts to enhance talent. Permitting the unworthy to infiltrate would only invite disaster. Pleased by these words, Lin Daoyuan nodded in approval, and the others expressed their agreement with affirming gestures. The responsibility for selecting disciples would fall to Yu Chun and Chen Mingdao, tasked with devising a grand formation capable of testing character and comprehension, as well as constructing a celestial ladder to evaluate talent, ideally allowing for simultaneous assessments of all 3 aspects. Understood, sect master. Chen Mingdao and Yu Qin replied in unison. At this moment, Song Long and the others found themselves unable to interject, relegated to quietly listening from their seats. Moreover, we must address the current deficiency of elders and stewards within our sect, Lin Daoyuan added. At this point, Zhuge Ming interjected, Sect master. I believe there is no immediate rush. Let us first recruit a few disciples whose character and comprehension are strong enough to pass our tests. Initially, we need not exert excessive effort. The elders' roles are indeed significant. Perhaps after we have gathered a sufficient number of disciples, we can recruit elders for management positions based on generous compensation. Ling Jun and the others exchanged knowing glances. Zhuge Ming's insight was commendable. I too find this approach practical, yet I feel it would be a bit of a waste to utilize you all for such tasks. Chapter 35, Shi Tian, Shi Wanhua. Very well. Let us commence our recruitment in 1 month's time. Indeed, Zhuge, from this point forward, you shall serve as the deputy sect master. Upon hearing this, Ming Yuan and the others exchanged meaningful looks with Zhuge Ming. Such camaraderie. Zhuge Ming was taken aback. Sect master, your words carry a hidden meaning. Not at all. Lin Daoyuan's gaze shifted uneasily. In response, Zhuge Ming felt helpless. Sect master, do you wish to become a hands-off leader already? Zhuge Ming squinted, understanding that Lin Daoyuan's intentions were not as simple as they seemed. Nonsense. Enough, enough, let us disperse. Lin Daoyuan coughed, signaling the end of the discussion. Zhuge Ming, resigned to his position, recognized that he was bound to comply with the sect master's wishes. Su Qingli offered Lin Daoyuan a silent smile of exasperation, and as their eyes met, Lin Daoyuan swiftly averted his gaze. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingli waved her sleeve and departed. Soon after, the others followed suit. Leaving Lin Daoyuan to sit in his seat, a look of vexation etched upon his face. System? What is it, host? Nothing. Coward. Then, within a few days, news that would astonish the eastern region spread like wildfire. The Chongqing Immortal Sect, located in the Kanglan Mountain Range, would commence its recruitment of disciples in 1 month. This announcement undoubtedly sprouted like mushrooms after the rain in the hearts of those who had long sought the Chongqing Immortal Sect, providing direction to countless young men and women. Kanglan Mountain Range. Yet, why does it feel so familiar? At this moment, the Demon Spirit Palace was in a state of heightened excitement. How audacious of the Evergreen Immortal Sect to conceal themselves within the Kanglan Mountain Range. However, was not this mountain range long dominated by the Supreme Azure Dragon? Could it have been subdued? How could that possibly be? Dispatch someone to investigate. I must ascertain the veracity of this news. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the Kanglan Mountain Range, a figure clad in white, a bloodied youth, was dashing through the dense forest with great speed. Master, what shall we do now? He asked anxiously. Your current physical condition renders you unfit to wield my power in battle. Otherwise, you risk imminent destruction. Damn it. Is there truly no alternative? The youth gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with defiance. At that moment, he noticed shadows racing towards him from behind. Ahead lay the Kanglan Mountain Range. Perhaps within its depths lay a glimmer of hope. A voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, the young man gazed toward the towering mountains ahead. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, I cannot perish here before avenging my grievances. Showdown, do not fear. Although the Kanglan Mountain Range is rife with ferocious beasts, if you find a concealed place on the outskirts to hide, you shall be safe. I understand, master. With that, the youth erupted with a fiery surge of energy, transforming into a streak of flame as he dashed into the Kanglan Mountain Range. The pursuing shadows immediately halted. He has fled into the Kanglan Mountain Range. Humph, a mere mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Entering there is tantamount to death, saving us some effort. We can return to report to the young lady. Subsequently, several shadows vanished from sight. At that moment, several figures cloaked in black appeared in the void. The Sima clan? What brings them here? No matter. Fulfilling the Demon Lord's mission takes precedence. The cloaked figures exchanged glances at the Kanglan Mountain Range, which pierced the clouds. Took a deep breath, and then soared into the sky. Returning to the white-clad youth, he was momentarily stunned, gazing at the celestial staircase that reached into the heavens. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The Kanglan Mountain Range, the Evergreen Immortal Sect, the topic of much intrigue in the Eastern Domain, was indeed here. Was this not the territory of the legendary Supreme Azure Dragon? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Showdown, there is no retreat now. Master, let us treat this desperate situation as an opportunity, the youth declared as he contemplated the celestial staircase. Showdown, is that your intention? The white-clad youth began his ascent. But upon reaching the first step, he froze. He realized that the moment he set foot on the staircase, all his spiritual power had vanished. This path is extraordinary, Showdown. It seems to test one's willpower. Stay strong. Encouraged, the youth clenched his fists, determined to climb as a mere mortal. I, Showdown, shall prevail. At that moment, a pair of profound eyes opened in the void. Master, what is this? No matter, let him ascend. Although the trial is set for a month hence, it is of no consequence. Indeed, it will serve as a test for both me and Yu Chun regarding this staircase. As Showdown continued to ascend, cold sweat poured from him. This staircase, how peculiar. He noted that after the 100th step, with each ascent, there appeared an illusion at every step. It can evoke the deepest fears within you, as well as test your most vulnerable moments. Showdown, you are nothing but a worthless wretch. How do you dare to think you deserve me? Sima Qing Air, you may humiliate me as you wish, but why must you slay my entire family? If your father does not withdraw the engagement, then I shall be forced to take his life. And you, too, must perish. You, how ruthless. Qing Air, stop wasting your breath on him. Finish him off. You two shameless wretches, may you meet a most unfortunate end. I, Showdown, swear that if I do not vanquish you, I shall cease to be human. Die. At the 500th step, Showdown suddenly halted, a menacing aura emanating from him, as if he were on the verge of losing his sanity. Showdown, awaken, awaken. The voice in Showdown's mind was filled with urgency. Showdown, this old man is rather bothersome. In the void, Chun Ming Dao remarked impatiently, then beckoned with his finger. A phantom was forcibly drawn from Showdown's mind. Appearing before Chun Ming Dao, the apparition was taken aback. How could a being of the Star Sovereign realm be sensed by another? Upon noticing Chun Ming Dao seated in the void, the apparition was instantly struck with terror, unable to fathom him at all. Senior, shoo, don't make a sound. Let us see if that young man can pass this trial. The phantom seemed to understand upon hearing these words. Senior, are you? Indeed. I am a member of the everlasting celestial sect. Upon hearing this, the phantom fell silent, watching Shirtian, who was struggling painfully on the heavenly ladder. With a face full of concern. Do not lose your way, Xiaotian. After a while, Shirtian opened his eyes, half kneeling on the ladder, exhausted. Such illusions shall not bind me. Master, master. After repeatedly calling for the elder and receiving no response, he gritted his teeth and gazed ahead at the seemingly endless ladder. He steeled himself. I must persevere. Perhaps this is my chance to alter my fate. How could I falter here? What a tale. A body of boundless divine fire. Chen Mingdao chuckled. At that moment, several figures appeared beside him. Yu Chun, Yi Kong, Du Gu Jian Yi, Ling Tian, and Li Danqing. Upon seeing them, Chen Mingdao engaged in conversation. Speaking of which, old Li, during your travels, have you not encountered any promising disciples? Haha, in my old age, I have wandered the world to listen to operas, fish, and tell stories, yet I have not found any suitable seedlings. However, I do have a feeling that this disciple recruitment event will yield results. This revelation startled the phantom elder, rendering him motionless. Heaven above, where have I arrived that such formidable beings abound? Soon, the others also took notice of the phantom. Who is this? This is the young man's master. Chen Mingdao pointed at Shirtian, who was striving to ascend. Upon hearing this, the phantom no longer dared to be careless. Old man Shi Wanhua. I greet all esteemed seniors. The remnants of a star's sovereign soul. How intriguing. Yi Kong remarked with a smile. The crowd then turned their attention to Shirtian. Eager to see what abilities he possessed, they had discerned that his physique should not be lacking. How does the division of disciples established by the sect leader and Zhuge work? Du Gu Jian Yi inquired. It appears that from the 400 to 700 levels, one is considered a servant. From 700 to 800, they belong to the outer sect. From 800 to 900, they are part of the inner sect. From 900 to 950, they are core disciples. And from 950 to 999, they are true inheritors. Of course, this excludes the disciples we have set our sights on. Chapter 36, The Mouse? A Swift Annihilation. Ah, this little fellow possesses both character and perseverance. Let me observe how far he can ascend. Shirtian's climb continues. After a while, he has reached over 700 levels, clearly qualifying him for the outer sect. Yet, Shirtian presses on. 800 levels. An inner sect disciple. But he continues, undeterred. Shi Wanhua stands beside Chen Mingdao and the others, filled with pride. Good child. The teacher always knew you could do it. Chen Mingdao and the others smile in appreciation. At this moment, the idol siblings Yilan approached Chen Mingdao and the others. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Oh, it is you two siblings. Come sit. Subsequently, Yilan and his sister understood the situation. A disciple had arrived, and furthermore, this disciple showed considerable talent. Shi Wanhua gazed at the Yi siblings, finding them unfathomable once more. What kind of sect is this? It was only when the divine beasts, Songlong and Lanyan, appeared that Shi Wanhua felt a sense of redemption. However, why does this aura feel so familiar? Goodness, the sovereign of the Kanglin mountain range. Just then, several shadowy figures, resembling mice, infiltrated this realm. My lord, is this the place? It seems to have indeed changed. Heighten your vigilance. I have an unsettling premonition. At that moment, they beheld a ladder ascending into the clouds. What is this? Could it be that the Chongqing sect resides here? The shadows then produced a communication talisman. The demon lord, far away in the demon spirit hall, expressed satisfaction upon hearing the news. Chongqing sect? At last, I have discovered your whereabouts. Even with the Songlong of the Kanglin mountain range, it matters not. This will only serve to enhance the prestige of my demon spirit hall in the eastern region. With a single command from the demon lord, black warships soared into the air, accompanied by a supreme aura. When facing the supreme, one must naturally mobilize their own. What are the intentions of the demon spirit hall to even deploy the supreme? Wait, in that direction lies the Kanglin mountain range. The recently rumored Chongqing sect seems to be located here, but does the Kanglin mountain range not harbor a supreme Songlong? Have they been subdued, or is it a collaboration? In any case, the actions of the demon spirit hall seem poised to obliterate the Chongqing sect to assert dominance. We are aware that the demon spirit hall has eradicated numerous factions in recent years, and moreover, their lord has broken through to the supreme level. This is an unparalleled feat outside of the sacred lands, and the four major sects wish to avoid confrontation with them, allowing the demon spirit hall to develop in accordance with their style. However, the great sects of the eastern region, such as the Wanjian sect, remained passive, merely observing. Perhaps they are merely bystanders, but they wish to ascertain the true strength of the Chongqing sect. Meanwhile, the young men and women who traveled thousands of miles to seek apprenticeship at the sect felt a tightening in their chests. The demon spirit hall, they knew. was a malevolent force feared and loathed by the people of the eastern region, possessing immense power, while they remained ignorant of the sect's capabilities. Please hold on. If we falter now, our journey will have been in vain. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range, spatial tremors reverberated as dozens of ominous black warships approached. Upon the arrival of their master, several shadowy figures hastily retreated to the ships. Lin Daoyuan squinted slightly, a smile playing on his lips. How intriguing. It seems someone is eager to bestow prestige. He then raised his hand to sever his connection to the outside world, appearing before Chen Mingdao and the others. Is this truly the sect master? Shi Wanhua exclaimed in astonishment, quickly realizing that Lin Daoyuan was a cultivator of the star sovereign realm, possessing keen perception. Who will go? Annihilate them. Let us handle this, sect master. The members of the Zonglong faction urged, to which Lin Daoyuan nodded in agreement. In an instant, the four figures vanished from sight. Outside, a venerable elder from the demon spirit hall stood suspended in the void, an overwhelming aura echoing through the heavens. People of the Chongqing Immortal Sect, come forth. Those who dare slay an elder of the demon spirit hall shall pay dearly. Soon, thousands of shadowy figures emerged from the warships, including formidable beings of the void refinement and law realms, to assault the Chongqing Immortal Sect. They have even mobilized those who typically remain hidden in the void refinement and law realms. The onlookers, who had gathered around the Kanglan mountain range, were struck with dread. Do you not recognize where you are? This is the Kanglan mountain range. It harbors terrifying beasts. A disdainful voice pierced through the air, belonging to Zonglong. Outside the Kanglan mountain range, four figures appeared, one of whom was a striking woman. With a gentle smile, she said, "Big brother, allow me to take the lead." At her words, Zonglong nodded, and the woman waved her delicate hand, causing peach blossom petals to rain down from the sky, blanketing the entire army. "Please, take a moment to appreciate my peach blossom rain," she declared. Then, with a swift motion, the petals transformed into razor-sharp, flying swords, plummeting towards the ground. "This is dire." The void refinement cultivators exclaimed in horror. What realm do you belong to? They realized that mere void refinement could not withstand an attack from a star sovereign, and only the law realm cultivators barely managed to retreat to their ships amidst the chaos. In a short while, amidst the cacophony of screams, the skies grew tumultuous with cries, marking yet another one-sided massacre. It was not until a pair of enormous black hands neutralized the woman's divine abilities that she reluctantly ceased her assault, sensing that their owner was more powerful than herself. "Who are you, and why was I unaware of the existence of 3-star sovereigns in the Kanglan mountain range?" The master of the colossal hands, the demon lord, gazed intently from within the warship. While the world knows of my elder brother's supremacy in the supreme realm, they remain oblivious to the fact that my 3 siblings and I have ascended to the star sovereign realm, she retorted. What? 3-star sovereigns? The revelation struck like lightning. The Kanglan mountain range was not solely under Zonglong's supremacy, but also housed 3-star sovereigns. This news spread swiftly. The demon lord clenched his fists, realizing he had miscalculated. With only him remaining in the supreme realm among the demon spirit army, if he were to confront Zonglong, his forces would face annihilation at the hands of the 3-star sovereigns. Retreat. After a moment of contemplation, the Dark Lord seemed to have made an extraordinarily difficult decision, as the ominous army of demons began to withdraw. But how could the Azure Dragon simply permit their retreat? This could not be allowed. With a surge of golden spiritual energy, the Azure Dragon summoned forth a colossal dragon with wings that obscured the sun. It opened its immense maw, unleashing a terrifying breath directed at the demon army. The sheer force of this breath tore through the void, creating a tempest that sent onlooking cultivators hurtling away. Was this the power of a supreme? The Dark Lord realized the gravity of the situation and hastily conjured a massive shadow to counter the Azure Dragon's assault. Yet amidst the catastrophic clash, several warships were obliterated. How audacious to dare confront a supreme so soon. Subsequently, the Dark Lord fled in disarray. Meanwhile, the outside world erupted in excitement. What? The Immortal Sect boasts a supreme and 3-star supremes. The youthful crowd rushing towards the sect rejoiced at the victory, their eyes ablaze with fervor. No, father, I must also join the Evergreen Immortal Sect. Take care, sister-in-law. Grandfather, wait for me to succeed in my cultivation. I shall bring a bride back for you. At this moment, a fervor surged towards the Evergreen Immortal Sect. Far away, atop an unknown mountain peak, a breathtaking figure gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with pride. Senior sister, the barbecue is ready. In another muddy path, Situ Chengfeng, sword on his back, took a sip of wine and pressed onward. Meanwhile, the various sects, including the 10,000 Swords sect, were far from calm. Possessing a supreme and 3-star supremes was a configuration they could never attain, save for the Holy Land. in the grand palace of the Tianyin Holy Land. A middle-aged man opened his eyes. How intriguing, Azure Dragon. I initially invited you to join the Holy Land, yet you chose another sect. How delightful. After resolving the issues with the Demon Spirit Palace, Lin Daoyuan contemplated why it hadn't been eradicated, but then thought perhaps this was far more interesting. At that moment, Shi Tian had reached the 920th level, unable to ascend any further. Upon entering the 900th level, he felt as though each step bore the weight of 1,000 June, his bones threatening to fracture. Blood spilled from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Was this truly where his journey would end? Then, he lost consciousness. Chapter 37. Master and Apprentice enter the sect. Visitors from all directions. Master. Take a look at the profile of this master-apprentice duo. Alright. Host. Name. Shi Tian. Age. 21. Physique. Endless Divine Fire Physique Spiritual Root. Heavenly Grade Fire Spiritual Root Cultivation. Mid-Foundation Establishment. The editor has revised Shi Tian's cultivation level to Mid-Foundation Establishment. I apologize for any prior confusion regarding this. Experience. The prodigy of the Shi family in Stone City, but after the age of 16. His cultivation stagnated and he became despised, even by his fiancée, who attempted to break their engagement. Shi Tian's parents opposed this, leading to his fiancée murdering his entire family and pursuing him for 5 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the saying 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west was about to come true? He then examined the information on Shi Wanhua. Name, Shi Wanhua. Age, 5,000 years. Physique, Divine Fire Body. Root, Heavenly Grade Fire Root. Cultivation, Peak Star Sovereign. Currently barely a Star Sovereign. Experience, once a revered Star Sovereign in the Middle Heaven domain. Shi Wanhua has now lost everything due to the persecution of a privileged scion from a prominent family who failed to take him as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan chuckled, realizing it was not as he had initially presumed. Yet, the shared surname of Shi between the master and disciple indicated a certain fateful connection. Given the current shortage of personnel in the sect, this old man could indeed be recruited. Soon, the group arrived before the mountain gate, where Shi Tian lay unconscious on the ground. Shi Wanhua hurried over to heal him. When Shi Tian awoke, Lin Daoyuan appeared to conceive an amusing idea. With a snap of his fingers, the scene before Shi Wanhua and his disciple transformed instantaneously, in less than a moment. It morphed into a hellish landscape replete with malevolence and strewn with bones, erasing the once ethereal mountain gate, leaving only an overwhelming aura of wickedness. Lin Daoyuan and the others also took on grotesque forms. Shi Wanhua and Shi Tian were aghast. Senior. What senior? Your delectable blood is quite amusing. Although you are merely a soul, your essence is still remarkably nourishing. How can this be? Shi Wanhua was severely impacted, while Shi Tian approached his side. Master. What is happening? Isn't this the everlasting Qing sect? Hearing this, Shi Wanhua could only manage a bitter smile, seemingly unaware that this was an illusion. It seems we, master and disciple, are destined to perish here. Enough of your nonsense. Perish. Lin Daoyuan waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying, sinister hand to grasp at the two. Master. Retreat quickly. Shi Tian exclaimed in alarm, witnessing the horrifying flames engulfing Shi Wanhua, transforming into a fiery fist aimed at the approaching hand. Xiao Tian. Seize the opportunity and escape by any means necessary. At that moment, Shi Wanhua collided violently with the monstrous hand, the shockwaves rippling through the air. Yet it bore no fruit. Master. Damn it. Just as I escaped the tiger's den, I fell into the wolf's lair. Heaven. Do you truly wish to toy with Shi Tian? Shi Tian gripped his sword tightly, channeling his mid-foundation stage cultivation to its zenith as he engaged in fierce combat with the sinister beings on the ground. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Shi Wanhua, struggling in the air, observed as Shi Tian leaped from floating stones, reaching his side in a flurry. With both hands clasping the sword, he summoned all his spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal beam of sword light, aimed at the malevolent figure in the sky. Master, this time we truly cannot escape. Shi Tian's body began to crack, as if on the verge of shattering. Just as Shi Wanhua prepared to heal him, the monstrous hand grasped him tightly. Master. No. Shi Tian's heart shattered with despair. Vengeance and Shi Wanhua were the very essence of his existence. If Shi Wanhua were to leave him, what meaning would life hold? With a desperate cry, Shi Tian radiated an intensely blazing light, undergoing a complete transformation into a being of fire, his skin cracking inch by inch. This boy is even willing to burn his essence. It seems the sect leader is playing with fire. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan snapped his fingers, and the scene swiftly reverted to its original state. Observing the now slightly flushed Shi Tian, Lin Daoyuan smiled faintly and infused a stream of spiritual energy into Shi Tian's body. In an instant, Shi Tian was restored. What a remarkable bond between master and disciple. At this moment, Shi Wanhua also realized the situation. Is this a test? Shi Tian was astonished. Witnessing the formerly sinister place return to its former glory. A mirage? As he regarded Lin Daoyuan and the others, he wondered if they were elders of the Immortal Sect. Approaching Shi Wanhua, he exclaimed, Master. Shi Wanhua was equally gratified, especially upon seeing Shi Tian burn his essence for his sake, feeling deeply moved by his disciple's devotion. Shi Tian then respectfully bowed to Lin Daoyuan and the others. Despite the lingering fear from being ensnared in the illusion, Shi Tian declared, Disciple Shi Tian pays respects to all esteemed seniors. May I inquire if I have passed the test? Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan waved his sleeve, leading everyone to the Chongqing Hall. The mysterious and unfathomable methods left Shi Tian in awe. Perhaps they truly were formidable beings. Shi Tian, you have successfully passed the trials of our Immortal Sect. According to our disciple system, you are now a core disciple. Shi Tian was overjoyed upon hearing this. This was not merely a wolf's den, but a genuine opportunity. Disciple Shi Tian. Thank you, sect master and esteemed elders. Observing Lin Daoyuan in the principal position, Shi Tian deduced his significant status. This is what you rightfully deserve. Then, glancing at the illusory Shi Wanhua, he felt a pang of anxiety and said, Sect master, may I request that my master also be allowed to remain within the sect? Upon hearing this, Shi Wanhua was extremely anxious. Xiao Tian, how foolish. In the presence of such powerful beings, to have this opportunity is already an extraordinary favor. How can you ask for more? But master, Shi Tian's heart was equally conflicted. It is indeed my greed. I hope the sect master does not hold it against my master. Lin Daoyuan and the others burst into laughter, while Su Qingli's absence left Yi Qingwan and Qian Qian, the only women present, smiling gently. Is our sect truly composed of such individuals? The master and disciple were momentarily bewildered. I ask you, Shi Wanhua, do you wish to join our Immortal Sect? Shi Wanhua was taken aback, while Shi Tian was elated. But, sect master, I am merely a soul now. I fear I may bring trouble to the sect. Especially since my enemies are still searching for me. I worry I may cause unnecessary complications. No worries, these matters are inconsequential. After a lengthy contemplation, Shi Wanhua finally said, Sect master, I have never joined any sect before. Today, if I join the Immortal Sect, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall hold the esteemed position of Grand Elder beneath the series of elders. Hearing this, both master and disciple were taken aback at such an elevation in rank. Sect master, I fear I may find this responsibility overwhelming. There is no room for refusal. The Immortal Sect is soon to accept disciples. And your presence is precisely what is needed. With gritted teeth, Shi Wanhua acquiesced, understanding that opportunities, once missed, would never return. Shi Tian felt immense joy for Shi Wanhua. Well, your soul form indeed has its inconveniences. Ling Jun, please take this opportunity to craft him a new body. Yes, sect master. Ling Jun replied with a smile. A body. The master and disciple were taken aback, for this was precisely what they had long sought after. Truly, it was a divine gift. The elderly man, Shi Wanhua, expressed his gratitude to the sect leader and to the esteemed Ling Jun. He proclaimed his solemn vow to remain loyal to the celestial sect for all his days. Otherwise, may he suffer eternal oblivion and never attain rebirth. Subsequently, the gathering dispersed. Ling Jun escorted Shi Wanhua to the Alchemy Peak, while Shi Tian, under the guidance of Qian Qian, made his way to the Mountain of Core Disciples, as well as the Palace of Methods. Throughout the journey, Shi Tian was astounded. The grandeur of the vast hall and the celestial sect's magnificence left him questioning whether such a place could truly exist in this world. What sort of sect had he unwittingly joined? Upon arriving at the Palace of Techniques, he stood frozen in awe. The lowest tier of techniques was at the heavenly level. And it was not the people who chose their techniques, but rather the techniques that selected their practitioners. Gazing at the magnificent, starry Palace of Techniques, Shi Tian was entranced, while Qian Qian smiled beside him before taking her leave. It was her first visit as well, and she had experienced the same overwhelming sensation. This revelation was a profound shock. The heavenly level technique, the 10,000 fires art, bestowed upon him by his master, had been the pinnacle of his understanding until now. What then were these techniques? In that moment, Shi Tian felt a disconnection from the knowledge of this continent. Elder Qian Qian had mentioned a library within the sect. In the following days, the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range buzzed with life. Families, dynasties, and various factions sent their disciples to the periphery of the Kanglan mountain range. And naturally, the Jingwe dynasty was among them. At that time, the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range were teeming with people, while more continued to arrive, both from the skies and the ground. Chapter 38. Gathering at Kanglan, Blue Flame Suppression. At this juncture, several merchant establishments had sprung up rapidly, transforming the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range into a sizable town capable of providing lodging and trade. As the day of discipleship approached, the area was already a bustling hive of activity. In the holy city of Tianyan, at the Qingyuan Merchant Association, Zhuge Ming looked upon his disciples, Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Linner, with a sense of satisfaction. Master, is there something you wish to discuss? Zhou Linner was the first to speak, her sweet voice inquiring. Zhou Tianyu, equally puzzled, echoed her sentiment. In response, Zhuge Ming smiled and said, "It seems I mentioned some time ago that I hail from a sect, the Qingyuan Merchant Association, which is an asset of that sect. It is now time for you to return with me and witness the sect." Hearing this, the siblings were taken aback. Since Zhuge Ming had taken them as disciples, he had alluded to his origins but had never elaborated. Now, as he spoke, memories flooded back to them. The fact that the Qingyuan Merchant Association was affiliated with the sect became clear, and they willingly accepted this revelation. Over the years, half of the association's wealth had been funneled into that mysterious main sect. Indeed, it could be said that perhaps only the siblings were unaware of the eternal green celestial sect, while the formidable individuals nurtured by Zhuge Ming ultimately pledged their loyalty to it. Reflecting on the moment Zhuge Ming had accepted the siblings as disciples, they had been mere children operating a small apothecary in a modest town, having lost their parents to vengeful foes, left only with each other for solace. At that time, Zhou Tianyu was 13, and Zhou Linner was but 11. Subsequently, the illustrious Zhuge Ming, upon passing by, recognized the extraordinary talents of the two siblings and took them under his wing as his disciples. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, which Zhuge Ming had established single-handedly, was merely a platform for the siblings to manage. However, they found great joy in their roles. Perhaps this was the advantage of possessing a natural affinity for calculations and an innate ability to attract wealth. Now, after a decade, it was time to return and take a look. Master, what is the name of our sect? The Everlasting Celestial Sect. Upon hearing this, the siblings were taken aback, with Zhou Linner gasping in astonishment. It was indeed the Everlasting Celestial Sect. The siblings were well aware of its recent notoriety, which had even stirred the Holy Land. As the sect prepared to recruit disciples, it was time for them, as the inaugural elder brother and sister, to make their appearance and lend a hand. Yes, master. The siblings were exhilarated, their curiosity piqued about what the celestial sect might entail. Zhou Linner had already begun to indulge in her daydreams. Especially upon hearing the title of elder sister, her eyes sparkled with delight. Does that mean I will be an elder sister? Zhuge Ming then imparted a few more instructions before leading the siblings as they tore through the fabric of space and departed. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range, they observed a bustling crowd below, a sight poised to develop into a city. And he began to formulate a plan in his mind. The siblings, witnessing the throngs of people, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Zhou Tianyu turned to Zhuge Ming and inquired, "Master, why not seize this opportunity to construct a city exclusively for the sect?" Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming erupted into hearty laughter, affectionately ruffling Zhou Tianyu's hair. "Good lad, you think alike." Noticing this, Zhou Linner inched closer, eager for a similar gesture, and was promptly rewarded with a gentle tousle of her little head from Zhou Tianyu. They then transformed into streams of light and entered the mountain gate. The likes of Canglong and others greeted them warmly, but upon learning that Zhuge Ming remained the vice sect master, they were even more astonished. Filled with a sense of pride, naturally, the siblings were captivated by the grandeur and beauty of the sect. For Zhou Linner, it was a fulfillment of all her fantasies: starry skies, spiritual lakes, seas of clouds, floating islands, towering peaks reaching for the heavens, and exquisite pavilions and palaces. Is this truly a place that should exist in the world? Zhou Tianyu pondered, calculating the scale of the sect as described by Zhuge Ming. Given his golden core cultivation, traversing the sect would surely be an exhausting endeavor. Upon arriving at the everlasting Great Hall, the siblings gazed upon its majestic and sacred facade, their hearts filled with trepidation and unease. Entering the hall, Zhuge Ming introduced his disciples to Lin Daoyuan. Lin Daoyuan chuckled, "You certainly have brought them back." Zhuge Ming felt a bit embarrassed at this remark. Indeed, they are both excellent prospects. The siblings then introduced themselves. "I am disciple Zhou Tianyu. I am disciple Zhou Linner. We greet the sect master." One with a natural affinity for calculations and the other with an innate ability to attract wealth. "Zhuge, your choices are commendable. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce must have been a trial for you too." The siblings promptly shook their heads, responding modestly, "Not at all. We wouldn't dare say it was difficult. Contributing to the sect is our duty." Zhuge Ming looked on with satisfaction as he observed their composure before the master, feeling a sense of pride and contentment. Then Zhuge Ming spoke, "Master, the Kanglan mountain range is teeming with people. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to construct a grand celestial gate. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan pondered for a moment. A splendid idea. But let us commence the construction after the disciple recruitment concludes. It will provide an excellent opportunity for the disciples to hone their skills. Zhuge Ming nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan presented some gifts to the siblings, and Zhuge Ming set off to visit Ling Jun and the others. It was as simple as that. The two siblings exhaled deeply, feeling that the master was quite amiable. Meanwhile, Lin Daoyuan, seated in the main position, wore a gloomy expression. What about the rewards for accepting Shi Tian and Shi Wanhua into the sect? Oh, my apologies, host. I must have forgotten. Now, I shall present you with the rewards for Jing Mingyu, Yin Liner, as well as Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Liner. Goodness, how much time have you delayed? Apologies, host. But here they are. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000,000 tons of rainbow silkworm silk, 1 Dao Bell, 1 gravity tower, 1 time space tower, and 1 task hall. Lin Daoyuan smacked his lips upon hearing this. Excellent, splendid items, and precisely what I needed. The rainbow silkworm silk could be used to craft attire for the celestial gate, although Lin Daoyuan had yet to finalize the design. The Dao Bell, as its name suggests, facilitates comprehension of various profound paths, while also serving as a test of talent when one cultivates nearby. The gravity tower is designed to train disciples' resistance to pressure, with a total of 9 levels. The time-space tower, on the other hand, is a treasure of cultivation, with each level experiencing a different flow of time compared to the outside world. The task hall is where tasks are assigned and issued to the disciples. It connects with the sect token, allowing elders to publish tasks on the token. Similarly, disciples can also post tasks, specifying corresponding rewards in spirit stones or contribution values. Disciples can then accept tasks from the task hall and receive rewards without requiring manual intervention, merely needing a guardian. The sect token, uniquely designed by Lin Daoyuan, serves not only as a symbol of a disciple's identity, but also facilitates communication. It allows one to clearly see matters issued by the sect and possesses teleportation functionality. Regardless of location, should a disciple encounter life-threatening danger, the token will activate, transporting them back to the sect, with this opportunity available 3 times. Just imagine how astonished the new disciples will be upon receiving the sect token. It is akin to a mobile talisman of protection. Soon after, Lin Daoyuan vanished from the Grand Hall and returned to his quarters. He took out paper and pen, recognizing the necessity of establishing certain rules as the sect leader. Meanwhile, outside the Kanglin mountain range, the throngs of people also brought forth numerous issues, with certain powerful factions oppressing the weak, resorting to violence. Why must you kill him? He merely encountered my steed. Is it so simple that you would take his life? Amidst the vast crowd, 2 figures stood in confrontation before engaging in combat. Do you dare to harm me? Old Mu, do not injure my master. Then, a terrifying aura descended. Transformation stage. It turned out to be a protector of the transformation stage. In response, the other man summoned an elder, who was also of the transformation stage. In an instant, the oppressive force of the transformation stage pervaded the heavens and earth, and simultaneously, the manifestation of the transformation stage appeared, igniting battle. In the shadows, many pairs of terrifying eyes opened wide. Truly audacious. Is there truly no one from the Celestial Gate to manage this situation? Just as the name was mentioned, Blue Flame, clad in azure garments, descended with a commanding presence, effortlessly dispelling 2 divine avatars. A terrifying aura then cascaded from above, pinning the raucous combatants to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Under such overwhelming pressure, even breathing became a challenge. Star Sovereign. The hidden observers were taken aback. The Celestial Gate shall officially commence its recruitment tomorrow. You are to maintain your decorum. Any further disturbances will result in death. Blue Flame declared gravely, and in that moment, the previously boisterous throng fell into silence. He then gracefully settled into the void between the 2 mountains leading into the range. Sister, it seems we have made the right choice. Chapter 39. Who is the unfortunate one? Amidst the clamorous crowd, 2 striking figures drew particular attention. Sister, do you think Father will be angry that we sneaked out from so far away to join this prestigious celestial sect? He probably won't be. Especially since I sense that this sect is extraordinary. One of the girls rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. All right then, sister, let us return to the inn. Their gazes are quite unsettling. Good rain, let us depart. I too feel rather uncomfortable. Soon, the 2 graceful figures vanished into the sea of people, while some bystanders continued to reminisce. TSK, those 2 young ladies are undeniably exquisite. Don't even think about it. Just look at their attire. They surely belong to noble families. Brother, being lecherous often leads to folly. TSK, just let me ponder. Even if I cannot attain it in reality, I can surely possess it in dreams, and in a manner that is entirely to my liking. The man chuckled lewdly, his grin exceedingly unsavory. Another man, witnessing this, quickly distanced himself, as if he had seen a ghost. Are you not a pervert? How can you say such a thing? Come, brother. Allow me to treat you to a drink. No. If you get drunk, who knows what you might do? Meanwhile, a handsome young man dressed in black, typically surrounded by admirers, found himself utterly alone. Excuse me, senior brother, could you assist me with a favor? A striking young lady approached him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as if she wished to devour him whole. The black-clad young man glanced at her dismissively. Leave. Women are the bane of my existence. His gaze was so fierce that it frightened the young girl away, leaving her in tears as she fled, doubting herself. Goodness, that fellow is ruthless. Humph, what a pretender. A dashing gentleman shot a fierce glare at the black-clad man before rushing to comfort the distressed girl. My dear lady, why stoop to his level? Instead, accompany me. I shall treat you to exquisite delights. Upon hearing this, the girl devised a cunning plan and timidly replied, "Oh, good sir, am I truly that detestable?" Seeing such beauty and tears ignited the gentleman's anger. Bring him to me, young master. Go and beat him up, but do not use any spiritual power. With a charming smile, the young master refrained from using any spiritual power to strike, engaging instead in a brawl akin to that of mere mortals. Surely such an act would not incur punishment. The girl, reveling in the spectacle, smirked. Humph, this is the consequence of ignoring me. Observing the scene, the man clad in black flexed his knuckles, regarding the young master and the girl with palpable disdain. Then, with swift precision, he delivered a series of blows that left the young master resembling a battered swine, while the girl received numerous slaps from the handsome man in black. Her cries for mercy falling on deaf ears. Ruthless, truly merciless. Did he not comprehend the concept of cherishing the delicate? Why not inquire of him yourself? I dare not. The black-clad man, brushing off his hands, cast one last glance at the two unfortunate souls before departing without a backward glance. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of spiritual pressure. You dare strike my young master. As the man in black turned, Lanyan opened his eyes, unleashing an even more formidable presence that quelled the owner of the voice. Spare me, my lord. Cease this combat, Lanyan uttered, then closed his eyes once more. The black-clad man merely chuckled, departing with a nonchalant air. Humph, women only serve to hinder my cultivation. Meanwhile, Lanyan took note of the black-clad man, recording the incident and transmitting it to Tsang Long, who promptly relayed it to Lin Daoyuan. However, as Tsang Long and the others reviewed the footage, they noticed Qian glaring fiercely at them, prompting Tsang Long to realize the gravity of the situation. Oh no. At that moment, on the rocking chair of Chongqing Peak, Lin Daoyuan had just finished watching the recording when Su Qingli arrived, leading to an awkward exchange of wide-eyed stares. After receiving a fierce glare from Su Qingli, she departed. Lin Daoyuan, recovering from the shock, managed a wry smile. Who is truly in charge here? Then you handle it, host. Handle whom? Su Qingli. Get lost. Lin Daoyuan then proceeded to confront Tsang Long with fervor, who in turn unleashed his ire upon Lan Yan. At this juncture, Lan Yan, seated in the void, was conspicuously adorned with a conical hat. Curious. A man passing by observed Lan Yan's peculiar appearance and felt an inexplicable urge that propelled him uncontrollably toward a certain location, a place where a formidable woman was bathing. After completing this peculiar task, Lan Yan, satisfied, closed his eyes once more. What is this place? It smells so delightful. Young gentleman, are you so eager? And then, a blood-curdling scream tore through the heavens. Ah, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Swiftly, the dawn of the following day arrived, the day when the Chongqing Immortal Sect would begin accepting disciples. The spirits of all were undeniably elevated to their zenith. As the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays to disperse the mist, the peaks of the Kanglin mountain range, once shrouded in fog, were illuminated, revealing a pathway into the mountains, where the ethereal sight of a pristine heavenly ladder and a grand mountain gate became discernible. The sect had opened. The sect had opened. All eyes turned towards the mountains, bathed in the light of the morning sun. A resounding voice echoed forth. As Shihi rose with the dawn, the gates of the celestial sect swung open. Esteemed guests, the Evergreen Sect is now accepting disciples. Please proceed into the mountains. This recruitment will not conclude until all have been tested. Immediately, the crowd surged toward the mountains like a tide. Sister, it's far too crowded. Let us wait a moment. There is no rush. All right, Yu Ning. The man in black also opted to linger, crossing his arms as he observed the throng. A bunch of fools. The two sisters soon noticed the man in black, feeling an inexplicable connection. The one named Yu Ning approached him and inquired, Kind sir, are you also inclined to wait? What a coincidence. Let us introduce ourselves. We may need to support one another in the sect. Leave. You're in my way. The response left Yu Ning in disbelief. Could you repeat that? Leave. Once more? Leave. Very well. If I do not deal with you today, you may call me Shi Yu Ning. Leave. You're a nuisance. You. All right. Just as Yu Ning was about to confront the man in black, her sister pulled her aside. Let me go, sister. I am infuriated. I have never encountered such a person. I must teach him a lesson. Calm down, my dear sister. The selection is of utmost importance. If he chooses to ignore us, so be it. Observing that the crowd had thinned, the man in black took to the air with his powers. The two sisters followed closely behind. I am seething. I must see what he is capable of. Meanwhile, within the Evergreen Hall, Lin Daoyuan gazed helplessly at the image of the man in black, rubbing his temples in despair. Family, who understands? The system just informed me that my fourth disciple has appeared. When I inquired who it was, you'll never guess the response. The fourth disciple is none other than him. This ruthless man. Never mind, system. Let us examine his profile. Understood, host. Name, Mo Wujin. Age, 24. Physique, Divine Elephant Demon Suppression Body, not activated. Spiritual Root, Supreme Thunder Spiritual Root, damaged. Cultivation, Mid-Foundation Establishment, originally Peak Nascent Soul. Experience, former Saint Son of the Purple Thunder Sect in the Upper Realm. Known for his aloof and solitary nature. However, due to entanglements with the goddess Ling Yuexin of the Yaoqi sect, the two unexpectedly encountered each other in a secret realm and gained an unparalleled physique known as the Ancient Demon Suppression Body. During the fusion process, Ling Yuexin launched a surprise attack, seizing his physique for herself, which led to Mo Wujin's foundation being damaged, causing a regression in his cultivation. Ultimately, he lost his position as Saint Son within the sect. At this moment, under the influence of an immortal force enamored with Ling Yuexin, Mo Wujin lost everything in the sect. Evil energy was later discovered within him, leading to accusations of collusion with demonic forces, resulting in his expulsion from the sect. He then narrowly escaped the pursuit of the immortal force enamored with Ling Yuexin, eventually finding refuge in the lower realm. Well, now I understand why he harbors such a deep-seated resentment towards women. However, something still feels amiss. Host, you may ponder that yourself. Alas, it is what it is. That which needs to be known shall be known. Let us calculate. Since the system remains silent, I shall do the math myself. Upon completing the calculations, Lin Daoyuan was somewhat astonished. It was indeed not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 40. Various talents, each making their own mistakes. Returning to the celestial ladder test, Lin Daoyuan and Ling Jun had already set up a tea table in a secluded area within the sect. Observing the throngs of people at the foot of the ladder, they felt a sense of anticipation. Yuchen glanced down briefly and cheerfully remarked, "There are indeed a few promising candidates. I wonder if any catch old USI?" Chen Mingdao inquired. In response, Yuchen shook his head slightly, to which Chen Mingdao chuckled. Among the crowd, there was surprisingly a child with an array physique. Li Danqing also looked towards a particular spot, and the others followed suit. My goodness, a child of innate Dan Mo physique and an innate Qin heart. They must have descended from the upper realm. Subsequently, the group began to calculate with their fingers. Indeed, it was true. Moreover, at this moment, two individuals from the upper realm were in a state of great urgency. What did you say? Qing and Ning have secretly gone to the lower realm and are participating in an entrance examination at a sect there? Calm down, father. Let us go take a look. Do not let your health suffer. Get lost. My health is far better than yours. Quick, let us go to the lower realm. I want to see which wretched sect dares to take in my two precious granddaughters. Li Danqing smiled, as if he had already anticipated their actions. And there they were. Those two sister flowers. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in red appeared above the celestial ladder, standing firm in the void. Who else could it be but Shi Wanhua? With Ling Jun's assistance, Shi Wanhua had long since reshaped his body, and upon realizing the strength of the physique refined by Ling Jun, he was filled with joy, eager to dedicate himself entirely to the sect. Fortuitously, Lin Daoyuan had bestowed upon him the opportunity to preside over the celestial ladder test. With a resonant voice, Shi Wanhua proclaimed, "I am the Grand Elder of the Celestial Sect, Shi Wanhua. The Grand Elder. The Grand Elder himself is here. Is the sect placing such importance on us? It is indeed the Grand Elder who presides. I must perform admirably. I must demonstrate my efforts to the Elder. I aspire to become the Grand Elder's disciple." At this moment, the crowd buzzed with whispers, some expressing reverence for Shi Wanhua, while others fantasized about becoming his disciple, their thoughts vast and varied. In the void, someone was taken aback. Is that really Shi Wanhua? Sister, that old man looks incredibly strong, seemingly on par with father. I had a premonition that this celestial sect is extraordinary. At this moment, Mo Wujin gazed at Shi Wanhua in the void, his eyes filled with determination and fierce resolve. You wretched woman and wretched man, wait for me. I, Mo Wujin, will not rest until you are vanquished. Then Shi Wanhua spoke again. Now, I shall announce the testing rules. Our celestial sect has but a single test. A single test? Is it truly that simple? Hearing this, Shi Wanhua smiled slightly. This test is called the Ascension Ladder. As you can see, before you stands the Heavenly Ladder, comprising a total of 999 tiers, designed to test one's character, comprehension, and innate talent. In our celestial sect, the selection of disciples begins with an assessment of their disposition, followed by their understanding, and lastly, their natural gifts. Those who can ascend to the 400th tier are deemed as auxiliary members. Those reaching between 700 and 800 tiers are classified as outer disciples. Those who climb from 800 to 900 tiers are recognized as inner disciples, while those who achieve between 900 and 950 tiers may enter the core circle and could even be chosen as direct disciples of elders. Ultimately, those who manage to ascend from 950 to 990 tiers may become the personal disciples of esteemed elders or even the sect leader. Of course, this does not preclude the possibility of the sect leader or elders taking a liking to you and choosing to accept you as their apprentice. However, those unable to reach even the 400th tier should feel free to depart. Furthermore, the test on the Heavenly Ladder mandates that upon ascending, your cultivation, magical artifacts, and other enhancements cannot be utilized, meaning you must rely solely on your mortal physique to climb. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A divine object that amalgamates 3 forms of testing? At that moment, a figure concealed in the void also expressed astonishment. Moreover, the initial rule of assessing character and disposition is unprecedented. It is well known that, on the Hongwu Continent, no sect prioritizes character over innate talent. The Chongqing Celestial Sect is indeed a peculiar anomaly. How strange to prioritize character first. I believe there is merit in this approach. Allowing only those with good intentions to enter undoubtedly mitigates future troubles. Hee, sister, you are truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Mo Wujin appeared unfazed, seemingly waiting patiently for the test to commence. Upon hearing that no spiritual energy or magical artifacts could be employed, some individuals began to feel apprehensive. Now I, as the elder, declare the Chongqing Celestial Sect's recruitment event to commence. Please ascend the Heavenly Ladder. With a resounding command from Shi Wanhua, countless young men and women began their ascent. As they set foot on the ladder, their expressions varied vividly, and after a moment of adjustment, they began to climb fervently. No, I did not betray the sect. I did not spy on the senior sister while she bathed. Master, shall I relieve your stress tonight? An array of chaotic images surfaced above the crowd on the Heavenly Ladder. Observing this, Shi Wanhua disdainfully expelled those unruly disciples from the ladder. Humph, with such a disposition, do they dare seek entry into the sect? A foolish dream. However, those who had yet to begin witnessed the unfolding scene, and some had already fled in terror. Humph, what a celestial sect. Losing me would be your greatest misfortune. In the next moment, he transformed into a pool of blood. There, Lan Yin sat cross-legged at the rear of the crowd, watching the disciples approach for their test. Those who dare malign the sect shall perish. If one fails, so be it. If one is afraid, they may leave in peace. But to dare slander the sect? Death awaits. The crowd grew tense once more. Is this an illusion? Mo Wujin sneered, but it holds no power over me. He glided effortlessly through the crowd, seemingly unhindered. Shi Yuqing and Shi Yuning, witnessing this, were determined not to lag behind, charging forward with vigor. Yet the illusion persisted. Brother Duan, hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. No, I, Duan Bailang, have plundered ancestral graves and raided treasure vaults. Yet I shall not abandon the sect. I choose to share its fate. Brother Duan, you are being foolish. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Depart, you cowardly wretch. Even as a ghost, I would not recognize you. Wind sword formation, arise. Come forth, my demon spawn. Let us see if I shall strike your behind or not. The spectacle unfolding above resembled a fervent cinematic experience. Those who were awake couldn't help but admire him. Chun Mingdao, suspended in the void, smiled faintly. What a clever lad. Subsequently, Duan Bailang regained his senses, only to realize it was an illusion, causing a cold sweat to break out. I nearly frightened myself to death, believing I was truly gone. Just then, voices echoed in the air. So, you are Duan Bailang, are you? I acknowledge you. Let us look after one another in the Immortal Gate. Duan Bailang, you are quite remarkable. Amidst Duan Bailang's bewilderment, the crowd continued their ascent, while Mo Wujin cast a brief glance at Duan Bailang before resuming his climb. The sisters of the Shi family mirrored this gesture, glancing back before hastening to follow Mo Wujin. Sister-in-law, brother has returned. We are in trouble. I am not a spy. I am not a spy. My friend, does that hurt? The illusion continued to unfold, with certain scenes verging on the offensive to the eyes. Who on earth is that? Engaging in such activities with men? And with sister-in-law and brother? Quickly, push them off. We cannot let them ruin the immortal gate. Soon, two figures were seen tumbling down from the heavenly ladder. What a disgrace. As those two passed by, Lan Yin instinctively shifted his position. I want to cry. Those two, in their tears, fled. Meanwhile, in the void, Yi Qingguan felt a wave of dizziness. Could she truly witness this? Her eyes seemed tainted, though the illusion persisted. The individuals on the heavenly ladder exerted themselves, climbing ever higher. Upon reaching the 400th level, the crowd sensed an increase in pressure, each step becoming arduous. Mo Wujin paused momentarily, only to dash forward with renewed vigor. That fellow. Sister, we must go too. Indeed. Is that fellow serious? He might be. But what of those two girls? Following this, Duan Bailang and the other three distanced themselves from the crowd. Duan Bailang ascended as well. You are Duan Bailang? Indeed. That is me. I am Renfei. Hanxing. Wang Go. Henceforth, please take care of us. After the four introduced themselves on the heavenly ladder, they each summoned their utmost abilities to ascend. Indeed, there are promising talents among them, as Shi Wanhua, floating in the air, stroked his beard in satisfaction. Just as the grand assembly unfolded with fervor, Li Danqing seemed to sense something, reaching out to tear through the void, grasping at something. Meanwhile, within the void tunnel, an elderly man and a middle-aged man were engaged in conversation, with one remarking on the excessive pampering of the two. Just as they contemplated further discussion, the tunnel collapsed, and a colossal hand reached out towards them. Trouble. The two had yet to regain their wits. They truly had not reacted in time. While one may have witnessed the act of grasping from a distance, none had seen such a feat within a spatial tunnel. What immense power must this entail? At this moment, the two were standing before Li Danqing and Lin Daoyuan, filled with confusion and dread. Lin Daoyuan chuckled softly, continuing to observe the enchanting illusion below, finding it most intriguing. Meanwhile, Li Danqing regarded the pair, who, under his gaze, found themselves utterly devoid of defiance. Senior, I am unaware of how I have offended you. Please, do enlighten me. I, Xiet Songhai, am willing to make amends. My junior, Xiet Songshuan, is also prepared to compensate. Seeing the visibly anxious and fearful duo, Li Danqing struggled to suppress his amusement, though he chose to maintain some decorum, as they were, after all, the father and grandfather of his disciple. Very well. I shall be forthright. I have taken a liking to Xie Yuqing and Xie Yuning and wish to accept them as my disciples. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback, then utterly astonished. What? You wish to take our granddaughters as disciples? That is splendid news. Xiet Songhai instantly transformed into a sycophant, while Xiet Songshuan stood there in a daze. Father, your change of heart is rather abrupt. Xiet Songhai shot him a glance, as if to say, my child. At my age, certain truths become instinctive. Senior, you may not be aware, but while my granddaughters possess extraordinary gifts, they are unable to cultivate conventional techniques. I have sought many without success, and I never anticipated encountering you. Truly, this is a stroke of fortune. All right, calm down. Li Danqing interjected, gesturing dismissively at Xiet Songhai. The two sisters each possess unique constitutions. One is a natural ink body, and the other a natural qinxin. They cannot rely on ordinary cultivation methods. One must wield a brush and enter the Dao through painting, which is Yuning's path, while the other must enter the Dao through the Guqin, which is Yuqing's path. At this revelation, the two men were left in disbelief, never having expected such rare avenues and attributes. Before they could inquire further, Li Danqing urged them to sit down, assuring them that matters would be discussed after the discipleship ceremony concluded. Yet, as they settled, the pair glanced at Lin Daoyuan and the others. Noticing Lin Daoyuan at the epicenter of attention, without a second thought, they eagerly rushed to the end of the line, flocking to the side of Canglong and his companions. Greetings, fellow cultivators. At that moment, the ladder test had established a clear divide. Among the 100,000 cultivators who had come to participate in the selection, nearly 90% had been eliminated after 5 days of effort. What a staggering figure. Yet, those who had been cast aside dared not voice their frustrations, well aware that survival beyond the Kanglan mountain range was an impossibility. In the end, from the remaining 10,000, a terrifying 9,500 had been eliminated. Only a meager 500 persisted in their struggle. Among them, nearly 100 had stalled at the 400 to 700 level, while approximately 350 were stuck at the 700 to 800 level. A scant 50 or so managed to progress beyond the 800 level, and only 4 had ascended to the 900 level. Mo Wujin, the Xie sisters, and Duan Bailang. Keep going, Bailang. I have done my utmost. I cannot climb any higher. Brother Duan, persevere. We shall await your news. In response, Duan Bailang clasped his fists in acknowledgement to Han Xing and the others, then hurried after the two sisters. Brother Han, Brother Wang, Brother Run, await my tidings. At this moment, amidst those who struggled below them, some were unable to ascend any further, while others had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, there were still a few who, through sheer determination, persevered with both hands and feet. Witnessing this, Lin Daoyuan and his companions could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He understood that, although their innate talents were lacking, they possessed a spark within their eyes. Having ascended 400 tiers was a testament to their character and integrity, revealing that they were not without merit. Their shortcomings lay in enlightenment and talent. Yet this was of little concern. Within our sect, we possess the Dragon Transformation Pool to enhance innate abilities, and the Enlightenment Tea to foster understanding. Shi Songhai and Shi Songshuan looked on with a sense of reflection. After learning the rules from the Songlong, they found themselves at a loss for words. Out of 100,000 who had attempted the heavenly ladder, only 500 remained, and the disparity in their standings was striking. Upon discovering that only those who surpassed the 900th tier were considered true prodigies, the two sisters instinctively glanced at their own kin. Fortunately, they mused. They were indeed the granddaughters of Shi Songhai. Their spirits lifted once more. However, they couldn't help but ponder the magnificence of this heavenly ladder, which truly was a divine artifact. After 5 consecutive days of observation, those who had been hiding in the void had long since departed, all expressing their astonishment. Perhaps, in the eastern region, a truly formidable power was emerging. With the Songlong of the Supreme Realm under their command, their strength could rival that of a sacred land. Meanwhile, some individuals gazed at the gathering of people forming the outlines of a city at the mountain's periphery, seemingly lost in thought. Beyond the 900th tier, with each step, it felt as if their bones would shatter. The Shi sisters reached the 918th and 19th tiers before they could go no further, while Duan Bailang, having ascended to the 920th tier, also collapsed. I can't go on, sister. You must continue. I too am at my limit. It feels as though my body is no longer my own. The two sisters were drenched in fragrant sweat, providing quite the spectacle for Duan Bailang, who could only steal a glance before reciting a sutra. I cannot bear to look. I cannot bear to look. Amipa. Seeing this, Shi Yuning pouted and queried. Are you Duan Bailang? Indeed, that is I. May I inquire your name, fair maiden? I am Shi Yuning, and this is my sister, Shi Yuqing. I hope for your guidance in the future. Duan Bailang, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. I am unworthy of such praise. Both of you are extraordinary talents. The three then turned their gaze to Mo Wujin, who was still climbing higher. That figure seemed almost otherworldly. Mo Wujin continued his ascent with heavy steps, as if treading upon an immense gravitational field. With each lift of his foot, the veins on his body bulged, as if they might burst at any moment. His gaze was filled with an unwavering determination. Each step felt as if it bore the weight of 10,000 pounds, yet he pressed on. At that moment, he had become the center of attention. Chun Mingdao and the others admired him greatly, but made no move to take him as a disciple. For Lin Daoyuan had already claimed his allegiance. Li Danqing, witnessing the two sisters reaching the 917th and 18th tiers, felt content as well. Acknowledging their status as young women, Chun Mingdao shared similar sentiments. In their path of cultivation, it was not merely physical strength that mattered, but rather their comprehension of the mystical arts. Undoubtedly, all present rejoiced for these 4 prodigies. Shi Songhai and his companion swallowed hard. Is this not a sight reserved for the esteemed sects of the celestial realm? Is this not the spectacle of an ancient hermit sect? At this moment, the two individuals were flooded with thoughts, having concluded that the Evergreen Immortal Sect was a hidden, superlative sect. To be associated with such a sect would indeed be a tremendous opportunity. Truly my splendid granddaughter. That is my daughter. How dare you? Mo Wujin continued to ascend, not pausing until he reached the 950th level, yet his eyes still brimmed with unyielding desire. How infuriating. Is this where it ends? Subsequently, Shi Wanhua announced the conclusion of the disciple recruitment conference, after which they would lead the disciples into the sect. Shi Wanhua then proclaimed, from this moment on, you shall be disciples of my immortal sect. After touring the sect and attending to some matters, you will have 2 days to bid farewell to your families. Below the heavenly ladder, cheers erupted. Although the event had drawn to a close, pride prevailed. Wonderful, wonderful, my son Qilin has succeeded. Truly my son, when you return, I shall not hinder you from marrying. You may wed as many as you wish. Oh, my dear son, how proud I am. No, I must return to boast. Just wait until those scornful women see my son's accomplishments. Hold on, dear lady, your child is yet to emerge. Oh, right. Meanwhile, the disciples entering the sect with Shi Wanhua were overwhelmed with excitement. Goodness, help me, I can hardly breathe. The spiritual energy is overwhelmingly dense. Heaven. Have I arrived in paradise? Is this truly an immortal sect? Is this what should exist in the world? Various exclamations of astonishment filled the air, and Mo Wujin was equally astonished. He had intended to find a modest sect, but had instead stumbled upon a celestial abode. Despite his surprise, he diligently circulated his spiritual energy, determined not to be overwhelmed by the abundant spiritual essence. The two sisters, with eyes sparkling like stars, exclaimed, "How beautiful! Sister, it seems we have arrived at an extraordinary place. Our fortunes are truly remarkable." Gazing at the radiant starry sky, the dreamlike sea of clouds, floating islands, waterfalls, and exquisite palatial halls, every corner seemed to embody the extraordinary. The disciples were utterly astounded. How delightful! Even as a menial worker here, I would be content. Shi Wanhua did not hastily lead everyone to the grand square of the sect. Instead, he guided them along the essential path of entry. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan and others had already returned to the sect. When Shi Wanhua brought the group to the Evergreen Lake Island, they beheld the magnificent and imposing form of the Azure Dragon, the equally striking and powerful figure of the Barbarian Rock, and the vast, towering sea giant that overshadowed the sky. Mo Wujin dared not underestimate the immortal sect any longer, while the others were utterly captivated. These are the 4 guardian beasts of our sect, residing within the Evergreen Lake Island. Subsequently, everyone respectfully bowed. Shi Wanhua then led them aboard a colossal crimson flame lion. This lion, possessing a terrifying cultivation level, reached the realm of void refinement. Sitting upon such a formidable beast for the first time, it was futile to claim one was not nervous. As Shi Wanhua guided them along, he spoke. The sect is vast, and disciples below the golden core level will inevitably encounter challenges during their journeys. The beasts residing within the sect are not only our companions, but also integral members of our community. When you traverse the sect, you may call upon them for assistance. Furthermore, should you possess the ability to earn their endorsement, you can forge a contract with them, establishing them as significant allies in your cultivation journey ahead. Chapter 42, Lin Daoyuan's Discourse. Upon hearing this, some individuals were stirred, particularly the two sisters. The elder sister noted that these magical beasts possessed remarkable bloodlines and declared her intention to contract a grand bird. The younger sister, however, urged patience, emphasizing the need for prior cultivation. Duan Bailang wore a mischievous grin, pondering whether any treasure-seeking beasts might be present. Mo Wujin contemplated deeply, yet managed to release his thoughts. Subsequently, the group boarded a colossal phoenix-like bird, feeling as though they were traversing through a world of mountains and seas, each scene a feast for the eyes. This would be the sect where I shall reside. Shortly after, Shi Wanhua led everyone to the grand plaza of the sect, the very heart of the immortal gate. Vast beyond measure, standing there felt akin to being adrift in an ocean, with the stone flooring primarily composed of azure and white jade, exuding an air of sanctity. At that moment, 6 figures had already assembled in the plaza. They were Jing Mingyu, Yun Liner, Mu Shi, Shi Tian, along with Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Liner. At this juncture, Jing Mingyu had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment at the age of 17, adorned in a stunning azure dress. Yun Liner had successfully rectified her innate deficiencies, activating her bloodline and reaching the peak of foundation establishment, her petite figure clad in a delicate white gown. Mu Shi retained his earnest demeanor, yet today he appeared particularly solemn. Shi Tian, well aware of the occasion, carried an air of significance, while Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Liner required no further introduction. The presence of these 6 individuals instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Wow, are those the senior brothers and sisters? They are so beautiful, like celestial maidens descended to earth. How handsome! Some female disciples succumbed to admiration. At that moment, Mo Wujin and the sisters from the Shi family were left in awe, recognizing the profound foundation and immense spiritual power of these sect disciples. Mo Wujin gritted his teeth, realizing that in a direct confrontation with Mu Shi, he stood no chance. At least he could hold his own against Shi Tian and Zhou Tianyu. As for comparing himself with the likes of Jing Mingyu and the others, he deemed it unnecessary. Greetings, senior sister, senior brother, I am Shi Yuning. And this is my sister, Shi Yuqing. Shi Yuning greeted enthusiastically. Hello, senior sister, senior brother. In response, Jing Mingyu smiled gently, while Yun Liner appeared somewhat shy. Mu Shi scratched his head in a somewhat naive manner, and Shi Tian remained composed. Jing Mingyu, Yun Liner, Mu Shi, Shi Tian, Zhou Tianyu, Zhou Liner. We have met you, junior sister Shi. We have met you, senior sister Jing, senior sister Yun, senior brother Mu, senior brother Shi, and senior brother Zhou. Oh, senior brother Zhou and senior sister, are you siblings? You bear a striking resemblance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liner smiled and nodded. Indeed, greetings, junior sisters. The two sisters sweetly exclaimed that this could be considered an acquaintance, and Rin Fei and others also came to know each other. They eventually learned that Jing Mingyu and Yun Liner were disciples of the elders, while Shi Tian was the disciple of the Grand Elder. And Mu Shi was even a direct disciple of the sect leader, Lin Daoyuan, which garnered even greater respect from them. Mo Wujin politely nodded towards the group. A gesture of greeting. Dear junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for such formality. From now on, we are all comrades in the same sect. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach me, Shi Tian. I am also available for alchemy. Jing Mingyu was unusually serene today, almost unrecognizable. Upon discovering that they also had a senior sister and a second senior brother, as well as a junior sister, everyone was astonished. Though they soon learned that the three had ventured out for training, leaving the others deeply curious. Shi Wanhua gazed at the crowd with a look of satisfaction. What fine talents we have. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, drawing everyone's gaze upwards, where they beheld two colossal stones plummeting towards them. Only Jing Mingyu and her companions remained composed. Suddenly, two figures appeared above the stones, their chilling aura sending shivers down the spines of all present. Even Shi Wanhua was taken aback. Indeed, it was those two elders. The newcomers were Yi Kong and Dugu Jiani, and in the next moment, they pointed their swords. Casually gesturing, and a dense array of sword energy surrounded the massive stones, leaving the onlookers in awe. How formidable! Are they elders? Some inquired of Shi Wanhua, who replied, They are the founding elders of our immortal sect. In the blink of an eye, the enormous stones transformed into towering stone tablets, their remnants reduced to dust by the myriad of sword energies. The two figures then vanished, followed by an ethereal apparition appearing before the stone tablets. Upon witnessing this, Shi Wanhua immediately bowed, while beside Lin Daoyuan, the elders of Mingyuan emerged. Particularly, when Su Qingli appeared, her beauty took everyone's breath away. Mo Wujin turned his head aside. Yet his body instinctively bowed in reverence. Shi Wanhua proclaimed, Greetings, sect leader and esteemed elders. At this moment, Yi Qingguan and Qian Qian also appeared before the crowd. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder and the Mountain Guardian. The crowd was astonished and hastily knelt in reverence. Upon hearing their words, Lin Daoyuan smiled gently. Enough of such formalities. You have all successfully passed the rigorous selection and tests to join our immortal sect, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each of you. Today is indeed solemn, and I must convey that you are the first generation of disciples of our sect, the very pioneers, albeit a modest group of over 500. Yet distinguished in quality. Each of you is a rare gem, regardless of the ranks you are assigned. You are all disciples of our sect. Merely your duties and rewards will differ, but we shall discuss that later. Now, it is imperative that as the first generation of disciples, you remember the principles of our sect to properly guide the junior brothers and sisters who will follow. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an immense sense of responsibility wash over them. They had thought they were merely entering a grand sect, yet discovered it was a nascent establishment. But have you ever witnessed such a newly formed sect? No matter the task, as long as I can remain here, I am willing. Please, sect leader, deliver your address. Excellent. Lin Daoyuan expressed his satisfaction. In the Eternal Green sect, aptly named Eternal Green, we shall surely reign supreme over the universe, enduring through the ages. However, such greatness necessitates a code of conduct. Thus, we have established our 3 imperatives and 3 prohibitions. Upon hearing these words, Yi Kong and Dugu Jiani each stood by a stone tablet. First, one must harbor benevolence and adhere to the righteous path. Do not conspire with evil nor engage in the senseless slaughter of innocents. Second, one must respect their elders and embody propriety. Do not defy authority or disrupt the established order. Third, one must uphold their moral compass and remain steadfast in their convictions. Do not betray the sect or forsake one's true self. As these words resonated, Yi Kong and Dugu Jiani ceased their movements. The immense stone tablet, adorned with elegant calligraphy, left the disciples in awe, lingering in reflection. Could this be a testament to history? Perhaps so. Lin Daoyuan then continued. Naturally, these 6 principles must be ingrained within your very essence. Additionally, when venturing outside, should you find yourselves in a predicament, do not foolishly shoulder the burden alone. Seek assistance from the sect. Furthermore, in all endeavors, ensure your ability to retreat unscathed. Never act recklessly. While the earlier discourse was solemn, Lin Daoyuan now spoke with the demeanor of a mentor, eliciting laughter from the elders. Is this truly the demeanor of our leader? Su Qingli also smiled faintly. In essence, within the Eternal Green sect, we are one family, united and free from internal conflict. Do you understand? The disciples affirmed their comprehension. After a lengthy oration, Lin Daoyuan felt utterly exhausted. This task was indeed no trifling matter. He vowed never to undertake it again. Subsequently, Shi Wanhua assigned the disciples to their respective accommodations. However, upon discovering the sect's generous provisions, the disciples were left in disbelief. The miscellaneous disciples received a monthly stipend of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 3 leaves of the legendary enlightenment tea and 5 bottles of elixirs. Moreover, the outer and inner disciples, not to mention the esteemed elders and seniors, received even greater rewards. Overwhelmed, they exclaimed, "I would willingly die as a ghost of the sect." The Shi family sisters could hardly contain their excitement at being accepted as disciples by Li Danqing, while Duan Bailang had been taken under Chun Mingdao's wing. Ren Fei and others admired them but felt no jealousy. This was a well-deserved honor for Duan Bailang. The Shi sisters were overjoyed, pondering how their father and grandfather would react to their enrollment in such a formidable sect and their esteemed master. As for Mo Wujin, Lin Daoyuan was in no rush. At that moment, in the Grand Hall of Eternal Green, when the Shi sisters encountered Shi Songhai and Shi Songshuan, their faces radiated with delight. "Father, grandfather, what are you doing here? How do we end up here?" "Well, we came to see our precious granddaughters, having heard that you joined an incredibly powerful sect. We wanted to ensure your safety and prevent any inadvertent disrespect towards the venerable ones, right?" Chapter 43, The Surrender of the Shi Family. The Dawn of the Sect City. Indeed, Shi Songhai found no issue with this, while Shi Songshuan appeared utterly speechless, glancing at his daughter's expressions. "Do you truly believe that?" At that moment, Jing Donghai was present, his brow furrowed in discontent. Reflecting on the fact that none of the disciples from the Jingwe dynasty had passed, he felt a surge of anger. "This ungrateful lot. Just wait until I return to deal with you." Jing Donghai looked at Shi Songhai and Shi Songshuan, unacquainted with them. Upon overhearing the sisters' conversation, he realized, so these are the illustrious fathers and grandfather of those 2 prodigies. Shi Yuqing and Shi Yuning are well aware of their formidable status, as they have ascended the heavenly ladder to over 910 levels. Their identities are likely not simple. To circumvent unnecessary complications, he chose silence, waiting for Lin Daoyuan to finish speaking before he expressed himself. Returning to the 2 sisters, Shi Songhai felt an overwhelming sense of guilt under Shi Yuning's penetrating gaze. He certainly could not admit to being brought here for that purpose, as it would be utterly humiliating. How could a distinguished figure like himself, standing at the pinnacle of Hongwu Continent, allow himself to lose face in front of his granddaughter? Dear granddaughter, I truly came to see you both. It is merely a matter of concern. Moreover, you 2 young ladies are vulnerable. What if you were deceived?" Upon hearing this, Shi Songshian felt utterly speechless, as if her face were to be tarnished by Shi Songhai's words. Shi Yuning remained skeptical and then bowed to Lin Daoyuan, proclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the sect master. I wish to inquire if my grandfather and father have offended the immortal sect. If so, I am willing to bear the consequences. Please, sect master, do not drive my sister and me away." Shi Yuqing, reflecting on their clandestine departure, also knelt and echoed her sister's sentiments. "Please do not hold us accountable, sect master. I am willing to bear the consequences as well." Lin Daoyuan, upon hearing their pleas, offered a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by the matter. "You 2 have not offended the sect. I merely wish to see you." Upon hearing Lin Daoyuan's words, the sisters exchanged confused glances. It was not what they had anticipated. Yet, they dared not doubt the sect master's words. "Thank you, sect master, for alleviating our concerns. See, dear granddaughter, I truly came to visit you," Shi Yuqing exclaimed, tugging at Shi Yuning. "Grandfather, you have seen that person. We wish to cultivate and grow stronger." Shi Yuning then turned her gaze toward her esteemed mentor, Li Danqing, who chuckled in response. "Sect master, since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. These 2 young ladies need their potential activated. Go ahead." Lin Daoyuan nodded, and Li Danqing handed a token to Shi Songhai and the 2 sisters. "Should you require anything in the future, seek me out." As they departed, Shi Yuning mischievously made a face at Shi Songhai. The 2 men could only sigh in resignation, realizing that their granddaughters were no longer to be kept close. At that moment, an idea sparked within Shi Songhai's mind. "I dare ask, esteemed elder, do you seek affiliated forces?" Shi Songshian was taken aback by her father's words. "Father, you." Lin Daoyuan regarded Shi Songhai with profound meaning. "Affiliated forces, you say? Ding. The host may accept this. A powerful sect must not only be strong in itself, but also possess formidable external strength." Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan acquiesced to Shi Songhai's request, granting him a token akin to that of Jing Donghai's affiliated forces. Holding the token, Shi Songhai felt an overwhelming sense of fortune, his intuition whispering of the extraordinary heights to which his family would ascend due to this unprecedented decision. However, he forewarned, "Let it be known. You must guide and discipline your clan's disciples well. Our sect will not tolerate any impurities." Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan spoke coldly, causing both Shi Songhai and Shi Songshuan to break into a cold sweat. Yes, Sect Master, we shall remain vigilant at all times. Shi Songshuan, however, found himself perplexed. Reflecting on the formidable power of the Shi family, a supreme force with a significant presence in the upper realm, now subservient to a sect in the lower realm. While it might be reasonable to acknowledge the might of the Immortal Sect, the notion of a supreme force from the upper realm bowing down felt rather unsettling. Yet, witnessing the ecstatic expression on Shi Songhai's face, he realized that uncovering the reasons behind this situation was futile. After all, he understood that Lin Daoyuan was exceptionally powerful, alongside several other formidable elders. To his astonishment, the sect had acquired a subordinate force, and it appeared to be quite influential. Under Lin Daoyuan's introduction, Jing Donghai and Shi Songhai grew increasingly familiar with one another, particularly as both bore the character foreseen in their names, which fostered a sense of camaraderie. Haha, Brother Jing. Brother Shi. Shi Songhai showed no disdain for Jing Donghai, who was merely half a step into the transformation realm, and they quickly forged a brotherly bond. When Jing Donghai learned that the Shi family hailed from the upper realm, and that Shi Songhai was a superlative powerhouse, he was profoundly shaken. The upper realm. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the secrets one could access. As a minor dynasty like the Jingyu dynasty, such levels had previously been beyond reach, unless a powerful figure from the upper realm graced them with their presence. Yet now, he found himself calling such a being a brother. Was this truly happening? After a moment of silence, Jing Donghai smiled in realization. Having joined the Evergreen Immortal Sect, perhaps such occurrences would become more commonplace in the future. Shortly after, Zhuge Ming arrived. Sect Master, what of the city construction? Zhuge Ming proceeded to share the plans for establishing Evergreen Immortal City with Lin Daoyuan. Upon seeing the token, he understood that the Shi family had joined the Immortal Sect, and surely, it was not a secret matter. Hearing of the plans to build Evergreen Immortal City, both Jing Donghai and Shi Songhai were invigorated. This presented a splendid opportunity. At this moment, Shi Songshuan felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing his supreme father, the family's cornerstone, in such a state, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Soon, the city construction plan was finalized, with the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce as the primary builder and the Jingyu dynasty as support. Strangely, Shi Songhai expressed a desire not to return to the upper realm. Father, why? Songshuan, you do not understand. In this world, although the supreme are powerful, what lies above them? While our Shi family holds a position in the upper realm, how many are merely ingratiating themselves, waiting for my old bones to decay, or scheming in the shadows? I dare say the Immortal Sect is anything but simple. You have seen the current management within the sect. The lowest rank is that of Star Sovereign, and they all surpass you in strength. At these words, Shi Songshuan sighed. May it be as you wish. Remember to manage the disciples well upon your return. Indeed. Subsequently, Shi Songhai opened a void tunnel, sending Shi Songshuan back to the upper realm. Upon returning to the sect, the disciples were astounded by the profound techniques within the Hall of Techniques. The impact was electrifying, striking their hearts with awe. In our celestial sect, are we not an ancient lineage? Subsequently, the disciples bid farewell to their families, while the news of the sect's intention to establish the everlasting celestial city at the foot of the Kanglan mountain range spread. Some family members of the disciples decided to stay and assist in the city's construction. Days passed, and at the base of the Kanglan Mountains, also known as the Evergreen Mountains, the outline of a magnificent city began to take shape. With the assistance of the Jingyu dynasty and the formidable Yuaning-level experts from the Qingyuan Merchant Association, the city was rising swiftly. Moreover, there was also Shi Songhai to consider. Chapter 44, Disciple Recruitment, Mo Wujin, Establishing the Celestial City. Lin Daoyuan had already resolved to take Mo Wujin as his disciple. Although Mo Wujin had reached the astonishing height of 950 layers, he remained at the designated peak for core disciples, waiting for Lin Daoyuan's arrival. That night, Mo Wujin sat alone on a stone, breathing steadily. Surrounding him was a crackling aura of thunderous spirit energy, and his handsome face bore a look of determination. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan quietly approached Mo Wujin, standing silently without interrupting his cultivation. What a striking lad! No wonder even the exalted saintess of the Yaoqi harbored a deep affection for him. Alas, he is but a straightforward man. Just like you, are you not? I wish not to engage with you. Oh, do keep up your facade. By the way, what rewards await for taking in disciples? Rest assured, host, it shall not be lacking. Once you have accepted Mo Wujin, all shall be presented together. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan fell silent, noticing that Mo Wujin remained with his eyes closed. He then pondered, could that wicked body withstand it? Perhaps I should take a moment to check. The host ought to go. To aid this lad. Lin Daoyuan shook his head in exasperation. Very well, I shall make an appearance. But the future development between the two of us now rests upon this young man. After all, he saved you, and yet you harbored resentment, even contemplating his demise. Here, a small revelation. In the future, Mo Wujin will indeed face a fiery trial in pursuit of his beloved. Thus, Lin Daoyuan stood vigil throughout the night. During this time, Su Qingli made an appearance, preparing a pot of tea for Lin Daoyuan, accompanying him in silence until she departed. Throughout the entire evening, Lin Daoyuan uttered but a single phrase. "Thank you, Qingli." As the dawn broke, Mo Wujin, seated upon the stone, finally opened his eyes, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was still futile. He could not gather spirit energy, and his cultivation was regressing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mo Wujin wore an expression of unwillingness. "That vile woman has robbed me of my opportunities and harmed my spiritual roots. Just wait. When I return, I shall not let you off easily." Hearing this, Lin Daoyuan could only roll his eyes in resignation. At that moment, Mo Wujin noticed Lin Daoyuan and was taken aback. "Why is the sect master here?" Disciple Mo Wujin pays respects to the sect master. In response, Lin Daoyuan inquired, "Would you be willing to take me as your master and become my fourth disciple?" Mo Wujin was astonished. The sect master wishes to personally accept me as a disciple? He understood the rules from that day. Having ascended to the 950 layers, if an elder or the sect master took a liking to him, they could indeed take him as their disciple. Yet now, the sect master desires to take him under his wing. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived. This might be the closest he had ever been to restoring his spiritual roots. However, would the sect leader truly be willing to accept someone with damaged roots like him? The disciple, with his compromised spiritual roots, hardly had time to finish his thoughts when Lin Daoyuan interjected, "Kneel before me as your master, and I shall mend your spiritual roots." Upon hearing this, Mo Wujin did not hesitate to kneel. How direct. Disciple Mo Wujin pays respects to master. Lin Daoyuan smiled with satisfaction at his words. "Good lad, rise." Subsequently, Mo Wujin stood and bowed again to Lin Daoyuan. Though firm, he still showed the requisite respect. "Do you realize you possess a hidden constitution?" "A constitution? I have one. I thought I only had an exceptional thunder spiritual root. If I possessed a constitution, how could I not have discovered it throughout my years of cultivation to the nascent soul stage? Heh. It would indeed be strange if you managed to discover such a constitution on your own." Upon hearing this, Mo Wujin's expression grew complex. "Master, there is no need to deceive me. May I ask, what constitution do I have?" "The divine idol-suppressing demon constitution. An extremely domineering constitution, perfectly suited for ultimate combat." Mo Wujin had never heard of it, but he understood the significance of possessing a constitution. Thus, the path to vengeance appeared even more assured. Just wait. You vile woman and man, I shall ensure you pay the price." Observing this, Lin Daoyuan suddenly felt an urge to reprimand Mo Wujin. "This lad has a cheeky side. Acquiring the method to awaken your constitution. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Reward: the technique divine idol suppressing demon art, and a suppressing demon war halberd. I knew these would suit this lad perfectly." Following this, beep, along with all rewards for accepting a disciple, 100,000 tons of primordial divine liquid, 100,000 ancient divine herbs, 100 billion top-tier spiritual stones. The primordial divine liquid, an exceptional ancient elixir that enhances spiritual roots and even constitutions, is a remarkable treasure. Various ancient divine herbs? No problem. Ling Jun will appreciate those. However, why are there still spiritual stones? There's no choice. The storage space is overflowing with spiritual stones, so they are awarded alongside the other rewards to the sect leader. Subsequently, with a thought, Lin Daoyuan caused the 100,000 divine herbs to be planted in the herb field. Ling Jun was somewhat astonished, but quickly regained composure. After all, he is the sect leader. Have you fallen asleep again?" Thereafter, Lin Daoyuan employed the essence of all things and the primordial divine liquid to restore Mo Wujin's spiritual roots. As for the constitution, Lin Daoyuan entrusted the divine idol-suppressing demon art and the suppressing demon war halberd to Mo Wujin. Initially, upon receiving these two items, Mo Wujin was utterly astonished. He had thought that the techniques from the Hall of Techniques would be sufficient to empower him. However, upon wielding the suppressing demon war halberd and the exclusive technique, he felt that these were the true embodiments of his potential. He then proclaimed, "You shall all wait. Now that my spiritual roots have been restored, the day I ascend once more will mark your doom." Lin Daoyuan was left speechless and promptly tossed Mo Wujin into the chaotic secret realm. The chaotic secret realm was a creation of Lin Daoyuan born from boredom, consisting of 9 layers in total, classified by strength. The first layer was designated for the nascent soul level, wherein Lin Daoyuan had forged various immortal demon soldiers of differing strengths. These demon soldiers operated under a mechanism. As long as the entering disciple does not perish, they shall be relentlessly attacked. In summary, just avoid death. Lin Daoyuan felt that this form of cultivation was rather extreme and unsuitable for female disciples. Thus he chose not to publicize it extensively, relegating it to a mere foundation placed behind all the cultivation facilities of the sect. On this particular day, anguished screams echoed from the rear of the training facilities. Lin Daoyuan merely stated, to activate it, one must engage in countless battles on the brink of death. Keep pushing forward, my apprentice. I have faith in you. It was on this very day that the bustling disciples, in their fervor for cultivation, designated that secret realm as a forbidden ground for disciples. Several days later, outside the Kanglin Mountains, a magnificent and exceedingly spacious grand city arose, with Lin Daoyuan allowing a slight outflow of spiritual energy from the sect. In an instant, the Qingqing Immortal City became extraordinarily rich in spiritual energy, attracting the attention of various powers and clans. Even Shizonghai, the supreme mirror of the upper heavy sky, was astounded. The concentration of this spiritual energy rivaled that of the upper heavy sky, and perhaps even surpassed it. Although he could not linger long within the sect, he realized he could thrive in this city as well. Simultaneously, the headquarters of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was established in Qingqing Immortal City, as it was only fitting for their own enterprise. Jing Donghai also relocated the foundation of the Jingwei dynasty to Qingqing Immortal City, facilitating the convenience of these two affiliated powers. To assist with this, Lin Daoyuan instructed Chun Mingdao to set up a large teleportation array to the Xie family in the upper heavy sky. This was accomplished in the blink of an eye, leaving the members of the Xie family in shock. They had not anticipated arriving in the lower heavy sky in such a manner. However, Shizonghai had all members of the Xie family sign a soul oath, declaring that any disclosure regarding the teleportation array leading to the lower heavy sky would result in death before any such information was revealed. This was of utmost importance. At the same time, Shizonghai returned to tidy up some affairs and personally announced the new family regulations. The swiftness of these actions left the Xie family members astonished at what sect they had aligned themselves with. Lin Daoyuan simply chuckled at the unfolding events. The city lord of Qingqing Immortal City was appointed to be Jing Donghai and Shizonghai, while the location of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce was established in the very core of the entire Immortal City. As days passed, the influx of individuals entering the Immortal City continued unabated, but this posed no issue. The city could accommodate all. Concurrently, a series of regulations were communicated from Zhuge Ming regarding the entrance and inhabitants of the city, which were clearly delineated. In Chapter 45, The Conspiracy of Two Sects, Confusion 11, the most pivotal regulation stipulated that any misconduct within the city would result in expulsion from the Immortal City, including the relatives of disciples. Those who exploited the name of the sect for personal gain would similarly face expulsion. Conversely, entrants who engaged in misconduct would also be expelled and prohibited from entering for life. Surprisingly, among the disciples recruited during the Disciple Recruitment Conference, those with family remaining in the Immortal City were in the minority. As 10 days passed, the disciples within the sect had begun to cultivate in earnest. The male disciples favored the gravity tower, while the female disciples, weary from training, would ride their beast companions to explore the sect and tend to their relatives in the Immortal City. Certainly, over the course of 10 days, the disciples successively entered the various peaks governed by the elders. The disciples still encountered challenges in their cultivation, which caused considerable distress for Shi Wanhua, along with others like Songlong. The number of elders remained insufficient, comprising merely 4-star sovereigns and 1 supreme. As for the reclusive elders, they were of little concern. Although Yi Qingguan occasionally made appearances, captivating some male disciples to the point of rendering them flustered and at a loss on how to proceed with their cultivation. In summary, there was a notable lack of management in the realms of refining and regulations, and the deacons were nearly non-existent. Over the decade, Situ Mingyue had relied on the resources of the sect to attain the status of a golden core true person, and Lin Daoyuan had appointed her to oversee all the female disciples, making her the only deacon at present. What to do? System, could you possibly summon some more? What are you thinking, host? This system does not possess such capabilities. Alas, never mind. I shall devise my own solutions. In due time, I will recruit these elder figures. How vexing it is that I must also bear the responsibility for the subsequent elder and disciple systems. If I had known, I would never have established this sect. Well, I shall leave it to those old codgers like Zhuge Ming. After all, they have little else to occupy their time. Subsequently, the celestial sect returned to a semblance of tranquility, yet outside, undercurrents were stirring. In recent times, numerous formidable individuals had arrived in the Eternal Youth Immortal City, no fewer than those at the Golden Core level. This information was gleaned from the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Following this revelation, Lin Daoyuan instructed Yilan to establish an intelligence agency for the sect, which he termed the Shadow Palace. However, this was not an endeavor to be completed overnight. But Yilan possessed the requisite strength. The Shadow Palace would operate independently of the sect, directly overseen by Lin Daoyuan and the elders. Once established, it would alleviate the need for them to lift a finger. Thereafter, Yilan departed the Celestial Sect in search of suitable members. The members of the Shadow Palace would also be disciples of the sect, required to undergo the Heavenly Ladder test. However, passing the 400th level would suffice. As planned by Lin Daoyuan. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Chaoyang sect, two imposing figures occupied the main seats, surrounded by formidable elders. Yet their attire was distinctly divided into two styles. Today, our Chaoyang sect, along with Qingyang sect and Juzi, as you may have surmised, faces an undeniable threat, the Chongqing Immortal Sect. Upon hearing this, the assembly tightened their grips. Given the power demonstrated by the Chongqing Immortal Sect, no sect among us stands a chance against them, unless the Holy Land intervenes. In our vast eastern region, a single Holy Land suffices. If another force emerges to rival it, we shall find ourselves subjugated. The middle-aged man named Su spoke with a fierce glare. But what can we do? We are powerless to fight back, and moreover, the Xintian sect has declared a century-long closure, while the Wanjian sect has rejected our invitation to discuss matters here. With only our two sects, the appearance of a star sovereign from the Chongqing Immortal Sect is enough to subdue us. Furthermore, the Jingwe dynasty is rapidly growing, seemingly having pledged allegiance to the Chongqing Immortal Sect, which is even more disadvantageous for us. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man named Su clenched his teeth, his gaze filled with fierce determination. The Xintian sect has been compelled to seal its mountain, and although the situation may seem distant, it is said that an elder from the Chongqing Immortal Sect took decisive action. This is beyond dispute. Yet, what of the Wanjian sect? Will they merely stand by as the Chongqing Immortal Sect gradually flourishes and encroaches upon their resources? Additionally, the most restless among them, the Demon Spirit Hall, has fallen into silence after its defeat. Though quietude may suggest peace, it is hardly a good omen. Perhaps the Chongqing Immortal Sect deems us unworthy of their attention? Remarked an elder from below. Impossible. Do not forget how the Holy Land has suppressed us, retorted a middle-aged man named Su Chao with unwavering conviction. Every force tends to expand, declared Mu Tao, the leader of the Qingyang sect. I have a plan. Do share. Su Chao, the leader of the Chaoyang sect, smiled faintly at this. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share a mountain. I have reliable intelligence indicating that the Holy Land has taken notice of the Chongqing Immortal Sect. If we add fuel to the fire, the Holy Land will surely act against them. Mu Tao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Upon arriving at the Wanjian sect and learning that the Chaoyang and Qingyang sects had gone to the Holy Land, the leader of the Wanjian sect, who is also Song Qingzhou's master, spat out his tea in astonishment. Thank goodness I did not accompany these two fools, he remarked with a wry smile. Sensing that even the Holy Land would find it difficult to contend with the Chongqing Immortal Sect, he recalled a powerful figure from the Holy Land who once ventured to the Kanglan mountain range, seeking to recruit the supreme Songlong, only to be rebuffed. In the end, the Holy Land took no action, and now that Songlong has submitted to the Chongqing Immortal Sect, he could not believe that a being of such caliber, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, lacked discernment. Alas, it seems I must find an opportunity to visit the Immortal Sect to ascertain their stance. Will they, like the Holy Land, suppress other sects? At this moment, although the Xintian sect had declared a mountain closure, they remained aware of the outside world. It appeared necessary to investigate the Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, within the Chongqing Immortal Sect, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed, completely unaffected by external affairs. If Lin Daoyuan were to learn of the thoughts harbored by those outside, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "How absurd! Do you truly believe I covet your resources? I have no interest. Your territories? Apologies, but my sect is vast, with much still uncharted. I merely wish to cultivate in peace. Is that too much to ask?" That night, Mu Shi relentlessly struck a colossal rock in his dwelling with his fists, leaving deep imprints and revealing cracks upon the stone's surface. He resembled an ancient beast, hammering away without pause. Is senior brother Mu still training? The Shijiang sisters, riding on a celestial deer, expressed their surprise at the commotion. Senior brother is working so diligently. We cannot afford to lag behind. At that moment, the sisters, one clutching an ancient zither and the other wielding an ancient brush, were filled with joy. Will this even be beneficial to senior brother? Then, with a flourish, Shi Yuning wrote the character for silence in the air. In a fleeting moment, an inexplicable aura emanated from Jing, enveloping Mu Shi's dwelling like a gossamer veil before fading into obscurity. As the commotion subsided, Shi Yuning, filled with delight, seized Shi Yuqing and made her escape. Is this not improper? Brother Mu will not mind. Back at Mu Shi's side, after an arduous battle, he stood wearily beneath the starry sky, retrieving the marriage certificate for a moment before stowing it away once more. He then produced a small wooden axe, intricately carved by his grandfather during his childhood. After a brief examination, he returned it to his possession, continuing to gaze vacantly at the heavens. It was then that a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, brandishing a fearsome war spear. With a single thrust, the fabric of space seemed to be torn apart by an overwhelming force. Mu Shi swiftly turned, summoning his Dahuang war spear to deflect the impending strike. The sheer force of the assault caused the ground beneath him to crack, and the terrifying shockwaves scattered, disturbing many creatures in the vicinity. The assailant was none other than Mo Wujin. 5 days prior, Mo Wujin had emerged from the Chaos Secret Realm, battered and bruised, only to be carried back to his dwelling by Mu Shi. The onlooking disciples, witnessing this scene, felt an intensified dread towards the Chaos Secret Realm. Though he had emerged nearly defeated, Mo Wujin's physique was now perfectly activated, combined with the restoration of his spiritual roots. He had steadily ascended to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Mu Shi, at the same level, found himself challenged daily by Mo Wujin to spar. Suddenly, Mo Wujin's gaze sharpened as he withdrew his spear, generating sparks from the friction between their weapons. Observing this, Mu Shi deftly pivoted, using the momentum to unleash a powerful horizontal sweep with his spear. Mo Wujin countered, and thus they clashed, ascending from the ground to the skies, even battling atop the colossal boulder where Mu Shi trained. A terrifying and fierce energy surged with each strike, scattering the tranquility that Shi Yuning had inscribed. By midnight, the two lay exhausted on the ground, their surroundings slowly mending from the havoc they had wrought. Junior brother, what motivates your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Mo Wujin turned to glance at Mu Shi, who was lost in thought while gazing at the stars, his expression tinged with confusion. Why would you ask me such a question? Is it not to grow stronger? Before encountering our master, I was quite ordinary, having grown up without parents, living in a small village with my only grandfather until his passing. It was then that our master, recognizing my exceptional talent, took me as his disciple. He never explained the purpose of cultivation to me, and I remain uncertain of my own reasons for seeking strength. Had I not met him, I would have resigned myself to a life in that small village. Cultivation is exhausting, but why pursue it? In response, Mo Wujin inquired, do you have any enemies? No. Have you ever been bullied? Perhaps, but it was not severe. My innate talent was mediocre, and although I received scant resources within my family, I cannot say I was treated poorly. However, Mo Wujin seized upon a crucial detail. Why do you mention having a family yet live in a village? Upon hearing this, Mu Shi paused momentarily and said, the patriarch has declared that my grandfather and I lack the talent for cultivation, thus we should no longer occupy the family's resources, compelling us to move out. What? Mo Wujin exclaimed, astounded. Isn't that abandonment? He quickly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon Mu Shi, who also stood up in response. Having been cast aside, how could one claim not to have been wronged? Chapter 46. This cup of wine. The supreme of the sacred land. Abandonment? Mu Shi's expression grew somewhat intricate. Why must one forfeit access to resources simply for lacking cultivation talent? Why should they be excluded from the main family? Is this their prerogative? One must strive to assert themselves, even if not for your own sake. What about your grandfather? Upon hearing this, Mu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his grandfather, having surpassed half a century, deserved to enjoy his twilight years within the main family. At that moment, Mu Shi clenched his fists, a pang of guilt washing over him, as if questioning his past cowardice. Subsequently, he stood resolutely, fists tightened. Is this not the very impetus to grow stronger? To avoid being bullied, to seize control of one's destiny. Thank you, junior brother. In that instant, Mu Shi appeared to have discovered his purpose. Do you still have someone you care about? Upon hearing this, Mu Shi produced the marriage contract. Mo Wujin was taken aback. Gunyinyo? Your fiancée? Sort of, but I have never met her. My master mentioned that we would meet again in the future. Mo Wujin felt a twinge of displeasure. Another woman. Yet he suppressed his feelings. Regardless, you must grow stronger. Otherwise, when you meet her, if your cultivation is inferior to hers, how will you face her? Junior brother, have you been hurt by a woman? Mu Shi suddenly had a moment of clarity. This amused Lin Daoyuan, who had been hiding in the void. He had long perceived Mu Shi's confusion and intended to offer guidance. But upon encountering Mo Wujin, he chose to observe from the shadows to see how events would unfold. And here it was. My matters are none of your concern. Mo Wujin coldly retorted. Is there anything else? Well, I have discovered that my master is quite kind. As are the seniors, fellow disciples, and junior siblings. They are all wonderful, and I find great joy in their company. Mo Wujin was momentarily taken aback. a tightness in his chest. What if one day the sect faces utter destruction, and even the master and the seniors are powerless to help? If your comrades become casualties, and you are not strong enough, what then? Impossible. Mu Shi suddenly tightened his fists. Ever since my grandfather departed, I have regarded this place as home. Should anyone wish to annihilate my family, they must tread over my corpse. Mo Wujin smiled faintly. Is this not the discovery of purpose? This world is one of survival of the fittest. If one does not grow stronger, they will merely be an ant, subjected to the whims of others. Even if you remain in a secure location, trouble will inevitably find you. Mu Shi gazed at Mo Wujin in astonishment, admiration evident in his eyes. Junior brother, you understand so well. Mo Wujin, feeling a sense of pride, produced a bottle of wine. Come, the issues have been resolved, and we've grown weary of fighting. It is time to indulge in some wine, a truly delightful libation. The two then settled down and began to drink. Indeed, my junior, you have truly suffered at the hands of women. After a few drinks, Mo Wujin coldly remarked, that woman. I merely intervened in a situation where several men were ganging up on her in a secret realm. I thought it was rather unbecoming, so I stepped in. Little did I know, she became entangled with me and brought a multitude of troubles upon my head. I initially believed it would end there, but to my astonishment, she seized my opportunities, damaged my spiritual roots, and even incited those infatuated with her to hunt me down, leading to my expulsion from my original sect. How ruthless. Therefore, I vowed to grow stronger, to eventually eliminate that woman, and to reach a level of power where no one could dictate my fate. Upon hearing this, the two raised their cups once more. I had no idea my junior had such experiences. But now, within the Immortal Sect, having pledged loyalty to our master, you should focus on your cultivation. The two continued to drink heartily. By the way, where did you procure this potent liquor? One inquired. Oh, this? I obtained it from Elder Yu in exchange. His wine is truly remarkable. What we are drinking now has merely been diluted with a bit of water. They continued their conversation. Promise me, do not be swayed by women. It is only by keeping your distance from them that you can cultivate effectively. Before he could fully grasp the words, Mu Shi burped and succumbed to slumber. Mo Wujin cast a disdainful glance at him. TCH, such poor tolerance for alcohol. He too let out a burp and leaned against Mu Shi's side, drifting off to sleep, the wine bottle rolling gently away. Lin Daoyuan observed this and was taken aback by how swiftly it had been resolved. However, he wondered if she would be led astray by this fellow. Oh well, never mind that. I shall return and rest myself. That night was truly extraordinary. The following day, in the Holy Land, Futian, you are to visit the Chongqing Immortal Sect and ascertain their stance, while also inquiring about the Zonglong. Why, Your Holiness, do you think those two insignificant creatures spoke the truth? Unlikely, they lacked the audacity. In the grand and resplendent hall, the Lord of Tianyin regarded a traitorous middle-aged man in purple robes. Chongqing has subdued the Zonglong of the mid-supreme level, which undoubtedly indicates the presence of higher-tier supremes. It is fitting for you to go. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man named Futian nodded. Remember, the purpose of your journey is to investigate the truth. Control your temper. Understood, Your Holiness. With that, Futian's gaze turned icy, and he vanished from the spot. That presence belongs to Futian Taishang, without a doubt. Futian Taishang has emerged from seclusion. The ancient entities of the eastern region slightly opened their eyes. That fellow has actually returned. The direction was toward the Kanglan mountain range. The emergence of a supreme, aiming directly for the Kanglan mountain range. In the demon spirit hall, the demon lord opened his eyes and sneered. Ha! Chongqing Immortal Sect, trouble is headed your way. Let us see how long you can remain carefree. And you, wretched Songlong. On this day, an overwhelming pressure from the heavens enveloped the area outside the Kanglan mountain range. The Immortal Sect was protected by a great formation, thus remaining unaffected, though the outer peaks trembled slightly. The most alarmed were the inhabitants of Chongqing Immortal City. The number of experts within the city was still limited, and their expressions were undoubtedly grave. A supreme? In the Grand City Lord's mansion, Shi Tsanghai wore a complex expression. Who is this formidable supreme? Jing Donghai inquired. A supreme. At this, Jing Donghai fell silent. I shall go and reassure the populace. The Xian sect is currently experiencing a surge in momentum, and trouble has inevitably come knocking at the door. Shi Tsanghai remarked, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot, while Jing Donghai understood his purpose. Having successfully transcended to the Huashan stage, he possessed the formidable power to convey a message throughout the entire Xian city with just a word. At this moment, the inhabitants of Xian city were still engulfed in trepidation. Could it be that a formidable enemy was approaching the Xian sect? This oppressive force is no ordinary pressure. It is the pressure of heaven and earth. Such pressure is not something that can be generated by mere high-level cultivators. Only those who have reached the star sovereign level can invoke the heavens, creating a pressure of this magnitude. This indicates that the visitor is at least a formidable star sovereign. Soon after, Jing Donghai declared, "Do not panic. The Xian sect will handle this." This calmed the populace, for they were aware that the city lord was the ancestral figure of the Jingwei dynasty, an affiliate of the Xian sect. Meanwhile, at the Qingyuan Merchant Association, Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Liner returned to their tasks, feeling that this was their true path, as opposed to merely cultivating within the sect. One calculated treasures, while the other gathered them. However, both were feeling somewhat overwhelmed, grateful for their master's protective talisman. "Brother, there's nothing to worry about. The sect will manage this. It must be someone seeking the sect." Chapter 47. The Astonishment of Floating Sky and the Solitary Elder. Indeed, Zhou Liner blinked her beautiful eyes. Subsequently, on the outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range, a colossal rift in the void was forcefully torn open by two enormous hands, and instantly, the entire world was infused with a dark purple spiritual energy, as if entering a realm of deep purple. In the void stood Floating Sky, hands clasped behind his back. His dark purple, radiant supreme wheel ring casting an immense shadow, as if he were the sole entity in this world. How pretentious. I have never been this ostentatious. And he even has the supreme wheel ring on display. Shi Songhai, who had long awaited this moment and whose aura was restrained, scoffed disdainfully at Floating Sky. The wheel ring is an external spiritual energy storage space that cultivators achieve upon reaching the star sovereign realm, akin to the Dan Sea within their bodies. A star sovereign can develop 2 rings, while a supreme can cultivate 5. Moreover, the design of the wheel ring is unique to each individual, allowing them to decide its appearance. However, I must assert that sword cultivators create the most magnificent rings. Readers, feel free to imagine. The author struggles to describe it. The wheel ring similarly signifies an individual's strength. As a counterpart to the Dan Sea, each ring harbors immense energy. At this moment, Floating Sky's 5 rings spun majestically, appearing as the singularity of heaven and earth, evoking awe among all beings. However, the rings can also be retracted, except for those who prefer to display them. At this time, the people of Xian City were utterly astonished. What kind of powerhouse is this? The Supreme Realm. Each breath of such an entity can stir the heavens. What then can we say of those formidable beings of the Lingshu and Law realm that we previously could only gaze upon in admiration? Overwhelmed, they had no recourse. At this juncture, Floating Sky spoke. "I am Floating Sky, here to pay a visit to the Chongqing Immortal Gate. I request an audience with the Lord of Chongqing." A resounding and profound voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, as if unheard by others. At that moment, some individuals in the celestial city had grown indifferent. Jing Donghai clicked his tongue, scoffing. "Pretentious, aren't we? I too have a chance to become a supreme being. Another supreme. Yet this time, the grandeur is overwhelming." Meanwhile, the slumbering Songlong opened his eyes, and upon sensing a familiar aura, promptly returned to his dreams. "Never mind. With that fellow around, I shall continue my slumber. Those little nuisances are insufferable. I must seize this rare chance for a good rest." Lan Yen and the others exchanged glances before returning to their cultivation. Supreme beings? It seemed rather ordinary. The disciples within the sect, bewildered yet momentarily stunned, resumed their respective practices. A friend of great stature indeed. With such an attitude, seeking an audience with the sect master might be quite impossible. At that moment, a languid voice echoed. Upon glancing over, Fu Tian beheld the figure of Shi Songhai stepping forth from the void at the mountain's entrance. Fu Tian was taken aback, for he realized that the newcomer was also at the supreme level, seemingly on par with himself. The simplicity of Shi Songhai's entrance starkly contrasted with Fu Tian's presence. For an instant, 2 potent auras clashed in the sky, dividing the realm into 2 distinct hues, a dark violet on one side and a fiery yellow on the other. A supreme being from the celestial sect? And that fellow Fu Tian? At that moment, a scruffy old man from the celestial city addressed the heavens, chuckling as he made his way to a tavern. Supreme confrontation. The inhabitants of the celestial city were astounded, fortunate to witness this clash of titans. However, it seemed that the other was the city lord. What? The city lord is a supreme being. This revelation reshaped many residents' perceptions of Shi Songhai. At this juncture, Fu Tian's expression grew serious, yet he spoke. "My friend, this humble one wishes to meet the sect master. Might I have the honor of an audience?" As Fu Tian tempered his demeanor, Shi Songhai had little to retort. "I shall seek permission from the sect master." Just as Shi Songhai was about to enter the sect, Lin Daoyuan's voice reached his ears. "Let him in." Upon hearing this, Shi Songhai silently acknowledged and addressed Fu Tian. "The sect master has consented. Please follow me." With that, Fu Tian waved his sleeve, retracting the oppressive aura, and accompanied Shi Songhai into the sect. As the overwhelming spiritual energy surged into his limbs, He was astonished by its richness, surpassing even that of the sacred lands. With a complex gaze, Fu Tian followed Shi Songhai, passing by the Longqing Lake Island cluster. He noticed the drowsy Songlong and refrained from inquiring. I shall first seek the Longqing master. As they proceeded, Fu Tian's observations ignited a sense of doubt within him. Could this be an ancient, hidden sect? Eventually, they arrived at the Longqing Hall. Upon attempting to enter the Grand Hall, an immensely potent pressure struck Fu Tian with astonishment, his heart racing with trepidation. Upon seeing Lin Daoyuan and the others, his heart sank. They were inscrutable, utterly beyond his comprehension. And there were no fewer than 6 of them. Lin Daoyuan had only brought a few of them along. At this moment, intuition urged Fu Tian to adopt a more composed demeanor. In the sacred land of Tianyan, Fu Tian had encountered the Lord of Everlasting Green and the esteemed elders. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan spoke in a leisurely manner. Speak your purpose. Do not beat around the bush. Gritting his teeth, Fu Tian replied, I, the sacred master of Tianyan, have learned of the emergence of a formidable sect in the eastern region. This is indeed a great fortune for the East. Thus, I have come to pay my respects to your esteemed sect and extend our congratulations on the birth of your celestial sect. Is it so simple? No token of appreciation to celebrate this occasion? Lin Daoyuan remarked with a hint of amusement, while Zhu Geming and others shared knowing smiles. At these words, Fu Tian felt a tightness in his chest, his heart bleeding as he gazed into the inscrutable eyes of those present, gritting his teeth in frustration. This spatial ring is a congratulatory gift. Please accept it. With that, Fu Tian presented the spatial ring he wore on his hand. Lin Daoyuan chuckled, retrieving it with a wave of his hand. Upon inspection, he found it quite substantial, perfectly suited for disciples at this stage. Then I shall express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Fu Tian wished to depart without delay. He had come expecting to encounter a peer, yet had instead stumbled into a den of wolves, with individuals whose cultivation levels he could not fathom. In Tianyan, he was aware of the sacred master's power, standing at the threshold of the holy sovereign. Yet he could not discern the cultivation of those beside the Lord of Everlasting Green. Could they be forces from the upper heavens? With the gift accepted, Fu Tian returned to report, wishing prosperity for Everlasting Green. May your words bring good fortune. Lin Daoyuan chuckled in response. How intriguing. Without a backward glance, Fu Tian exited the Grand Hall. Shortly thereafter, Lin Daoyuan's leisurely voice echoed in Fu Tian's ears. Rest assured, our sect harbors no interest in petty disputes. Hastening his pace, Fu Tian tore through the void, departing the Kanglin mountain range without a second thought. It's truly you, Fu Tian. At this moment, the disheveled elder, gnawing on a chicken leg in the celestial city, remarked, making his way toward the city lord's residence. Following this, Lin Daoyuan instructed Chun Mingdao to establish a formidable array within Everlasting Green's celestial city. After all, allowing those pretentious individuals to tread upon the sect's wealth was unacceptable. Henceforth, any who wished to enter the celestial sect, nay, it should be said, who desired to enter the celestial sect, must pass through Celestial City, and afterward, whether they be tigers or dragons, they must tread with humility. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures arrived at Celestial City, the master of 10,000 swords and the master of Shantian sect. At this moment, within the city lord's residence, Shi Songhai returned cheerfully, clutching a peach of immortality, only to sense a powerful aura approaching. You must let me in. I truly have matters to discuss with the city lord. Chapter 48. The elder enters the sect. Feng Xiaodian. Old man, go drink and gnaw on chicken legs. This is the city lord's residence, and entry is not permitted, declared the armored guard at the entrance. Hey, you little brat. What will it matter if you let me in? Do you believe I want to lie down and cry right here? The disheveled elder retorted, pointing the chicken leg at the guard's chest. Hearing this, the armored guard was left utterly speechless, wondering where this old rascal had come from. Please, save me. Old man, don't make this difficult for me. I'm just following orders. With that, the disheveled elder lay down right in front of the armored guard. Is this a scam? Old man, please rise. How can you remain in this state? I see now, you are merely a beggar, waiting here. Upon hearing these words, the disheveled elder squinted his eyes and began to call out, "O dear lord of the city, have mercy. I have not eaten sufficiently for 3 days and nights, and I am cold and famished." As the old man cried out, a crowd began to gather. Goodness, how unfortunate this elder is. However, causing a ruckus at the lord's residence seems rather excessive. As more people arrived, the scruffy old man intensified his performance. If the lord of the city does not show himself today, I shall not depart. At that moment, the calm and resonant voice of Shi Songhai echoed, "Dear friend, if you wish to see me, there is no need for such theatrics and self-deprecation." Shi Songhai and Jing Donghai soon stood before the elder, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. The lord of the city, Among them was also a powerful figure of the supreme realm. The crowd bowed respectfully before being dismissed by Shi Songhai. Jing Donghai gazed at the disheveled old man with a look of bemusement. What a playful spirit. Pray tell, why subject yourself to such indignity? He inquired. The old man, hearing this, wore a dissatisfied expression. How dare a mere transformation realm cultivator call himself a friend? However, upon reflection, he realized he had not disclosed his own cultivation level, so he let it go. Shi Songhai, puzzled, responded, Brother Jing. This elder is a being of the star's sovereign realm. What? Jing Donghai's eyes widened in surprise, mingled with a touch of embarrassment. Well, it seems I am the jester here. Now, speak your purpose, Shi Songhai urged, moving directly to the matter at hand. I wish to join the Immortal Sect, and I hope the Lord of the City can provide a recommendation. Upon hearing this, Shi Songhai was taken aback. So you seek to join the Immortal Sect? I believe the sect master mentioned that there is a scarcity of elders. Your strength appears commendable. However, entry is not as simple as mere words. With your abilities, surely you could find a place in any sect? The elder sighed, a smile playing on his lips as he shed his outer garment to reveal his frail back. The sight of his emaciated form, adorned with mysterious and ominous runes, left them momentarily stunned. Both Shi Songhai and Jing Donghai could sense that the enigmatic runes were incessantly draining the elder's vitality and cultivation. What is this? The disheveled elder replied with a bittersweet smile. I hail from the central heavenly domain, known as Feng Shaodian, a wandering cultivator who once stood at the pinnacle of the star's sovereign realm. However, during a quest for vengeance for a friend, I fell victim to a treacherous scheme, causing my cultivation to plummet to the initial stage of the star's sovereign realm, and each day I suffer greatly, with nowhere else to turn. I have come to the Immortal Sect in search of hope. Do you believe the Immortal Sect has the power to lift this curse? Indeed, they must. Even that fellow, Futian, has been scurrying about. I can find no other force capable of breaking this curse. Should the Immortal Sect succeed in dispelling this affliction, I, Feng Shaodian, vow my eternal loyalty to the Immortal Sect. Shi Songhai smiled, for when the elder had expressed his desire to join the Immortal Sect, he had already sent a message back and received a reply from Lin Daoyuan. If the elder could ascend the heavenly ladder and surpass 400 levels, he could indeed join the Immortal Sect. He then shared this information with Jing Donghai. Brother Jing, it seems you should take this old man with you. I feel compelled to cultivate for a while. By the way, please convey our proposal to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Jing Donghai escorted Feng Shaodian to the foot of the heavenly ladder. Senior, the sect leader has proclaimed that any high-level cultivator wishing to join the Immortal Sect must ascend all 400 levels of the heavenly ladder. Feng Shaodian nodded. He understood from the moment Shi Wanhua presided over the proceedings that the first 400 levels represented illusions, serving as a test of character and disposition. The figure of Shi Wanhua, who had manifested during that time, was none other than himself, Feng Shaodian, hidden within the void. Without hesitation, Feng Shaodian stepped onto the heavenly ladder, his speed remarkable. To reach such a level of cultivation was undoubtedly a testament to extraordinary prowess, and it was only during the final few levels that he slowed his pace. Haha, Feng Shaodian, you toil so fervently for Shi Wanhua, yet he harbors resentment for your accomplishments, wishing to see you perish. Do you not intend to slay him? Look, he stands there, strike him down, kill him. In this scenario, Feng Shaodian found himself in a forbidden area of the sect alongside Shi Wanhua, surrounded by the charred remains of disciples. Wanhua, why have you slain the disciples? They have learned what they should not know, and you too must perish. You have repeatedly usurped my merits. You deserve death. Behold, this is Shi Wanhua. End him. Feng Shaodian clutched his head as torrents of memories surged into his mind. No, this is not you. Accursed illusion. With disbelief etched upon his face, Feng Shaodian engaged in battle with Shi Wanhua. Moments later, he returned to reality, shaken. He nearly disrupted his state of mind. Subsequently, Feng Shaodian found himself in another illusion. Sect leader, why must you slaughter the inhabitants of that city? To seal a demon, they are justified. But sect leader, you possess the power to protect those innocents and vanquish the demon. Why act in such a manner? That would be too troublesome. A single strike would suffice. No, I wish to withdraw from the sect. Withdraw? That would only lead to death. Then I shall embrace death. Once again, Feng Shaodian returned to reality, and at that moment, he had completed the trial. Is that truly the sect leader? In the illusion, encountering Lin Daoyuan, Feng Shaodian was astounded, his heart trembling. For the Lin Daoyuan in the illusion exuded an imposing aura, appearing far removed from his usual self. His commands brooked no dissent, and his actions seemed utterly righteous. Meanwhile, in the great hall, Lin Daoyuan gazed at his own image within the illusion, rendered speechless. This illusion of Mingdao is quite formidable. However, Jing Donghai, who accompanied Feng Shaodian for the test, remained oblivious, as Lin Daoyuan had removed this illusory projection following the last disciple recruitment meeting. It was necessary. If another nefarious being were to appear, it would taint the skies. It was better to maintain a semblance of propriety and show some respect. Then Lin Daoyuan sent a message to Shi Wanhua, who was instructing disciples. Go to the entrance of the Immortal Sect and greet your old friend. Shi Wanhua appeared perplexed but complied. Old friend? Upon encountering Feng Xiaotian, he was left utterly astonished. Xiaotian, what brings you here? How is it that I find myself here? You heartless old man. I, in my benevolence, endeavored to assist you in your quest for vengeance, only to meet with such a fate. And yet, you unscathed. Do not utter a single word, instead donning a new guise, indulging in the pleasures of this realm. Upon encountering Shi Wanhua, Feng Xiaotian unleashed a torrent of invective, spitting vitriol towards Shi Wanhua's face. Meanwhile, Shi Wanhua grappled with a tumultuous inner turmoil. Enough of the curses, let us proceed to the sect. We shall converse throughout the night. At this moment, a smile graced Shi Wanhua's lips, yet words eluded him, while Feng Xiaotian continued to berate him unrelentingly. It was only upon reaching the Chongqing Hall that Feng Xiaotian finally ceased his tirade. Chapter 49, an elder added, Mission Hall emerges. Upon entering the Grand Chongqing Hall, Feng Xiaotian had already tempered his demeanor. It must be said, this was the most magnificent yet unoppressive sect hall Feng Xiaotian had ever beheld, despite his extensive experiences. He found himself at a loss for words. Upon sighting Lin Daoyuan in the principal seat, Feng Xiaotian dared not exhibit any negligence, for he comprehended the magnitude of this formidable figure. Old man Feng Xiaotian pays respects to the sect master. Feng Xiaotian bowed with utmost reverence. Lin Daoyuan, in response, spoke with an air of indifference. Rise, for our sect has gained another elder. Having passed the trials, you shall henceforth be the second elder. Feng Xiaotian was taken aback. Such a significant position awaited him upon his arrival. As an elder, it is imperative that you instruct the disciples diligently. With gritted teeth, Feng Xiaotian acquiesced. Yes, sect master. I shall not disappoint you. Very well. As for the curse afflicting your body, let Shi Wanhua guide you to Lingjun. He will attend to it. Understood. Feng Xiaotian replied. Cursed? What curse? Shi Wanhua inquired, slightly perplexed. Feng Xiaotian chuckled in response. You should heed the sect master's words for now. Shi Wanhua, seeing this, chose not to press further. Sect master, we take our leave. Subsequently, Shi Wanhua escorted Feng Xiaotian out of the Chongqing Hall. At that moment, Jing Donghai respectfully bowed, reporting to the sect master. Oh, is there something amiss? Jing Donghai then stated, Sect master, I have conferred with Brother Shi. Although our immortal city is still modest in size, the establishment of a protective force is indeed necessary. I wonder what your thoughts might be. You may decide as you see fit. When selecting candidates, take them to the sky ladder for testing. Only those who can ascend 400 levels shall be considered. As for resources, feel free to procure them from Deputy Sect Master Zhuge. Upon hearing this, Jing Donghai nodded and retreated. The requirement of ascending 400 levels on the sky ladder underscored Lin Daoyuan's perspective. It was essential that those chosen possessed both integrity and virtue. As the protectors of the immortal city would serve to maintain order, any lapse in character would lead to chaos. Exiting the Chongqing Hall, Feng Xiaotian exhaled deeply. What a relief. After venting my frustrations upon you, I discovered that our sect is truly a sight to behold. In response, Shi Wanhua smiled. Let us first take you to Elder Lingjun Elder. Indeed, in accordance with our sect's hierarchy, an elder stands beneath the sect master, followed by sequential elders, and then ordinary elders. Beneath them are the administrators, and finally, the stewards. What level of cultivation must one possess to be considered an elder? Upon hearing this, Shi Wanhua could only offer a helpless smile. Allow me to express it this way. Even the four esteemed beings of the Chongqing Lake Island, under the aegis of the mountain god Beast, have a minimum cultivation level of Star Sovereign, and the esteemed Songlong himself has attained the supreme realm. Moreover, there is but one elder of the sequence within our celestial sect, and that is the younger sister of Elder Yelan, whose cultivation is so profound that even the supreme Songlong cannot fathom it. Feng Xiaotian was astonished. Is it truly that terrifying? Are we a sect of ancient grandeur? I too harbor doubts. And what of the Lord of the Supreme Realm? He is merely the ancestor of a subsidiary force under our sect. What? The influence of our celestial sect has even permeated the upper celestial realm. Upon hearing this, hope brimmed in Feng Xiaotian's eyes. By the time Shi Wanhua and Feng Xiaotian had settled their affairs, they had already arrived at Shi Wanhua's abode, indulging in wine. Shi Wanhua's eyes were filled with complexity. I never expected this old fellow to take revenge on my behalf. Alas, there was no choice. That brat's backing is too formidable. I was unsuccessful and even fell under a curse. It is the blood demon curse, and had you not found me here, who knows where I would have been drained. Left to rot in the wilderness. You are aware of this. Nonetheless, I have severed that brat's roots. Ha ha. As he spoke, Feng Xiaotian burst into laughter, prompting Shi Wanhua to join in. That greedy brat got what he deserved. However, I am truly grateful to you. Between us, who is to say? You are so unscrupulous that you did not perish, yet you have become a grand elder of the celestial sect. It seems you genuinely wished for my demise. Ha ha. Let us drink. I must tell you, I have taken on a remarkable disciple. At that moment, Shi Tian returned, and Shi Wanhua dragged him over to boast. Xiaotian. This is my lifelong friend, Feng Xiaotian, who is now also an elder of the sect. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian was somewhat taken aback. Disciple Shi Tian pays respects to Uncle Master Feng. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Uncle Master takes a liking to you. Soon, the three began to drink, and after a few rounds, Shi Wanhua remarked, You look rather disheveled. Make sure to change your appearance tomorrow so as not to frighten the disciples. As if you have any right to admonish me. This wine is splendid. The next day, news of Feng Xiaotian's arrival had already spread throughout the celestial sect, and he donned an impressive attire. His cultivation restored to the mid-star sovereign level, comparable to Shi Wanhua. When Feng Xiaotian beheld the talents of the disciples, he was left utterly astounded. By the heavens, each of them could be seen as true prodigies, even akin to holy sons. Meanwhile, Lin Daoyuan of the Chongqing Hall wore a troubled expression. The establishment of the sect was fraught with issues and complications, prompting him to leave such matters to Zhuge Ming as he sought rest. Thus, within the Chongqing Grand Hall, Zhuge Ming contemplated deeply while surveying the unfinished elder system, disciple system, sect assessments, and other regulations. I am capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire world. Subsequently, Zhuge Ming summoned the idol Yi Kong and others. Concurrently, as Zhuge Ming and his companions outlined the details of the task hall, the methods for entering the cultivation hall and the artifact hall were also reformed. In the future, disciples wishing to enter the Hall of Techniques, the Hall of Artifacts, the Gravity Tower, the Time-Space Tower, and to obtain other resources from the sect must exchange contribution points for access. This requirement was promptly communicated to the disciples upon the establishment of the new rules, leading them to anticipate the changes, as their previously comfortable existence had begun to feel somewhat illusory. Nevertheless, the resources provided to the disciples each month remain unchanged. Moreover, the opening of the task hall is imminent, with approximately a month having passed since the conclusion of the disciple recruitment conference. Those disciples with prior cultivation or those who have recently entered the Immortal Sect have made significant progress under the abundant resources available. The timing of the task hall's opening could not be more fortuitous. Brother Rin, the task points are now available. The task hall is situated on a floating island. And subsequently, Lin Daoyuan appointed Qianqian as an elder responsible for safeguarding the task hall. Qianqian has taken root on the floating island where the task hall resides, rendering the island exceptionally beautiful. Soon, a flurry of celestial cranes began to soar toward the task island, revealing Qianqian's graceful silhouette leisurely seated before the task hall. Engrossed in a book, the male disciples, filled with suspicion, wondered if this was a test from the sect leader, resolutely vowing not to be deceived. They averted their gazes from Qianqian and focused intently on the vast ethereal screen displaying various tasks before the task hall, while the female disciples engaged in conversation with her. Qianqian narrowed her enchanting eyes, finding the situation rather amusing. Brother Rin, Brother Han, look at this task. Exterminate beasts in Wutong City. Incidents of attacks by beasts corrupted by malevolent energy have become frequent. Task requirements. Eliminate the beasts and investigate the source of the malevolent energy. Task reward. 1,000 contribution points per individual. Note, beasts may possess strength at the peak of Foundation establishment. A maximum of 5 individuals are permitted to form a team. This is excellent. 1,000 contribution points. With that, I can enter the Hall of Techniques once. 1,000 contribution points would allow me 2 entries into the Gravity Tower. Ren Fei and the others glanced at Ren Wu with a hint of longing. The peak of Foundation establishment poses some risk, considering our highest cultivation level is only the 5th stage, Han Xing remarked. Should we invite Brother Duan? I believe he has arrived as well. Brother Duan has already left. Look. Han Xing pointed aside, revealing Duan Bailang, exhilarated as he rode a celestial crane, clutching a small mouse, soaring away. Finally, I can venture out. My master is far too tedious, always insisting on study. I shall seek treasures. Little mouse, let us depart. The group let out a collective sigh. They then noticed Shi Tian. Should we invite Brother Shi Tian? Ren Fei suggested. Brother Shi Tian is currently at the 9th stage of Foundation establishment. With a few of us, we should be able to manage. But will Brother Shi Tian join us? How can we know without asking? At that moment, Shi Tian also glanced over and, upon seeing the task, fell into contemplation. Beasts, you say? Just then, Renfei approached. Brother Shirtian, may we count you among us? Our 4 members would be just right. Hearing this, Shirtian smiled. Of course. I have also set my sights on this task. The group subsequently decided on this task. At this juncture, Qianqian inquired, are you certain? This task carries significant risks. In response, Shirtian and the others displayed unwavering determination. We are certain, Elder Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Qianqian felt a sense of helplessness and entrusted this task to Shirtian and the others. Subsequently, the group departed on their celestial crane. Senior brother Jinfei, let us undertake this task. I am aware of where the floating spirit flower grows. Upon hearing this, Jinfei swiftly closed his folding fan and replied, very well. Let's take it. Indeed, this Jinfei was the same one encountered earlier, who had now become a disciple of the Evergreen Sect, and notably, an inner disciple. Within the task hall, there were missions issued by the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, as well as tasks announced by disciples offering spirit stones as rewards, truly a diverse array. Soon after, figures began to emerge from the sect, leaving behind the demonic beasts, which remained within the sect. Those in the Foundation establishment stage who were capable of flying had already taken to the skies. Yet most of those accepting the tasks were still in the Foundation establishment stage. Observing the disciples, the drowsy Azure Dragon, Earth Rock Bear, and Blue Flame blinked their eyes. And in the next moment, Lin Daoyuan's voice resonated in their ears. Go, follow them discreetly. Subsequently, 2 figures vanished within the sect. Lin Daoyuan sighed. Elders are still too few. Fortunately, there are only a couple of disciples going out this time, so 2 can manage. At that moment, in front of the task hall, a group of female disciples lingered, gazing at the tasks with fervent expressions, yet lamenting their insufficient strength. Sister, I must return to cultivate. Me too. Ultimately, only one girl remained, her fists clenched in aspiration. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in Qianqian's beautiful eyes. Child, what is your name? Upon hearing this, the girl respectfully bowed and replied, Greetings, Elder Qianqian. I am Su Shi. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Thus, the girl named Su Shi was unwittingly accepted as Qianqian's disciple. When Shirtian and the others arrived at Evergreen Immortal City, they were already awestruck by the scale and grandeur of the city, filled with immense pride. However, since they wore their own attire and did not display their tokens, no one recognized them as disciples of the Evergreen Sect. This predicament fell upon Lin Daoyuan. Yet, one could also feel sympathy for Lin Daoyuan, who had already been busy planning and could not be hastened. After a while, when Jing Donghai departed, a message reached Lin Daoyuan. Sovereign, the sect master of Xintian Sect and the leader of Wanjian Sect wish to meet with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan felt puzzled. Isn't the Xintian Sect the one that was scared into seclusion by Ling Jun? And Wanjian Sect, isn't that the sect of that boy with the Wanjian physique? But why do they seek me? Oh well, I'm rather bored. Let them come, Lin Daoyuan replied. Understood, Sovereign. This time, Jing Donghai brought only 2 people to the entrance of the sect, and then departed. As the sect master of Xintian Sect and the leader of Wanjian Sect stepped through the gate, they were instantly enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy, leaving them utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the vast and expansive environment behind the sect, a sense of trepidation arose within them. As they stood there, uncertain of where to go, a gentle voice reached their ears. Come. In their bewilderment, their figures had already vanished, only to reappear in the grand hall of Evergreen. The 2 men were struck with astonishment, their legs trembling as they hurriedly surveyed their surroundings, ultimately fixing their gaze upon Lin Daoyuan, who occupied the esteemed high seat. Without uttering a word, they immediately knelt in reverence. I am the venerable Xuantiangong Sect Master, Tian Kongzi, here to pay my respects to the Lord of Chongqing, exclaimed the elder. I am the old master of Wanjianmen, Jian Wei, also here to pay homage to the Lord of Chongqing. The pair dared not make a single move. The environment of the Celestial Gate was not something an ordinary sect could possess, eliciting profound astonishment. Upon witnessing this, Lin Daoyuan, feeling somewhat bored, casually reclined. 2 from the Law Phase realm. Speak, what brings you to my sect? At these words, their lips quivered, and they scarcely dared to lift their heads. They had miscalculated, believing it to be akin to the sacred grounds. They had not anticipated such a stark contrast. Having visited the sacred grounds, they now realized that in comparison, this place rendered it insignificant. How could they not be filled with trepidation? The distribution of power in the eastern region over the ages was well understood by them, yet suddenly confronted with a force more terrifying than the sacred grounds. Could one not be terrified? Lift your heads, my sect shall not devour you. With this, the 2 men cautiously raised their gazes. My lord, do not be angered. Lin Daoyuan cast a sidelong glance. Which of your eyes perceived my wrath? He continued, if you have come to inquire about your sect's survival, there is no need. I can clearly state that my sect has no interest in competing for the resources, territories, or even the doctrines of other forces. Nor do we aspire to dominate the eastern region, unless you truly provoke us. Those who genuinely revere my sect shall naturally elevate its status. Do you comprehend this? Upon hearing this, both Tian Kongzi and Jian Wei displayed expressions of relief, albeit with complexities intertwining in their countenances. This celestial gate was indeed remarkable. Subsequently, Tian Kongzi spoke, a hint of humility in his tone. My lord, I admire your temperament. With your words, I find solace. Furthermore, an elder from my sect who acted without discernment has already been executed by the elder of the sect. I have no excuse for this, and I hope you will not hold it against us. We truly were unaware. Enough, merely a foolish jester. My sect shall not concern itself with such matters. Upon hearing this, Tian Kongzi let out a deep sigh, for this was indeed one of the reasons for his visit today. Do you have any further matters? Lin Daoyuan then turned to Jian Wei. With utmost sincerity, Jian Wei replied, My lord, my young disciple has had the fortune of receiving your guidance, which is indeed a great opportunity for him. I vow by my heart in the pursuit of the Tao that I shall remember this kindness. Should you have any commands in the future, I shall not hesitate to face any peril at your behest. Oh, it is that lad with the 10,000 swords physique. He possesses commendable talent, but it was merely a trivial endeavor. Is there anything else? Upon hearing this, the two men fell silent once more. However, Tian Kongzi's expression betrayed a hint of jealousy. What? This old man's apprentice has also received your guidance? How vexing. What sin has my Xuantiangong committed? At this moment, Lin Daoyuan could hardly suppress a smile, amused by how terrified these two elders appeared. Am I truly so fearsome? If there is nothing further, you may depart. I am genuinely astonished by you both. As prominent sect masters, your courage is remarkably small. Do you truly believe that the strong would devour you? Upon hearing this, the two men were instantly engulfed in shame. Finally, Jian Wei sighed deeply and spoke slowly. My lord, are you aware of the Eastern Domain Grand Competition? The Eastern Domain Grand Competition? I must confess, I am not familiar with it. Pray enlighten me. Jian Wei then elaborated, my lord. This so-called Eastern Domain Grand Competition is a contest held in Tianyin, presided over by the Holy Land, featuring the finest young talents from various factions within the Eastern Domain. This tradition has been passed down for ages, and the rewards are quite substantial. The outstanding participants are chosen to compete in the final grand competition of the 5 domains in the Central Heaven Domain, where the top 20 will gain entry into the ancient battlefield. Oh, the ancient battlefield? What is that? Upon hearing this, Jian Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment, as he too was unaware of the specifics of the ancient battlefield, having never been there himself. Noticing Jian Wei's momentary lapse, Tian Kongzi, with a hint of pride, remarked, My lord, the ancient battlefield is rumored to be a place of immense fortune, connected to the upper heaven. Every celestial beauty emerging from the ancient battlefield undoubtedly becomes a dazzling presence. Yet, our sect has no opportunity to participate. This competition occurs once every decade, and all the slots for the Eastern Domain are monopolized by the Holy Land. I dare say, if disciples from the Immortal Gate were to compete, they could certainly shatter this monopoly. So, you wish to exploit my Immortal Gate to contend against the Holy Land? Upon hearing this, Tian Kongzi nearly fainted from fright and immediately knelt down. My lord, I harbor no such intentions, truly. Lin Daoyuan smiled with amusement. Enough, rise. I appreciate your information. Tian Kongzi then stood up, as if granted a reprieve. Jian Wei looked on in disbelief, as if scolding him. You fool. What are you doing comparing the Immortal Gate with the Holy Land? When is the competition? Lin Daoyuan inquired at last. My lord, this competition will take place in 3 months, came the reply. 3 months, you say? Lin Daoyuan mused thoughtfully. Very well, you may depart. He then gifted one person a peach of immortality, and soon after, Tian Kongzi and Jian Wei left the Immortal Gate with cheerful dispositions. Zongzi, do you know of this ancient battlefield? Ding. Host, it appears to be the very factor that caused the Hongwu Continent to split into 2 realms. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan's interest was piqued. Let us first allow the disciples to participate in this grand competition, he decided. By the way, what has become of Jinyue, Qihuang, and that lad Xingfeng? Meanwhile, at the Immortal Gate, the disciples had commenced their tasks, while Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang, having been away from the Immortal Gate for over a month, found themselves in rather dire circumstances. The Chaotic Land. This is a border area where one domain meets another, characterized by a complex web of powers and abundant opportunities. Yet, it is precisely this place, rich in opportunities, that lies at the junction of 2 realms, where cultivators and forces from different domains vie and argue incessantly. Thus, it is aptly named the Chaotic Land. At this moment, Xiao Jinyue and Lin Shihuang found themselves in the chaotic land at the boundary between the Eastern Domain and the Central Heaven Domain. Chapter 51. Two Divine Transformations. Xiao Jinyue. And you, little wench, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I swear, I shall not rest until I have slain you. At this moment, Xiao Jinyue, accompanied by Qi Huang, soared through the night sky at an astonishing speed, transforming into two elegant arcs against the backdrop of the darkened heavens. Behind them, a considerable distance away, a group of figures stood suspended in the void. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were all formidable beings at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Among them, one particularly bloodied figure drew significant attention. Quickly pursue them. They cannot have fled far. A voice exclaimed in frustration, how infuriating that they have injured the young master so grievously. Beside that bloodied figure, two ancient and terrifying silhouettes hastened towards Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang, creating intense ripples in the air as they moved. A discerning eye would recognize that both were also at the level of divine transformation. Below, several groups of onlookers gazed up at the sky, their expressions a mix of concern and intrigue. Lin Yi, a man notorious for his ruthless demeanor, had now become an adversary of the fairy Xiao. It seemed unlikely that she would escape unscathed. Alas, what a pity! Such a beautiful celestial being, so young and already a revered figure. It is unfortunate that she has crossed paths with the Lin family. Let us not be overly pessimistic, another interjected. Xiao Jinyue appears to possess a remarkable background. Are you certain she lacks a protector? Do not fret unnecessarily. The current chaos in this realm is compounded by the impending emergence of the Hongwu secret realm. We must return to prepare. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals began to disperse. It seemed that entry into the Hongwu secret realm would not be easily achieved this time. What does this signify? One inquired, for both the central domain and the northern domain have sent representatives. The two conversing men exchanged grave glances. I must take my leave. The Hongwu secret realm is of utmost importance and requires discussion with my clan. With that, one cultivator transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon, while the remaining individual contemplated before taking flight as well. Meanwhile, the bloodied figure in the void had consumed several healing elixirs and was nearly restored. His eyes glinted with malice. How infuriating! Since I, the young master, entered the nascent soul stage, none have been able to harm me so severely. Xiao Jinyue, you shall pay for this, and you too, Lin Shihuang. Once I capture you both, you will understand how I cherish beauty. He was Lin Yi, the scion of the Lin family, a dominant force in the chaotic realm of Xianyan City, which was the largest city in this tumultuous land, governed by multiple factions. With the Lin family among the most influential, we shall pursue as well, Lin Yi declared, retrieving a splendid flying vessel to give chase. Meanwhile, Lin Shihuang, holding Xiao Jinyue's hand as they fled, pouted in anger. Senior sister, why did you not allow me to strike? Look at how arrogant he is, demanding that we accompany him to his bed. At this, Xiao Jinyue's enchanting eyes flickered. In this chaotic realm, where dangers lurk, revealing our strength recklessly is unwise. If those at the void refinement stage were to take notice, it would become inconvenient. My master has instructed you to heed my guidance. Do not act impulsively. But I still feel that your strike against him was far too lenient. Lin Shihuang retorted, still vexed. Enough, enough. Do not be upset. We have gathered valuable information. Have we not? The Hongwu secret realm. Xiao Jinyue replied with a hint of excitement. He will undoubtedly seek it as well, and when we are within the realm, I shall torment him. Qi Huang clenched her fists with determination. Suddenly, the two felt a shift in the atmosphere. Xiao Jinyue's beautiful gaze sharpened. To my surprise, they have caught up so swiftly. One at the second level of the transformation god realm, and the other at the third. They pose no real threat. It is nearly time. Little Phoenix, let us deal with this elderly man. Upon hearing this, Lin Shihuang's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, senior sister. However, please refrain from acting just yet. I wish to test my current strength. At this moment, amidst the night, Xiao Jinyue and Lin Shihuang had come to a halt in the void. Xiao Jinyue gently ruffled Lin Shihuang's hair and said, but what if you are injured? Senior sister? Lin Shihuang was decidedly reluctant. She did not wish for any harm to come to Xiao Jinyue. Enough, you should find a safe place to hide. I suspect that Lin Yi will pursue us further, and when he does, he will be your responsibility. At this, Lin Shihuang's spirits lifted once more. All right, senior sister. She then vanished into the void. Now, Lin Shihuang had truly reached the realm of laws. Occasionally, Xiao Jinyue would reflect on the nature of innate spiritual roots. Soon, only Xiao Jinyue remained suspended in the void, her white dress adorned with a veil, and her 3,000 strands of hair danced gracefully in the moonlight, exuding an ethereal purity. Suddenly, two terrifying auras descended, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. as two streaks of light streaked across the sky. The two transformation god experts appeared before Xiao Zhenyue, treading upon the void, their transformation god energy spilling forth unabashedly. Are we to surrender ourselves? Very well. It saves me the trouble of acting, one elder declared. In the initial phase of transformation god, I concede that your talent is remarkable, but you ought not to provoke the young master. Beneath her veil, a slight smile graced Xiao Zhenyue's lips. In the initial phase of transformation god, since you have the audacity to pursue, this place shall become your burial ground. The two transformation god elders exchanged disdainful glances. What can a mere girl like you possibly achieve? Xiao Zhenyue smiled gently. Shall we find out? With that, she made a subtle step, causing ripples to spread through the space around her. In the next moment, two distinctly different energies erupted from her, swiftly enveloping the entire area. Divine technique. The dual realms of ice and fire. Xiao Zhenyue employed this technique. At that moment, the two transformation god experts found themselves forcibly drawn into the realms of ice and fire. As they beheld the transformed world, the ground was a frigid expanse of ice, while the sky blazed with a searing inferno, leaving the two transformation god experts aghast. What sorcery is this? They could palpably sense their powers being suppressed. Standing amidst the realms of ice and fire, Xiao Zhenyue regarded them coldly with her beautiful eyes. What tricks you attempt? Today, I shall witness the extent of this girl's strength. One elder, gritting his teeth with fierce intent, formed hand seals, summoning a colossal transformation god manifestation that loomed in the cosmos. The immense figure then swung its fist, launching a devastating blow toward Xiao Zhenyue. Xiao Zhenyue remained unfazed, her expression serene as she stared at the colossal fist bearing down upon her, showing no inclination to retreat. In my domain, your strength shall be significantly curtailed. Such an attack is merely a display of ignorance. Subsequently, Xiao Zhenyue gracefully clenched her delicate hand, causing ice and fire to rapidly spread across the massive fist. The fist swiftly froze, while the arm that swung towards her was engulfed in scorching flames. With a subtle exertion of her spiritual power, the ethereal arm was effortlessly shattered. The god transformation practitioner who summoned the manifestation grimaced in pain, clutching their right arm as the manifestation dissipated. What nefarious sorcery is this? Quickly, let us unite our strength. In this domain, we cannot face her alone. Another god transformation expert moved swiftly, their figure darting through the space, and in the next instant, they struck out towards Xiao Zhenyue with a powerful palm. Xiao Zhenyue hastily conjured a pale blue spiritual shield, which successfully withstood the formidable blow. Despite being blocked, the sheer force of the attack shattered numerous ice spikes and fireballs behind her. Xiao Zhenyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, another attack approached. Little girl, taste my blade. The practitioner who had just been thwarted by Xiao Zhenyue appeared above her, raising a magical sword, and then slashed down with it. A terrifying, colossal shadow of the blade descended upon her. Seeing this, Xiao Zhenyue summoned her original form and crossed her arms before her, swiftly gliding the sword upwards. A magnificent sword-wielding empress manifestation materialized behind her, followed by a sweeping strike. The immense clash of sword light and blade light erupted, stirring tumultuous winds. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere was already charged with tension. Is it truly this intense? The majestic phoenix in the void exclaimed in astonishment. The blade light shattered, yet the sword light remained undiminished, slicing towards the two god transformation practitioners. They were taken aback, hastily invoking their magical artifacts for defense. Boom. The two were forced to retreat several steps, their protective artifacts showing signs of cracking. No, you cannot be at the initial stage of god transformation. What realm do you truly possess? Fear began to seep into their hearts. Want to know? Go to hell and ponder it. Xiao Zhenyue had no intention of granting them any opportunity. She raised her sword and charged towards the two, gritting their teeth. They similarly summoned other artifacts to clash against her. Every strike from the trio of god transformation practitioners undoubtedly stirred up a tempest within this domain. The tempest of ice and fire surged, and Xiao Zhenyue distanced herself, standing at the center of the storm, gazing at the two utterly disheveled opponents with nary a hint of compassion. Divine skill, great cold ice palm. At this moment, she had retracted her original form, and with a hand seal, a colossal ice palm surged forth towards the two. Curse it, this person is likely at the mid-stage of god transformation. We cannot afford any leniency today. No more chatter. Block it, or we shall perish. The two unleashed their most potent attacks, but alas, their efforts were effortlessly crushed by the ice palm. Not good. The ensuing terrifying strike propelled the two out of the domain, shattering mountains in its wake. The ground trembled violently as Xiao Zhenyue retracted her dual realms of ice and fire, stepping into the void, gazing at the ruined mountains. With a mere thought, She ensnared the two disheveled figures by their necks with her spiritual energy, lifting them into the air. "Spare us, senior." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue displayed no emotion, appearing exceptionally cold beneath the moonlight. Chapter 52, The Lin Family's Fury. The Hongwu Secret Realm. "Wow, senior sister, you are incredible." Soon after, Qi Huang emerged and cheerfully approached Xiao Zhenyue. In response, Xiao Zhenyue remarked, "They are merely two feeble old fools." At that moment, the two divine transformation experts had already suffered grievous injuries, their appearances unrecognizable, utterly lifeless. Subsequently, Qi Huang stripped the storage rings from the two. Xiao Zhenyue felt somewhat speechless. "Is what master provided you not enough for your indulgence? Do you really consider them worthy?" Qi Huang chuckled in reply, "Senior sister, what master bestowed is far too superior. It makes acquiring items quite challenging." "Ah, so your intentions lie in shopping. Since when did you develop a penchant for purchasing?" "I simply observe how you visit every city and frequent places like the fairy clothing stores and accessory shops. It seems delightful." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue felt a bit awkward. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your whims." Then, both felt a sudden thrill. "He is coming, senior sister. You said I could take action. All right, as you wish." Qi Huang exclaimed joyfully. "Humph, let me show you how I shall deal with him." Soon, a remarkable flying vessel streaked across the night sky, arriving at the site of Xiao Zhenyue's battle. "Damn it, where are the two elders? Why do I sense none of their auras?" On board the vessel, Lin Yi sat fuming in an opulent seat. In the next moment, a thunderous noise erupted, and two bloodied figures smashed through the vessel's top, landing before Lin Yi. Still reeling from the shock, Lin Yi's expression turned to one of terror upon seeing their attire. Elders. At this point, the two were beyond saving. What a jest! These two elders were formidable divine transformation experts. Who could have slain them? Lin Yi's attendants were filled with dread. Who dares to kill the elders of the Lin family? Do they not fear our retribution? Lin Yi shouted. "Heh! Weren't you so eager to chase us? Did you not wish for me and senior sister to share your bed? Now you fail to recognize us?" Then, a terrifying green spiritual energy erupted, engulfing the entire vessel, leaving everyone aghast. Lin Yi, being a nascent soul cultivator, managed to fly, but his attendants met a grim fate. Plummeting downward and being ensnared by numerous green tendrils that suddenly erupted from the ground, leading them to meet their end. Turning in fear, Lin Yi beheld Xiao Zhenyue and Lin Shihuang. "You vile wenches." Lin Yi's expression was one of utter disbelief. "You dare to slay my kin from the Lin family." Witnessing Lin Yi's impotent fury, Qi Huang could not help but mock him. "Humph, are you grinding your teeth in frustration? This shall be the end of you. Not only shall I slay them, but I shall also deal with you." With that, Qi Huang snapped her fingers, and a colossal vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring Lin Yi. Realizing the peril, he attempted to utilize his nascent soul strength to break free, only to discover he was bound like a volatile bomb, utterly powerless. "Curse be you. What realm do you belong to? Release me at once. I am the young master of the Lin family." Heh! As the enigmatic Qi Huang flashed a wicked smile, her fingers began to dance, and in an instant, the vines that ensnared Lin Yi tightened, slamming him against the ground with tremendous force. It was over. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. Then, with a series of resounding thuds, dust billowed into the air. Qi Huang, still unsatisfied, lifted Lin Yi and summoned another vine, which lashed at him in the air. At this moment, Lin Yi's face swelled grotesquely. "Ah, I shall kill you all," he bellowed, his fury impotent. Just then, the vines sprouted thorns. Observing this, Xiao Zhenyue sighed. "All right, little Huang, grant him a swift end." Upon hearing this, Qi Huang nodded, and as the vine spun rapidly, just when it was about to pierce Lin Yi, he revealed an unknown talisman in his hand. In the next moment, he tore it apart, and a swirling vortex of space emerged, making Lin Yi vanish without a trace. Qi Huang was left grasping at air. "He possesses a spatial talisman? What shall we do now, sister?" Qi Huang scratched her head in confusion. Xiao Zhenyue, exasperated, tapped Qi Huang on the head. "I told you not to be so playful. Now we must tread carefully." Woo, sister, I was wrong." Qi Huang lamented. "I can't stand you." "Well then, we must wait for the secret realm to open." Sister, where shall we go next?" Xiao Zhenyue then suggested, Xianyan City. At that moment, in Xianyan City, a grand yet oppressive dark rock valley cradled the town. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, "My son, how could you be so wounded? Who did this to you?" The patriarch, Lin Hu, was outraged at the sight of Lin Yi's battered visage, resembling that of a pig. "Father, it was two wretches, Xiao Zhenyue and Lin Shihuang. They not only inflicted this upon me, but also killed the elder you sent to protect me. Father, you must avenge us." "What? Two elders of the transformation stage have fallen? Despicable. This is clearly an affront to our Lin family." "Yes, father, we must eliminate them to quell my wrath." Despite Lin Ye's grotesquely swollen face, his gaze remained venomous. Lin Hu, suppressing his fury, inquired, "What do they look like?" "They are both beautiful." "So what do you want me to do?" Lin Hu could not help but slap him again. "Father, why are you hitting me?" "Humph." Lin Hu was incensed. "How dare anyone kill an elder of the Lin family? Bring me those two from the chaotic realm." "Yes, Patriarch." Turning back, Lin Hu noticed several timid maidservants approaching Lin Ye's chamber, which only fueled his wrath further, leading him to deliver more resounding slaps. Meanwhile, in Xianyan City, on the bustling streets, Xiao Jinyue and Lin Huang, now dressed differently, entered a tavern. "Waiter!" Qi Huang's sweet voice called out. Hearing this, a young man dressed as a server approached them. "Ladies, this way please." The two then took a seat at an empty table. Qi Huang eagerly scanned the menu and began ordering. This one, and this one. In short, bring me the finest dishes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue cast a fierce glare at Qi Huang, questioning whether they could possibly consume all that food. "If not, I shall sell you," she declared. We can manage." "We can manage, senior sister," Qi Huang replied, gazing at Xiao Jinyue with a pitiful expression, while Xiao Jinyue could only sigh in exasperation. They found themselves in the renowned Jinman building, indeed the illustrious branch of the establishment. The restaurant was spacious and extravagantly adorned, drawing the attention of numerous patrons towards Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang. Clad in a flowing white garment and veiled, with her hair styled in a simple ponytail, Xiao Jinyue exuded an extraordinary grace. Qi Huang, adorned in a delicate pink and white celestial dress, radiated an ethereal charm. The moment they entered, they became a striking spectacle. "Look at that woman, her figure. What beauty lies beneath that veil? Why not take a closer look?" One might suggest. "Huh, do not think to manipulate me. Anyone who can reach Xianyan City is surely formidable." The young girl beside her was equally enchanting. Once she matured, she would undoubtedly be a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Xiao Jinyue was acutely aware of the contemptuous gazes directed at her. In an instant, a chilling aura emanated from her, enveloping the surroundings in frost, even turning the tables and walls to a wintry hue. Humph. This reaction left those who had been staring at her utterly astonished. They realized she must be at least a nascent soul, true monarch, and dared not look again. As Qi Huang began to feast, Xiao Jinyue, lacking an appetite, sat cross-legged to cultivate. During this time, they overheard various conversations. "I hear the location of the Hongwu secret realm is in the Zile mountain range. It seems this time will be challenging." "Humph. Even the central domain and northern domain have sent people. What is there to fear? Surely, someone will clear a path into the Zile mountain range for us. We merely need to follow behind." Indeed, someone else chimed in. "The Hongwu secret realm appears once every 100 years, yet suitable heirs are seldom found, allowing other cultivators to seize the treasures. If the Hongwu Taoist knew how despairing it would be for him, his heir lost, and his opportunities snatched away." "Careful with your words. I hear the famous prodigy from the central domain, Zhao Yuelin of the Pure Flower Valley, has also arrived. This time could be unpredictable." In Chapter 53, Tuoba Hong and the Rock City Auction, someone inquired, "Are you referring to Zhao Yuelin of the Pure Flower Valley?" Indeed, at merely 24 years of age, she has already attained the status of a nascent soul true monarch and is renowned in the central domain for her extraordinary beauty. Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang, seated nearby, listened intently. "Senior sister, it seems that the legacy of the Hongwu Taoist has found an heir." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue took a gentle sip of tea. It is premature to draw conclusions just yet. At that moment, a tall figure, flanked by a throng of admirers, entered the Jinman building. The manager, upon seeing the newcomer, was taken aback and hurried to greet him. "Ah, young Master Tuoba, your presence truly elevates the stature of our humble establishment. Please, this way." The newcomer was Tuoba Hong, the eldest son of the Tuoba family from the northern domain, also a nascent soul true monarch at the age of 25. In the northern domain, he is quite renowned, and similarly, many in the central heavenly domain are familiar with him. To my surprise, the Tuoba family has also arrived, surely the legendary powerhouse of the Tuoba family. A supreme being is amongst them. Huh, do they think that supreme beings are as common as cabbages, able to roam freely? "Innkeeper, bring us your finest offerings." Before Tuoba Hong could utter a word, a female cultivator beside him, who was entwined with his arm, spoke up. Tuoba Hong fell silent and led everyone to a seating area. "Indeed, it is the esteemed young Master Tuoba. It seems the second secret realm holds great promise." As Tuoba Hong and his entourage settled down, they found themselves directly opposite Xiao Jinyue and Lin Huang. One of Tuoba Hong's attendants, his eyes gleaming, spotted Xiao Jinyue and Lin Huang. "Hey, those two female cultivators, hurry and attend to the young master." Upon hearing this, the onlookers gazed at Xiao Jinyue and Lin Huang with a sense of intrigue. It appears that these two fairies are about to be claimed. Lin Huang, reveling in her meal, pointed to herself in confusion. Are you referring to us? Yes, yes, it is indeed you two, possessing quite a bit of beauty. Why not come forth and serve the young master? You should know, this is an honor for you. Xiao Jinyue's beautiful eyes turned icy, and a chilling aura seemed to freeze the very air around her. The attendant who had called out felt an overwhelming sense of dread and trembled in fear. Humph! How dare you speak before your master? Hearing this, the attendant's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Young master. Tuoba Hong turned his gaze towards Xiao Jinyue and Lin Huang. Momentarily captivated and slightly solemn, but that was the extent of his reaction. He then delivered a swift slap to the attendant, causing blood to erupt from his orifices, rendering him unconscious. Someone, take him away and dispose of him. His words were authoritative, and several attendants promptly carried the fallen one away. He then nodded towards Xiao Jinyue and Lin Huang. My apologies, esteemed friends, for my lack of discipline. How shall we proceed? You may act as you wish. Xiao Jinyue refrained from further comment, while Lin Huang, munching on her food, remarked, You are quite ruthless. After all, he is your attendant. Tuoba Hong smiled faintly at her words. Disobedience warrants dismissal. Oh, well, Lin Huang did not offer him a more favorable demeanor. Might I inquire if both of you have come for the Kangwu's secret realm? Naturally, otherwise, what purpose would my senior sister and I have in being here? Upon hearing this, Tuoba Hong further inquired. I observe that both of you possess exceptional talent. May I ask which sect you hail from? Hee, even if I tell you. You might not know it. Lin Huang shot Tuoba Hong a disdainful glance. Ha, dear friend, feel free to share, among the 6 major regions of the lower heavens. Few can nurture talents like you. Very well, listen closely, the Evergreen Immortal Sect. Lin Huang declared proudly. At this, the attendees and Tuoba Hong exchanged puzzled glances. The Evergreen Immortal Sect? What sect is that? Tuoba Hong chuckled. Surely, your sect must be formidable. Indeed, our sect is not only powerful, but my master is also omnipotent. Lin Huang began to boast. Meanwhile, far away in an unknown realm, Lin Daoyuan suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking of me? At this moment, Lin Daoyuan entrusted the Immortal Gate to Zhuge Ming for further improvement, having long since departed from the Evergreen Immortal Gate. Qingli, you truly need not come here. Staying at the sect is rather dull, but I could teach the disciples, even duller. So, accompanying me would be less tedious, right? All right. Meanwhile, on the side of Xiao Jinyue, a captivating female cultivator, leaning closely against Tuoba Hong, cast her gaze towards him, glancing with intense focus at Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang. Her eyes filled with a fierce jealousy. Humph, what a worthless immortal gate, one I've never even heard of. And what of this omnipotent master? It seems merely a deception to fool my lord. Do they truly think him easy to bully? She remarked, caressing Tuoba Hong's chiseled features, exhaling a breath of disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue's gaze turned frigid, a chilling aura coalescing into a lethal ice spear that seemed ready to rend the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, the ice spear pierced through the female cultivator's brow before anyone could react. Tuoba Hong's expression turned grave, a surge of fury welling within him, accompanied by a hint of vigilance. That strike was so swift I could scarcely perceive it, and this loathsome woman possesses formidable skills. Being in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, how could she be slain before me? Qi Huang awaited Tuoba Hong's response, yet he remained motionless. The onlookers were stunned. Before Tuoba Hong, his beloved consort had been slain. I trust you do not mind my actions, Xiao Jinyue's voice, veiled beneath her mask, inquired. At her words, Tuoba Hong's terrifying aura thickened, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritting. No matter, she was but a wretched maid. I hope you exercise caution within the Kangwu's secret realm. Following this, Tuoba Hong departed the Jin Man building with his entourage, leaving the female cultivator behind mercilessly. Observing this, Xiao Jinyue narrowed her beautiful eyes. Qi Huang, brimming with delight, exclaimed, Sister, he is so remarkably patient. How amusing. Can you guess why he refrains from taking action? Logically, someone like him would have protectors, yet he dares not strike? It is because we have concealed our cultivation levels, and we brazenly killed one of his own before him. He cannot help but suspect the forces behind us are unafraid of the Tuoba family. However, within the secret realm, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. What is there to fear, sister? If he dares to act, I shall retaliate. I am in the realm of the laws. After a brief interlude, Xiao Jinyue eventually made her exit. As they departed, the proprietor of Jin Man building intercepted them. Fair maidens, may I request a moment? What business do you have, shopkeeper? Qi Huang pouted, clearly displeased. The proprietor smiled slightly, producing an invitation. Jin Man building shall host an auction this evening concerning the Kangwu secret realm. I humbly invite both maidens to grace us with your presence. In response, Xiao Zhenyue accepted the invitation, thinking it foolish to decline. I shall certainly consider it. The proprietor watched with a smile as Xiao Zhenyue and Lin Qihuang left. My lord, the matter has been resolved. In the eastern domain, a mysterious force known as the Chongqing Immortal Gate has emerged. We have been advised that should we encounter anyone from the Chongqing Immortal Gate, we should refrain from forming enmities, even if no bonds are forged. My lord, why should we, the G-Man Tower with our influence spanning the entire continent, fear such a minor sect? It is because the supreme of the floating sky from the Tianyan sacred land was defeated and returned in a state of utter terror. Chapter 54. The poison does not emerge, Zhao Yuelin. Senior sister, I suspect that old man has ulterior motives. Why did he still accept it? Qi Huang inquired, holding Xiao Zhenyue's hand with a look of confusion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue glanced at the invitation and replied, we know very little about the Kangwu secret realm. This is indeed an opportunity. Moreover, the auction will attract many individuals interested in the Kangwu secret realm, allowing us to discern who is attending and their capabilities. Oh, so that is the case. Senior sister is truly remarkable, understanding everything. Qi Huang exclaimed, nudging Zhenyue's arm. Unlike that spirit of grass and wood, who only knows how to eat all day, Zhenyue playfully tapped Qi Huang's head. In response, Qi Huang immediately began to defend herself. But master eats every day too. Ouch! Another bump on the head. At that moment, far away, Lin Daoyuan sneezed. Who on earth is mentioning me? He then calculated and realized it was this little girl. After more than a month apart, they had ventured into the chaotic realm. Lin Daoyuan casually tore a rift in the surroundings and reached in. Let that little girl reveal my secrets. Humph. Just then, Qi Huang, who was walking on the street, suddenly stopped, as if something had pinched her chubby little face. With a cry of pain, she exclaimed, ouch. Following that, she received another tap on the head and quickly covered it with her hands. Who dares to ambush me? Xiao Zhenyue looked on in confusion. Then, a familiar voice reached their ears. I've been feeling someone was mentioning me lately. Turns out it's you, little girl. Calling me Annie, how bold. After a few playful taps and pinches, the two exclaimed in surprise, Master? Woo, master, I was wrong. Please stop pinching. My little face will get ruined. Qi Huang whimpered, her face reddened from the pinches. Master, are you here too? Xiao Zhenyue asked with delight. No. Master is billions of miles away from you. However, I never expected you two to find yourselves in the chaotic realm. Be cautious. There are many old entities lurking about. If you cannot handle it, call for Master. Hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue felt warmth in her heart. Yes, Master. Master, I am already at the law realm. Qi Huang declared proudly. Indeed, Qi Huang is truly impressive. Upon returning to the Immortal Gate, do not emerge from the library for a month. Please, Master. Can I be excused? Enough. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Unexpectedly, the Master has found something to do. Xiao Zhenyue was filled with confusion. How infuriating. That wretched Master only knows how to bully me. Qi Huang covered her face, which was red from being pinched, looking quite pitiful. You brought this upon yourself. Soon after, Lin Daoyuan's voice faded, and the two made their way towards the auction house. Returning to Lin Daoyuan, he chuckled and shook his head. Su Qingli, standing beside him, was well aware of his antics. Bullying Qi Huang like that, you better watch out for her vengeance. Dare she? Can she really betray her master and ancestors? Upon hearing this, Su Qingli offered a captivating smile. Lin Daoyuan could hardly bear to witness it, and quickly turned his head away. Qingli, as a native ancient powerhouse of the Hongwu Continent, do you know anything about this ancient battlefield? I do not, for the time I existed in is far too ancient. Back then, the entirety of the Hongwu Continent was still whole, without the division of heaven and earth. I have no memory of this ancient battlefield. Perhaps it was formed later. Very well, let us go see what it truly is. With that, Lin Daoyuan opened a void tunnel and led Su Qingli inside. Meanwhile, at Xianyan City, in Tuoba Hong's residence. Young master, why do you not eliminate them? This is an affront to your dignity. At these words, Tuoba Hong's eyes glinted with malice. No matter. Within the secret realm, they shall pay the price. The two concealed their true powers. Revealing their strength recklessly amidst so many eyes would not be wise. Report to the young master. The heir of the Poison Valley from the Central Sky Domain, Poison Bushing, has come to pay his respects. Soon after, a shadow knelt before him. Poison Bushing? Tuoba Hong's gaze sharpened. What business does the force from the Central Sky Domain have with me? Invite him in. Shortly thereafter, a person clad in dark green attire, with lips matching the hue, and a peculiar expression entered. Upon entering, Poison Blushing instructed those beside him to bring forth a box. Having met you, Taoist Tuoba, I present this Millennium Dragonbone herb as a token of respect. The Millennium Dragonbone herb is rumored to be a peerless elixir for solidifying one's foundation and honing the body. Tuoba Hong smiled in response. Please, Taoist Poison, come inside. Upon hearing this, Poison Bushing smiled slightly and followed Tuoba Hong into the hall. Speak, Taoist Poison, what brings you to bestow such a grand gift? Poison Bushing's eyes glinted mischievously as he inquired. Does Taoist Tuoba know of Zhao Yueling, that exceptional wood spirit root? Tuoba Hong was naturally aware of her. My Poison Valley is at odds with her Pure Flower Valley, and as you know, Taoist Kangwu's inheritance requires a non-wood attribute spirit root. Zhao Yueling has a significant chance of obtaining this inheritance, which would be detrimental to us. The treasures left by Taoist Kangwu might be in the Hall of Inheritance, and I hope to join forces with Taoist Tuoba to eliminate Zhao Yueling. We shall share the treasures equally. What say you? At these words, Tuoba Hong's eyes narrowed. The visitors this time are no weaklings. How can Taoist Poison be so certain that the treasures are meant for the two of us? In response, Poison Bushing chuckled, and in the next moment, he produced a strange and mysterious dark green array plate. Tuoba Hong was taken aback. A heavenly grade treasure. This is a heavenly grade formation. The toxic array, capable of suppressing even those at the virtual realm or half-step to the laws for a period of time. Not to mention that entry into the secret realm is restricted to those whose cultivation does not exceed the mid-stage of the transformation god. As Tuoba Hong's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance, he remarked, a pleasant collaboration, my friend Du. In response, Du Busheng offered a charming smile. The sun began to set, and soon, Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang arrived at the auction venue. From a distance, they observed a diverse crowd, all possessing formidable prowess. At that moment, a figure riding a black tiger forced a path through the throng, accompanied by a retinue. Make way. Do you not see the Lin family has arrived? Those with weaker cultivation below the golden core level had no time to flee before being devoured by the colossal black tiger. Such cruelty. The newcomer could only be Lin Yi. It is the Lin family. Step aside if you wish to live. Meanwhile, a procession drawn by plum blossom deer reached the auction house. Saintus, the Lin family is indeed audacious, remarked a dissatisfied attendant beside the veiled figure seated in the carriage. The veiled figure replied, the Lin family is the sovereign of the chaotic realm. Their arrogance is to be expected. Upon seeing the carriage, Lin Yi came to an abrupt halt, displeased. According to her father's intelligence, she recognized the veiled beauty to be Zhao Yueling from the Jinghua Valley of the Central Heaven Domain. Lin Yi, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Fairy Zhao. Lin Yi greeted her, but Zhao Yueling merely nodded in acknowledgement before proceeding towards the auction house with her entourage. Lin Yi felt a surge of anger at being disregarded. In frustration, she lashed out at a nearby, unfamiliar cultivator. Get lost. You block my way. Both Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang noticed Lin Yi. With Qi Huang's small hands clenched, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Sister, that is Lin Yi. Xiao Jinyue also recognized her, and an overwhelming killing intent coalesced around her. Sensing the chilling aura, Lin Yi's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang. In that instant, an uncontrollable fury erupted. Her yuan in true monarch's pressure radiating violently. You two wretches. The crowd parted in response to Lin Yi's sudden outburst, revealing Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang. You dare approach my Xianyan city, seeking death when heaven offers you a path, and hell has none? Before anyone could react, Lin Yi unleashed a fiery whip aimed directly at Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang. Just then, Zhao Yueling, preparing to enter, halted her steps. Noticing Tuoba Hong and Du Busheng arriving at the auction entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang, a smile crept onto Tuoba Hong's lips. How fascinating. Observing Tuoba Hong's expression, Du Busheng inquired, do you have a grudge against these two, Brother Tuo? Tuoba Hong refrained from answering. In the secret realm, if the opportunity arose, he might eliminate them. However, it appeared that such an opportunity was now lost. Du Busheng understood. Upon spotting Du Busheng, Zhao Yueling instinctively moved aside, feeling as if she had encountered a fearsome poison. Saintus, Du Busheng is here. It seems our journey in the secret realm may not go smoothly. Zhao Yueling's beautiful eyes grew serious, and she remained silent. At that moment, the fiery whip lashed towards Xiao Jinyue. Her gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming chill erupted, instantly freezing the whip in midair. With a delicate grip of her hand, it shattered into countless shards of ice, followed by a massive ice palm that surged forth, freezing the space as it struck towards Lin Yi. Aware that he was no match for Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang, Lin Yi hastily produced a talisman and shouted, Father, these two are the ones who killed the elder of the Lin family and severely injured me. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Not long ago, the Lin family had issued a wanted notice for two individuals, who, it appeared, were indeed Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang. Their encounter with the Lin family had turned disastrous for the two young women. Meanwhile, some in the crowd recognized Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang. They were the ones saved by the duo from a beast while en route to the Kangwu secret realm. To their astonishment, The two fairies had arrived at Wutong City. It was said that Lin Yi was intolerable, backed by the Lin family of Wutong City. What should be done? The two fairies had once saved them. Hearing this, a few lowered their heads. The Lin family was not an insignificant clan to provoke. Xiao Jinyue's expression grew serious. Xiao Huang, it seems we may not escape today. Humph. What is there to fear, senior sister? I am here. If I cannot, then our master will. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue smiled. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended upon them. It is these two wretches who have reduced you to this state and killed my Lin family's elder? Lin, who then appeared before the crowd, treading upon the void. A high-tier transformation into divinity. With Xiao Jinyue's quasi-emperor level divine sense, she understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that she was only in the mid-stage of divinity transformation. This was troublesome. A high-tier transformation. Unexpectedly, the head of the Lin family was such a formidable force. Indeed, the Lin family could maintain a foothold in this chaotic realm for a reason. It was rumored that the Lin family had several ancestors whose cultivation had reached the realm of refining the void, and even some who had approached the realm of laws. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Yi rejoiced. Father, it is them. Kill them. His eyes were filled with malice. Or father, capture them alive. I want them to suffer. Lin Yi's expression suggested he had already achieved victory. Hearing this, Lin Hu looked down at Xiao Jinyue and Lin Shihuang with a menacing glare. Surrender obediently, and I will leave you with your corpses intact. Lin Hu conjured a massive hand that lunged towards Xiao Jinyue and Lin Shihuang. As the terrifying hand approached, Xiao Jinyue grasped Lin Shihuang's hand tightly. Senior sister, should I make a move? No, wait. Then, Zhao Yuelin moved swiftly, appearing beside Xiao Jinyue and Lin Shihuang. Summoning a magical bell. A colossal golden bell enveloped the three of them. The great hand barely shook the bell before dissipating into waves of residual energy. Lin Hu's expression turned cold. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? You should not interfere in the affairs of my Lin family. Zhao Yuelin retracted the magical artifact and regained her composure, saying, Might I request the head of the Lin family to spare them for my sake? The Saintess is aware that they have slain an elder of the Lin family and grievously injured my son. At this moment, Lin Yi gazed at Zhao Yueling. A tempest of unbridled fury brewing within him. Tuoba Hong, however, paid no heed and swept his sleeves toward the auction house. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yueling fell speechless, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Master Lin, with so many gathered in Wutong City, is it not for the opportunities of the Hongwu secret realm? Why resort to violence now? Since we are here to contend for fortune, should we not resolve our grievances within the confines of the secret realm? At this, Lin Hu erupted in laughter. Your excuse, esteemed Saintess, is rather strained. The Lin family harbors no desire to be enemies with you, nor with the Jinghua Valley. We kindly request your withdrawal. Zhao Yueling found herself in an awkward predicament. Soon, a resonant voice emanated from within the auction house. Master Lin, these two fair maidens are esteemed guests invited by my Jin Man Lu. If grievances must be counted, might we wait until the matters of the Hongwu secret realm conclude? The voice resonated as if it had melded with the very fabric of the heavens. Lin Hu's expression turned grave. The master of Jin Man Lu had spoken, thus, I shall await the conclusion of the Hongwu secret realm. Shortly after, an elderly figure accompanied by a young man emerged, the latter standing tall with a clear gaze. Let us put an end to this, Master Lin. Upon seeing the token at the young man's waist, Lin Hu was taken aback and promptly retreated. I was reckless. I shall withdraw immediately. Witnessing his father's retreat, Lin Yi was alarmed. Father! Father! Xiao Jinyue, observing the scene, formed a sword with her fingers and unleashed a sword aura. Lin Yi instantly felt the chill of death encroaching upon him. Even as a nascent soul, he was powerless. Yet, the sword aura was thwarted by a counterattack from the young man, who smiled and said, Might I ask this young lady for a favor? Subsequently, the young man clasped his hands behind him, only to discover a slight tremor in his own hands. How can this be? He thought, astonished. Hearing this, Xiao Jinyue reluctantly retracted her stance. Cursed be it, he has evaded again. Qi Huang pouted, clearly displeased. The two then approached Xiao Jinyue and her companions. I am Hao Dong. I appreciate your kindness, young lady, the young man declared with a bow. Hao Dong. Zhao Yueling felt a flicker of familiarity, but could not place him. The elder then chuckled, addressing Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang. I have encountered esteemed disciples of the Chongqing sect. Lin Qi Huang was somewhat surprised. You know we hail from the Chongqing sect? Ah, the fair maiden jested. A new Chongqing sect has emerged in the eastern region, and many are aware of it. I see. Lin Qi Huang beamed with pride. That is my sect. Meanwhile, Zhao Yueling appeared perplexed. Chongqing sect? I have not heard of it. Is it perhaps a hidden sect? Hao Dong then remarked, Saintess Zhao, along with the two esteemed maidens. The auction is about to commence. Please accompany me and the master inside. Jinyuan nodded, leading Qi Huang as they followed the group inside. Along the way, Qi Huang grasped Zhao Yueling's arm and said, "Thank you, sister." At this, Zhao Yueling felt a blush rise. She had never been so close to anyone before. The little fairy speaks too heavily. Rather, it is Yulin who has acted unnecessarily. I did not expect the host and Taoist Hao Dong to take action. Chapter 56. Hao Dong's Intentions, Foolish Lin Yi. I am Lin Qi Huang, and this is my senior sister, Xiao Zhenyu. Grasping Zhao Yulin's hand, Qi Huang introduced both Xiao Zhenyu and herself, exhibiting a lively and charming demeanor. Xiao Zhenyu nodded at Zhao Yulin, having already detected through her imperial-level divine sense that Zhao possessed a rare with spirit root. One must admit, her talent is commendable. Furthermore, she pondered why she had not allowed Qi Huang to act earlier. Her divine sense had already enveloped the entire auction house, preparing for the worst, only to witness Zhao Yulin about to take action. The group then entered the auction house, with Xiao Zhenyu and Qi Huang subsequently parting ways with Zhao Yulin, entering the private room prepared for them by Jin Man Lu. The auction house was vast, capable of accommodating thousands. At this moment, Lin Yi, accompanied by several members of the Lin family, also entered, his gaze wandering in search of Xiao Zhenyu and Qi Huang. Not seeing them, he clenched his fists and proceeded to the room designated for the Lin family. Await my arrival. Meanwhile, in Zhao Yulin's private room, an elder materialized from the void. Saintess, why reveal your protective treasure for the sake of these two unrelated individuals? It is hardly worth it. All right, I understand. But you are still here, elder? In response, the elder sighed in resignation. Saintess, you are still too kind. In this world, kindness does not yield favorable outcomes. The elder then vanished back into the void. Seemingly oblivious, Zhao Yulin summoned a delightful plush spirit beast to play with. In contrast, Hao Dong was engaged in lively conversation with the master of Jin Man Lu. Fascinating. A mysterious force has suddenly emerged, and there exists a supreme realm. This far exceeds the typical sections. This is the information we at Jin Man Lu have received. The Eastern region advises us that while we should not offend, we must also not befriend them. However, I am curious why the esteemed son of the true martial Holy Land is interested in the Hongwu secret realm. At this, the young man named Hao Dong smiled slightly. I am not interested in the Hongwu secret realm itself, but rather in a particular treasure within it. The Hongwu Tower? Inquired the master of Jin Man Lu precisely. I have no interest in the inheritance of Hongwu Daoist, as it can only be accepted by those with spirit roots. It is likely to be acquired by the saintess of Jinhua Valley. However, the Hongwu Tower is one of the few defensive treasures. Hongwu Daoist was a powerful figure in the Supreme Realm, and his life's divine tower has been nurtured by the Supreme. Then I wish the Saint Son success in his endeavor. Following this, the elder departed from Hao Dong's room. Saint Son, do the people of the Evergreen Immortal Sect possess any special attributes that warrant your concern? Should I investigate their background? A shadow materialized beside Hao Dong, addressing him. In response, Hao Dong gently shook his head. There is no need. The two women indeed possess extraordinary qualities, yet it is not of great significance. I am merely somewhat curious and dissatisfied with the Lin family's conduct. Understood, Saint Son. Soon after, the grand auction commenced as scheduled. I am sure you are all aware of what treasures will be auctioned tonight. At this moment, within the vast auction hall, the auctioneer stood poised, his voice resonating throughout the entire space. Enough with the suspense. The secret realm will emerge tomorrow, so let us proceed swiftly. Indeed, let us hasten to present the items. I am eager to see what treasures await. Some attendees could hardly contain their anticipation. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer smiled faintly. Now, I present the first item for bidding, the map of the Thunder Mountain Range. As you all are aware, the Thunder Mountain Range, enveloped in violet lightning, makes it exceedingly difficult to navigate through all the perilous zones unscathed to reach the entrance of the secret realm. This map has been meticulously crafted at great expense by Jinman Liu. The starting bid is 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. What? A map of the Thunder Mountain's perilous zones? That is absolutely essential. It is rumored that even a star sovereign would suffer injuries within the Thunder Mountain range. With this map, one could significantly mitigate the risks. 6,000 high-grade spirit stones, exclaimed a voice from a private box, female in nature. What? They have raised the bid by a full 1,000 high-grade spirit stones right from the outset. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How infuriating. 6,500 high-grade spirit stones. Someone else added, albeit with clenched teeth. At that moment, within the private box, no one seemed inclined to raise the bid further. They undoubtedly hailed from a powerful faction, likely well acquainted with everything concerning the Thunder Mountain range. Elder, do we truly need to procure this map? In Zhao Yueling's private box, an elder appeared, his gaze surveying the auction with an air of indifference. There is no need, Saintess. Although I cannot enter the Hongwu secret realm, I can traverse the Thunder Mountain range, and I shall guide you through it. Zhao Yueling nodded in agreement upon hearing this. In contrast, Tua Ba Hong and the others regarded the proceedings with dispassionate eyes, showing no interest whatsoever. However, Lin Yi was different. 7,000 high-grade spirit stones, he declared from the box, a playful expression dancing across his face. Young master, did not the family head prepare a map of the Thunder Mountain range? Why then pursue this one from Jinmenlo? Humph. I merely wish to observe the expressions of those who covet this item, yet lack the means. 7,000 high-grade spirit stones. The crowd gritted their teeth, but continued to raise the bid. 7,100. 7,500. Lin Yi shouted. If you lack the funds, do not come here to disgrace yourselves. What? So it is the young master of the Lin family. At that moment, someone recognized Lin Yi's voice, their expression revealing a mix of reluctance, for Lin Yi was not one to be trifled with. In this auction, the highest bidder claims the prize. I implore young Master Lin to show some restraint. 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fool, I have no interest in this. I merely wish to play. Do you comprehend what it means to play? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. Jinmenlu remained unfazed, for the outcome was ultimately favorable for them, with no losses incurred. Yet within the private box, dissatisfaction simmered regarding Lin Yi's outrageous conduct. That madman Lin Yi. The voice belonged to Liang Wei, the heir of the Liang family, a prominent figure in Xianyan City. As Lin Yi awaited in astonishment, no one else dared to raise the bid. The individual competing against him struggled to suppress their immense rage, aware that Lin Yi was acting intentionally, shamelessly bullying others. But what could be done? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones once. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones twice. The bidding for the item continues to escalate. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones for 3 rounds. The transaction is complete. Congratulations to young Master Lin for acquiring this map. Meanwhile, Lin Yi is consumed by an overwhelming rage. As if he has been toyed with like a fool. You dare to play with me? From across the private room, Lin Yi conjures a colossal black hand aimed at the cultivator who dared to raise the bid against him. In a moment of panic, the cultivator hurriedly channels all his spiritual energy for defense. However, before the massive hand could strike, it is shattered by another gigantic hand that appears out of thin air. Young Master Lin, isn't it rather unseemly to resort to violence in an auction? Hao Dong remarked with a smirk. Recognizing the voice of Hao Dong, the cultivator felt a sense of relief as it was his words that had previously made Lin Hu retreat. The atmosphere grew quiet for a brief moment. Senior sister. That Lin Yi is quite the fool. Is this not akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Indeed. Xiao Zhenyue narrowed her eyes slightly. By the way, senior sister, should we not acquire this map? No need, Xiao Zhenyue replied, feeling that the divine sense of a quasi-emperor would be far more advantageous than this map. At that moment, Lin Yi clutched the map's scroll tightly. Who could possibly understand his tumultuous emotions? Now, may we present the second auction item, the flowing pattern armor. A defensive artifact of half-step heavenly grade. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Was it truly possible to step into the realm of heavenly grade defensive treasures? Those in the private room suddenly perked up. Saintess, shall we consider raising the bid? Zhao Yueling nodded in response. Who could possibly resist the allure of more magical treasures? The bidding escalated even further, reaching an astonishing 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, it was a girl from the initial bidding room who secured the item. Subsequently, the auction also featured several 7th-grade healing elixirs, all of which were claimed by the individuals in the private room. Upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Yi was seething with anger. Father, who is he? Why must we fear him? Lin Hu clenched his teeth in response. It is not him we fear, but the power behind him. What power does he possess? The true overlord of the Zhongtian domain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi fell silent, though his displeasure remained evident. Very well, be cautious in the secret realm tomorrow. I cannot assist you, and as for those 2 women, deal with them if you can. If not, avoid confrontation. You are not their match. Once the secret realm closes, I shall intervene myself. Understood. Lin Yi then departed. Chapter 57. The Thunder Mountain Range, Kangwu's Secret Realm. Elder. Before dawn on the following day, the dark expanse of Xianyan City was illuminated by streaks of flowing light darting in one direction. From a distance, one could see the sky crackling with thunder as the crowd ventured forth. Observing the direction in which everyone was heading, Xiao Zhenyue grasped Qi Huang's hand and followed suit. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Thunder Mountain Range, it became evident that the name was not given lightly. The mountains towered impressively, with black stones scattered everywhere, devoid of any life forms. Thunder crackled ominously around the range, and within mere seconds, a purple lightning bolt struck down from the fiery, electric sky. The crowd hesitated to advance. Pathetic cowards, Tua Ba Hong scoffed, and in an instant, he dashed into the Thunder Mountain range, prompting Du Sheng to follow closely behind. Subsequently, the crowd surged into the Thunder Mountain range, and in an instant, the once dark, lightning-encircled mountains were illuminated by streams of light. However, the purple lightning was truly terrifying. Some cultivators were instantly reduced to ashes by the bolts, while others engaged in fierce combat amidst the tempest. Lin Yi, while evading, unleashed his formidable Yuan Ing cultivation against the nearby practitioners, expertly wielding his powers. Shadows of his terrifying palms and fists flitted through the lightning, sending many cultivators plummeting to the ground. "How dare you, young Master Lin? What is the meaning of this?" A voice echoed. "Humph. Who dares to seize the opportunities of Lin Yi?" Lin Yi then brandished a whip-like magical artifact, soaring through the air as he struck at numerous cultivators. At that moment, Liang Wei, seeing the incoming whip, quickly steadied himself in midair and raised his hand to block Lin Yi's attack. "Lin Yi, do you wish to oppose my Liang family?" he inquired. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, infuriated by Liang Wei's unexpected presence. "Hee, brother Liang. I must have mistaken you for someone else. You had best remember that." Then, a terrifying bolt of purple lightning struck down between them, forcing both to evade and consequently separate. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded with Tuoba Hong and Du Bushing, as they sent numerous cultivators spiraling downward, only for those who fell to be subsequently struck down by the lightning. Tuoba Hong's overwhelming strength astonished Du Bushing, who thought to himself, "I did not misidentify my target." Seizing any opportunity, Du Bushing unleashed a barrage of poisonous spikes at the surrounding practitioners, the venomous projectiles piercing through their bodies and annihilating them before they could even utter a cry of despair. Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang expertly evaded the areas concentrated with lightning, rapidly advancing deeper into the mountains. As they ventured further, the density of the lightning increased, forcing Tuoba Hong and the others to focus solely on their own survival, channeling their spiritual energy to form protective shields as they sped towards the center. At that moment, Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang arrived first at the center, gazing at the colossal stone door of the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy before them. Notably, the area that should have been saturated with lightning was completely untouched, prompting a slight smile from Xiao Jinyue. Truly, this is the magnetic field formed after the fall of the Supreme Realm. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yueling arrived as well. "Sister Yueling." Little Qi Huang joyfully waved at Zhao Yueling, who looked astonished. Meanwhile, the elder, hidden in the void as a guardian, was even more perplexed. Strange, these two children seemed quite ordinary aside from their innate talents. The elder, unable to discern the true depth of Xiao Jinyue and Lin Qihuang, naturally could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Zhao Yueling nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, Hao Dong and Tuoba Hong, among others, arrived, and within less than a minute, a throng had gathered before the stone door. At that moment, a streak of sword light sliced through the outer perimeter of the Thunder Mountain range, followed closely by a shadow of the sword. Observing Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang, Tuoba Hong and the others exchanged glances of surprise, their hearts filled with a mix of malice, confusion, and rivalry, as if they regarded Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang as formidable adversaries. Hao Dong's previously calm demeanor now bore a heavy weight, for this situation seemed to exceed all his expectations. It appears that the greatest rivals to the saintly maiden are these two dolls. Subsequently, the stone door began to tremble violently, accompanied by an ancient voice that echoed through the air. "I am the esteemed Taoist of Kangwu. The Kangwu secret realm has now been opened. I invite all fortunate souls to enter. However, be advised that those over the age of 30 and those whose cultivation exceeds the mid-stage of transformation must refrain from entry." The resounding voice seemed to penetrate the very souls of the listeners, causing a shiver to run through their beings. Is this the realm of the Supreme? The mere hint of its aura sends chills down one's spine. Before long, Zhao Yueling surged ahead, swiftly entering the vortex, followed closely by Duxin Sheng and Tuoba Hong. As the crowd began to pour in, among them, Qi Huang was the most exhilarated. She had already suppressed her cultivation to the mid-stage of transformation and, being under 20 years of age, met the requirements perfectly. Seizing the moment, Qi Huang grasped Xiao Jinyue's hand and leaped into the vortex, which began to close slowly. Just as the vortex was about to seal, a streak of sword light shot in at blinding speed. Upon entering the secret realm, the group was immediately dispersed. Yet their ultimate aim remained unified, the core of the secret realm, the Hall of Inheritance. However, for Jinyue and Qi Huang, their experiences diverged. Upon witnessing the breathtaking sights within the realm, Qi Huang's eyes sparkled with wonder, yet she seemed to sense something amiss. "Sister?" she pondered, scratching her head. "Never mind," she thought. "I shall play and search for my sister simultaneously." Although the secret realm had been plundered countless times over the ages, numerous rare and precious herbs had regrown. Much to Qi Huang's delight, spotting a treasure, she would hastily stash it in her spatial ring. Upon encountering a patch, she would uproot it entirely, soil and all. Other cultivators, witnessing her actions, contemplated competing for the resources, yet they were no match for her. Thus, Qi Huang effortlessly pursued and bested them, embodying the essence of a little demoness. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuelin disregarded the resources within the secret realm and focused solely on a singular direction. How intriguing. It had been countless years since a remarkable wood spirit root had emerged. It seems the old man's legacy shall be passed on after all. Yet it is rather unsatisfactory. Wait, is there also a trace of a supreme wood-type spiritual root? Within the secret realm, a pair of eyes, reminiscent of the all-seeing eye of a deity, scrutinized every movement. Upon spotting Qi Huang, the observer nearly bulged their eyes in disbelief. Goodness, why are you so reckless with the resources? Qi Huang, upon encountering beautiful spiritual trees and flowers, spared not even the earth, collecting everything into her storage space. This was not a quest for fortune. It was a blatant raid. This little girl, in her fervor, would leave the exceptional wood spirit root with naught if she claimed the inheritance. Surely, someone ought to contest her. Soon, Qi Huang's petite fists flew at the cultivators attempting to seize her treasures, and she summoned countless vines from the ground, ensnaring them for a thorough thrashing. Their cries falling on deaf ears. You little demoness. You leave us no chance for survival. In response, Qi Huang pouted, what nonsense. If you can't defeat me, you call me a demoness. Boo-hoo. You're the villain. And thus, she continued to fight as she had against Lin Yi. Goodness, this little girl possesses terrifying combat prowess. It cannot continue like this for the little one. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Suddenly, a figure transformed into an ethereal old man clad in green, floating gracefully towards Qi Huang. At this moment, the cultivators who had come to seize resources from Qi Huang had long since fled in fear. Qi Huang strolled leisurely through the secret realm, her eyes lighting up upon spotting a pale blue flower exuding an enigmatic aura. As she bent down to pluck it, the old man in green also bowed, gazing kindly at her. Hello, little one. Startled, Qi Huang halted her movements and looked up, her heart racing. A ghost, she exclaimed, and with a swift wave of her small hand, unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing the ground to tremble under the force. The old man floated about in a panic, dodging the onslaught. Stop, stop. I am not a ghost. Upon hearing this, Qi Huang, still tense, opened her eyes wide and ceased her actions. Seeing the flustered, ethereal old man, she let out a sigh of relief. You old man, you scare me to death. The old man chuckled. It is I who should be frightened. I had fused my strength with this secret realm, and forced to manifest in ethereal form, I almost shattered under your assault. What is it that you want, old man? Qi Huang inquired, puzzled. With a gentle smile, the old man replied, Little one, do you know what is the most crucial and significant aspect of this secret realm? It is the Hall of Heritage. Once you obtain the inheritance, all of this will belong to you. Upon hearing this, Qi Huang pondered for a moment and resolutely stated, My master has said, when one offers undue kindness, it is either deceit or robbery. You cannot deceive me, old man. With that, she disregarded the old man and continued on her path. The old man, growing anxious, called out, Wait, little one. How about I tell you a story? Chapter 58, The Mighty Haodong, The Death of Lin Yi. At this moment, on the other side of the secret realm, four individuals faced off against each other. They were Haodong, Tuoba Hong, Duxin Sheng, and the owner of the voice that had first raised the bid at the auction, Lu Piapiao. Lu Piapiao was no ordinary figure. She was a prodigy from the prestigious Wutong sect of the Northern Domain. The four were fiercely competing for a massive treasure tower covered in moss. To think it was you who won the flowing patterned armor. Lu Piapiao, I never expected you to be here. As fellow prodigies of the Northern Domain, Tuoba Hong immediately recognized Lu Piapiao. She, however, wished to avoid idle chatter. With a surge of her nascent soul cultivation, she unleashed a colossal hand towards the towering structure. Seeing this, Haodong snorted coldly. No one has ever dared to seize opportunities under my watch. In a flash, Haodong appeared before the giant hand and struck it with a powerful punch. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing Tuoba Hong and Duxin Sheng to stagger back a few steps to regain their footing. Lu Piapiao also retreated, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Tuoba Hong's expression turned grave. Lu Piapiao, let us join forces against him. If we acquire this tower, the opportunities within shall be shared. Lu Piapiao nodded in agreement, for they all understood that facing Haodong individually would lead to certain defeat. Unity was their only chance. Upon witnessing the scene, Haodong found himself perplexed, standing amidst the void, his golden attire fluttering with an audible rustle. It seemed that I cannot rest easy in subduing the Hongwu Tower until I have vanquished you. Come forth. Humph. Arrogance shall surely incur consequences. Poison bushing. With a sinister smile, summoned his spiritual energy, instantly manifesting a colossal image of a venomous scorpion behind him. The scorpion let out a terrifying roar, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Not to be outdone, Tuoba Hong unleashed his full spiritual strength, transforming himself into a figure of immense might, as if a single punch could shatter an entire continent. Meanwhile, Lu Piapiao conjured a frigid snow maiden statue, and together, the three figures unleashed a triad of horrifying assaults. Tuoba Hong's attack resembled a titanic fist capable of shattering the fabric of time and space. The Heavenly Fist. This is my strike, infused with myriad poisons. Poison bushing declared. And the enormous scorpion shot forth a dark green beam aimed at Haodong. The sword of Xianbing. Lu Piapiao gripped the ice sword tightly, and the statue released a massive sword shadow that cut through the air. Observing this, Haodong's expression grew serious as a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy erupted around him, illuminating the realm with the image of a six-armed golden deity, the indestructible Great Compassion Palm. With a swift motion, Haodong's colossal golden figure struck forth with an enormous golden palm, causing the secret realm to tremble with a thunderous roar. The golden palm collided fiercely with the trio's formidable assaults, generating a colossal wave that surged outward, drawing the gaze of many who sensed its terrifying power. What a fearsome assault! Subsequently, the three warriors bore blood upon their lips, retreating several dozen steps, leaving turbulent ripples in their wake. Tuoba Hong clutched his chest, exclaiming, I did not foresee that you had attained the transformation god level. We must retreat. We cannot contend with him. The inheritance hall is paramount. With that, Tuoba Hong and Poison Bushing fled, while Lu Piapiao cast a lingering glance at Haodong before reluctantly taking flight. Haodong, witnessing their departure, showed no intent to pursue. With satisfaction, he stowed the entire Hongwu Tower into his storage space, then stood resolutely in the void, gazing deeply in a certain direction. The Chongqing Immortal Sect? How intriguing. Our paths shall surely cross again. Having achieved his objective, Haodong saw no further reason to linger, respectfully calling out into the sky, I apologize for the trouble, elder. Before him, a rift was forcefully torn open, and Haodong stepped through, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the elder, who had been narrating a tale to Qi Huang, furrowed his brow. To his astonishment, the Hongwu Tower had been taken, and someone had forcefully rent the spatial fabric of the secret realm. This was no ordinary high-level sovereign. It appears that the youngsters entering the secret realm are anything but simple. Ah, old man, why have you fallen silent? What happened next? Where did the woman go? At this, the elder snapped back to reality, muttering, oh well, if she is gone, she is gone. There remains the inheritance. Ah yes, the woman searched the entire continent, yet found no divine medicine to save that man. Moreover, during her quest, she faced cruel harassment, ultimately meeting her untimely demise. In the end, the man, even in defeat, resolutely sought vengeance against the forces that had wronged her. Ultimately, he dragged his battered body to a secluded place, cradling the lifeless form of the woman, before succumbing to his fate as well. Upon hearing these words, Qi Huang listened with rapt attention, her eyes brimming with tears, momentarily forgetting her purpose. Oh, how pitiful. The master once mentioned something akin to a fateful pair of mandarin ducks. The old man, noticing Qi Huang's distraction, felt a sense of pride. Yet a tinge of melancholy lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, on the side of Jinyue, one could not help but remark on the intense animosity when foes meet. Just as Lin Yi had bribed several individuals to assist him in the extraction of spiritual herbs, the figure of Xiao Jinyue quietly appeared before him, radiating an overwhelming chill that rendered the surroundings, save for the people, frozen in time. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yi's heart raced with trepidation. How despicable! Why must it be you, wretched creature? Quickly, everyone, attack! In that moment, Lin Yi scrambled to the back of the line in sheer panic. What are we waiting for? Attack now. No, I cannot contend with this vile person. I must flee and endure until the secret realm concludes. Just as Lin Yi prepared to escape, Xiao Jinyue's gaze turned icy, and the frigid aura swiftly enveloped him, anchoring his feet to the ground. The onlookers trembled, realizing they could see their breath in the air. Begone! I have no desire to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Upon hearing Xiao Jinyue's chilling words, those whom Lin Yi had bribed to assist him had long since fled. Lin Yi, witnessing this, was engulfed in panic. No, you cannot kill me. I am the heir of the Lin family. My father is Lin Hu. You cannot take my life. Xiao Jinyue remained silent, merely unleashing a palm strike. Bang! Not dead. The protective talisman shielded Lin Yi. Relieved, he gasped for breath. Fortunately, I possess ample protective artifacts. Observing this, Xiao Zhenyue summoned the primordial. Achu, I must trouble you to deal with this loathsome individual. Upon hearing this, the primordial sword trembled as if in resistance, yet it seemed to acquiesce. Very well. Who can argue with you, my master? Subsequently, Xiao Zhenyue brandished the sword and swiftly lunged at Lin Yi. In response, Lin Yi hastily summoned another talisman for defense, but it was as ineffective as paper against the primordial, which cleaved through it effortlessly. In Lin Yi's astonished and bewildered gaze, the world around him abruptly transformed into the sky above. Heads rolled. Without a backward glance, Zhenyue departed. At that moment, Liang Wei, who had been hiding nearby, emerged. Still trembling. I never thought you, Lin Yi, would meet such a fate. Upon noticing that Lin Yi's storage ring had not been taken, he seized it without hesitation. I shall graciously accept your belongings. As Liang Wei examined the contents, he was left dumbfounded by the plethora of items meant for women, along with potency-enhancing pills. Oh, now I understand why. Despite your yuaning cultivation, you are so weak. He disdainfully discarded the items and left without a second glance. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Lin family, upon sensing the shattering of Lin Ye's life token, Lin Hu erupted in fury, his wrath casting a shadow over Xianyan City. Bring forth the encirclement of the Thunder Mountain Range. Tuoba Hong and others, having consumed some healing elixirs, swiftly made their way toward the Hall of Inheritance. At this juncture, Qi Huang, walking along, gazed at the suddenly appearing bronze hall and inquired, Old man, where's this place? The old man, taken aback, replied, The Hall of Inheritance? Chapter 59, The Celestial Stage Array, That Sword Light. Unexpectedly, I found myself returning to the Hall of Inheritance in a state of utter confusion alongside this girl. What a calamity! However, upon noticing Zhao Yuelin had already arrived at the entrance of the bronze door, a sense of equilibrium returned to my heart. Thankfully, she was here as well. As for the elder, the master of this Kangwu's secret realm, he could not fathom the true nature of Qi Huang. While the exceptional wood spirit root of Zhao Yuelin had already marked her as his chosen successor, it is said that even someone of his esteemed status could not discern the essence of a person destined to inherit his legacy. Moreover, the Kangwu Taoist sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the depths of Qi Huang's soul, leading him to suspect that she might be a disciple of an immensely powerful faction, here merely to experience life. The Kangwu Taoist dismissed such thoughts. To him, he was already a dead man, lingering in this realm solely due to his obsession with the passing of his legacy. To him, the only solace lay in witnessing the designated heir inherit his teachings. As for anyone else, they were of no concern to him. At that moment, Xiao Zhenyue also arrived at the entrance of the bronze hall, accompanied by Tuoba Hong and a multitude of other cultivators. Upon seeing Xiao Zhenyue, Qi Huang beamed with joy and immediately linked her arm with hers. Senior sister, I've missed you so much, she exclaimed, nuzzling her small face affectionately. Though delighted to see Qi Huang again, Xiao Zhenyue could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Miss me? It seems you've been having too much fun. Qi Huang, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered her head. Not at all, senior sister. I have been diligently collecting resources. Xiao Zhenyue, at a loss for words, pointed out, then take a look at the expressions on those people's faces. As Qi Huang turned to glance, she realized that those were precisely the individuals she had previously defeated in pursuit of her resources. The moment they spotted her seemingly harmless visage, they immediately turned away, as though they had encountered a ghost. Pouting, Qi Huang huffed, Am I really that terrifying? The Kangwu Taoist approached Qi Huang, gazing at Xiao Zhenyue in astonishment. Is this your senior sister? Of course. She is my esteemed senior sister. Qi Huang replied. By the way, old man, aren't you afraid they LLC you? With a slight smile, the Kangwu Taoist responded, In this secret realm, as long as I wish, no one can see me. But equally, only those I desire to reveal myself to will be able to perceive me. At this, Qi Huang's little head spun in confusion. Wait, old man, I'm utterly baffled. You are the Kangwu Taoist? At that moment, Xiao Zhenyue addressed the elder in green. Can you see me? The Kangwu Taoist was astonished. Xiao Zhenyue displayed a look of what else could it be. Does that mean? All right, old man, don't be so surprised. Others cannot see you, except for my sister and me. She is quite formidable. Upon hearing this, the Kangwu Taoist wore an expression of utter despair. Oh, I must have been asleep for far too long to become this muddled. Alas, time is fleeting. Why dwell on such matters? By the way, which faction do you two young ones hail from? I am utterly astonished. The everlasting Qing Immortal Sect. Qi Huang stated with utmost seriousness. The everlasting Qing Immortal Sect? I have not heard of it. Upon hearing this, the Taoist of Kangwu was left in utter bewilderment, pondering the existence of such a formidable force capable of nurturing these two young prodigies. Alas, he decided to cease his musings, for the very thought was causing him a headache. Sighing, He considered the numerous occurrences of the secret realm's emergence. Did these individuals remain oblivious? Was it not only those with spiritual roots who possessed the chance to inherit the legacy? Why then were there so many diverse spiritual roots present? The old man seemed genuinely confused. Even if one could not attain the inheritance, they could still acquire resources. Qi Huang sweetly remarked. At her words, the Taoist of Hongwu paused momentarily, his demeanor sagging, a clear sign of his advancing age. Then, his ethereal form vanished. Truly a peculiar old man. Qi Huang clasped her little hands against her chest, while Xiao Zhenyue's expression was one of complexity. Was he perhaps a supreme being in his previous life? At that moment, the secret realm began to tremble, and the once decayed bronze door radiated with brilliant light. Mysterious runes illuminated the massive stone door, and a handprint-like symbol emerged beneath the bronze. The resonant voice of the Taoist of Hongwu echoed forth. All bearers of spiritual roots, take turns placing your hands upon the handprint. Those who successfully activate the bronze door and open it shall be the inheritors of my legacy. Subsequently, aside from Xiao Zhenyue and Qi Huang, who observed with keen interest, the others respectfully responded, we obey your command. The crowd began to test their abilities, but after several attempts, none succeeded. Damn it, this is a supreme opportunity. Am I truly unworthy? One lamented. Do not dwell on it. Zhao Yueling has gone forth. Soon, Zhao Yueling delicately placed her hand upon the handprint. In an instant, the bronze door erupted with emerald light, countless mysterious runes ignited, and the door trembled violently, as if responding to an unseen call. Gradually, the door began to open. Congratulations. Child of the Supreme with spiritual root. The Taoist of Hongwu smiled faintly. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the revelation of a Supreme with spiritual root. Indeed, such an exceptional talent was a rarity, a true gem among millions. Yet, at that moment, their thoughts shifted from admiration to anticipation. Their hearts racing as they awaited the moment when the door would open wider, allowing them to rush inside. The greatest opportunity within the Hongwu secret realm was undoubtedly not merely the bronze hall. Even without the inheritance, the resources within would surpass those outside by 100-fold. Tuoba Hong and Du Bushing exchanged knowing glances, a glint of malice evident in their eyes. Tuoba Hong then turned his gaze towards Xiao Zhenyue and Qi Huang. His expression filled with murderous intent, a look not missed by Xiao Zhenyue. As the door opened to a certain extent, Zhao Yueling swiftly darted inside. Seeing this, Du Bushing immediately summoned his heavenly grade formation. Toxic Array Arise. A dark green glowing wheel ascended into the air, rapidly expanding, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the crowd in an instant. Both Tuoba Hong and Du Bushing slipped through the door with remarkable speed, and shortly thereafter, the door slammed shut. Xiao Zhenyue grasped Qi Huang's hand, attempting to escape the formation's range, but they were too late. Xiao Zhenyue raised her hand, conjuring a fearsome icy claw, but it merely struck the formation with a resounding thud, causing no damage. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern. A heavenly grade formation. Sister, what do we do? I fear my current prowess in the realm of laws is insufficient to break through. Moreover, within this mystical realm, one's cultivation would be suppressed to the mid-stage of the transformation god level. In essence, utilizing or not utilizing one's abilities would yield the same outcome. Qi Huang grasped Xiao Zhenyue's hand and spoke. At that moment, a dark green poisonous rain began to pour within the grand formation, instantly eroding the bodies of those caught beneath it. Cries of agony erupted all around. Lu Piapiao and Liang Wei swiftly activated their magical artifacts to defend themselves. Their faces etched with fury. Cursed to a bong. Once I escape, I shall report to the sect. Lu Piapiao exclaimed angrily. The group then began to attack the formation in unison, but their formidable strikes were effortlessly neutralized by the array. Observing this, Xiao Zhenyue's expression darkened significantly. With her current cultivation at the mid-stage of the transformation god level, escaping the heavenly tier formation would either lead to her demise or grievous injury. Unless, of course, the original seal could be forcefully broken. She then turned her gaze towards Qi Huang. Little Huang, let us combine our strengths. Indeed, senior sister. Just then, the formation shifted, and numerous enormous poisonous scorpions materialized, accompanied by the toxic rain, and even poisonous thorns began to fall. The scorpions charged towards the group, and some of the weaker cultivators had already been devoured by the potent venom, leaving nothing but skeletons behind. The Hongwu Taoist was filled with rage. Wretched beings, wretched beings. Yet, at present, he was merely a remnant soul, his strength long since eroded over countless ages. Breaking through was utterly impossible. At this moment, Xiao Zhenyue summoned her Empress avatar, wielding a colossal sword as she plunged it towards the edge of the formation. Although Qi Huang was not as tall as Zhenyue, she too summoned her true form, countless vines twisting into a terrifying thrust aimed at a singular point. The array disk was not like a regular formation that could be deciphered for its core. The only way to shatter the grand formation was through brute force or by striking the array disk from the outside. The terrifying attacks from Jinyue and Shi Huang captivated the attention of the crowd. Such fearsome power. Their cultivation was indeed at the transformation god level. Lu Piapiao and the others were astonished. Subsequently, a cataclysmic collision ensued, causing the formation to tremble violently, its edges appearing somewhat ethereal, and a faint crack became visible. Seeing this, Xiao Jinyue raised her hand and called out, "If you wish to escape, join us in attacking that small crack." Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action. Just then, a figure, cloaked and wielding a long sword, appeared in the void outside the formation. Following this, an extraordinarily terrifying sword light pierced forth. This single strike aimed to pierce the stars. Chapter 60, Little Fengzi, the Bronze Great Hall. As the cloaked figure descended, executing a powerful thrust, the sword intent coalesced around him, instantly forming a massive deep blue sword exuding endless, frigid sword energy, aimed directly at the grand formation below. The terrifying sword momentum seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the mystical realm, causing it to tremble violently. Observing this, Xiao Jinyue and Shi Huang unleashed their powerful attacks, combining their efforts to strike at the minuscule crack, which soon found itself overwhelmed. Xiao Jinyue hastily pulled Shi Huang aside, prompting the others to follow suit. They witnessed the terrifying giant sword, its might unabated, relentlessly piercing through the crack, causing the entire grand formation to shudder violently before shattering into fragments. The sword's momentum remained unabated, cleaving a mountain within the secret realm in twain before finally coming to a halt. The onlookers were astounded. Such formidable power. Lu Piapiao and the others were aghast at the realization that should this force be directed at them, they would be utterly defenseless. Moments later, the man in the hat stepped lightly in the air, instantly arriving before Xiao Jinyue and Shi Huang. Upon seeing him, Shi Huang's expression turned to one of confusion, which swiftly transformed into delight as she recognized the eye beneath the brim. "Xiao Fengzi," she exclaimed. "Indeed, it is none other than Situ Chengfeng." Xiao Jinyue also looked taken aback. "What brings you here?" she inquired. In response, Situ Chengfeng removed his hat and mask, speaking slowly, "Senior sister, junior sister." As he unveiled himself, Lu Piapiao was slightly surprised, noting his resolute, handsome countenance. A striking first impression. It appeared that the three were acquainted. "Thank you for your timely rescue," expressed the escapees gratefully. "No need for thanks. It was merely a casual act," Situ Chengfeng replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Humph, what do you mean by junior sister?" "I am the senior sister," Shi Huang interjected, visibly displeased. Hearing this, Situ Chengfeng smiled faintly. "That is what our master said. I am powerless to alter it. Who would have thought I would encounter both my senior sister and junior sister here?" Upon hearing him still refer to her as junior sister, Shi Huang pouted, clearly dissatisfied. As Situ Chengfeng seemed poised to say more, Xiao Jinyue interrupted. "Enough. This is neither the time nor place for idle chatter." Situ Chengfeng nodded in agreement, donning his hat once more. At that moment, the ethereal form of the Kangwu Daoist reappeared before the trio. "Old man, you have materialized once again," Shi Huang remarked. The Kangwu Daoist regarded Situ Chengfeng with a bittersweet expression, appearing to struggle with the depth of his power, which seemed to exude an extraordinary sword essence. Indeed, what force could cultivate such remarkable individuals? "So you are the Kangwu Daoist?" Situ Chengfeng inquired. The Daoist smiled faintly in acknowledgement. "Indeed, that is I. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior," Situ Chengfeng replied with a respectful fist salute. In response, the Kangwu Daoist chuckled softly, his gaze intricate. "I wish to entrust you three with a matter. Might I impose upon you?" Situ Chengfeng nodded. "Please, speak freely, esteemed senior." The Kangwu Daoist sighed with resignation. "I would be grateful if you could protect that young girl. 2 individuals with ill intentions have entered the Temple of Inheritance, and I fear for her safety. Are you not the master of this secret realm? Is this beyond your capabilities?" Shi Huang queried. "Alas, I am but a remnant soul now, my strength long since dissipated. The ability to sense disturbances within the secret realm and manifest this illusion is all that remains of my power. I cannot even intervene in the inheritance of the Bronze Hall. All my strength and techniques have been woven into that legacy. Now, I exist merely as a lingering soul, powerless to act. Then how do we enter the Bronze Hall? It is currently sealed," Shi Huang pressed. The Kangwu Daoist regarded her intently. "If I am not mistaken, you also possess a wood attribute spiritual root. Though I cannot see through you, you should be able to enter the Great Hall. It is merely that you disdain my inheritance." Upon hearing this, Shi Huang nodded. She was well aware of her innate spiritual roots. "Very well." Shi Huang blinked her eyes. Hongwu Daoist smiled with joy, expressing his gratitude to the three young friends. The earlier commotion had been quite intense, and this remnant of his soul feared it could no longer see the girl, thus he entrusted the matter to them. Subsequently, Hongwu Daoist's spectral form became increasingly ethereal. Xiao Zhenyue observed this and spoke. If the esteemed elder trusts me, please enter my sea of consciousness. What does this mean? I believe the elder is reluctant to dissipate so easily, and surely desires to witness the success of the inheritor, does he not? Upon hearing this, Hongwu Daoist was taken aback. Speak your purpose, little girl. Xiao Zhenyue smiled gently. Esteemed elder, our celestial sect is currently in need of capable individuals, and we possess the ability to reconstruct your body, granting you the chance to live anew. Hongwu Daoist's gaze was complex. He did not perceive Xiao Zhenyue's words as mere jest. After all, a sect that could nurture individuals like them might indeed possess such capabilities. Yet, he pondered, what would it matter if those he wished to protect were no longer present? What significance does life hold then? Ha ha ha. Countless millennia ago, I valiantly resisted evil forces, achieving great feats, yet I could not obtain the divine herb that would allow me to live on, and my beloved was even subjected to humiliation. I have grown weary of the world's cruelty and do not wish to continue. Although unaware of Hongwu Daoist's tale, Xiao Zhenyue remained undeterred. Esteemed elder, if you become powerful, all that has been lost can be reclaimed. If you attain the status of an unparalleled existence capable of traversing the river of time, you could even bring back your beloved, and my celestial sect can assist you. Hongwu Daoist was taken aback by this insight. Are you certain such a powerful being exists? My master is one. Xiao Zhenyue was unsure of Lin Daoyuan's true strength, but she was confident he was formidable. What is the condition? To join my evergreen celestial sect henceforth. Upon hearing this, Hongwu Daoist felt a stirring in his heart. The chance to live again, and possibly revive his beloved, was indeed enticing. He gritted his teeth. Are you not afraid I shall seize your body? Xiao Zhenyue chuckled lightly. The esteemed elder may try and see. Hongwu Daoist hesitated for a moment, but in the next second, his gaze became resolute. Then I shall take the gamble. Hongwu Daoist transformed into a streak of light and entered the center of Xiao Zhenyue's brow. Once inside, he was taken aback. Upon witnessing the terrifying figure of the Empress in Xiao Zhenyue's sea of consciousness, he instantly felt weak. This is the might of the Empress. Xiao Zhenyue smiled, leading the two into the entrance of the bronze hall. Qi Huang pressed a small hand against it, producing a resonance even stronger than Zhao Yuelin's, causing the grand door to swing open, and the three entered. Lu Piapiao and the others were utterly astonished. They exchanged helpless smiles, realizing that the opportunities within were now beyond their reach. They then vanished from before the hall. Their only task now was to seek out more opportunities before the secret realm disappeared. Upon entering the bronze hall, they found it exceedingly spacious, with various high-grade treasures growing within. Simultaneously, they spotted Tuoba Hong and Du Bushing collecting spiritual herbs and precious treasures. Humph, brother Tuoba. It seems we are destined to return laden with spoils. The formidable array devised by the poison practitioner is truly impressive. It ensnares that group of individuals while simultaneously eliminating them. Thus, I need not intervene, and the treasures within this grand hall shall belong to us. Heh. Subsequently, the malevolent poison practitioner cast his gaze toward the center of the hall, where Zhao Yueling sat cross-legged, receiving the inheritance. He remarked, Brother Tuoba, rather than allowing a supreme inheritance to fall into the hands of a future formidable rival, it would be more prudent for it to vanish into the annals of history. Moreover, by eliminating this future competitor, our path forward shall be considerably easier. Chapter 61, A Desperate Escape, the Lin Family's Siege. Upon hearing these words, Tuoba Hong also directed his attention toward the inheritor, Zhao Yueling. His expression hardened. It is better to stifle an adversary in their cradle than to let them flourish. The two, brimming with murderous intent, slowly approached Zhao Yueling. Sensing the looming threat, Zhao Yueling, who was struggling to accept the inheritance, opened her beautiful eyes slightly, yet felt utterly helpless. A faint green light floated above her head, poised to merge with her being, but it lingered, suspended in midair. Hurry! Zhao Yueling gritted her teeth. Both Tuoba Hong and the poison practitioner understood that this was the culmination of the Hongwu Daoist's lifelong efforts. They then drew their swords, their gazes fierce, and lunged toward Zhao Yueling. However, at that moment, she was paralyzed and unable to move. Despair flickered across her countenance. Was she truly destined to perish here? Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a deep blue sword intent surged forward, severing Tuoba Hong's sword aimed at Zhao Yueling. While the terrifying sword energy forced both Tuoba Hong and the poison practitioner to retreat several paces. Who is it? Tuoba Hong seethed, while the poison practitioner gritted his teeth in frustration. The figures of Xiao Zhenyue, and her companions materialized before Zhao Yueling. Is it really them? Zhao Yueling felt a surge of joy. She recognized Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang, but the one cloaked in a hat, emanating an aura of terrifying sword energy, was unknown to her. Xiao Jinyue then spoke, "Focus on receiving the inheritance." These words acted as a calming balm for Zhao Yueling. "Thank you." With that, she closed her beautiful eyes and earnestly contemplated the inheritance. "Let me take care of this, senior sister, junior sister," said Situ Chengfeng. Observing this, Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang deliberately shielded Zhao Yueling behind them. "Is it really you? You actually survived." The poison practitioner and Tuoba Hong were taken aback upon seeing Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang. "Haha, a mere celestial level formation cannot confine me. Yet, you two attempting to take advantage of the situation is quite unbecoming," Qi Huang playfully remarked, sticking out her tongue. Infuriating. The expressions of Tuoba Hong and the poison practitioner turned grave. "Enough of this nonsense. Prepare to meet your demise." With a flick of Situ Qingfeng's sword tip, a series of terrifying sword energies sliced toward the two. Seeing this, Tuoba Hong and the poison practitioner hastily dodged, but one of the sword energies grazed Tuoba Hong's face, leaving a deep cut, severing strands of hair, and carving a terrifying scar into the bronze hull. A sword cultivator? This is troublesome. Both Tuoba Hong and the poison practitioner were alarmed, yet the bronze door had already closed. As long as the inheritance remained uncompleted, it could not be opened, akin to trapping a dog behind closed doors. How infuriating. Subsequently, Tuoba Hong and his companion found themselves in a dire struggle against Situ Chengfeng, with blades flashing in a fierce duel, yet it was a one-sided annihilation. To their astonishment, little Fengzi had transcended to the transformation stage, Qi Huang sweetly remarked, while Xiao Jinyue regarded Situ Chengfeng with genuine admiration. "You have reached the transformation stage," Tuoba Hong exclaimed in shock, forcefully clutching an arm pierced by a sword's aura. Only just broken through. The onslaught from Situ Chengfeng did not wane. Within the confines of the bronze hall, the range of their battle was limited, compelling the three to engage in close combat. Tuoba Hong and Du Bushing hastily summoned their magical artifacts to fend off Situ Chengfeng's sword strikes, feeling utterly beleaguered. Despite both being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, they were no match for someone at the transformation level. Their artifacts began to crack. The duo realized the extraordinary nature of Situ Chengfeng's swordplay, and they found themselves cornered, drenched in blood. At that moment, the bronze hall began to tremble violently. They beheld Zhao Yueling, floating in the air behind Xiao Jinyue, as a pale green light coalesced around her, emanating a terrifying pressure that surged forth. Half-step transformation. Xiao Jinyue thought to herself, restraining her excitement. "Hold on. Do not break through just yet," she cautioned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yueling swiftly channeled her energy to suppress her cultivation. With the inheritance now complete, the hall shook violently, and the doors swung open. Observing this, Tuoba Hong and his companion transformed into streaks of light, darting outside, while Situ Chengfeng sheathed his sword with a cold huff. "Thank you, senior sister Xiao. I am now the master of this bronze hall. The opportunities within are open for you all to seize." At these words, Qi Huang's eyes sparkled, though she held back her eagerness. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinyue smiled with satisfaction upon witnessing Zhao Yueling's successful inheritance. "She may as well be my disciple now. I hope to see her again in the future." "We have no need for it," Xiao Jinyue responded. "What? You won't take anything? Is it not enough?" Situ Chengfeng remarked. "There is no need for formalities, my friends. We merely honored an agreement with the esteemed Kangwu." Zhao Yueling nodded in acknowledgement. "Still, thank you all. All right, Sister Yueling. You are so kind. Do not be too polite with us. And this is my junior brother, Situ Chengfeng." "Junior brother?" Situ chuckled. "Enough, enough." In response, Zhao Yueling politely nodded to Situ Chengfeng. Suddenly, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently as it began to shatter. "This is not good. The secret realm is about to vanish," Situ Chengfeng sensed. "I kindly ask my friends to remain within the hall. This bronze hall possesses excellent defensive properties. We shall take refuge here until the secret realm disappears." Lightning crackled across the Thunder Mountain range as several streaks of light shot forth, including Tuoba Hong and Du Bushing. "Cursed launching sect. Just you wait." Lin, who scowled, noticing that Xiao Jinyue and the others had yet to emerge. Soon, the secret realm would vanish, never to return. For he had found a suitable heir. The four arrived at the original entrance, and Zhao Yueling graciously expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Qi Huang, for the opportunity. I shall forever cherish it in my heart." Zhao Yueling could sense the emanating would attribute power from Qi Huang. Upon entering the Bronze Palace, the outcome was already evident. It was indeed Qi Huang. "Haha, even if I have made good friends, I have no genuine interest in the inheritance from that old man." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuelin smiled helplessly. At that moment, a rift in space appeared before her. Saintus, is it time to depart? Xiao Zhenyue and the others understood that this was Zhao Yuelin's protector, and possessing a supreme with spirit root, their strength was certainly formidable. Will we meet again? Of course. Come to the Evergreen Immortal Gate, and you shall see me, Qi Huang replied sweetly. And then Zhao Yuelin smiled faintly before stepping into the rift. Evergreen Immortal Gate, I shall remember, thank you. Sister, what should we do next? First, let's exit the Thunder Mountain Range. Soon, the three transformed into beams of light, leaving the Thunder Mountain Range. However, just as they emerged, a terrifying giant hand lunged towards them. At long last, I have waited for you. With the secret realm vanishing, it is time to settle the score for the death of my son and the elders. Feeling the impending doom of the colossal hand, Situ Chengfeng swiftly drew his sword. In an instant, a formidable sword light soared into the heavens. Yet the gap between early stage and high stage transformation was not trivial. Boom. The clash sent shockwaves throughout the area, causing Situ Chengfeng to stagger backward several steps before regaining his footing. The hand gripping the chaos divine sword trembled. Who are you? Lin Hu inquired, astonished. In response, Situ Chengfeng steadied his grip on the chaos divine sword, standing tall in the void, unyielding and composed. I am the second senior brother of the Evergreen Immortal Gate. Their junior brother. Chapter 62. A fierce confrontation with high-stage transformation. Refining the void. Qi Huang takes action. Their junior brother. Then let us accompany them in burying my son. Lin Hu seemingly disregarded the mention of the Evergreen Immortal Gate, as if it held no significance. You had better not provoke me, dear. Qi Huang declared with her hands on her hips, fuming. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu erupted in laughter. A mere child, attempting to frighten me. Then, in the blink of an eye, Lin Hu's figure sped towards Qi Huang. Xiao Zhenyue realized that this would not be a simple encounter. Just as Xiao Zhenyue and Qi Huang were about to act, Situ Chengfeng stepped in front of them, sword raised. Sister, since I entered transformation, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. I feel as though something is missing. Allow me to handle this. But he is a high-stage transformation, Xiaofeng. However, Xiao Zhenyue pulled Qi Huang back considerably. Trust him. Situ Chengfeng and Lin Hu clashed violently, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that reverberated across the heavens and earth. An early-stage transformation. Foolishly overestimating oneself? Win against me first. Situ Chengfeng, surrounded by a chilling aura of sword energy, spoke coldly. He then charged towards Lin Hu, who scoffed, clenching his fist to collide with Situ. In that moment, the terrifying sword energy and martial techniques scattered throughout the world, cleaving towering mountains in two with the residual force of Situ's sword, while the aftermath of their battle shattered countless boulders. Lin Hu, increasingly alarmed, pondered how a high-stage transformation was unable to subdue an early-stage transformation for so long. Then, Lin Hu's aura surged dramatically. In an instant, he unleashed a terrifying punch, prompting Situ to hastily raise his sword in defense, yet he was still forced back several hundred steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How foolish to challenge someone at the initial stage of transformation. Lin Hu, filled with rage, swung his fist again, creating a colossal shadow that distorted the very fabric of space. Qi Huang felt a twinge of concern, but was restrained by Zhenyu. Situ, however, remained undaunted, his terrifying sword energy surging around him as he tightened his grip on the Chaos Divine Sword. Let us test this move. Divine technique, the one and only of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, a massive spatial vortex materializing above, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. A gigantic deep blue sword slowly emerged, its blade aimed directly at Lin Hu. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire universe revolved solely around this colossal sword. Then, the giant sword descended with a thunderous crash, colliding directly with Lin Hu's terrifying fist, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the heavens and earth, astounding many. Those who sensed the piercing sword energy gasped in shock. Sword cultivators. At that moment, many in Xianyan City turned their gaze toward the Thunder Mountain Range, recognizing that high-level transformation practitioners were engaged in battle. Within the Lin family estate, a number of formidable figures soared into the sky, all of them transformation experts. At this point, Situ Chengfeng was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Acutely aware of the vast disparity in power, he felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Xiao Zhenyue and Qi Huang rushed to his side, aiming to support him, but Situ firmly declined their assistance. Instead, he retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, feeling his vitality improve significantly. Lin Hu, too, staggered back several steps, disbelief etched across his face. What kind of monster was this? No, it could not be allowed to continue. It must be eliminated. At that moment, 6 transformation experts appeared beside Lin Hu, a look of delight crossing his features. Huh, today shall be your place of demise. Noticing that the newcomers were all at least 4th-tier transformation practitioners, Xiao Jinyue's expression darkened considerably, though she instructed Qi Huang to refrain from attacking just yet, turning to Situ and asking, "Can you still fight?" Situ's face was resolute. "Yes. Charge forth and slay them." Lin Hu commanded fiercely. "Yes, master." Then, all 6 individuals surged into the fray, while Xiao Jinyue and Situ felt their own energies swell. Facing them was the great cold ice palm. Xiao Jinyue struck down a 4th-tier transformation practitioner with a single blow, shattering several mountain peaks in the process. The two engaged the remaining foes in fierce combat. The terrifying aftermath shattered the tranquility of Xianyan City as the Lin family continued their battle. "Quick! Send someone to investigate," declared the patriarch of the Liang family in their grand hall. In the midst of the conflict, Situ and Xiao Jinyue unleashed an array of divine techniques, sword energy, and icy breath swirling through the air. However, being at the initial stage of transformation, Situ coughed up blood, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. As he faced 2 advancing transformation practitioners, he gripped the Chaos Divine sword tightly, directing the blade downward to summon his own divine avatar, a breathtaking figure wielding a long sword. With determination, Situ charged at the two, his colossal avatar mirroring his actions, sweeping toward them with its sword raised high. Upon witnessing the scene, the 2 cultivators of the transformation stage emitted a cold snort, unleashing their fists and palms in a fierce clash. Situ Qingfeng, already somewhat weakened, was sent tumbling backward like a kite severed from its string. Observing this, Qi Huang swiftly darted forward to catch him. "Thank you, junior sister. Take your healing elixir," Situ exclaimed. Qi Huang merely pouted. Subsequently, as Situ was repelled, Zhu Yu found himself besieged by 6 transformation stage opponents. Ultimately overwhelmed, he managed to block a series of terrifying attacks with the original, but was still forced back to where Qi Huang stood, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Quickly! They are already at their limits. Do not let them escape." Lin Hu shouted furiously. Frustration boiled within him, as he realized that the aftermath of this battle might have drawn the attention of others in Xianyan City. If he allowed Xiao Zhuyu and his companions to flee, the Lin family would face utter disgrace in Xianyan City and the entire chaotic realm. "Shall we intervene, master?" someone inquired. "Sigh, let us observe the unfolding events," Jean Manlu responded, equally captivated by the spectacle. The 6 adversaries pressed their advantage, unleashing another wave of terrifying assaults. Noticing this, Xiao Zhuyu consumed a healing elixir and turned to Qi Huang, saying, "It's your turn, little Huang. Eradicate them completely." Qi Huang's excitement was palpable. Was it finally her moment? Situ and Zhu Yu exchanged knowing smiles, feeling a blend of helplessness and anticipation. As the attacks surged toward them, Qi Huang's aura surged dramatically, her eyes radiating a faint green divine light. "At last, let me show you the extent of my power." She positioned her hands above and below, then pressed down, causing the world to fall into silence as an unseen force of rules surged forth. The incoming attacks disintegrated in an instant. Then, 2 massive hands manifested in the space between heaven and earth, enveloping Lin Hu and his companions. The hands converged, and Lin Hu and the others found themselves bleeding from every orifice, their faces contorted in horror under the overwhelming pressure. "Impossible. What realm do you belong to?" Lin Hu could scarcely believe the astonishing might exhibited by Qi Huang. "What realm do I belong to? You wish to descend into hell?" she retorted. Meanwhile, those observing from afar in Xianyan City were left in shock. Within Jean Manlu, the most astonished was undoubtedly its master. What? That seemingly harmless girl is actually at the realm of laws. The Lin family is truly in peril. The Liang family had also discovered the emergence of a powerful being at the realm of laws. "Ancestors!" Lin Hu bellowed, as if expending his last reserves of strength. "Stop!" Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from Xianyan City, and a colossal hand reached out toward Lin Hu and his companions. Qi Huang, without uttering a word, merged her hands, and the residual force proved fatal for Lin Hu and his associates. With a mere flick of her finger, she punctured the gigantic hand. "You dare to flaunt your skills before me, a mere cultivator in the void refinement stage?" Qi Huang remarked playfully, her hands on her hips. Situ and Zhu Yu were utterly speechless. She was nothing like what one would expect from someone of the realm of laws. "Damn it, the realm of laws." The Lin family's elder howled in frustration. "We have reached a point of no return with the Lin family. We must eradicate them while we can. Otherwise, we will face insurmountable troubles ahead," Xiao Zhuyu declared. Qi Huang and Situ Chengfeng nodded in agreement, and with a swift motion, Qi Huang led them to the skies above Xianyan City, directly over the Lin family. "This is the realm of the law, where one thought spans 1,000 miles. Observing the three figures hovering above the Lin family, some individuals in Wutong City clenched their teeth. Could it be that the Lin family is destined for annihilation? How splendid! The very notion of their downfall is almost tantalizing. At this moment, Qi Huang stirred her petite feet, and the oppressive aura of the law enveloped the entire Lin family. What remnants of words remain? Perhaps this lady can grant your wishes. The overwhelming pressure of the law was a stark contrast to the innocence of a young girl. Yet it was indeed a reality. Could destruction truly be imminent? However, the Lin family had thrived in this chaotic land for many years, and they possessed their own confidence. Humph, a mere child, how audacious. Deep within the Lin family, an equally formidable aura surged into the sky. Additionally, several presences of those on the cusp of the law emerged, leaving the people of Wutong City in shock. It was that old fool. He has actually broken through to the realm of the law, along with 3 others on the brink. Subsequently, all the powerful practitioners of the Lin family soared into the air, encircling the 3 alongside the elder of the law. Qi Huang was slightly taken aback. Sister, it seems a bit troublesome. That old man is on par with me, and there are 3 others on the brink of the law, plus 6 refining voids. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue pondered the situation. What could they possibly employ? It appeared that only Qi Huang was capable of combat. She and Situ Chengfeng were no match for the 6 refining voids. Sister, what shall we do? Qi Huang inquired, while Situ grasped the Chaos Divine Sword, preparing for the worst. In response, Xiao Zhenyue remarked, currently, there are 2 options. One is to use the Sect's token to retreat, and the other. She leaned in and whispered in Qi Huang's ear. Situ looked on in confusion, but remained vigilant. Upon hearing, Qi Huang's face lit up with joy. Hee. Observing the 3 as if they regarded her with utter disdain, the Lin family ancestors' fury erupted. Seize them. Just as the Lin family's experts prepared to strike, Qi Huang cheerfully called out to the heavens, Master, help me. At this cry, Lin Daoyuan smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he tore through the fabric of space. Immediately, a colossal rift opened above Wutong City, and an enormous hand descended from the fissure. Chapter 63. Lin Daoyuan takes action, heading south. An unparalleled pressure cascaded from the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble, hinting at imminent rupture. Some ancient beings in Wutong City quivered in their very souls, pondering the identity of this formidable entity. The Lin family ancestor was driven to his knees, crushed beneath the immense pressure, unable to utter a sound. It seems we are also here. Master wouldn't strike us down as well, would he? Qi Huang said, clutching Xiao Zhenyue's hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue smiled faintly, and in the next moment, the enormous hand descended, passing through them without inflicting harm. With a resounding crash, the Lin family and its formidable members were obliterated beneath that terrifying palm, leaving only a vast imprint behind. Wutong City trembled violently, toppling numerous structures. Following the disappearance of the hand, the inhabitants of Wutong City remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. It surpassed their understanding. Was it a supreme being, or a holy sovereign? In conclusion, it is impossible to be the star sovereign. Witnessing the downfall of the Lin family, Qi Huang placed her hands on her hips with a haughty demeanor. Humph, they deserve it. Then she sweetly shouted to the heavens. Wow, Master, you are so powerful. Hee. This exclamation nearly startled Lin Daoyuan to death from a distance, while Su Qingli glanced at him with a knowing smile, her beautiful eyes narrowing. The sect master is truly remarkable. For a moment, Lin Daoyuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded in place. Thus, the events in Wutong City came to a close. Now, the people of Wutong City, upon seeing Qi Huang, Xiao Zhenyue, and Situ Chengfeng, fled as if they had encountered ghosts. Goodness, even the Lin family was effortlessly extinguished, as if they had claimed to hail from the Chongqing Immortal Sect. This cannot stand. Investigate. I demand to know everything about the Chongqing Immortal Sect. The Liang family, which had hoped to profit from the situation, gained nothing at all, gazing at the vast, gaping pit with deep contemplation. Truly, nothing was left behind. Only this enormous chasm in the expansive Wutong City. However, a trace of the powerful one's aura still lingered, providing a chance for enlightenment. At this moment, in Jinman Tower, the trio of Xiao Zhenyue sat before a large table, arranged by Jinman Tower. Of course, with fame comes those who seek you out. May I inquire, fair maiden, where is the Chongqing Immortal Sect, esteemed senior brother? Most who approached the trio posed similar questions. In the eastern region, Kanglan Mountain Range, Chongqing Mountain Range. Xiao Zhenyue replied nonchalantly. Kanglan Mountain Range. It is indeed the Kanglan Mountain Range. Some individuals were aware of its existence. However, is it not said that within the Kanglan Mountain Range resides a supreme dragon? Could it be the guardian beast of the sect? If Lin Daoyuan were to hear such thoughts, he might exclaim, just as you imagine. Meanwhile, The master of Jinman Tower leaned against the railing, observing Xiao Jinyue and her companions, letting out a sigh of resignation, as if he had lost something significant. Fortunately, no enmity was created. Xiao Fengzi, do share. How did you come to be here? Qi Huang inquired while eating. Hearing this, Situ Qingfeng took a sip of wine and replied, over the past month, nearly 2 months, I have vanquished wicked demons and banished evil spirits, journeying southward. I recently arrived in this Xianyan city, and upon hearing of the emergence of a secret realm, I entered it, only to find that both my senior sister and junior sister were also here. Hee, who would have thought you have had such a rich experience? Xiao Jinyue remarked. Your sword has become fiercer and more cutting. Situ Qingfeng was taken aback. He understood that Xiao Jinyue was exceptional, possessing profound knowledge of cultivation. To receive her affirmation brought him great satisfaction, signifying his genuine progress. Yet, after entering the transformation stage, you have yet to comprehend your unique sword intent. Situ Qingfeng listened intently, taking note. Perhaps this was the path he should pursue next. What will your next step be? Will you continue southward or return to the sect? Xiao Jinyue asked. Hearing this, Situ Qingfeng smiled. I will continue southward, heading to the southern region. Xiao Jinyue's gaze was intricate. As her junior, she had gleaned, to some extent, the origins of Situ Qingfeng from Lin Daoyuan. Her expectations for him were exceedingly high. She firmly believed that as a chaos sword body, Situ Qingfeng was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This was merely a path he must traverse. Do not delay your cultivation, Xiao Jinyue remarked succinctly. Situ etched her words into his heart. Yes, senior sister. To Situ, Xiao Jinyue was akin to an elder sister, despite their similar ages. Her demeanor exuded a maturity far beyond what one would expect from someone of their years, as if she had weathered the vicissitudes of life. Thus, Situ held her in profound esteem. Soon after, they parted ways. Situ, with a flask of wine at his waist, pondered when he had developed such a penchant for alcohol. Perhaps it was a consequence of his daily sword training at the Immortal Sect, which had worn his hands raw. A drink might offer some clarity. Donning a wide-brimmed hat, Situ vanished into the night. Xiao Jinyue and Qi Huang stood at the city gates, watching as Situ melded into the moonlit landscape for a moment. Senior sister, where shall we go next? Qi Huang inquired. Hearing this, Xiao Jinyue lifted her gaze toward the moonlight and replied, we shall return to the sect. It is time. We have battled formidable opponents and gained many insights that necessitate seclusion. Ah, we are heading back already? How disappointing. Junior sister Mingyu is obsessed with alchemy. And junior sister Lin, like you, is a fervent cultivator. No one will play with me. Master does not permit me to visit this spiritual fruit orchard. How dull. Shall we not play a bit before returning? Such naive aspirations. Xiao Jinyue retorted, producing the token that signified her status as Lin Daoyuan's direct disciple. You spend your days indulging in play, feasting, and sleeping, yet you remain oblivious to the sect's recruitment of disciples. Master has taken on a new junior brother. And Elder Zhuge has long accepted a pair of siblings, though they have yet to return to the sect. Now, they are the decision-makers of our Qingyuan Merchant Association. Additionally, Elder Li has also taken in a rare pair of twin sisters with extraordinary constitutions as disciples. If you seek entertainment, you might as well return and join them. Moreover, our immortal sect has established a new city. Upon hearing this, Qi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master has accepted another junior brother? Is he as naive as 11? In a city? How intriguing. Do you think reaching the realm of laws is sufficient? There are formidable beings far surpassing mere laws. If you neglect your cultivation, be wary of encountering such powers. They may seize you for alchemy. Alchemy. Qi Huang shuddered at the thought, then recalled Ling Jun. All right, senior sister, I understand. Following their experiences in the Hongwu secret realm, Xianyan City, and the Lin family incident, the reputation of the Chongqing Immortal Sect spread to the chaotic regions, piquing the curiosity of numerous factions, some of which were already en route. The next day, Xiao Jinyue departed with Qi Huang. The people of Xianyan City felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. If they lingered any longer and inadvertently offended someone who could summon that divine being, what would become of Xianyan City? On their return journey, Xiao Jinyue had Qi Huang transport them swiftly, for the speed of the transformation stage could not compare to that of the laws. Thus, they arrived within the Kanglan mountain range in less than 3 days. Chapter 64. Another elder joins. Upon arriving at the periphery of the Kanglan mountain range, gazing at the peaks that pierce the clouds and catching glimpses of the colossal gates of white marble and azure through the crevices, Xiao Jinyue felt an unexpected sense of belonging. Meanwhile, Qi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the magnificent city towering upon the expansive platform at the foot of those towering mountains. The outskirts of the Kanglan mountain range were not mere flatlands, but rather a tapestry of platforms, valleys, and ravines. with the Evergreen Immortal City majestically established atop a vast plateau, surrounded by gorges, chasms, and flowing rivers. From afar, the city appeared ethereal, shrouded in mist, while behind it loomed the grand Kanglan mountain range. At one end of the city, adjacent to the gorge, an enormous docking platform for flying vessels had been constructed, where numerous airships could be seen traversing back and forth. Xiao Jinyue was taken aback by its scale. The imperial divine sense revealed that it could accommodate thousands of individuals, exuding an aura of supremacy. It seemed that the legendary city lord had indeed made a mark here. During her leisure moments, Xiao Jinyue remained attentive to the sect's token, keeping herself informed about the disciples' communications therein. Qi Huang's expression was a blend of astonishment and pride. Has the development progressed so swiftly? Come on, senior sister. I can hardly wait. Let us venture into the city. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue chuckled softly. If you wish to play, then go ahead. I have matters to attend to and shall return to the sect first. However, do remember not to lose yourself in frivolity. Return to solidify the experiences gained from this journey. MHM. Qi Huang nodded obediently. Subsequently, Xiao Jinyue soared above the heights of the Evergreen Immortal Gate, heading towards the entrance. At that moment, the inhabitants of the city took notice. Strange. Did not the lord of the city proclaim that the elders of the Immortal Sect had established a grand formation in the city, prohibiting all but the disciples from flying? Are you foolish? That only indicates she is a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Goodness, her cultivation level is so profound that even I, at the peak of Golden Core, cannot discern it. She is a transformation spirit, and so young at that. At this juncture, the Immortal City had already become home to several clans, with even ancestors of the Law Realm taking residence. How infuriating. My clan's disciples are nothing but a bunch of inept individuals. I must press them harder. Should they fail to gain entry during the next recruitment by the Immortal Gate, they shall face a lifetime of disgrace. As Xiao Jinyue approached the mountain, her token emerged and vanished into the grand formation. The Immortal Gate was steadily enhancing in various aspects, this formation being one of them. The slumbering azure dragon opened its eyes. Ah, the sect master's eldest disciple has returned. Gliding over the islands of Chongqing Lake and entering the core area of the Immortal Gate, Xiao Jinyue observed disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage riding cranes, each heading towards their respective paths. Upon seeing Xiao Jinyue, the disciples expressed surprise. Who is this disciple? I have not seen her before, but she is stunning. Some disciples were astonished by Xiao Jinyue's remarkable beauty, as she donned an exquisite gown of pure white, conjured from the nine heavens Linglong garment, radiating an aura of the divine. Furthermore, her ability to soar through the air was truly impressive. As several disciples noticed the sect master's personal token hanging at her waist, they were taken aback. It is the senior sister. The senior sister has returned. Thus, the news of Xiao Jinyue's return was swiftly disseminated among the disciples through the token. As soon as one's consciousness entered the token, they would encounter a plethora of inquiries posed by Xiao Jinyue. Some disciples had already embarked on their journey, eager to chance upon Xiao Jinyue, while he himself did not linger, soaring directly towards Chongqing Island and the Chongqing Great Hall. Sensing the commotion, the disciples rode on celestial cranes and other flying beasts, halting a certain distance from Chongqing Island, fully aware of the significance of that place. At this moment, Xiao Jinyue stepped into the spacious and bright hall, yet did not find Lin Daoyuan reclining leisurely in the main seat. Instead, he encountered Zhuge Ming, who was dozing off while gazing at a pile of documents. Jinyue pays respects to Elder Zhuge. A resonant voice echoed, rousing the drowsy Zhuge Ming, who rubbed his eyes and yawned. In truth, he had been aware of Jinyue's arrival the moment he entered the mountain gate. However, the sight of the documents still made him feel drowsy. With a flick of his feather fan, he attempted to awaken himself. Is it Zhao's personal envoy? Has he come seeking the sect leader? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue respectfully replied, Indeed, however, it appears that my master is not present. But it would suffice to speak with Elder Zhuge, for you are the deputy sect leader. Zhuge Ming chuckled in response. The sect leader has indeed stepped out. However, what matter brings Zhao's personal envoy here? Subsequently, Xiao Jinyue summoned the Hongwu Daoist from his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the Hongwu Daoist, who was meditating within the sea of consciousness, was taken aback and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Goodness, such rich spiritual energy. Yet, his instincts informed him that this was not the crux of the matter. Then, he heard Xiao Jinyue say, the disciple encountered a senior during the course of training and felt that this senior's fate should not come to an end. Thus I brought him back to see if he might join our celestial sect. Upon hearing this, the Hongwu Daoist comprehended the situation. Have we arrived at the Chongqing Celestial Sect? Is this indeed the Chongqing Celestial Sect, and is this the sect leader? Observing Zhuge Ming's nonchalant demeanor, he could sense the profound aura of principles emanating from him. a presence of an unfathomable powerhouse. The Kangwu Taoist hastily knelt and proclaimed, "I, the old fool Kangwu, pay my respects to the leader of Chongqing." Zhuge Ming smiled slightly in response. "I am not the sect leader, I am the deputy sect leader. However, you, old man, are quite intriguing, as a fragment of your soul has persisted for so long." Deputy sect leader? The Kangwu Taoist quickly adjusted his posture. "I was reckless. I pay my respects to the deputy sect leader. Please grant me an opportunity to join the celestial sect." At this moment, the Kangwu Taoist's eyes shone with fervor, for he had come to fully believe in Xiao Zhenyue's previous words. He realized that the spiritual energy of the sect was so dense that it solidified his ethereal form even further. What reason could there be to doubt that the celestial sect could not restore his corporeal body? Haha, very well. The sect leader has previously issued a decree that any powerful individual wishing to join our celestial sect need only ascend the 400 tiers of the heavenly ladder. I would trouble Zhao's personal envoy to take Kangwu there. Should he succeed, Zhao's personal envoy may directly escort him to Lingjun. If he fails, then it shall be a matter of fate. The disciple understands. Zhuge Ming then infused a surge of spiritual energy into Kangwu's body. "You are currently in a somewhat weakened state. This shall assist you." "Thank you, deputy sect leader." Only then did Kangwu's ethereal form solidify further, leaving him profoundly grateful. "Xiao, the newly received disciples are quite curious about you. You should say a few words when you go out," Zhuge Ming remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue could only smile helplessly. The disciples are aware. Subsequently, Kangwu returned to Xiao Zhenyue's sea of consciousness, and she emerged, soaring through the air to find a group of disciples gazing at her with keen interest. Amused, she smiled radiantly. "Dear fellow disciples, I am your senior sister, Xiao Zhenyue. I apologize for not greeting you earlier due to my training, and I offer my sincere apologies once more. My dojo is located on Xianyu Peak. Should you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to seek me out." As she spoke, a disciple could no longer contain himself and suddenly cried out as a male disciple fell from the beast he was riding. "Oh no! Quick, save brother Jinfei. He has fallen." Jinfei and his companions had completed their simple task and returned, only to be unexpectedly dazed upon seeing Xiao Zhenyue. How unfortunate! With a light chuckle, Xiao Zhenyue led Kangwu to the foot of the heavenly ladder, where Kangwu emerged, gazing at the towering steps with a complex expression. "Senior, I shall rely on you from here on out. As Elder Zhuge mentioned, should one fail to ascend all 400 levels, there shall be no further chance." Gritting his teeth, Kangwu began his ascent. Xiao Zhenyue, intrigued by the rumors that one must conquer this ladder to take on disciples, followed suit. In an instant, vivid images began to unfold before Xiao Zhenyue. "Is this an illusion?" she mused with a gentle smile. Soon, she reached the 400th level first, while Kangwu struggled at the last level for quite some time before finally making it up. By then, his eyes were devoid of life, and Xiao Zhenyue was unaware of what he had witnessed. However, Kangwu's gaze soon regained its determination. "Xiao, does this count for me?" he asked with a wry smile. At his words, Xiao Zhenyue narrowed her eyes slightly. "Elder Kangwu, follow me." Although Xiao Zhenyue wished to continue her ascent, Kangwu's matter was pressing, and she could seek another opportunity later. Meanwhile, in Chongqing Immortal City, Qi Huang's little head peeked out from various stalls. "Wow, this looks delicious. Little girl, if you like it, eat as much as you want. Hee, here are some spirit stones, old man." Upon seeing the token at Qi Huang's waist, the vendor exclaimed, "My goodness. No need, little fairy. Consider this an old man's treat." "How can that be? I must give it to you." No, that won't do." Next, Qi Huang arrived at the Qingyuan Merchant Association. When the powerful figures sensed her presence at the law realm, their expressions tightened, but upon seeing the token at her waist, they relaxed. Our own. At that moment, Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Linner remained oblivious to the impending events. They soon saw Qi Huang pulling Zhou Linner out of the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Linner exchanged wry smiles, realizing that this was indeed their little senior sister, back from her training and already at the law realm. On Xiao Zhenyue's side, after addressing Kangwu's matters, she returned to her mountain peak. Night had fallen, the stars twinkling above, and as she stepped into the hot spring behind the mountain, clad in a light veil, she felt an exquisite sense of comfort. In the realm of Kangwu, the Taoist has successfully reformed his physique, yet his cultivation remains at the initial stage of the star sovereign, having suffered significant losses over the long passage of time, even bearing remnants of Ling Jun's forceful influence. At this moment, the residence of Muxi is resonating with the familiar sounds of combat, where each blow strikes with palpable intensity, eliciting a smile from Muxi as he senses the familiar aura. "Junior brother, tomorrow I shall introduce you to someone." "Who?" "Senior sister and junior sister." "I refuse." "Why?" "Women merely hinder my cultivation speed." "That is not the case. After all, they are just women." Chapter 65. A deserving beatdown. Mo Wujin, the ancient battlefield. The following day, within the palace of Qihuang, a plush bed bears a small table adorned with black and white chess pieces, while a series of 5 pieces rests on the board. Such a delightful game of Gamoku. Is it truly so enjoyable? There lies Qihuang sprawled in a starfish position, still asleep, yet her breaths are steady, as a mystical green aura gently permeates her being. Glimmering subtly, the palace is predominantly hued in earthy tones, and at that moment, Zhou Lin'er rises from the bed and stretches languidly. Ah, what a refreshing sleep, she exclaims. Her gaze then falls upon the still slumbering Qihuang, and she is momentarily taken aback. From Zhuge Ming, she learned that Qihuang possesses innate spiritual roots and embodies the essence of flora, thus recognizing her exceptional nature. Yet, she had not anticipated that sleep could also serve as a means of cultivation. After tidying herself, Zhou Lin'er leaves a strand of divine consciousness with Qihuang before departing. This game of Gamoku is truly delightful. I shall ask brother to play upon my return. Meanwhile, Mu Shi has already taken Mo Wujin to Xianyue Peak at the break of dawn. In truth, Mo Wujin had little desire to attend. But considering their future as senior and junior brothers under Lin Daoyuan's tutelage, he deemed it prudent to come, albeit with an air of aloof pride. Before the grand hall of Xianyue, Mu Shi approaches and respectfully states, "Senior sister, I sensed your return, and thus I bring my newly acquired junior brother to pay a visit." Mo Wujin stands aside, arms crossed, chewing on a blade of grass, observing Mu Shi with an indifferent gaze. Alas, you simpleton, your honesty is your folly. As the grand doors swing open, Xianyue emerges. Clad in simple attire befitting her home, yet her ethereal presence remains undeniable. Upon seeing Mu Shi, she nods and remarks, "You've broken through to the pinnacle of the golden core. Splendid." In response, Mu Shi scratches his head bashfully. It is all thanks to the Time-Space Tower. The Time-Space Tower, as he had gleaned from the token, is a training facility established by the sect, and he plans to visit it soon. Senior sister, this is Mo Wujin, the 4th disciple taken in by our master. Mo Wujin then discards the grass stem and steps forward to Mu Shi's side, clasping his fists together and simply stating, "Mo Wujin, greetings to senior sister." His introduction is straightforward, yet Xianyue's discerning gaze appraises Mo Wujin with a hint of surprise. She recognizes his exceptionality, but fails to discern the nature of his constitution at this moment. Simultaneously, Mo Wujin is taken aback. This encounter is unlike what he had envisioned. He feels as though he is under the scrutiny of a sovereign empress, a presence so commanding that it renders him unable to harbor any feelings of dissent or defiance. It is indeed a profound difference. Master has mentioned your constitution, Xianyue inquired. Upon hearing this, Mo Wujin responded without hesitation. It is the divine idol demon suppressing body. The divine idol demon suppressing body? I have never heard of it, but if it is spoken of by Master, it must be something I am unaware of. Oh, you have also reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Your foundation is solid, quite commendable. Thank you, senior sister. Mo Wujin gazed at Xianyue, sensing an aura that was both elusive and intriguing, reminiscent of Lin Daoyuan, sparking his curiosity. A thought surged in Mo Wujin's mind. Might I request your guidance, senior sister? Guidance. Upon hearing this, Xianyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded Mo Wujin's rebellious demeanor. At some point, she felt an itch in her hands. Very well. Meanwhile, Mu Shi was taken aback. Junior brother, are you certain? Absolutely. At this moment, Mo Wujin observed Xianyue's calm demeanor, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. I have already attained the peak of the golden core stage. I possess the strength to contend even against those in the nascent soul stage. I believe that as fellow disciples of Lin Daoyuan, our strengths cannot differ too greatly. She must, at the very least, be at the nascent soul stage. All right then. Mu Shi, familiar with Mo Wujin's character, thought a little spar would be beneficial. May I ask, senior sister, where shall we engage in this bout? Right here. Here? Aren't you concerned about damaging this beautiful scenery? Hearing this, Xianyue chuckled lightly. Let us hope so, it matters not. How dare you look down upon me? Mo Wujin clenched his fist and distanced himself from Xianyue. Mu Shi, witnessing this, also created some space, his expression seemingly saying, "Junior brother, good luck." Observing Mu Shi's expression only fueled Mo Wujin's desire to challenge Xianyue. I shall see just how capable you truly are. Be cautious, senior sister. Suddenly, Mo Wujin unleashed a terrifying aura, launching a powerful punch that left a wide scar on the ground, propelling him towards Xianyue. Yet, she merely narrowed her eyes. Her steps light as she pivoted gracefully, evading the fierce strike. Realizing his attack had failed, Mo Wujin quickly leveraged the momentum to leap into the air before Xianyue. Summoning the demon suppression war halberd for a vertical slash, its immense force distorting the surrounding space. Xiao Zhenyue, witnessing this, raised her delicate hand. Her fingers aligned like a sword. In an instant, a tempest erupted around her, as if summoned by some unseen force, converging upon her fingers. The air currents of Xianyu Peak became chaotic, leaves swirling in the wind. Observing this spectacle, passing disciples glanced over from a distance. In the next moment, an attack formed entirely of converging air currents surged toward Mo Wujin. In that fleeting instant, he sensed the imminent danger but braced himself to strike downwards. Then, a streak of light shot forth from Xianyu Peak, colliding with the opposing peak and sending dust soaring into the air. The observing disciples, puzzled, departed, wondering what had just launched itself into the sky. Subsequently, the leaves fell, and the surrounding space returned to tranquility. Mu Shi, seeing this, hurriedly flew over, supporting the bloodied and disheveled Mo Wujin as he returned. Mo Wujin promptly consumed a healing elixir, regaining some color in his complexion. Then, with a face full of reluctance, he inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed senior sister, what realm do you inhabit?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenyue smiled gently. "As for me, I am in the mid-stage of transformation." The mid-stage of transformation. Mo Wujin felt as if he had become the subject of an enormous jest. Here I am, a mere golden core practitioner, daring to challenge someone at the transformation stage. Subsequently, he found himself compelled to accept the reality. "Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Indeed, as long as it holds significance. I had always said that the senior sister is formidable," sighed Mu Shi as he observed Mo Wujin. "Oh, so you are all gathered here." At that moment, Qi Huang also descended gracefully upon Xianyu Peak, and upon spotting Mo Wujin, her delight was palpable. "Wow, is this the little junior brother? I must say he is rather handsome." Qi Huang dashed to Mo Wujin, curiously examining him, noticing that she was shorter than him. And seeing Mo Wujin with his arms crossed and an expression of indifference and pride, he introduced himself. "I am Mo Wujin. Greetings, little junior sister." "Little junior sister? I am the little senior sister." Qi Huang pouted, placing her hands on her hips in dissatisfaction. "Little junior sister. Humph, it's one thing if the senior sister cannot compete. But I fear not a mere child like you." Mo Wujin then crossed his arms, gazing down at Qi Huang with disdain in his eyes. Observing this, Xiao Zhenyue chuckled softly and returned to her abode. Qi Huang clenched her small fists, gritting her teeth. "Dare you look at me like that again?" Upon hearing this, Mo Wujin shot a glare back at Qi Huang. "Very well." Qi Huang smirked wickedly, prompting Mu Shi to quickly retreat to a safe distance. Suddenly, countless vines surged forth, and Mo Wujin inwardly lamented the predicament, realizing his feet were firmly ensnared, unable to break free. He was then tossed about like a rag doll, struck repeatedly. Afterward, Qi Huang stormed into the grand hall of Xiao Zhenyue, leaving Mo Wujin, who was questioning his existence after the beating, sprawled on the ground. He turned to Shi and asked, "What realm is she in?" "The laws." "What? The laws?" Mo Wujin then spat a mouthful of blood and fainted. Mu Shi hastily carried Mo Wujin back to their mountain peak. On that day, disciples witnessed Mu Shi emerging from Xianyu Peak, carrying the bruised and battered Mo Wujin, and their hearts trembled with trepidation. The celestial sect basked in radiant sunlight, yet Lin Daoyuan found himself in a realm of utter desolation, where the stars lay shrouded in silence, a void of infinite blackness all around. Before Lin Daoyuan and Su Qingli, there stood a mysterious barrier, entwined with the power of countless laws. "The ancient battlefield," Lin Daoyuan remarked calmly, then raised his hand to tear open a fissure in this enigmatic barrier and stepped through, with Su Qingli closely following. Ever since he learned of the secrets of the ancient battlefield, and after some calculation, Lin Daoyuan's curiosity grew immensely as he found himself with idle time. Chapter 66. 10 Fragments of Souls. The Tales of Hongwu. As the laws were forcefully torn open, the barrier began to tremble violently. Once the two entered and the rift sealed, the quaking ceased. At that moment, in a distant plain, a pair of terrifying eyes slowly opened. Entering the interior felt akin to stepping into a chaotic world, reminiscent of Lin Daoyuan's own chaotic secret realm. Yet here, it resembles chaos, akin to the primordial wilderness of ancient times when heaven and earth were not yet divided. The landscape is awash in a stark crimson and yellow hue, with ravines sprawling across the terrain and profound chasms that seem to have been cleaved open by a great sword. Amidst this scarlet and yellow expanse, countless fragments of edifices and weapons lie strewn about, while the air is filled with innumerable floating remnants of palatial structures. This place exudes an air of antiquity. Lin Daoyuan surveyed his surroundings and instinctively shielded Su Qingli behind him. Su Qingli, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Daoyuan's silhouette, narrowed them slightly. Suddenly, the very fabric of the heavens and earth quaked violently, and in that moment, Countless golden-armored warriors materialized from the ground and sky, brandishing weapons and charging toward the pair. Observing this, Lin Daoyuan waved his hand, causing the golden warriors to instantly disintegrate into a cascade of sand. Then, the earth trembled again, and colossal runes emerged, as if preparing to conjure something profound, followed by a resounding snap of fingers. Is this never-ending? Lin Daoyuan's gaze sharpened. Come forth, you who play tricks in the shadows. A voice boomed across the expanse. The ancient battlefield has yet to awaken. Who are you to dare intrude upon it? A colossal hand, made of swirling sand, reached out toward Lin Daoyuan and Su Qingli. TSK, your temper is quite foul. Lin Daoyuan nonchalantly dispersed the hand with a flick of his wrist. You are formidable. At that moment, 10 towering phantoms appeared in the heavens, their presence magnificent and imposing. Sensing the aura of these figures, Lin Daoyuan chuckled in amusement. The majesty of the emperors? Yet now, you are merely sovereigns. There is a tale to tell. Lin Daoyuan and Su Qingli stood poised in the void, yet they appeared so diminutive. Who are you? The ancient battlefield has not revealed itself. How did you manage to enter? One of the phantoms gazed down upon them and inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan felt irked. Why do you look at me with such condescension, as if you are so mighty? Huh, how did we enter, you ask? Lin Daoyuan stepped forward, unleashing an invisible force that erupted from the very fabric of the universe. The ground beneath his foot could not withstand the pressure and shattered instantly. The heavens trembled with a cacophony of anguished sounds, as if on the brink of collapse. The 10 phantoms were struck with horror. The overwhelming pressure nearly scattered their ethereal forms. Stop. Please, senior, cease at once. They quickly diminished in size, soon resembling ordinary humans. Senior, please halt. This space cannot endure much longer. They observed the rapidly descending fragments of palaces and the sky that seemed ready to cave in. The 10 phantoms exchanged weary smiles. So, it appears you forcefully breached the space. Realizing this, Lin Daoyuan relented. I have no fondness for being looked down upon. In response to his words, the 10 phantoms approached Lin Daoyuan, their demeanor exceedingly humble. It was our folly. We thank you for your mercy, senior. Isn't this much better? Lin Daoyuan replied amicably. At that moment, the elder among them caught sight of Su Qingli and gasped in astonishment. The Empress of the Azure Lotus. The Empress of the Azure Lotus. The remaining 9 phantoms echoed their surprise. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan cast a glance at Su Qingli, noticing her innocent expression, clearly indicating that she was entirely unaware of the situation. At this moment, the elder at the forefront exhibited a complex gaze. I kindly request the 2 esteemed seniors to accompany us. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Lin Daoyuan nodded in agreement. And together they vanished into the void alongside the 10 figures. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within an ancient, solemn hall, entirely crafted from stone. Lin Daoyuan could feel the profound antiquity and mystery emanating from the entire edifice. Please, esteemed seniors, take your seats, he urged. Observing this, Lin Daoyuan and Su Qingli occupied the seats of honor, while the 10 figures took their places on either side. I am Zhou Hongling, Xiaolang, Gongsunju, Lu Hai, Su Changha, Lin Wuji, Zhang Lin, Zhao Long, Song Hongru, Jian Wuming. We pay our respects to the Qinglian Empress. Upon hearing this, Su Qingli was filled with confusion, mirrored by Lin Daoyuan's bewilderment. Do you know me? She inquired, sitting closely beside Lin Daoyuan. The elder, Zhou Hongling, responded, the Qinglian Empress, a figure of unparalleled grace. We, of course, recognize you. Moreover, we belong to the same era. The same era? Lin Daoyuan and Su Qingli were even more perplexed. Very well. Please divulge all that you know, and I shall reveal my purpose here. My intent is rather simple. I became intrigued upon hearing of the ancient battlefield and sought to find it. Is it merely curiosity that leads one to discover the ancient battlefield? Questioned Zhou Hongling, visibly astonished. To think the esteemed senior could achieve such a feat is indeed formidable. You must understand. The ancient battlefield is a realm that appears only intermittently within the myriad dimensions, allowing those exceptional individuals to enter for trials. Since its last closure, it has been quite some time since anyone has ventured inside. As he spoke, Zhou Hongling let out a wistful smile. And to see the Qinglian Empress once more is truly astonishing. In our understanding, you had perished fighting against the malevolent forces. Zhou Hongling regarded Su Qingli with both reverence and confusion. At that time, the Hongwu Continent was in an age of diminishing magic, lacking spiritual energy. Across the vast expanse of the continent, you alone attained the title of emperor, while we were merely supreme beings at that time. As you are aware, it was during the invasion of the malevolent forces when you single-handedly held back their high-ranking powers, granting us precious time. After our victory, your presence was never felt again. Hence, this is why we recognize you. I see. Su Qingli nodded thoughtfully, then added, at that time, I had dragged 5 malevolent emperors into the outer starry void, pushing them to the brink of death, and then her gaze shifted towards Lin Daoyuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan cleared his throat. At that moment, I happened to be passing through and rescued Qingli, effortlessly eliminating those 5 malevolent beings. Lin Daoyuan was astonished, recalling that very scene of saving Su Qingli. Unexpectedly, while languishing in the void, I momentarily drifted away and returned with Su Qingli, only to uncover a profound connection of causality. Please, continue. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to grasp that it was this elder before them who had taken the Qinglian Empress away. To have the ability to abduct an emperor signifies that this elder possesses terrifying strength. In the centuries following the Grand Battle, the spiritual energy of the Hongwu Continent astonishingly revived, granting us the opportunity to ascend to emperorhood. Over the ensuing millennia, we attained the path of the emperor. Oh, in the recesses of my memory, those were the most glorious days of the Hongwu Continent, with over 20 superlative emperors reigning supreme. Among the myriad realms, the Hongwu Continent stood as the mightiest. Yet, such prosperity was fleeting. Soon after, the Hongwu Continent suffered a cataclysmic blow, as malevolent forces invaded once more, and this time, over 30 formidable demon emperors emerged. All the powerful beings of the Hongwu Continent fought valiantly to resist, causing chaos that darkened the skies and shattered the land, cleaving the continent in twain. Thus, the ancient battlefield was formed in the aftermath of that fierce conflict. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan furrowed his brow slightly. I observe that each of you bears a shackle of rules upon your forms. The formation of this ancient battlefield is far from simple. You should speak the truth. The others, upon hearing this, were taken aback. Had their secrets been so easily discerned? Chapter 67, Mysterious Powerful Beings, A Distant Gaze. Hearing this, Zhou Hongling sighed. Noticing Zhou Hongling's prolonged silence, Lin Daoyuan grew ever more convinced that the formation of the ancient battlefield was indeed complicated, as if the others harbored unspeakable fears. Elder, it is not that we are unwilling to speak, but rather that we dare not. At this moment, Lu Hai interjected. Elder, if there are no further inquiries, we kindly request your departure, lest the burden of causality befall you as well. Are you so eager to send me away? Lin Daoyuan chuckled. In response, Song Hongru also clasped his hands and smiled. It is not that we wish to expel the elder, but truly, we find ourselves in a predicament. Should you linger, it may very well lead to your and the Qinglian Empress's entrapment. Haha. Moreover, I humbly wish to pose a question to the elder, if I may. Please, go ahead. Lin Daoyuan did not refuse. Song Hongru, with a weathered smile, asked, Might I inquire, Elder, how much time has passed in the outside world? Upon reflection, Lin Daoyuan realized that he too was somewhat unclear on the matter. He had dwelled in the void for 1,000,000 years, rendering him insensitive to the time of the Hongwu Continent, and even the timeline of this lower primordial universe. The exact moment when he had gathered Ling Jun and the others eluded him as well, yet it was not a grave concern. To gain some understanding of the timeline of the Hongwu Continent would entail revisiting the era of the blood-robed demon emperor. Thus, Lin Daoyuan replied, I have been in seclusion, somewhat detached from the passage of time, but I can tell you that according to the current timeline, the Hongwu Continent experienced an invasion by a malevolent being 100,000 years ago, although that demon emperor was suppressed by the united efforts of the emperors of that time. Upon hearing this, the 10 figures appeared profoundly aged. According to the words of the elder, the Great War on the Hongwu Continent, which split it into two, transpired countless millennia ago. Remarkably, we find ourselves in this ancient battlefield, unaware of how much time has elapsed. Each time this primordial battleground manifests, it serves as a trial for those fortunate enough to enter a cycle of comings and goings that repeats endlessly. Among them, Zhang Lin burst into laughter, as if that was the only way to express their feelings. Hearing this, Lin Daoyuan felt at a loss for words. Now, please enlighten me on the origins of this ancient battlefield, and what are the shackles that bind you? Observing their silence and hesitation, Zhou Hongling and the others seemed reluctant to speak. Is it merely fear of the one who has bound you? He continued, Fear not, for with me present, even the mightiest from higher realms cannot harm you. The elders were taken aback, even terrified. At that moment, the entire hall, indeed the entire realm of the ancient battlefield, began to tremble violently. In the crimson-yellow sky, an immense and profound pair of eyes suddenly appeared, and upon opening, it felt as if it pierced through the ages, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The gaze penetrated the hall, locking onto Lin Daoyuan and his companions. Who dares to enter my domain? A voice, heavy, ancient, and commanding, resonated throughout the heavens. The souls of Zhou Hongling and the others quaked in fear, and they hastily knelt, pleading, Great One, spare us. At that moment, Golden chains of the rules appeared around Zhou Hongling and the others, penetrating their ethereal minds and targeting their consciousness, constricting and binding them. Instantly, they clutched their heads in unbearable agony, their expressions reflecting a struggle as if something was forcefully gripping their very spirits. Lin Daoyuan regarded the ominous eyes with no hint of trepidation, his expression one of annoyance. "You are quite arrogant," he remarked calmly. Though beneath that calm lay a terrifying force. Time seemed to freeze as the eyes momentarily faltered, narrowing in contemplation. "Who are you? It is impossible for a being of your caliber to exist in the lower realms." Then, Su Qingli subtly waved her delicate hand, causing the chains that bound Zhou Hongling and the others to shatter and dissolve into nothingness. In an instant, Zhou Hongling and the others were astonished. "This is the chain of rules belonging to that great one. The Qinglian Empress has broken it. Begone." Lin Daoyuan's gaze sharpened, and the terrifying eyes were swiftly suppressed and dispersed. A cry of anguish echoed as the colossal eyes vanished from the sky, and the intricate runes of the rules began to disintegrate in the barriers of the ancient battlefield. "No, this belongs to me." Lin Daoyuan's gaze intensified, piercing through the vast cosmos, traversing the warped barriers of realms, finally resting upon a man sitting cross-legged atop a mountain. The man, blood trickling from his mouth, looked to the heavens and met Lin Daoyuan's eyes, astonished. "How is this possible? What realm do you belong to?" In response, Lin Daoyuan remained silent, merely letting out a cold snort. "With an arm extended far enough, seeing that you have not committed any grave errors, I shall spare your life." Yet, that man was still repelled by a cold snort from Lin Daoyuan, shattering countless mountain peaks in the process. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan's gaze vanished. The man, struggling to rise from the ruins, coughed up blood, his heart still in turmoil. "How infuriating. I am a celestial king." He quickly sat cross-legged to stabilize his injuries. That person had shown restraint, his hands clenched tightly, only to be released moments later. It seemed this pawn was lost. This wound would require centuries of recuperation. How vexing. How could there be such a formidable being in the lower realms? With a mere flick, he could erase my Taoist imprint. Returning to Lin Daoyuan, one could see a faint smile playing on his lips. Intriguing, a celestial king, is it? I never anticipated encountering such a towering figure. A chasm apart from those in the lower realms. Undeniably, even from a different dimension, one could perceive this place. A celestial king is indeed powerful, capable of obliterating an entire universe with a single hand. Yet Lin Daoyuan is even more formidable. There is also a trace of merit lingering in the air. At this moment, Su Qingli cast a worried glance at Lin Daoyuan, seemingly asking, "Is it serious?" Lin Daoyuan replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, merely a celestial king. Sufficient for him to recuperate for several centuries." Thereafter, Su Qingli fell silent. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongling and the others remained in shock. That esteemed individual was so easily repelled? The elder beside the Azure Lotus Empress seems even more terrifying than that esteemed one. Moreover, the Azure Lotus Empress could effortlessly erase the rules of that esteemed figure. Today is utterly surreal. "Well then, may I speak now?" Lin Daoyuan chuckled. Hearing this, Zhou Hongling, with a complex expression, inquired, "May I ask what realm you are in?" "In short, I am just slightly stronger than the esteemed one you mentioned." The group collectively exhaled. As for Su Qingli, they decided against further inquiries. Lin Daoyuan had made everything clear. "Allow me to elaborate for the elder. Since that great battle, although we emerged victorious, the remaining emperors of Hongwu Continent number merely 10. And at that time, our imperial bodies were shattered and corrupted by dark energy. Our lives were already in jeopardy. Then, that esteemed figure, the one you repelled, appeared before us, asking if we wished to live. Naturally, we desired to survive, but the price he demanded was to confine us within a certain space, granting us freedom only when he no longer required our assistance. Little did we expect that this price entailed using us as a medium to sustain this ancient battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan nodded. At that moment, the chains of rules binding Zhou Hongling and the others shattered, and the ancient battlefield dimmed instantaneously. That man claimed we were contributing for the sake of future generations. Thus, the ancient battlefield came into being. The ancient battlefield has indeed nurtured numerous prodigies and has contributed, yet you were originally meant to be emperors, and now you are barely supreme. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongling and the others managed a bitter smile. "We once contemplated that it might be better to end it all, but with the chains of rules, we cannot escape. Nor can we perish. Then, reflecting on the notion of contributing for future generations seems not too bad. Thus, this matter possesses a duality." Lin Daoyuan continued, stating that on one hand, sacrifices of your cultivation are necessary to maintain the ancient battlefield, while on the other hand, it indeed cultivates emerging talents. but simultaneously accumulates merit for their progression. Merit? Zhou Hongling and others expressed their confusion. Lin Daoyuan smiled. He utilized this opportunity to nurture the prodigies of the Hongwu Continent, accumulating benevolence in the process, which these prodigies would later contribute to the development of the Hongwu Continent, thereby allowing him to amass merit that would assist him in transcending to higher realms. If you had not willingly participated at that time, his success would have been hindered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongling and others were astounded. We were foolish. Nonetheless, it has not been in vain, as we have fostered talent. And this ancient battlefield would continue to function without your involvement. Chapter 68. The 10 Elders, Hongwu City. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongling and the others were puzzled once more. If our presence is unnecessary, then why does he still require us? Lin Daoyuan replied indifferently. In truth, to sustain the operation of the ancient battlefield, it suffices to evolve a complete set of rules, akin to the heavenly Tao. However, he lacks the requisite strength. Subsequently, Zhou Hongling and others bowed to Lin Daoyuan in realization. Thank you, Senior, for your enlightenment. Lin Daoyuan merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, this ancient battlefield should not be left to waste. Such a treasure ought to endure. How often will this ancient battlefield manifest? Returning to you, Senior. According to the ancient battlefield's timeline, it appears once every 500 years. Jian Wuming clasped his fists. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan raised his hand, and a sphere of intricate, formidable, and mysterious runes materialized. The moment the sphere appeared, the ancient battlefield seemed to come alive once more. I shall refine the rules of this ancient battlefield, which will never belong to any individual. It will remain concealed in the void, emerging at intervals to nurture the prodigies of future generations until its resources are exhausted and it vanishes into the annals of time. Thereafter, you shall no longer be bound by the ancient battlefield. The crafting of the grand rules was profound and unfathomable, leaving the 10 in a state of shock and profound reverence. Your noble intentions are commendable, Senior. Su Qingli, standing beside Lin Daoyuan, remained quietly contemplative. Once the rules were established, the spatial barriers of the ancient battlefield became increasingly robust, and the laws were complete, allowing it to operate autonomously. Lin Daoyuan, observing Zhou Hongling and the others, conceived an idea. Our sect is in need of elders. Is this not a fortuitous occurrence? Do you have any place to go? Indeed. Now that we are unshackled, where shall we venture? Remain here? An overwhelming sense of the passage of time enveloped the 10. Senior, I vaguely recall that our forces endured unprecedented devastation in the past. Now, after countless millennia, we are uncertain if we still exist. Moreover, we are but remnants of our former selves. Upon exiting the ancient battlefield, our powers will wane until we vanish, unless we can reconstruct our bodies. Then join my sect. I shall aid in the reconstruction of your forms. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongling and others pondered for a considerable time before sighing and replying. We are willing to follow you, Senior. Hee. After spending so long here, I too wish to see how the future unfolds. Excellent. Lin Daoyuan expressed his satisfaction, and Su Qingli smiled radiantly as well. Dare I inquire, esteemed Empress Qinglian, what is your current realm? Soon after, Su Qingli's enchanting eyes narrowed. The Supreme Immortal Emperor. An Immortal Emperor, no less, with the designation of Supreme? Uncertain. Following this, Lin Daoyuan summoned 10 individuals into his consciousness and departed the ancient battlefield with Su Qingli. In relation to the timeline of the Hongwu Continent, the opportunity to return to the ancient battlefield was fleeting. It was essential to encourage his disciples to intensify their cultivation. In the boundless void, the spatial barriers of the ancient battlefield flickered and then dimmed, ultimately settling into tranquility. As they tore through the void to return to the Immortal Sect, Lin Daoyuan adhered to protocol, allowing the 10 to traverse the 400 tiers of the heavenly ladder. Undeniably, they all succeeded, leading them directly to Lingjun. Given the larger number of participants this time, Lin Daoyuan planned to collaborate with Lingjun. At first glance, the grandeur of the Kanglin mountain range, with its ethereal city, astonished the 10. They sensed the presence of high-ranking sovereigns, heightening their astonishment. However, it was only upon their ascent of the heavenly ladder that they truly grasped the essence of divine artifacts. Upon entering the sect, despite the limited number of disciples, their exceptional quality left the 10 in awe, as did the vibrant spiritual energy within the sect. Was this truly a realm that ought to exist in this world? Their faces flushed with fervor, they yearned to immerse themselves in the Immortal Sect. At that moment, the expansive Dan Hall, which previously housed only Lingjun, Jing Mingyu, and the Shi sisters, along with occasional visits from disciples for cleaning, was devoid of much activity. Lingjun had contemplated recruiting more disciples. However, given the current scarcity, there was no urgency. Now, With Jing Mingyu momentarily set aside by Ling Jun, he collaborated with Lin Daoyuan to forge bodies for the 10 individuals, each possessing unique talents. Thus, they crafted physical forms that matched the innate gifts of the 10, utilizing the abundant celestial artifacts available within the sect. Rare materials such as the 9 Heavens Breath soil and the primordial divine liquid were employed in the process. In less than a quarter of an hour, the task was completed. Jing Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, her mind seemed to ignite, leaving her fainting in the resting area. Subsequently, each individual began their integration. By the following day, the 10 had successfully melded with their new bodies, filled with exhilaration. Their cultivation soared directly to the 4th heaven of sovereignty. In the Grand Hall, the 10 gazed respectfully at Lin Daoyuan, seated in the main position, while Kangwu also arrived, regarding Lin Daoyuan with a sense of reverence. Zhuge Ming did not assign a position to Kangwu, but awaited Lin Daoyuan's directives. Is this the sect master? Kangwu's expression turned solemn, while Lin Daoyuan's eyes sparkled with realization upon hearing Zhuge Ming's reports, reflecting on how astute Xiao Jinyue was. Truly, my Empress disciple is reliable. From this day forth, you shall be elders of my eternal green immortal sect, members of the Elder Hall, responsible for guiding disciples and safeguarding the sect, while also having the freedom to choose which peak to serve as elders. Our sect currently comprises the Pill Peak, Artifact Refining Peak, Sword Peak, Painting Peak, Battle Peak, Array Peak, Monster Peak, and Celestial Calculation Peak. The Elder Hall is a collective term for the elders. While these peaks are represented by the likes of Zhuge Ming and other veterans, excluding Su Qingli. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. We understand. Very well. You may withdraw. Alas, at long last, I can indulge in leisure once more. Speaking of which, system, do I not receive any rewards for recruiting these individuals into the sect? Of course you do. Then why are you not more proactive? I was merely awaiting the host's command. Besides, these actions were initiated by the host. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan rolled his eyes. So, according to your reasoning, as long as the task is not issued by you, I must seek rewards for any beneficial deeds I undertake for the sect? Absolutely. Very well, then. Let us proceed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recruiting 11 formidable individuals into the sect. As a reward, you have received a celestial fishing pool, along with 1,000 innate apricot trees and 1,000 Bodhi fruit trees. The celestial fishing pool, as the name suggests, allows one to catch delectable spiritual food from the heavens, along with various unclaimed treasures. In short, with a stroke of luck, the host can reel in a bounty. There is no need for further elaboration from this system. What splendid treasures! They truly align with my Lin Daoyuan's laid-back demeanor. With that, Lin Daoyuan vanished in an instant, just as Zhuge Ming entered. Where has the sect master gone? I had intended to discuss the grand competition that could enhance the disciples' enthusiasm for cultivation, yet the sect master's aura seems to have dissipated. Zhuge Ming sighed. Speaking of which, Shurtian and the others have been out on their mission for nearly 10 days. At this moment, in Shueihua City, a locale predominantly inhabited by mortals, with a few cultivators. Situated far from the Kanglin mountain range, and not belonging to any particular faction. Upon receiving their mission, Shurtian and his companions believed they were not far from their destination. However, after inquiring, they discovered the truth. It was quite distant. They had traveled for a full 5 days. Chapter 69, Confusion and Dialogue. After 5 days of arduous travel, Shurtian and his companions finally arrived at Shueihua City. As they gazed upon this enchanting city, nestled between mountains and water, rich in both talent and spiritual energy, they found no traces of malevolence. Thus, they decided to linger in Shueihua City for 3 days, only to catch sight of the sinister presence in the last 2 days. Concurrently, they learned that the city's ruler was a female lord, whose cultivation was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, making her the strongest in Shueihua City. At that moment, Shueihua City was festooned with lanterns and decorations. Why, you may ask? Because just yesterday, Shurtian and his companions had personally vanquished the malevolent entity that had appeared within the city, an ensnared fox spirit at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, only Shurtian and his companions sensed that this matter was far from resolved. The mission clearly stated that a peak foundation establishment entity was involved. Yet what they encountered was merely a nascent foundation creature. Moreover, Elder Chanqian had warned them of risks associated with the mission. Yet they had not felt any danger and were being warmly received instead. Despite the lavish hospitality, Shurtian and his companions dared not let down their guard. In the grand hall of the city lord's residence, Shurtian, Rin Fei, Han Xing, and Wang Go sat with composure, devoid of any airs. The dignified woman seated at the head table raised her cup to toast, exhibiting the poise befitting a city lord and an elevated figure. It is indeed a fortunate occasion for Hongwu City to welcome 4 esteemed disciples from the Evergreen Immortal Sect, especially as they have eradicated such a calamity from our midst. On behalf of all the residents of Hongwu City, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the 4 esteemed disciples. Upon hearing these words, the 4 individuals accompanying Tian respectfully raised their wine cups. Subsequently, with a countenance of utmost seriousness, Tian proclaimed without turning his gaze, "Lord Ma, you exaggerate. In this world, malevolent forces must be eradicated upon discovery. It is our duty to do so." The Lord of Hongwu City, named Ma Ru, was said to have lost her husband and now raised her only daughter, Ling Xiaoxiao, alone. At that moment, Ling Xiaoxiao was seated opposite Tian, nibbling delicately on her food while stealing glances at him. Senior brother, it seems that the daughter of Lord Ma has been eyeing you. She appears to have taken a fancy to you, Wang Go remarked, turning his head and covering his mouth, speaking in hushed tones. Hearing this, Tian shot a glare at Wang Go. Ren Fei and Han Xing merely sipped their drinks, chuckling silently. Tian then politely nodded at the girl sitting across from him, a simple gesture indeed. Immediately, Ling Xiaoxiao hastily lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze again. Ma Ru, seated at the head of the table, glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao and smiled. She then addressed Tian and the others. Now that the malevolent forces in Hongwu City have been dealt with, I wonder what plans the esteemed disciples of the Celestial Sect have next. Shall you return to your sect, or would you prefer to linger in Hongwu City for a few more days? If you decide to stay, I shall extend my hospitality, as visitors are a rarity in our secluded Hongwu City. In response, Tian respectfully raised his cup and smiled. Since the esteemed lord has graciously extended such an invitation, we shall gladly accept. A life solely devoted to training can indeed be monotonous. Hongwu City, with its picturesque landscapes, presents a perfect opportunity for my 3 brothers and I to explore, while also ensuring that no hidden dangers remain. Though Ren Fei and the others were somewhat puzzled, they trusted Tian's judgment on this journey. Ma Ru, seated in her prominent position, blinked her enchanting eyes. You are most welcome. Upon perceiving Tian's intention to stay a few more days, Ling Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable joy surge within her. Perfect. Mother, I can take Tian and his companions to explore our Hongwu City, which boasts many delightful attractions. Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed sweetly as she lifted her head. The others exchanged glances, seemingly conveying, "Senior brother Tian, and yet you claimed the little girl had no interest in you?" Tian, in turn, could only helplessly wave his hand. After exchanging a few more light-hearted words with Ma Ru, it became evident that they were preparing to leave the lord's estate. "Xiaoxiao, please see off your elder brother Tian and his companions," Ma Ru instructed, and Ling Xiaoxiao joyfully escorted the 4 of them out of the lord's residence. By this time, evening had descended, and Ling Xiaoxiao cheerfully bid farewell to Tian, saying, "Elder brother Tian, along with Ren Fei, Han Xing, and Wang Go, I shall return tomorrow to show you around. Do not think ill of Xiaoxiao." She then hurried back to the lord's estate. "Oh, calling Tian elder brother while referring to us as senior brothers. How amusing," Wang Go quipped with a teasing grin. In an instant, Tian clenched his fist, enveloped in flames, prompting Wang Go to fall silent at once. Ren Fei and Han Xing exchanged amused glances. "Speaking of which, senior brother, now that the malevolent forces have been vanquished, why do we not return to the sect? Surely, we shall not face any repercussions," Han Xing inquired as the 4 continued on their way. Upon hearing this, Tian furrowed his brow. "I have an inkling that matters are far more intricate than they appear, with numerous points of suspicion." Ren Fei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite peculiar. The mission stated that Hongwu City is persistently besieged by malevolent entities, yet upon our arrival, there is neither a trace of dark energy within the city, nor do the inhabitants seem aware of such malevolence. Moreover, the sudden appearance of that sinister creature is truly suspect, as if it were manipulated by unseen hands." Ren Fei's observations led Han Xing and Wang Go to a sudden realization. It is indeed troubling. Tian's eyes gleamed with determination, regardless of the circumstances. "We shall reside here for a few days. As long as we remain patient, the one who hastens shall undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives." Subsequently, Ren Fei and the others nodded in agreement. Back to the inn, as they traversed the streets, numerous residents recognized the 4 and exclaimed, "Look, aren't those the 4 immortal masters? The one who subdued that great demon. Immortal, immortal, come to my home. I shall serve you fine food and drink." Immortal. Faced with the enthusiastic residents, the 4 hastily returned to the inn, where the atmosphere was more tolerable, as the innkeeper was also a cultivator and thus unfazed by the commotion. At this moment, within the lord's mansion, "Mother, do you fancy that Tian?" Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Mother, I shall return to my cultivation now. She hurried back to her chamber. Upon hearing this, Maru chuckled softly. Who has not experienced youthful infatuation? Soon, a shadow swept across the sky above the Lord's mansion and entered the backyard. Maru's gaze sharpened, and she calmly walked into the courtyard. Upon entering the room, she observed a figure draped in a robe standing behind the illuminated screen. When shall they depart? The voice, distinctly male, sent a chill down her spine, though she could not discern why it felt so unsettling. They shall not be leaving just yet. Maru responded coldly. Were you intentional in this? No. Do not forget, Ruer, this is a dual venture for us. I am aware. Ruer, come here. The shadow behind the screen gestured with an outstretched hand. Maru clenched her teeth, refusing to comply. The shadow then lowered its hand. I shall check on Xiao Xiao. No. Do you not realize that the malevolent entity nearly harmed Xiao Xiao? You must leave. Maru stood her ground, and the shadow fell silent. Finally, it spoke. You would do well to remain compliant and not disrupt the plan. Quickly send them away. Otherwise, the plan shall be compromised, and we shall all perish, including Xiao Xiao. With that, the shadow transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Once the presence departed, Maru collapsed to the ground in relief, her expression intricate and contemplative. After a prolonged moment of reflection, her gaze solidified with resolve, and she rose to her feet. Chapter 70. Fishing for Koi. At this time, within a mysterious cavern. Master, I have returned. How is the preparation? It has been arranged meticulously. What of those foundational cultivators? One of my pets has perished. They shall depart in a few days. Time is of the essence. The night of the full moon is but 3 days away, and it is imperative that they are sent away swiftly. Although still in the foundational stage and unable to stir significant turmoil, it is prudent to remain cautious. Indeed, here is a technique for you. Your cultivation at the initial stage of the golden core is still rather limited. Subsequently, the man in black donned a tome from an elder who had his back turned to him, and in an instant, the essence of the technique was absorbed by the man in black, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. The next day, in Hongwu City, a light rain had fallen, and after the rain, the air was invigorating, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. At this moment, Tian was engaged in conversation with the owner of the inn. Innkeeper, I observe that you are also a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm. In recent times, have you sensed any malevolent aura? Any traces of sinister entities? Upon hearing this, the innkeeper appeared contemplative. I have not noticed anything of the sort. Aside from the malevolent creature disposed of by the young heroes the day before yesterday, I truly have not felt anything. When the discussion turned to the sinister entity that had been vanquished by Tian and his companions, the old innkeeper shuddered in fear. He recounted, while I have not sensed any malevolent beings before, there was a period when townsfolk frequently perished in the mountains. Those who ventured to investigate found only traces of beasts. And when they discovered people, it was merely tattered clothing. These individuals were quite greedy. In their quest for cultivation, they dared to encroach upon the territory of ferocious beasts. Just 10 miles northwest of Hongwu City lies a mountain range, perpetually inhabited by such creatures. Some have even developed intelligence, and one would presume there are spiritual herbs to be found there. I would say those individuals were too avaricious, daring to seize food from the jaws of a tiger. How could they not meet their demise? Ferocious beasts, you say? Tian inquired, intrigued. Yet the creature that appeared in the city the day before yesterday was indeed peculiar. It seems that journeying to that mountain range is not a viable option. Has the innkeeper ever witnessed beasts ravaging Hongwu City prior to this? The innkeeper shook his head in response. Not at all. The distance from that mountain range to Hongwu City is considerable, and our city has always been quite peaceful. Recently, however, a few individuals have been rather unruly, frequently heading towards that mountain range. Perhaps the creature from the day before yesterday was provoked by them and came seeking revenge? Chuckling, Tian found amusement in the old man's words and exited the inn. Meanwhile, the innkeeper mumbled to himself while fiddling with his abacus, grinning. Ah, spirit stones. Such treasures, far superior to mundane silver. These youngsters are indeed a windfall. As Tian and his companions strolled down the street, they observed the tranquil bustle of the city's inhabitants, yet an inexplicable sense of oppression surged within their hearts. Brother, let us observe the unfolding events. I have always felt that the city lord is concealing something from us. Should we inquire further with the city lord? Rinfei suggested. Perhaps later. The city lord seems intent on keeping us in the dark. Going now would yield no fruit. At that moment, a sweet voice chimed. Tian, Rinfei, Han Xing. Wango, I did not know you were here. Turning around, the four saw Ling Xiaoxiao approaching, clad in a vibrant red dress and sporting 2 playful braids, exuding a charming cuteness. In response, Tian and the others offered a faint smile, their impressions of Ling Xiaoxiao remaining quite favorable. especially given her bravery during the appearance of that sinister entity when she fearlessly rescued a resident despite her mere second level of qi refinement. Noticing Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze upon Shirtian, Ren Fei and the others tactfully stepped aside. Ah, senior brother. I have suddenly realized that I have a few minor matters to attend to, so I shall return to the inn first. Senior brother, I have felt a surge in my cultivation and need to consolidate my progress. With that, the three of them harmoniously dashed back to the inn. Are you all leaving already, senior brother Ren Fei? Ling Xiaoxiao inquired innocently. Yes, we have felt a surge in our cultivation and need to solidify it. All right then. Ling Xiaoxiao sweetly replied, turning her gaze towards Shirtian. Does Brother Shi also need to consolidate his cultivation? Noticing the seemingly slightly aggrieved expression on Ling Xiaoxiao's face, Shirtian inexplicably felt his heart soften. Sister Xiaoxiao, why don't you show me around this Wutong City? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's little hands clasped behind her back, and she beamed a delightful smile at Shirtian. Hee, Brother Shi, you're too kind. Shirtian, feeling somewhat helpless, began to accompany Ling Xiaoxiao on her excursion. What is the outside world like, Brother Shi? Shirtian was a bit surprised. Haven't you ever left this city? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's demeanor drooped. No, I have spent all 16 years of my life here in Wutong City, playing and cultivating within its confines. Although there have been outsiders visiting, you and your companions are the only cultivators I have ever encountered. Shirtian suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Ling Xiaoxiao. Today, I will accompany you, and in the future, if the opportunity arises and you wish to, I can take you to see the outside world. But honestly, there isn't much to see. It's merely a realm of survival of the fittest. Ling Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes. Can't Brother Shi say something better? Shirtian scratched his head, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the inn, Wang Go had inexplicably produced a single-lens telescope and was watching Shirtian and Ling Xiaoxiao with great interest. Give me some sunflower seeds. More seeds? Let me have a look too. Do you think this counts as an old cow eating tender grass? Brother Shi, I'll take you fishing for koi. Fishing for koi? Yes, this is something I've done since childhood. Catching koi symbolizes good fortune and smooth sailing in all endeavors. However, I only caught one when my father was alive. After he passed, I never caught another. Upon hearing this, something in Shirtian's heart was painfully tugged. Let us go. I will fish with you, and we shall surely catch one. Hee. Ling Xiaoxiao then nodded and pulled on Shirtian's sleeve, leading him towards a riverbank surrounded by onlookers. The proprietor, noticing their arrival, greeted warmly. Ah, it's Xiaoxiao. Are you here to fish for koi again today? Yes, uncle. Today, I have a helper. The old man chuckled and handed 2 fishing rods to Shirtian and Ling Xiaoxiao. Shirtian glanced at the old man. Recognizing him as an ordinary person who had lived a long life, he would likely depart this world within 3 years. All right then, I shall fish for koi today as well. A flood of memories began to seep into his mind. His father's tragic death, the destruction of his family, and the endless pursuit he faced. Gritting his teeth, Shirtian cast his line and settled into a meditative state. Observing Shirtian's demeanor, Ling Xiaoxiao inched closer to him. With both our baits together, we are not lonely. The koi should bite. Ling Xiaoxiao innocently remarked. Upon hearing this, Shirtian chuckled softly. Wasn't this simply a matter of entanglement? However, he chose to remain silent, seemingly savoring the tranquility of the moment. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals in the inn exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about Shirtian's inactivity, and soon resumed their cultivation with a sense of boredom. Shirtian closed his eyes, fully immersed in the experience, while Ling Xiaoxiao playfully meowed at him, glancing at the fishing float and inching closer to his side. Shirtian truly possessed remarkable patience. She resolved to embody that same virtue. Thus, the 2 remained in their positions until the sun began to set. Ling Xiaoxiao, feeling a pang of discomfort in her rear, stood up and noticed Shirtian still engrossed in fishing, her expression turning to one of dissatisfaction as she pouted. Just then, the fishing float began to stir, prompting Shirtian to open his eyes instantaneously. With a vigorous tug, he caught a shimmering koi, glistening in the sunset's glow. Ling Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected delight, only to observe her own fishing rod quivering. She hastily lifted it, reeling in a beautiful koi that mirrored the hues of the twilight. I caught one too. Joy and elation radiated from her small face. Chapter 71. The Unusual City Lord. A deceptive move. As night fell, Ling Xiaoxiao reluctantly parted ways with Shirtian, who merely offered a gentle smile. Upon returning to the inn, Shirtian sought out Ren Fei and the others, and the 4 gathered around a table to deliberate. It seems we cannot uncover anything further if we remain here. Shirtian remarked nonchalantly. What does my senior brother imply? Han Xing inquired, puzzled. Since they wish for us to depart swiftly, we might as well acquiesce and observe what transpires next. Let us draw the snake out of its hole. Ren Fei replied with a faint smile. Then, Tian resolutely declared, let us prepare to leave tomorrow. What of Sister Xiao Xiao? Wango asked. At this, Tian's expression grew complex. We shall return. But it appears Xiao Xiao is blissfully unaware. Her innocence is almost alarming. I am uncertain of the best course of action. We shall take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, at the city lord's residence, Ling Xiaoxiao was summoned by Ma Ru as soon as she returned. Mother, what is it? Xiaoxiao, do you wish to leave Watermoon City and explore the outside world? Ma Ru inquired. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's face lit up with delight. Of course, mother. I want to go out. With a gentle touch to Ling Xiaoxiao's head, Ma Ru smiled softly. Very well. Tomorrow I shall let your senior brother Tian take you away from Watermoon City. Is that agreeable? Really? What about you, mother? Ma Ru smiled again. I am a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. What could possibly hinder me? It is only because my Xiaoxiao constantly yearns for the outside world that my heart aches. Yet. Ling Xiaoxiao hesitated, still uncertain. Fear not. You can always return to visit me, Ma Ru reassured her. In that moment, Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to awaken to the realization. Right. I can come back. I'm not leaving forever. Then let us follow your mother's arrangements. Ma Ru chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Ling Xiaoxiao's hair. Xiaoxiao is truly obedient. The next day arrived as promised, and just as Ma Ru intended to send someone to summon Tian and his companions, the four arrived uninvited, leaving Ma Ru equally astonished. Master Ma, I apologize for the disturbance these past days. My companions and I have assessed Watermoon City and found no latent threats. We shall return to the Immortal Sect to report. Might you allow us to take Xiaoxiao with us? Xiaoxiao. The others, including Tian, expressed their confusion. Xiaoxiao has never left Watermoon City since her childhood, and given the secluded nature of our town, it is not an ideal environment for her. After all, the world is vast, and I hope for her to venture beyond these confines. Upon hearing this, Tian and the others were equally astonished. I have heard that you four hail from the Evergreen Immortal Sect. Although I am unfamiliar with such a faction, your youthful demeanor and remarkable cultivation indicate that you are indeed prodigies. Thus, I hope you will look after Xiaoxiao once you leave. Is that agreeable? As she spoke, Ma Ru summoned attendants to present 2 boxes of precious herbs. These spiritual medicines are but a token of my appreciation. I wonder if you would accept them? This. We cannot accept such a gift. Wang Go protested, yet Tian restrained him, saying, Master Ma, your affection for Xiaoxiao is admirable. We shall take her with us. But we cannot accept your gifts. Do you find them beneath your standards? Ma Ru's expression grew intricate. Observing this, Tian continued, Master Ma, do not misunderstand. It is our duty as cultivators to eradicate evil, and how could we accept rewards for fulfilling our responsibilities? Upon hearing this, Ma Ru smiled. Perhaps the young hero has misunderstood my intentions. I meant for this to be a reward for your efforts in ridding us of malevolent entities, as well as for taking Xiaoxiao with you. This. Tian pondered for a moment, but replied, if that is the case, we still cannot accept. Please retract your offer. Master. After a prolonged exchange, and seeing that Tian and the others remained resolute, Ma Ru resigned to her fate. Soon after, a beaming Xiaoxiao, with a small bundle on her back, departed the city alongside Tian and the others. Noticing that Xiaoxiao lacked a spatial ring, Tian reflected on the absence of such items in this small town, and he placed Ling Xiaoxiao's belongings into his own spatial ring. Wow, brother Tian. Is this a spatial ring? How marvelous! Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed with admiration. I shall gift you one in the future. Tian replied. I shall remember that. Brother Tian. The four then took to the skies on their swords, eventually landing by a riverbank. Ling Xiaoxiao appeared slightly puzzled, but quietly followed the group. Typically, one would expect a girl to feel apprehensive in the company of 4 men, yet Ling Xiaoxiao felt no fear. She sensed that Tian and his companions were not of ill intent, perhaps guided by that instinct inherent to girls. Noticing Ling Xiaoxiao's calm demeanor as she accompanied them, Tian inquired, Xiaoxiao, do you trust us? In response, Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. I trust you. Tian smiled, stating, we still have tasks ahead, which may delay us for a couple of days. We shall stay here for the time being. I will earnestly accompany you, brother Tian. Upon hearing this, the group chuckled, charmed by the innocence of the girl. As night fell, Ling Xiaoxiao had already fallen asleep beside Tian by the fire. Her cultivation at the 2nd level of qi refinement still too feeble, merely a fraction stronger than an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Tian and the others sat around the fire, immersed in their meditative practices. Under the moonlight, sacred spiritual energy enveloped the 4 of them, occasionally rippling with vitality. Among them, Tian made the most significant commotion. Is senior brother Tian on the verge of breaking through to the golden core? Rin Fei inquired. Soon, Tian ceased his practice and exhaled a breath of turbid air, his heart filled with astonishment. The sect's cultivation techniques are extraordinarily powerful. I have already reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, yet I still feel a restraining force here, making it inconvenient to advance. Senior brother. Shirtian nodded, recalling Ma Ru's actions during the day, as if something monumental were about to transpire. He hurriedly thought to escort Ling Xiaoxiao to his safe location. The actions of City Lord Ma during the day may have already indicated that Shueiyue City harbors undisclosed secrets. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei and the others nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, our current mission is far from over. Shirtian, struck by a sudden inspiration, asked, "Has anything unusual occurred recently?" Upon hearing this, Han Xing promptly sat cross-legged and began to calculate. The cultivation technique that Han Xing practiced leaned towards the mathematical aspect. At that moment, a mysterious aura enveloped him as he subtly moved his fingers and then opened his eyes. "I have deduced it, senior brother. Tomorrow night is the night of the full moon, often referred to as the night of the full moon. The night of the full moon." Shirtian's heart jolted. The blood moon, as recorded in the sect's library, is a time when malevolent cultivators are most inclined to consume human blood essence. Shirtian's heart raced, and the four of them instinctively gazed toward Shueiyue City. At that moment, the moonlight shone brightly over the city, and the clouds seemed to retreat. Shirtian and the others had not ventured far from Shueiyue City. However, under such a beautiful spectacle, Shirtian discerned a subtle anomaly. Even in the Foundation establishment stage, he possessed a faint sense of divine consciousness. Now, at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, when he scrutinized with his divine sense, he was taken aback. He observed that the entire Shueiyue City was shrouded in a veil of blood, barely perceptible to the untrained eye. Remarkable. Without careful observation, one would truly fail to notice. Ren Fei and the others were astonished by Shirtian's expression. Their divine senses had yet to reach the level of perceiving such subtleties, relying solely on Shirtian's insights. "Senior brother, have you discovered something?" Upon hearing this, Shirtian clenched his teeth. "This is troublesome. I just observed that Shueiyue City is enveloped in a faint blood veil, akin to some sort of sacrificial array." Upon hearing this, the three realized the gravity of the situation. On the night of the full moon, a citywide sacrifice. This may not just be an attack by malevolent entities. There could be evil cultivators at work. Chapter 72, Blood Sacrifice Array, Collision. The expressions of the four grew solemn. If this were indeed the case, the people of Shueiyue City would be in grave danger. Shirtian gritted his teeth. "The most pressing concern is that we do not even know where the malevolent cultivator is or their cultivation level. What should we do now, senior brother Shirtian?" "We should search for the array's core in Shueiyue City and disrupt it, but it is perilous and we may be discovered." Upon hearing this, the four exchanged determined glances, none of them harboring thoughts of retreat. What about Xiaoxiao? This posed a dilemma. While the four could act swiftly, what about bringing Xiaoxiao along? Perhaps this was the very reason City Lord Ma wanted us to take Xiaoxiao away. He assumed we would actually leave, but we are merely creating a diversion. With no other choice, they reluctantly awakened the sleeping Xiaoxiao. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and Shirtian couldn't help but sigh, realizing how completely unguarded she was around them. "Alas, brother Shirtian, what has transpired?" "Listen, Xiaoxiao, we have pressing matters to attend to. If you trust us, remain here and do not wander off." With that, Shirtian produced a treasured artifact along with 5 talismans, handing them to Xiaoxiao. "Should any danger arise, utilize them, understood?" Shirtian's expression turned grave, and Ling Xiaoxiao comprehended that something serious had occurred, yet she obediently nodded. "I understand, brother Shirtian. Be safe, for we shall return." Subsequently, the silhouettes of Shirtian and his companions vanished into the moonlight. Ling Xiaoxiao sat beside the fire, clutching the artifact. Goodness, these four have such audacity. Leaving a girl in the wilderness. What if she encounters wild beasts? Ling Xiaoxiao wore a worried expression. Unable to fathom the situation, she could only remain by the fire, completely devoid of sleepiness. While Shirtian and the others ventured forth, Shirtian's target was none other than the Lord's Manor. At that moment, within the Lord's Manor, the shadow re-emerged. "They have departed. You let Xiaoxiao accompany them?" "Yes, I did not wish for Xiaoxiao to witness the gruesome fate of the townsfolk, nor see what has become of her father. Is he still human, or has he transformed into something sinister?" "Sinister?" Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe abruptly turned, seizing Ma Ru's neck and lifting her off the ground. "Sinister, do not forget, aside from Xiaoxiao, I have also implanted the malevolent seed within you. You too shall become like me." The black-robed man then unveiled his robe, revealing a visage half normal, half grotesquely decayed, with horrifying tendrils sprouting forth. Ma Ru's face turned ashen with fear. This grants immense power and the gift of immortality. Ma Ru struggled desperately, and as she felt herself choking, the black-robed man released his grip. "Humph, tomorrow marks the day of culmination. Ensure the townspeople remain calm, lest an incident arise. Otherwise, I shall make you resemble my current form and retrieve Xiao Xiao. She is your daughter. Ma Ru, pale and weakened, collapsed to the ground. But the black-robed man had already departed. Gathering her strength, Ma Ru prepared to cleanse herself. Silently, Shi Tian approached the Lord's manor, and Ma Ru's gaze sharpened, halting her movements. Soon, Shi Tian's figure materialized in the grand hall of the manor, releasing a faint aura. Sensing the presence, Ma Ru rushed to the grand hall, and upon seeing Shi Tian, she was taken aback. Why have you not left? Where is Xiao Xiao? Lord Ma, Xiao Xiao is unharmed, yet you must divulge everything you know. According to my investigations, the entire Hongwu City is shrouded in a nearly imperceptible veil of blood. It appears that sinister forces are indeed at work. Upon hearing this, Ma Ru's expression grew complex. And sensing Shi Tian's aura, her shock deepened. You have reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage? The Lord must answer my questions. At this, Ma Ru's gaze sharpened. You ought to leave at once. Although you have broken through to the pinnacle, it is unlikely you can resolve this. In fact, you may even perish here. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian's conviction strengthened. This was indeed a sacrificial array. Does the Lord truly not consider the fate of the entire city? Upon hearing these words, Ma Ru fell silent. In the next moment, as she prepared to speak, a malevolent aura emanated from her, causing her to collapse in agony. Her eyes transforming into a blood-red hue. I implore you, swiftly take Xiao Xiao away and do not return. Observing this, Shi Tian did not retreat but instead sat cross-legged, channeling his energy to help Ma Ru combat the dark forces within her. Shi Tian possessed the endless divine fire physique, and upon awakening, he was endowed with a unique fire that could absorb countless flames. Lin Daoyuan had informed him that this was the Tsangming divine fire. The stronger his cultivation, the more potent the flames became, potentially even powerful enough to incinerate all things. Uncertain of its efficacy against the dark energy, Shi Tian resolved to try. As he infused Ma Ru with spiritual energy, her complexion visibly improved, and she expressed her astonishment. Subsequently, the dark energy within her was subdued, and she exhaled deeply. Thank you, young hero Shi. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian inquired, will the city lord not reveal anything? Ma Ru chuckled softly. It is not that I refuse to speak, but rather that the time has grown short. The grand formation will be completed by tomorrow night, so you must leave at once. Hearing this, Shi Tian clenched his fists. Will she still not divulge anything? Even if the entire city perishes, will she remain silent? However, there remained a glimmer of hope until the grand formation was complete tomorrow night. With a heavy heart, Shi Tian cast one last glance at Ma Ru before departing. Unaware that her eyes had changed once more after his exit, Ren Fei and his companions split up to search for the formation's core, but after circling Hongwu City, they found no leads. In the darkness of the forest, Ren Fei wore a dejected expression. Damn it, where could the core be? In frustration, he struck a tree with his fist, causing it to topple. At that moment, a sinister presence emerged. I cannot believe you still linger, truly unaware of your impending doom. Ren Fei swiftly turned, only to see a blood-red hand descending towards him. He hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but was still sent flying, crashing into a series of large trees. Bloodied and battered, Ren Fei struggled to rise, barely managing to consume a healing elixir. In the next instant, the master of the blood-red hand appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was the man in the black robe. I cannot allow you to disrupt my master's plans. Perish. With that, the black-robed man raised his hand for another strike. Ren Fei, filled with despair at the overwhelming disparity in strength, wondered if this was his end. Yet his gaze remained defiant. Just as the hand was about to descend, two figures appeared before him, Han Xing and Wang Go. The two joined forces to withstand the attack, but they too were blasted away several meters. The disparity in power was evident, being at the Golden Core realm. Both Han Xing and Wang Go spat blood, their breaths ragged and chaotic. Then, the black-robed man swiftly approached them, offering no chance for reprieve before launching another terrifying punch. Han Xing and the others gritted their teeth, instinctively sensing that this blow would leave them incapacitated, if not fatal. They shielded Ren Fei behind them, reaching a point of desperation. The sect token? But if I use it, what will become of Brother Shi Tian? What about Xiao Xiao and Hongwu City? Ren Fei positioned himself behind the two and then squeezed in between them. Use your protective talismans. Just as the three were about to summon their protective artifacts, a fiery silhouette suddenly appeared in the sky, launching a blazing fist towards the man in black robes. In an instant, spiritual energy collided and currents surged, causing the man in black to stagger back a few steps, while Shi Tian's figure materialized before the trio. Overjoyed at his arrival, they exclaimed, "Senior brother Shi Tian." He nodded, but they noticed his right hand trembling incessantly. The man in black, observing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. Is everyone gathered? Since you choose not to flee, you shall remain here to accompany your demise. The man in black unleashed a terrifying aura, but then inexplicably halted, casting a deep glance at the four before vanishing into the darkness. After the figure departed, Shirtian suddenly coughed up blood. Is the gap between the Golden Core and Foundation establishment really this vast? Senior brother, we must return to Xiao. The four then dragged their weary bodies back to Ling Xiao. Upon witnessing their condition, Ling Xiao was horrified. Shirtian Gij, what on earth happened to you all? Chapter 73. Breakthrough to Golden Core? Barbaric rock, blue flame emerges. At this moment, the group gazed at Ling Xiao with expressions of profound complexity. Shirtian's feelings were particularly intricate. Not only had his mother been tainted by dark energy, but Ling Xiao remained oblivious to it all. Perhaps it was fortunate that Maru loved Ling Xiao enough. Otherwise, one could only dread what might become of her. We are fine. We encountered a bit of trouble. The four then began meditating to heal their wounds, and upon seeing this, Ling Xiao cast a protective spell for them. As night deepened, the four finally opened their eyes. Noticing that Ling Xiao was still guarding them, a pang of sorrow struck them. What would happen to Shui City after a day had passed? How would Ling Xiao react upon learning of it? Alas, this is troublesome. Senior brother, what should we do now? Hearing this, Shirtian replied. That dark cultivator has reached the Golden Core stage. He is beyond our capabilities to confront. Should we summon the elders of our sect? Wango suggested. Shirtian sighed heavily at this. I am at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. If I can break through to Golden Core tonight, perhaps there is still hope. However, breaking through to Golden Core is no trifling matter. One must condense a Golden Core uniquely their own within the Dan Sea. Senior brother, without the sect, the spiritual energy here is sparse. Are you confident? I must succeed, even if it seems impossible. Hearing this, Ren Fei and the others clenched their fists weakly. At this moment, Ling Xiao was filled with 100 questions, yet felt unable to interject. I will guard senior brother Shirtian. She then began to cast a protective spell for Shirtian, her heart full of questions, but she understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Shirtian seated himself upon a stone, and the long-stored spiritual energy began to surge forth without reservation, dark clouds swirling in the sky. Quick, retreat. Ren Fei and the others swiftly pulled Ling Xiao to a safe location. At this moment, Shirtian was already floating in the air, his hands adorned with countless mysterious runes, and then, lightning struck down. A resounding thunderclap echoed across the heavens, awakening Shui City. Where did that thunder come from? Is it going to rain? Shui City certainly does not need more rain. At this moment, within the enigmatic cavern, the master mused. Why do you not allow your subordinates to eliminate them if they threaten your plans? He chuckled, a mere handful of foundation-building ants. I would rather they walk into their own demise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and the man in the black robe's expression turned grave. He recognized the aura, an opponent at the pinnacle of foundation building who had once forced him to retreat. My lord among them. Someone is on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core. Do not fret. Even if he breaks through, he will merely reach the initial stage of Golden Core. Still insignificant. I would rather he rush into the city so that I can absorb him on the night of the full moon, which would greatly enhance my cultivation. Very well. Keep a watch on the Grand Formation. Do not let them discover the formation's core. Ideally, trap them within the city. The stronger the cultivator, the more benefits I shall reap. With that, the black-robed man reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Shirtian stood firm in the void, his sword drawn, engaging in a fierce battle against the thunder tribulation, the commotion resonating through the heavens. How terrifying is this thunder tribulation? Han Xing, from a distance, couldn't help but worry for Shirtian. After all, Shirtian was a peerless genius who had ascended over 900 steps on the celestial ladder. Ren Fei crossed his arms, yet concern flickered in his eyes. Ling Xiao clenched her small hands tightly. Although she had never left Shui City, she had read extensively and understood the gravity of Shirtian's predicament. At this juncture, the thunder tribulation had transformed into a crimson hue, the blood-red lightning standing out starkly against the night sky. The people of Shui City were taken aback. Is there a master undergoing tribulation nearby? In the city lord's manor, Maru's hand was already suffused with malevolent energy, yet she maintained her composure, enduring the pain to gaze at the thunder tribulation. Is it that young hero named Shirtian? As the thunder tribulation intensified, Shirtian's clothing was torn asunder, revealing his robust physique, causing Ling Xiao's cheeks to flush as she averted her gaze. Survivors of Shui City recounted that on that fateful night, the heavenly thunder raged until dawn's first light. With the sun rising, Shirtian successfully reached the Golden Core, momentarily standing firm in the void. He then consolidated his cultivation in the ether and donned a fresh set of garments before approaching his companions. Senior brother, we did it. Upon hearing this, Tian nodded and turned to Ling Xiaoxiao, who looked at him with a puzzled expression. Sighing, he said, Xiaoxiao, would you believe me if I told you that an evil cultivator intends to annihilate all of Shueihua City? Ling Xiaoxiao was taken aback, and suddenly, the pieces fell into place. Why Maru had insisted she leave the city, and the injuries that Tian and his companions had sustained upon their return. Shocked, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Eliminating the evil cultivator threatening Shueihua City is our mission. Do not worry. Wait here for our safe return. Subsequently, Ren Fei and the others left behind some magical artifacts for Ling Xiaoxiao, ensuring that the gravely injured Ren Fei would remain behind. If we are still outmatched, we shall seek aid from the sect. Tian instructed Ren Fei. Clenching his fists, Ren Fei nodded, realizing there was no other choice. To join them would only hinder their efforts, potentially leading them all to an irreversible fate. Ling Xiaoxiao tightened her small fists. I must go? I want to return to find my mother. No. Tian firmly rejected her plea, uncertain whether Maru had managed to suppress the malevolent energy. If she had failed, returning would be tantamount to seeking death. No, I must go back. Brother Tian, I implore you, take me with you. Ling Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with emotion. Tian, feeling a pang of compassion, nonetheless rendered her unconscious. He concealed her safely, preparing for the worst and hoping for assistance if necessary. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tian and Han Xing soared towards Shueihua City. Senior brother, what shall we do next? The grand formation would only be complete under the cloak of night. First, they must ascertain whether the residents could escape the city. At that moment, Ren Fei gazed at the retreating figures and the unconscious Ling Xiaoxiao, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Ultimately, he felt too weak. Do not despair, my young friend. A soothing voice echoed, prompting Ren Fei to scan his surroundings. Who goes there? Show yourself. Soon, the figures of Man Yin and Lan Yin appeared before him. Lin Daoyuan had dispatched them for protection, but with Jin Fei occupied with simpler tasks, Lan Yin, seeking diversion, had joined Man Yin. Elder Man Yin, Elder Lan Yin. Ren Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Disciple pays respects to both elders. Enough. If you wish to assist your companions, focus on healing. This young lady will be in our care. Man Yin instructed. His imposing figure was robust and powerful, while Lan Yin appeared more conventional. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei felt a surge of joy. He refrained from questioning why the two elders were present, recognizing that his priority was to heal swiftly. Lan Yin enveloped Ling Xiaoxiao in a protective barrier of spiritual energy, bringing her alongside him as they vanished from sight. Who would have thought such a small place harbored a minor evil cultivator in the transformation stage? Man Yin remarked. Let us keep an eye on that little transformation cultivator. The second-level Jindan evil cultivator should be manageable for those young ones, especially since Tian has already ascended to the Jindan stage. If necessary, we shall intervene. Meanwhile, in the Chongqing Grand Hall, Lin Daoyuan was utterly speechless. I say, this task could not be more detailed. You're asking these Foundation and Jindan cultivators to confront a transformation stage cultivator? Isn't it clearly indicated that there is a risk? Is this sufficient? Can you ensure all tasks issued by the disciples are made more explicit? Those tasks from the task hall need clearer specifications. All right, I understand. Host, it was indeed an oversight this time. Let this be the last time. Dare you speak of this system again? At Shueihua City, Tian and his companions had arrived at the city center. Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, we are cultivators from the Chongqing Immortal Sect, here to investigate the matter of the malevolent entities. We have discovered that Shueihua City is currently enshrouded by a sacrificial formation. By tonight's full moon, the formation will fully activate, at which point all inhabitants will be transformed into fodder for the evil cultivators. We urge everyone to flee Shueihua City before the formation is completely unleashed. Tian's resonant voice declared. Wait, aren't those the young heroes? One resident questioned. What evil cultivators could possibly originate from Shueihua City? Indeed, in all these years, aside from that sudden appearance of the evil entity, where would we have evil cultivators? The townsfolk exchanged skeptical remarks, wholly unconvinced. Upon hearing this, Tian and his companions found themselves at a loss. What should they do now? At that moment, a sinister figure emerged on the street, draped in crimson garments, half of their face shrouded in malevolent energy. I am the embodiment of evil. The figure was none other than Maru. A voice reached Tian's ears. Where is Xiao? Tian, perplexed by Maru's intentions, nonetheless replied, rest assured. She is safe. I believe you. If you can safely exit Shueihua City today, do not bring her back. Then, Maru unleashed an attack upon the crowd, sending individuals sprawling in an instant. However, she did not inflict harm upon them. At that moment, chaos erupted among the populace. The City Lord. The City Lord is a practitioner of evil. Run. The City Lord is a practitioner of evil. We are to be sacrificed. Panic swept through the crowd as Ma Ru stood there, releasing an aura of wickedness, slowly advancing towards them. The throng began to rush towards the city gates. Shi Tian and his companions were taken aback. Just as the people were about to escape the city, a colossal tiger, corrupted by dark energy, suddenly appeared at the gates. Its gaping maw devouring a fleeing individual in one swift motion. Fear permeated the city, compelling the masses to retreat back within its walls. You insane woman, seeking death. In an instant, the figure in black robes materialized atop the city gates, exuding a potent aura of malevolence that spread throughout the city. On the city walls, numerous corrupted beasts emerged, their faces contorted in rage, bellowing towards the populace below. The people, paralyzed by terror, had never fathomed that the once tranquil Hongwu city could harbor such malevolence. Upon seeing the several tainted beasts atop the city gates, Shi Tian's countenance grew grave. He sensed their formidable strength, the strongest among them at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. The black-robed figure radiated an even more terrifying presence. Was he at the 2nd level of Golden Core cultivation? Could he possibly be a match in combat? You wretched woman. Do you truly wish for death? And you all, if you choose to remain, prepare to become sustenance for the master. Enough, Ma Ru cried out in anguish and fury. You have fallen completely into the path of darkness in your pursuit of power. There is no turning back. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian and his companions quickly deduced that there was a story between the city lord and the black-robed man, but now was not the time for discussion. As someone attempted to flee through the gates, they were repelled by the dark entities above, completely ensnared within the city. Without an escape route, there was no way out. Do not forget, you did not always think this way. You desired the same as I. The black-robed man taunted. In response, Ma Ru gritted her teeth and charged at him, unleashing a palm strike. Ma Ru employed the arm that had already been tainted by dark energy for her attack. As she struck, despite being merely at the peak of Foundation establishment, the aid of the dark energy transformed her palm into a formidable force, imbued with boundless malevolence. As if anyone struck would plunge into an abyss of terror. However, the anticipated outcome eluded them. Ma Ru's assault was effortlessly neutralized by the cloaked man with a mere finger, and he then seized Ma Ru by the throat, casting her aside with such force that the ground itself fractured under the strain. How I loathe this. I trusted you, and now I find myself in this predicament. Ma Ru lay on the ground, drenched in her own blood, her eyes filled with profound regret. Upon witnessing this, Shi Tian and his companions realized they could no longer remain passive. At that moment, the blood-red veil had fully materialized before their eyes, enveloping the entire city in a thin shroud of crimson. Those young heroes truly did not deceive us. Is today destined to make us mere fodder for the malevolent cultivators? Some had already succumbed to despair, while others, undeterred, rushed toward the city gates, only to be obstructed by the sinister entities. Kong, Wang, we must find a way through. I will distract that cloaked man. You two see if you can break the blockade at the gates. Shi Tian declared, his aura surging with determination. Hearing his words, Han Xing and Wang Go nodded resolutely. Without hesitation, the trio charged forward. Shi Tian's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the cloaked man. As the malevolent entities gathered to protect their master, Shi Tian's right hand ignited with fiery energy, and with one powerful punch, he sent the sinister creature flying, crashing into several others of the Qi refinement stage. With a swift maneuver, he turned and unleashed a fiery palm strike, forcing the cloaked man back to hover above Hongwu City. Is he merely at the early stage of the Golden Core? The cloaked man gasped in astonishment. I am at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm. You cannot possibly defeat me. How can one know without trying? Shi Tian's expression remained resolute, his Golden Core prowess erupting in full force. At this moment, Han Xing and Wang Go engaged in battle with the malevolence above the city gate. Though both were at the Foundation establishment stage, they wielded the advantages of celestial techniques, rendering ordinary beasts of the same realm no match for them, let alone those of the Qi refinement stage. Yet, as the skirmish progressed, they discerned that the beasts tainted by dark energy seemed impervious to defeat. Amidst the rampant chaos of battle, Hongwu City was ablaze with conflict, and some townsfolk had already joined the fray against the malevolent entities of the Qi refinement level. Curse you, you wretched pups. I am not afraid. The voice belonged to the old shopkeeper, who was now locked in combat with a Qi refinement creature. At the city gates, Han Xing and Wang Go united their efforts, forcing back the strongest of the malevolent entities. They shouted, everyone, make haste and escape the city. We shall hold off these fiends. Consequently, the townsfolk rushed towards freedom. Yet, upon reaching the city outskirts, the fearsome tiger once again barred their path. With its massive jaws agape, Han Xing and Wang Go exchanged glances of alarm. Most of those who had fled were mere mortals. How could they stand against such a beast? As they prepared to attack the monstrous tiger, they found themselves ensnared by other malevolent creatures. Just at that moment, a voice rang out, "Wind wheel." Flash. A terrifying blade of wind descended from the heavens, slicing toward the vile tiger with astonishing speed. In the next instant, a cataclysmic impact shattered the tiger's defenses, severing its head from its body. Soon after, Ren Fei's figure appeared, and upon seeing him, Han Xing and Wang Go were taken aback. Ren Fei. At his acknowledgement, Ren Fei nodded. "I have arrived. But what of Ling Xiaoxiao?" The two had no time for further contemplation as they joined forces with Ren Fei to combat the malevolent entities. "Do not worry, Ling Xiaoxiao is safe. Our priority now is to eliminate these fiends." At that moment, someone had already fled from Hongwu City, and the expression of the black-robed man engaged in battle with Shurtian in the sky was one of utter dismay. "Damn it! Do not dare disrupt the master's grand design. Bring them back." The black-robed man unleashed an overwhelming aura of malevolence, causing Shurtian to hastily defend himself with both hands. Yet he was still forced back. The sky was engulfed in a tempest of dark energy unleashed by the black-robed man, and those malevolent entities that Han Xing and the others had previously vanquished astonishingly resurrected, surging towards the city gates in a frenzy. Shurtian gritted his teeth in midair, hands weaving intricate runes. Divine art, heaven incinerating palm. A colossal fiery hand manifested, hurtling towards the black-robed man with fierce intensity. The black-robed man reacted swiftly, raising his hands to defend, but the ensuing shockwave sent him staggering back several paces, his cloak nearly incinerated, revealing his grotesque visage. "What grade of divine art is this?" The black-robed man exclaimed in shock, realizing that despite being two minor realms above Shurtian, he was still evenly matched. The only explanation lay in the disparity of their techniques and divine arts. "Humph, the divine arts of the Immortal Sect are beyond your comprehension, vile creature." Shurtian panted heavily, the attack having drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. "Hee, such powerful techniques. Who wouldn't desire them? Once I eliminate you, they shall be mine." The black-robed man's confidence surged, launching a ferocious assault towards Shurtian once more. Shurtian struggled to defend himself. The sky above Hongwu City was now dominated by the chaotic remnants of their clash. "You, as a wretched cultivator, deserve to be eternally cast into hell. Hee. If I can attain great power, what does it matter?" At this juncture, Han Xing and his companions found themselves relentlessly on the defensive, unable to withstand the overwhelming number of corrupted beasts. With only the three of them standing against the tide, they fought valiantly, bloodied yet resolute. Many had managed to escape, yet others were forcefully repelled back into the city by the malevolent entities. In desperation, the trio, along with those seeking to flee, were herded back into the city. As night fell, they realized the battle had waged on for an extended period. Han Xing and his companions stood together, supporting one another before the encroaching horde of blood-red fiends. "Three immortal beings, do you think we cannot escape?" Someone trembled in fear. Hearing this, Han Xing and his companions turned their gaze towards Shurtian, who was also battered and bruised in the skies, their expressions grave. Is there truly no hope? As night enveloped them completely, a full moon ascended high above, while a crimson shroud rose ominously, shaking the very earth beneath. With the full moon's arrival, the formation is complete. None shall escape. Await your fate as the master's sustenance. The man, equally bloodied and battered, erupted into maniacal laughter. At this moment, despair enveloped the people. Escape seemed impossible. Shurtian clenched his fists, only to realize that although the grand formation was complete, it showed no signs of absorbing the people's vitality. Just then, behind the man in the black robe, Maru's silhouette suddenly emerged, piercing through the black-robed man's chest with a sword. "You wretched creature!" The black-robed man roared in fury, turning to strike Maru down with a mighty palm, sending clouds of dust swirling. Witnessing this, Shurtian rushed to the side of the black-robed man, unleashing yet another terrifying attack. Divine power, fire meteor. With gritted teeth, Shurtian appeared to have exhausted all his spiritual energy. Then, a radiant fireball, illuminating the night sky, materialized above, crashing down upon the black-robed man. The black-robed man was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shurtian's remaining strength and hurriedly gathered malevolent energy to defend himself. However, with a thunderous crash, the black-robed man was struck down, creating a massive pit in the ground. At this point, Shurtian also descended weakly, gazing at the blood-red formation with profound confusion. Many had touched the shimmering veil of the formation, discovering it posed no immediate danger, yet they remained trapped inside, as if ensnared in a cage. "Curse it! Where's the master?" Just then, the black-robed man crawled out of the deep pit, his eyes filled with perplexity and bewilderment. Meanwhile, on the side of the blue flame, He sat smiling before an elder imbued with dark energy. The elder's expression was one of terror. He dared not move. What a formidable being has appeared before me, finding me in place. Is he at the void refining stage? Or perhaps at the laws stage? How could such a powerful figure manifest in this realm? Esteemed one, might you share your origins? Perhaps I would consider releasing you. Upon hearing this, the elder of the evil sect harbored a flicker of hope. Esteemed one, I am a devout follower of the evil cult. The evil cult? The blue flame pondered thoughtfully. Very well, you may perish now. Esteemed one, did you not? Apologies. I meant perhaps. Chapter 75. The transformation of Xiao Xiao, returning to the sect. At this juncture, two figures appeared in Hongwu City, Man Yin and Ling Xiao Xiao. Man Yin wore an expression of exasperation. This girl's indecision was truly a nuisance, so he acquiesced to Ling Xiao Xiao's wishes and came along. Upon awakening, Ling Xiao Xiao insisted on finding Shirtian, clamoring to come to Hongwu City. She pouted and acted adorably, seeking sympathy, and Man Yin, with his bear-like disposition, could hardly withstand it. Upon seeing the chaotic scene in Hongwu City, where flames raged and the citizens bore wounds, alongside a pack of snarling malevolent creatures and the blood-red veil that shrouded the city, she was momentarily stunned, an unprecedented sense of shock flooding her heart. Observing the malevolent creatures, Ling Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, feeling fear, yet upon spotting Shirtian, she hurried towards him. Brother Shirtian, have you seen my mother? Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Shirtian exclaimed in surprise, followed by concern. He then noticed Man Yin and Rin Fei among others. Senior Man Yin? Shirtian gasped in astonishment. Good lad, recover from your injuries. The rest is not your concern. This task has been deemed complete. Some matters are perhaps better known to Ling Xiao Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Shirtian and the others felt the contribution points credited to their accounts, yet their spirits remained low. If their conjectures were correct, that sinister figure was indeed Xiao Xiao's father. They could hardly fathom the challenges that awaited her. At this moment, the figure of Lan Yin approached the side of Man Yin. Is it resolved? Lan Yin nodded. Just an insignificant ant, though he claimed to hail from the cult of the evil. The cult of the evil? I've not heard of it. It seems to be the headquarters of those wicked practitioners. We should report this to the sect leader. He will surely be informed. Upon hearing this, Lan Yin nodded in agreement, then cast his gaze upon the blood-red veil enveloping Hongwu City and the group of malevolent beings. Expressing a hint of disdain, merely a broken formation, with a casual wave of his hand, the blood-red veil instantly crumbled to dust, along with the beasts fully tainted by evil energy, all obliterated. Witnessing the disintegration of the crimson array and the disappearance of the malevolent beings, the people began to flee in haste. Quickly, let us go. The formation has vanished. Run. They were astonished to discover that this place harbored wicked practitioners, and that the city lord was one of them. I shall never return. That night, the inhabitants of Hongwu City packed their belongings and rushed outward, devoid of any inclination to look back. It seemed that after this night, the city would disperse. Man Yin remarked, Old man, I pay my respects to both esteemed guests. Oh. Man Yin and Lan Yin turned to see the old innkeeper, who had provided lodging for Shirtian and the others, now appearing disheveled and rather comical. Why do you linger? You old bone. Huh, at my age, where could I go? But having met the two esteemed guests today, I have no regrets. Upon hearing this, Lan Yin scrutinized the old innkeeper, discovering he possessed no talent for cultivation, merely an aged figure at the chi condensation stage. Was he lamenting? At this moment, though Shirtian felt perplexed, he steadied himself and addressed Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, no matter what transpires, I shall stand by you. As these words escaped his lips, Ling Xiao Xiao's heart tightened, and she gazed ahead, witnessing a scene she could hardly forget. Maru, now partially corrupted, approached the cloaked man and grasped his throat. All of this is your fault. I should never have trusted you. Now I am reduced to this state, unable to see Xiao Xiao, and destined to be scorned by the world. Get away, you mad woman. To grow strong, one must pay a price. The cloaked man then seized Maru by the throat and hurled her forward, landing right before Shirtian and Ling Xiao Xiao. Shirtian swiftly shielded Ling Xiao Xiao behind him. Xiao Xiao, it's dangerous. Ling Xiao Xiao was rendered speechless. Mother. Observing Maru's anguished expression, tears welled in Ling Xiao Xiao's eyes. Mother. Hearing her call, Maru turned back in disbelief and caught sight of Ling Xiao Xiao, hastily turning her corrupted side away. Shirtian, did I not instruct you to take Xiao Xiao away? Mother. Is it really you? Ling Xiao Xiao urgently pushed aside Shirtian's arm and rushed towards Maru. Meanwhile, the cloaked man pondered why the old man had not yet arrived. In the next moment, he felt a mysterious restraint within his mind unravel, startling him greatly. Only one possibility remains. Master, is he dead? The man in the black robe, in disbelief, surveyed his surroundings, only to find the grand formation utterly shattered. His astonishment deepened as he beheld Man Yin and Lan Yin, their expressions inscrutable, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. At that moment, a profound sense of dread surged within him, compelling him to involuntarily retreat a few steps. He yearned to flee, yet discovered that the entire Hongwu City was enveloped in a powerful aura of divine consciousness, rendering escape impossible. The man in black gritted his teeth. "Mother, do not approach." Maru hastily distanced herself from Ling Xiaoxiao. "What on earth has transpired, mother?" Ling Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed. Grappling with the jarring transformation of the once peaceful Hongwu City into a nightmarish scene, and the unexpected change in her typically gentle mother, Maru. Xiaoxiao. The man in black was taken aback. In the next heartbeat, he clenched his teeth and moved with lightning speed, appearing before Xiaoxiao. The sight of his grotesque visage caused her to stumble backward and fall to the ground in fright. "Xiaoxiao!" Shi Tian exclaimed in shock, but it was too late. Maru leaped forward, intent on thwarting the man in black, yet the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving her powerless to intervene. "Stop! That is your daughter." Just as he was about to seize Ling Xiaoxiao, the man in black froze, rendered immobile, as if bound by an unseen force. "Humph! To be so brazen before me?" A cold snort escaped Man Yin, striking terror into the man in black, who could find no words to utter in his current state of fear. Shi Tian and the others exhaled deeply in relief. "All right. You shall explain everything that has transpired to this child. She deserves to know," Man Yin instructed Maru, with a complex gaze filled with anguish. Maru felt the pain of her circumstances. She recognized Man Yin's immense power and bowed her head in submission. "Yes, senior." Maru then turned to Ling Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Ling Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless. She had just learned from Maru that the fearsome figure before her, paralyzed and grotesque, was her father. "Mother, what has happened?" Upon hearing this, Maru's eyes welled with tears. "I am sorry, Xiaoxiao. Your mother has made grave mistakes. In pursuit of power, I have become this abomination." As she spoke, Maru struggled against her pain, and though Ling Xiaoxiao understood her mother's torment, the horrific transformation made her hesitate to approach. "This is indeed your father. He has not perished, but has instead become a despised evildoer. Today, he seeks to sacrifice the entire city to gain unimaginable power." "Mother, I am sorry." Maru gritted her teeth, her words succinct but clear. Ling Xiaoxiao comprehended the enormity of their plight. Both her parents had succumbed to the path of infamy, and her father now sought to annihilate countless lives. The impact was overwhelming. "I am sorry, mother, but I love you." Maru longed to embrace Ling Xiaoxiao, yet the monstrous visage she now bore paralyzed her with fear. Ling Xiaoxiao ceased her weeping, remaining silent for a considerable time before rising. She understood what it meant to be an evildoer. Suddenly, she knelt before Man Yin, beseeching, "Senior, I implore you, I do not care if you kill him. Please, do not take my mother's life. Can you save her? She has never harmed anyone. I beg of you, senior." Upon hearing this, Man Yin sighed and waved his hand, causing the man in black to instantly vanish into thin air. "Although you are tainted by evil, you have never harmed the innocent. I shall spare your life." Subsequently, Man Yin summoned a formidable force that forcibly extracted the malevolent energy from Maru's body. At that moment of separation, Maru collapsed to the ground. Ling Xiaoxiao, with tears of gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you." She hurriedly rushed to Maru's side to assist her. At this juncture, Maru's complexion was pale. "I am deeply grateful for your mercy and for saving my life. Please take care of yourself," Man Yin responded, then turned to Lan Yin and inquired, "Am I being too merciful?" Hearing this, Lan Yin chuckled. "This is commendable. Perhaps the sect master would act similarly." Shi Tian promptly offered a pill for Ling Xiaoxiao to administer to Maru. "Thank you, brother Shi Tian." Following this, Shi Tian and the others looked at Man Yin with curiosity, asking, "Elder Man Yin, Elder Lan Yin, what is the nature of this task?" In response, Man Yin cleared his throat. In summary, the sect master mentioned that this task is newly established and has some minor flaws. Certain tasks lack specificity. However, the sect master has since amended these issues, so you have successfully completed the task. Upon hearing this, Shi Tian and the others suddenly understood. No wonder there were risks involved. But what about the dangers? Why did the elders come? That was because there was still a mere insect at the transformation stage hidden within. Transformation stage. Good heavens. Shi Tian and the others gasped in astonishment, but thankfully, it has been resolved. How infuriating. Next time, I must thoroughly inquire about the task's details. Good heavens, this has exhausted me. I feel that upon returning to the sect, I shall break through. Subsequently, Man Yin and the others escorted the group back to the sect, while Hongwu City had now become a thing of the past. Maru and Ling Xiaoxiao were brought by Shi Tian to Chongqing Immortal City. "Brother Shi Tian, esteemed elder, I wish to join the Immortal Sect. Oh, why is that? Lan Yin asked with a smile. To become stronger, truly stronger. Upon hearing this, Ma Ru's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Chapter 76. Recent Affairs of the Immortal Sect, Arrangements. To become stronger, what has she done? Hee. Upon hearing Shirtian's response, Ling Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment, but replied, "It's all right. I can wait." Hearing this, both Man Yin and Lan Yin regarded Ling Xiao with admiration. You and your mother should settle down in Chongqing Immortal City for now. Rest assured, it shouldn't be long before the sect begins accepting disciples again. Shirtian, I leave their arrangements in your capable hands. Shirtian clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Yes, elder. Then, Man Yin and Lan Yin led Ren Fei and the others back to the sect. At this moment, Shirtian strolled around the Immortal City with the mother and daughter duo. Ling Xiao curiously and cautiously followed Shirtian, akin to a country girl experiencing the city for the first time. Brother Shirtian, this place is so beautiful. Is it truly Chongqing Immortal Sect? Of course. It is called Chongqing Immortal City, so it is naturally part of the sect. Ma Ru was astonished. She realized the caliber of the place she had come to. Perhaps one she could never have imagined in her lifetime. At that moment, she felt both ashamed and awkward. Although she had brought all the possessions from Shueyu City, how would they develop in this immortal city going forward? Subsequently, Shirtian directly escorted the two women to the city lord's residence, where Jing Donghai promptly arranged accommodations for them. He then hurried back to the sect. As he departed, Ling Xiao gazed longingly at Shirtian's retreating figure. Are you truly smitten? Ma Ru inquired. Not at all. Ling Xiao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she denied it. Mother, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. I wish to join the Immortal Sect. Then it would be entirely justified, wouldn't it? Ma Ru chuckled. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao dashed back to her room. I am off to cultivate. Ma Ru smiled softly, still feeling a pang of guilt for nearly straying onto the path of malevolence. Although she had redeemed herself, the grandeur and purity of the Immortal City made her feel unworthy. Sighing, she returned as well, resolute in the decision to open an inn rather than remain idle. Jing Donghai noted the unusual connection between the two women and Shirtian. Thus he arranged a more spacious residence for them, ensuring their survival in this celestial city. During this period, many visitors arrived in the Immortal City, including those from chaotic regions and other sections. Upon entering the celestial city, they were astonished. How could it rival the spiritual energy of our sect? What of the Evergreen Immortal Sect? The Liang family and Jean Man Lu from the chaotic regions had also acquired properties in the celestial city and commenced operations. Although the population was still sparse, their instincts told them it was a wise investment. Meanwhile, back at the Immortal Sect, Man Yin and Lan Yin had already proceeded to the Evergreen Hall to report on the infiltration of the evil cult. Ren Fei and the others returned with spirits high. Finally back, the air of the Immortal Sect is refreshing. Wango stretched languidly, expressing his contentment. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei and his companion exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed. Just then, Shirtian's figure reappeared, and Wango was taken aback. Senior brother, shouldn't you spend more time with her? She has undergone a life-altering experience. Shirtian shot a fierce glare at Wango. Come on, junior brother Wang. Let me take you to the training grounds. In a moment of surprise, Wango was lifted by Shirtian and whisked away towards the training grounds, even stepping upon a few celestial cranes along the way. Help! I was wrong, senior brother. No use. Look, isn't that Shirtian? He returned from the mission and even broke through to the Golden Course stage, generously mentoring junior brother Wang. How considerate. Shirtian has reached the Golden Course stage, and you Haven T rush to cultivate? At that moment, Jean Fei and another disciple encountered each other and began to converse. But don't you also, Jean Fei? Get lost, I'm off to flirt. Jean Fei called to the celestial crane he rode, soaring towards a group of female disciples. However, the crane shot him a disdainful glance, and the next moment, it shook them off and flew away leisurely. Wow, Jean Fei, being with you brings me such joy. Scram. Quickly summon your flying sword. At the Evergreen Hall, a gathering of elders was present, with Lin Daoyuan seated in the main position, an unusual display of authority. Yilan, you begin. How is the establishment of the Shadow Hall progressing? Upon hearing this, Yilan, seated in the esteemed position, respectfully replied, returning to the sect master. I am currently seeking candidates, primarily among beggars and the homeless. I have already scoured 1,000 individuals. Once these 1,000 pass the test at the Heavenly Ladder, the Shadow Palace can be established. Indeed, by tomorrow, I shall bring these 1,000 for the Heavenly Ladder test. After the assessment, they will be taken to the Time-Space Tower for cultivation, so that we may establish the Shadow Palace in a remarkably short period. Yes, Yilan nodded in affirmation. Moreover, I have noticed a disparity in the cultivation levels of our disciples. It seems we must implement certain measures to enhance their motivation for cultivation. What are your thoughts on this? Sectmaster, we could indeed employ a suitable system of rewards and penalties to encourage them. Perhaps we could also hold a grand competition for disciples promotion periodically, Zhuge Ming suggested. Very well, you shall draft this matter. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming smiled wryly. Wishing to chastise himself, Lin Daoyuan simply smiled back at him, finding the situation rather amusing. The competition for disciples must be completed promptly. The Eastern Domain competition is approaching, and this presents an excellent opportunity to train the disciples and finalize our selections. Yes, the assembly responded in unison with a respectful bow. Man Yen, do you have something to report? Man Yen and Lan Yen had arrived early, seemingly to report something to Lin Daoyuan. In response, Man Yen said, Sectmaster, while escorting Shirtian and others, Lan Yen and I discovered a malevolent organization known as the Cult of the Evil Worshippers. However, we are uncertain of its exact location and wish to inform you, so we can remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan pondered for a moment. The Cult of the Evil Worshippers? The very first task after the establishment of the Shadow Palace will be to investigate this cult. Yilan nodded, taking note. Hearing about the Cult of the Evil Worshippers, Nie Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened in alarm. Sectmaster, I possess some knowledge regarding the Cult of the Evil Worshippers and have even clashed with them. At this, the assembly turned their gaze towards Nie Qingwan. Please, elaborate. She was urged. In response, Nie Qingwan spoke slowly. During my time in the Hongwu Continent, I killed a supreme-level member of the Cult of the Evil Worshippers, which subsequently led to their pursuit of me. In the starry skies, I encountered an emperor of the cult. However, their movements are elusive. I only know that they exist in the Hongwu Continent, and now in the Hongwu Continent as well, indicating that the Cult of the Evil Worshippers wields considerable power. It appears that the Cult of the Evil Worshippers is not a minor faction. Lin Daoyuan chuckled. The elders, Shi Wanhua and Feng Xiaodian, along with Kangwu, were astonished to have clashed with an emperor. Then, Elder Nie Qingwan must indeed be an emperor herself. They were taken aback to discover that the Immortal Sect harbored an emperor. Is this what the Immortal Sect is like? Even an emperor holds the title of elder. What level of cultivation have the likes of Ling Jun and the others attained? Shi Wanhua and the others could only smile bitterly, realizing they had come to the right place. Zhou Hongling and the 10 ancient powers were equally surprised. All elders were emperors. What level of cultivation do the sect master and those 11 elders possess? Then, with a contented smile, he chuckled heartily. It seems this lifetime will be fruitful for me. Sword Wuming expressed profound sentiments. Now an elder of the Sword Peak. He once stood as a revered emperor of the Sword Dao in ancient times. Yet, in the presence of Yi Kong and Dugu Jian, his understanding of the sword seemed as trivial as that of a mere novice. Thus, during this period, he devoted himself either to seeking wisdom from the two or to the pursuit of swordsmanship. Song Hongru, an ancient formidable being, upon becoming an elder at Danqing Peak, was no different, resembling an eager apprentice as he learned alongside Shi Yuqing and Shi Yuning under Li Danqing's tutelage. At this moment, Yilan cast a concerned glance in their direction. Yi Qingwan, however, was utterly speechless, returning a disdainful look as if to convey, "Does your sister truly appear so weak? After all, she is merely an emperor of the evil cult." It seemed prudent to pay closer attention to this cult. Lin Daoyuan pondered deeply, then surveyed the surroundings. Zhou Hongling and others had already reached high-tier supremacy. Upon witnessing the time-space tower, their enthusiasm was palpable, for they understood the might of an emperor. Yet they were still merely at the supreme level, leaving them quite dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Shi Wanhua, Feng Xiaodian, and Kangwu had all ascended to the pinnacle of star sovereignty, poised for a breakthrough to supremacy. Many others, including Man Yen, Lan Yen, and Xian Xian, had also reached the 9th level of star sovereignty, with Songlong attaining the 8th level of supremacy. The celestial gate was extraordinarily blessed. Stagnation and progress would be inexcusable. Observing Shi Wanhua, Feng Xiaodian, and Kangwu's imminent ascension to supremacy, Lin Daoyuan urged them to seize the moment, for the sect was set to make significant strides, and they must not lag behind. The three, taken aback, responded, "Yes, sect master." He then addressed Man Yen, Lan Yen, and Xian Xian, affirming, "We understand." Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan rewarded Man Yen and Lan Yen each with a celestial peach, a Bodhi fruit, and a cup of innate enlightenment tea. We must expedite the establishment of rewards and penalties for elders and disciples. Otherwise, those innate spiritual fruits in the back mountain will be devoured by some insatiable little glutton. At this, laughter erupted among the crowd, for who else could it be but Qi Huang? It was curious, despite sharing the same innate spiritual root, this little girl relished her meals with such delight. Lin Daoyuan had also thoroughly investigated Qi Huang, discovering that, in addition to being an innate spiritual root of the phoenix tree, she possessed a trace of phoenix bloodline. The conversation then returned to the topic of the evil cult. If we encounter them again, we must ascertain the location of their stronghold. The crowd nodded solemnly in agreement. Indeed, he continued, also, keep the grand competition in the eastern region in mind and urge the disciples to cultivate diligently. Perhaps the reputation of our Chongqing Immortal Sect in the eastern region will rest upon these disciples. Ultimately, our Chongqing Immortal Sect views this small Hongwu Continent not as a destination, but merely as a passage. Upon hearing this, aside from Mingyuan and a few others, the hearts of those like Zhou Hongling and Shi Wanhua were filled with awe. Indeed, how could the aspirations of our sect be limited to just the Hongwu Continent? However, while our sect possessed high-tier combat prowess, it remained unbalanced, with several vacant positions that needed filling. Sect Master, let us incorporate this into the next recruitment event. Zhuge Ming suggested, considering the grand competition in the eastern region and the contests among the 6 regions, it will be much more convenient moving forward. Lin Daoyuan nodded in agreement. Additionally, I have meticulously designed the attire for our sect, and once I find someone to model it, I shall proceed with mass production. Zhuge, kindly inform the Qingyuan Merchant Association to prepare accordingly, and remember to engage skilled tailors. The garments of our celestial sect shall be crafted from vibrant silk. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ming smiled, while the elders, including Zhou Hongling, were left astonished. Such exquisite silk? It is indeed extravagant. One must realize that garments made from vibrant silk are akin to earth-tier magical artifacts. It appears we must hasten our integration into the celestial sect. Observing the wide-eyed expressions of Zhou Hongling and the others, Lin Daoyuan remarked, Mingdao, do take us elders to witness the profound heritage of our sect, for we are utterly astonished. In response, Chen Mingdao chuckled, indeed, sect leader. Zhuge Ming added, rest assured, sect leader, I will instruct those 2 disciples to handle it. Furthermore, regarding the standard issue armors for each disciple, Yuchan, please expedite their production. Although it was already in the plans, I regret not having designed it sooner. Let us distribute them alongside the sect's attire. Remember, they should not exceed the heavenly tier, but let them all be of that tier. Upon hearing this, Yuchan nodded in agreement. Chapter 77, Su Qingli's Fashion Show? All heavenly tier? Sect leader, is that not a bit excessive? Lu Hai exclaimed in disbelief. To bestow earthly tier magical armors upon disciples? Have you ever seen a sect do such a thing? Setting aside those sacred lands, it's questionable whether ordinary sects even possess heavenly tier artifacts. After some contemplation, Lin Daoyuan acknowledged the concern. Indeed, it is rather ostentatious. Thus, let us create armors capable of evolving from earthly to heavenly tier. This way, disciples can refine them to heavenly tier themselves and for them. The heavenly tier will suffice in the early stages, as it is merely a transitional phase. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan projected a beam of light into Yuchan's mind, causing Yuchan's eyes to light up. Old you, please forge 1 set each for a male and a female disciple. I shall find someone to try them on. Yes, sect leader. Well then, that concludes our meeting for today. Dismissed. With that, Lin Daoyuan took the lead and departed, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. Chen Mingdao observed Zhou Hongling and the others as though they were disappointing juniors. Come, allow me to show you the heritage of our sect, otherwise, one might think you are not elders of our sect, so easily astonished. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongling and the others felt a twinge of shame and followed Chen Mingdao, with Shi Wanhua and the others trailing behind. Curiously, they were unaware of the depth of the sect's heritage. They only knew that the sect was formidable. Soon, they beheld an extensive medicinal herb garden spanning millions of acres, filled with various celestial herbs, including the legendary immortality elixir, all flourishing joyfully in the soil. Furthermore, there were thousands of innate peach divine trees, Bodhi trees, enlightenment tea trees, and Huangli, among others. Zhou Hongling and the ancient emperors were left utterly speechless. Truly, this celestial sect is not merely an ancient behemoth. I am astounded. Shi Wanhua and the others were equally astonished, questioning their very existence, as in their understanding. Could any sect possess such profound heritage? Upon opening the sect's treasure vault, one is greeted by a veritable mountain of spiritual stones, the majority of which are of the finest quality, with only a few being of superior grade, all belonging to the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering the Armory Pavilion, astonishment ensues, for even the most inferior items are of the profound tier, and ascending from there, one encounters even the legendary imperial weapons, along with others shrouded in mystery. This revelation has prompted them to ponder just how formidable Lin Daoyuan and his companions truly are. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan and his peers have become objects of profound reverence in their eyes, beyond comprehension. After perusing the scripture pavilion, they have sworn an oath of undying loyalty to the Evergreen Immortal Sect. Naturally, a surge of ambition also arises within them, as these treasures could serve as rewards for anyone within the sect. Meanwhile, in the Evergreen's peak, within Lin Daoyuan's courtyard, he reclines in a rocking chair, lost in thought as he gazes at 5 sets of garments floating in the air. These are none other than the sect's attire designed by Lin Daoyuan himself, 2 sets for male disciples and 3 for female disciples. How intriguing. Who shall be the first to try them on? Xinyue? No, she possesses the 9 heavens Linglong robe, which can transform at will. Jihuang, too petite. Then he considers Jing Mingyu, Yun Liner, the Shiji sisters, and Zhou Liner, and suddenly his eyes light up. It's settled. With a flick of his sleeve, he retrieves the garments and stands up, only to be met by the unexpected entrance of Su Qingli. Lin Daoyuan momentarily freezes, locking eyes with Su Qingli, who is approaching with equal surprise. Suddenly, a bold idea surges in his mind. Why not have Qingli try them on? No, she might get the wrong idea. I fear her retaliation, as she cannot best me. Qingli, just in time. Could you assist me with something? At his words, a flush creeps on his Su Qingli's cheeks. It seems she has an inkling of Lin Daoyuan's intentions. Yet, is this not what she secretly desires as well? Sect Master, hand them over. I shall give them a try. Seeing Su Qingli awkwardly turn her head, Lin Daoyuan scratches his head and hands her the 3 sets of female attire. Without delay, Su Qingli hastily seizes the garments and dashes into a nearby room, resembling a coy maiden. Lin Daoyuan, observing this, realizes with a start, isn't this my room? Huh. Has Qingli lost her senses? What are you afraid of, host? You can lounge in this rocking chair all day, it matters not. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan lets out a sigh. You, system, only appear during such moments. How convenient. Not at all. I have news regarding your 5th disciple. Would you care to see? Is it urgent? Not particularly. Take your time. Then I shall wait until I finish reading. Oh, the contradictory nature of men. At this juncture, Su Qingli bursts into Lin Daoyuan's room, her cheeks flushed as she clutches the garments, suddenly realizing this is indeed his chamber. In that instant, she becomes even more flustered. Noticing that only 1 set of Lin Daoyuan's attire hangs by the bedside, the room's decor exceedingly simplistic, featuring merely a bed. After a moment's contemplation, she tells herself to let it be and sits on the bed to examine the clothing. With a wave of her hand, she unfurls the 3 sets in midair, and she cannot help but acknowledge their beauty. 3 sets of garments, all identical in style but adorned in 3 distinct colors: purple, pristine white, and azure. Each ensemble features a white inner lining. Su Qingli first chose to don the azure attire. Outside, Lin Daoyuan was a flurry of anxious anticipation, tinged with an uncharacteristic sense of pride. After a brief period of anxious waiting, the door creaked open, revealing a delicate figure clad in white beneath a soft azure exterior, elegantly accentuated with intricate motifs of the Qinghuan. Lin Daoyuan's heart raced, as if he were welcoming his bride. Then, Su Qingli stepped out, gently biting her lip, her fair hands cradling her abdomen. In that moment, Lin Daoyuan was utterly captivated. His gaze was entranced. Su Qingli's hair cascaded like a waterfall, held up only by a pale azure hairpin intricately carved with a Qinghuan design, with a few stray strands framing her neck, emphasizing her porcelain skin that glowed like jade. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like autumn waters, reminiscent of countless stars swirling in the cosmos, exuding an air of cool detachment with a hint of allure. The garment, neither too long nor too short, gracefully fell just above her ankles, a moon-white wide-sleeved skirt serving as the inner layer, while the azure outer robe was adorned with Qinghuan patterns, complemented by tassel embellishments at the waist. In sum, she was utterly breathtaking. The author finds it challenging to capture her beauty adequately. Noticing Lin Daoyuan's dazed expression, Su Qingli blinked her captivating eyes. She then retreated to her room to retrieve the white ensemble, emerging once more, this time in a pristine wide-sleeved skirt that made her appear as if she had descended from the Moon Palace. The styles remained the same, differing only in color, undeniably. Each was exquisite. The final set was purple, and as Su Qingli emerged adorned with matching hair accessories, she transformed into an enchanting fairy. Unable to contain himself, Lin Daoyuan flushed and dashed outside, exclaiming, I must go find she and the others to try on clothes. Yes, that's it. Patience is key. Seeing Lin Daoyuan flee, Su Qingli turned, a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, at the residence of Mu Shi and Mo Wujin, Lin Daoyuan began trying on outfits with them. Chapter 78, Precious Armor. The Grand Qingyuan Merchant Association. It must be noted that the attire for male disciples predominantly featured shades of light gray and soft black, with designs akin to those found in the realm of cultivation, yet embellished with exquisite coats and belts. Mu Shi's eyes sparkled. It was his first time wearing such fine garments. Mo Wujin, equally astonished, remarked on the remarkable quality of the fabric, silk, though its grade remained a mystery. At that moment, Mo Wujin donned the black ensemble, which perfectly accentuated his aloof and proud demeanor. He too was enamored with his outfit. Reflecting on his past at the Zonmin of the Purple Thunder Sect, grateful for their expulsion, Lin Daoyuan observed with satisfaction. The only item left to try was the precious armor. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Yu Chun appeared beside Lin Daoyuan, holding 2 pieces of armor. Upon seeing him, Mu Shi and Mo Wujin respectfully bowed. "We greet Elder Yu Chun." In response, Yu Chun smiled gently. "Since it is a direct transmission from the sect master, there is no need for excessive formality among us. Sect master, please evaluate its effectiveness." Lin Daoyuan's eyes brightened as he gazed at the treasured armor in Yu Chun's hands, and he immediately had Mu Shi don it. The moment Mu Shi wore the armor, he transformed into a contemporary warrior, the armor completely crafted from celestial meteorite iron. Comprising of body armor, shoulder guards, and shin guards, each piece was exquisitely engraved with intricate, mysterious patterns, while the unique obsidian hue of the celestial meteorite iron was vividly manifested throughout the armor. Mu Shi felt an overwhelming surge of power enveloping his entire being. "Master, what is the grade of this armor?" Mu Shi inquired, puzzled. "It is a ground-grade artifact that can be upgraded to heavenly grade. Every disciple is entitled to one. Of course, advancing to heavenly grade will depend on your own efforts, as this is merely a transitional phase. You will encounter even greater treasures in the future." Upon hearing this, both he and Mo Wujin were astounded. "Is this the foundation of our celestial sect?" "Wujin, unleash a punch to test it." Upon hearing this, Mo Wujin was eager to act. "Be careful. Let us go." Mu Shi spread his feet apart, clasped his hands behind his back, and stabilized his core, channeling all his dense spiritual energy into the armor. Subsequently, Mo Wujin positioned himself sideways, gathering a formidable amount of spiritual energy in his right fist, accompanied by a faint crackle of lightning. This was hardly surprising, as Mo Wujin possessed exceptional lightning roots. He then unleashed a fierce punch imbued with purple lightning toward Mu Shi's chest. A resounding boom echoed as Mu Shi staggered back a few steps. Yet the armor remained entirely unscathed. What a remarkable item, capable of withstanding my blow. Witnessing this, Lin Daoyuan felt quite pleased. Both with the performance of the armor and the progress of the 2 disciples, they had now reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and their full-force strike could rival that of the early stage of the god transformation realm. Their efforts in the gravity tower and the time-space tower were not in vain. Indeed, this armor, once upgraded to heavenly grade, will withstand even a casual strike from a star sovereign. Lin Daoyuan then presented the armor to Mu Shi. As it was destined to be given, whether sooner or later, he then went off to seek out Xiao Zhenyue. At this moment, Mo Wujin touched the armor on Mu Shi, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "With this armor, my combat prowess will surely reach at least the god transformation realm." Mu Shi, sensing Mo Wujin's intense gaze, promptly stowed the armor away in his storage space. Junior brother, there will be more opportunities." "I understand." Upon arriving at Xianyu Peak, he sensed with his divine consciousness and found that Xiao Zhenyue was not cultivating. Instead, she was at a stone table with Qi Huang, seemingly engaged in writing. "Woe is me, senior sister, I cannot endure this. Practicing calligraphy is so difficult," Qi Huang exclaimed, her face filled with distress. "Focus your mind," Xiao Zhenyue replied calmly. And then the tip of her brush inscribed the characters for "focus your mind" in the air. Those characters seemed to come alive, radiating a soft green light, which then flew into Qi Huang's forehead, instantly calming her down as she obediently continued to practice her writing. Observing this, Xiao Zhenyue smiled. "I never anticipated that the art of brush and ink could be so profound. This has truly brought great trouble to Qi Huang." Ever since Xiao Zhenyue visited Danqing Peak, she returned and began making Qi Huang practice calligraphy, claiming it was for Qi Huang's benefit. In truth, Jing Mingyu was also present, but upon seeing Qi Huang's predicament, he discreetly slipped away. Upon reaching a certain level in the path of Danqing, a single brush can conjure an entire world, and a drop of ink can give rise to myriad beings. Lin Daoyuan's voice resonated softly, prompting Xiao Zhenyue to quickly turn her head. Whereupon she spotted Lin Daoyuan and Yu Chun. Hastily, she rose to greet them, saying, "Disciple Zhenyue pays respect to Master and Elder Yu Chun." Xiao Zhenyue felt a surge of delight. What brought her master here? At that moment, Qi Huang suddenly shook her small head, regaining her senses, upon seeing Lin Daoyuan. She seemed to have found a lifeline. "Wah, master, save me. I'm suffering terribly." Qi Huang dashed over, and leaped into Lin Daoyuan's embrace. Clinging to him like an octopus, her petite form nestled against his chest. Lin Daoyuan was at a loss for words and promptly lifted her up. What a splendid path to tranquility. Why are you not diligently learning from your senior sister, yet instead wallowing in misery? In response, Huang pointedly pouted her little finger. I am a congenital spiritual root. Isn't it sufficient to cultivate the willow god technique? Who says a congenital spiritual root cannot pursue other paths? Once again, Huang was playfully returned to Xiao Jinyue's arms. Wah, senior sister, master is scolding me. Hearing this, Xiao Jinyue gently tapped Huang's head. That's what you get. Huang pouted, and for a moment, the group could only share a resigned smile. Returning to the matter at hand. What business did master have with Jinyue to make such a trip? It's nothing of great importance. I have designed the essential protective armor for the disciples of our sect. The male disciples have already tried it out, and now I need you to test it for the female disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinyue nodded in understanding. Lin Daoyuan then presented the female disciple's armor to her. Once donned, it was truly stunning, perfectly tailored to the female figure, with ample shoulder guards and leg fittings. The armor worn over her original white dress transformed her into a veritable warrior goddess. Xiao Jinyue was taken aback. The divine sense of a quasi-emperor revealed the entirety of the armor's design, yet it could grow into a heavenly-grade protective treasure. It was indeed suitable for the disciples at their current stage. Having spent ample time beside Lin Daoyuan, Xiao Jinyue had grown accustomed to such wonders. Huang gazed in awe, her eyes sparkling. So handsome, so beautiful. I want one too, master. If you want it, then you must hurry to cultivate, otherwise. You won't even be as tall as the armor. Upon hearing this, it felt as though a bolt of lightning struck Huang's heart, and she promptly scurried off to draw circles in the corner. Seeing this, Lin Daoyuan helplessly remarked, All right, don't be disheartened. If you perform well, I shall forge a unique treasure just for you. Huang's heart leaped with joy, yet she chose to ignore Lin Daoyuan. What a little imp, still ignoring me. Afterward, Lin Daoyuan instructed Yu Chun to return to forge the set, and handed it to Jinyue as well. After teasing Huang a bit more, he took his leave. At that moment, Huang's little face was flushed and nestled in Xiao Jinyue's embrace, her hands exploring the armor as though she were a playful little fox. Alas, senior sister, my master only knows how to pinch my cheeks. It is utterly intolerable. I shall make a note of this. If only I could cultivate and grow up quickly, my master would cease this vexation. Humph. At this moment, in the celestial city of Chongqing, within the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Lin'er gazed in astonishment at the disciple garments and the resplendent silks transmitted by Zhuge Ming. Now I comprehend why our master instructed us to seek out skilled tailors. These garments are indeed exquisite. Zhou Lin'er, cradling the female disciple's attire, examined it with delight. Come, we must negotiate with the president of the Tailor Association. Subsequently, the siblings made their way to the grand hall of the chamber, where they sat gracefully in the principal seats. Flanking them were two venerable guardians, both of whom were in the realm of law. In the audience, a poised lady in a qipao wore a look of astonishment. Sensing the presence of the elder guardians beside Zhou Lin'er and Zhou Tianyu, her companion whispered to her. Further astonished to learn that the siblings had already reached the nascent soul stage. The celestial sect of Chongqing? Is it truly this formidable? A nascent soul at merely 24 years of age. It is noteworthy that, as the president of the Tailor Association, her cultivation only reached the void refinement stage, and she had already lived for centuries, being considered rather gifted. Prior to negotiating with the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, she had ascertained that it was the property of the celestial sect of Chongqing. Thus, despite her status, she maintained a humble demeanor in the presence of Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Lin'er, aware that there were influential forces behind them. We have invited President Luo here. As stated in our letter, might she have any inquiries? Zhou Tianyu inquired politely. Upon hearing this, President Luo responded with calm grace. Do you truly wish to customize 100,000 sets of garments? Indeed, these are samples. We require no fewer than 100,000 sets for each design. Following this, President Luo gazed at the 5 exquisitely designed sets of garments floating in the air. The design astounded her, and the quantity was staggering. 100,000 sets for each design, totaling 500,000 sets? Are you certain? Yes. Is there an issue on your end, President Luo? There is no issue per se, but delivery can only be staggered. Such a vast quantity necessitates time. Zhou Lin'er smiled in response. President Luo, please expedite the creation of 1,000 sets for now. The remainder will constitute a long-term collaboration. President Luo pondered thoughtfully and nodded. What materials will you be using? Rainbow silk. What? Rainbow silk? The lady in the qipao and her companion gasped in disbelief. Rainbow silk is the finest material for crafting garments for cultivators. It is imperative to use rainbow silk for the stitching. Upon hearing this, President Luo gritted her teeth. Rainbow silk could be deemed a treasure, if all garments require it. I cannot guarantee that our tailor association can sustain such a demand. President Luo, simply inform me if it can be sewn. If so, our chamber will dispatch powerful individuals to assist your establishment. After a moment of contemplation, President Luo acquiesced. Perhaps she recognized that an opportunity or fortuity had arisen. This is 10 million premium spirit stones, serving as a deposit. Subsequently, the lady with the surname Luo departed, trembling alongside her attendants. While 3 formidable figures from the realm of law from the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce followed the 5 colossal flying vessels of the Tailor Association into the distance. Chapter 79, The First Sect Competition. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly passed. The efficiency of the Tailor Guild was remarkable. In just 10 days, they had produced precisely 5,000 sets, each consisting of 1,000 pieces. The merchant ships of the Tailor Guild arrived at the Qingyuan Commerce Association, from where they were delivered to the Chongqing Immortal Sect. Under ordinary circumstances, outsiders were not permitted entry into the Chongqing Immortal Sect. This time, the delivery was overseen by President Luo, who left her name, Luo Wanxia. At this moment, the disciples had received their respective garments, and upon inspection, they were utterly astonished. Such exquisite attire, and there were 3 sets each. The female disciples were particularly delighted by the beauty of their outfits, while the male disciples collectively opted to don the black ensembles, exuding an undeniable coolness. The grand plaza of the sect was filled with disciples. The figure of Shi Wanhua appeared above the square. Upon his arrival, the disciples bowed in unison and proclaimed, "Greetings, elder." In response, Shi Wanhua spoke slowly, stating that the sect master had decreed that, to encourage disciples to diligently cultivate, the first disciple competition of our immortal sect would take place in 10 days. The competition would consist of 2 formats, a contest among disciples of the same rank, which would select the outstanding individuals within that tier, and a promotion competition. Inner disciples could challenge core disciples, and upon victory, would ascend to the core level. Outer disciples could challenge inner disciples, and those who succeeded would enter the inner sect. Meanwhile, miscellaneous disciples challenging outer disciples, if they triumphed, would also advance to the outer sect. Each promotion signifies access to greater sect resources, and I hope you all devote yourselves to your cultivation. Furthermore, the Eastern Domain competition is about to commence, and this sect competition will also select suitable disciples to compete with those from other sects in the Eastern Domain, even reaching the Holy Lands. Upon hearing this, the disciples were greatly astonished. Was the time finally upon them? Promotions, rankings, and competitions against the prodigies of the Eastern Domain. At this moment, the disciples' eyes sparkled with fervor. We shall abide by the sect master's decree. Among the crowd, Shi Tian clenched his fists, resolute in his ambition to secure a position. Meanwhile, Jing Mingyu and the Shi sisters also expressed keen interest. I wonder if there will be any peers among them? Unbeknownst to many, Yun Liner stood at the forefront, her gaze ablaze with intensity. Additionally, the Zhou siblings also clenched their fists, as if preparing for a momentous occasion. At this juncture, Jing Mingyu, Yun Liner, and others donned the sect attire, which could only be described as ethereal, akin to celestial maidens gracing the earth. Xiao Jinyue's 9 heavens linglong robes shimmered in a splendid shade of purple. However, Qi Huang was absent, lacking a smaller version. Hence, little Qi Huang would have to bide her time until she grew taller. Undoubtedly, the sect attire represented the prestige of the sect, suitable for collective activities, while outdoor excursions did not necessitate its wear. The Eastern Domain competition, you say? Xiao Jinyue pondered thoughtfully. Upon hearing of the impending competitions with the sects of the Eastern Domain, Mo Wujin stood with hands clasped behind his back, the air crackling with energy in his palms, while Mu Shi bore a resolute expression. Excellent. The reputation of our immortal sect relies upon your endeavors, Shi Wanhua remarked, stroking his fiery red beard. All right, return and prepare. With that, the disciples dispersed in a flurry. Sister, I saw the master picking fruits in his courtyard today. Perhaps he will prepare a delicious meal tonight. Shall we go and partake? Qi Huang turned to Xiao Jinyue, and, upon hearing her words, Xiao Jinyue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She then summoned Jing Mingyu, Yun Liner, the Shijiang sisters, Zhou Tianyu, and Zhou Liner, along with Shi. Subsequently, Qi Huang, with a slight pout, asked Mo Wujin if he would join. Mo Wujin let out a cold snort, but, recognizing the situation, followed suit. In essence, Qi Huang gathered those she had a good rapport with. Xiao Jinyue observed this and thought to herself, if she did not join, it would be quite the situation. With a sigh, she resigned herself to take the group along. Well, it's a rare gathering. Let us go. Is this all right, master sister? They inquired. Indeed, Sister Yu, replied the Shijiang sisters and Jing Mingyu. However, Yun Liner remained silent, her mouth watering at the thought. Usually, Mingyuan enjoyed playing chess with Lin Daoyuan, and once she accompanied him, only to sleep the entire day. Yet that evening, Lin Daoyuan prepared a meal that captivated her stomach. It seemed delightful. Master would not mind, would he? Xiao Jinyue thought of Lin Daoyuan's amiable and composed visage, her heart reassured that he would not object. She had called upon Shi Tian and the others. Yet they dared not join. After all, he was the sect leader. By the way, where is senior brother Duan Bailing? Why hasn't he returned? Rin Fei inquired. He seemed to have returned the day before yesterday, but upon his arrival, it appears Elder Chen summoned him. With that, Shi Tian and the others dispersed. Only Chen Mingdao was aware that Duan Bailang had ventured out, digging up talents from the ancestral grave, and had been pursued for 3 days and nights. Had he not intervened discreetly, Duan Bailang might have found himself displayed as a trophy. Meanwhile, at Chongqing Peak, in Lin Daoyuan's courtyard, Ling Jun, Yu Chun, and others were engaged in a game of chess, while Lin Daoyuan skillfully wielded his knife at the culinary station, with Su Qingli harmoniously gathering vegetables from the garden. Suddenly, feeling a craving for home-cooked meals, Lin Daoyuan intended to prepare something simple. However, upon the arrival of Ling Jun and the others, he had to increase his efforts. Just then, the courtyard door was gently pushed open. Ji Huang peeked in. Hee, master, are you there? Oh, little Huang, come in. Soon. Xiao Jinyue and her companions entered and spotted those in the courtyard. Our Jinyue was now tightly gripping her skirt. Oh my. They exchanged bewildered glances. Master, what brings you here? Jing Mingyu asked, arms crossed in disbelief, while the Shijiang sisters and the Zhou siblings recognized their master. She, looking puzzled, spoke up. Disciple pays respects to master and esteemed seniors. At this moment, all eyes turned to Shi, curious about his demeanor. He scratched his head in confusion. Mo Wujing, with unmistakable clarity, dragged Shi out. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan, with a resigned sigh, prepared additional dishes, setting up 2 large tables. How peculiar! What is drawing everyone here today? Although Xiao Jinyue and the others felt awkward, they found comfort in the delightful dishes. Meanwhile, the intense game led by Shi Tian continued. As disciples with contribution points explored the gravity tower and time-space tower, while those without contribution points gritted their teeth, relying on the monthly resources from the sect, which were, indeed, quite substantial. Now, the disciples, including Lin Daoyuan's direct apprentices, consist of Xiao Jinyue and Situ Qingfeng in the transformation stage, though Situ may not return in time. In the nascent soul realm, there are 11, including Wu Jin, Yun Liner, and the Zhou siblings. In the golden core stage, we have Jing Mingyu, the Shi sisters, Shi Tian, and the trio of Rin Fei, who have been fervently training in the time-space tower since returning to the sect. Of course, there is also Su Shi, who is at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, it remains uncertain whether she will succeed in forming her golden core within 10 days. Furthermore, among the other disciples, even the most junior have at least touched the threshold of foundation establishment. Upon returning from the chaotic realm, Xiao Jinyue observed the cultivation levels of the sect's disciples. And compared to those in the central and northern domains, they are now quite similar. As the time approached, the vast martial arena saw some disciples entering early to engage in sparring. They were acutely aware of the immense space and power within the arena. At that moment, several broad platforms began to rise slowly. Chapter 80. The grand competition begins. Visitors from 2 sects. Each platform seemed to emanate an ancient and solemn aura, sending shivers down the spines of many disciples. Soon, the date of the grand competition arrived, and the disciples gathered in the martial arena. In this brief span of 10 days, many disciples had made breakthroughs in their cultivation. Undoubtedly, under gentle guidance, Su Shi advanced to the golden core realm, while the trio of Rin Fei also made notable progress. Shi Tian, however, was even more astonishing. After spending 9 days in the gravity tower and the time-space tower, he reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, nearly catching up to Yun Liner and the others. Perhaps there was a compelling reason for his relentless effort. Nevertheless, after leaving the sect plaza that day, Shi Tian made another visit to Chongqing Immortal City. Mo Wujin and Mu Shi also ascended to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Clearly, for these two, challenging those in the early transformation stage would pose little difficulty. Surprisingly, on the final day, Duan Bailang stepped into the nascent soul realm. At this moment, on the grand observation platform for the sect's higher-ups, figures such as Zhou Hongling and Shi Wanhua made their appearances. Upon seeing the elders of the sect, the disciples respectfully bowed to Zhou Hongling and the others. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Wanhua declared the commencement of the grand competition. The first event was a ranking competition among disciples of the same level. Zhou Hongling and the others looked on with immense satisfaction as they observed the disciples within the sect. It was evident that the disciples possessed excellent talent, resilience, character, and integrity, having undergone a remarkable transformation through the nurturing of various divine artifacts within the sect. Had these disciples existed in that bygone era, each would have been a formidable figure in their own right. Zhou Hongling sighed. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai and others nodded in agreement. Esteemed seniors, these are our disciples at the sect, Shi Wanhua said with reverence, equally proud. Behind him, the trio of Shi Wanhua understood that Zhou Hongling and the others were ancient powerhouses, previously reigning as unparalleled emperors, their eyes nearly bursting with astonishment. They marveled at Lin Daoyuan's might while simultaneously feeling a deep respect for Zhou Hongling and the others. Ancient emperors, even if their cultivation has regressed, their presence and insight are beyond what they could hope to compare. At this moment, under Shi Wanhua's guidance, the disciples gradually entered the martial arena. For this grand competition, all were encouraged to strive diligently. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan's languid voice reverberated throughout the entire martial arena, causing an immediate uproar. The sect leader is watching. I must perform admirably. Meanwhile, in Lin Daoyuan's private courtyard, several elders were present, while Lin Daoyuan reclined in a rocking chair, nibbling on spiritual fruits. Above, the live depiction of the martial arena unfolded. It seemed that Jinyue had no adversary. Jinyue was faring well, yet Shi Huang, also beside Lin Daoyuan, was munching on spiritual fruits. Alas, she could not participate. Being in the realm of laws, her involvement would surely result in a disproportionate advantage. With only a few core disciples and a significant gap in cultivation levels, the first round of competition was transformed into a chaotic battle among those of the same realm, with rankings determined by who was eliminated first. At this juncture, the martial arena had organized participants of equivalent cultivation onto a vast platform. Mo Wujin, Mu Shi, Yun Liner, Duan Bailang, and the Zhou siblings were all in the nascent soul realm, forming one group. Meanwhile, Shi Tian, Jing Mingyu, the Shi sisters, Ren Fei, Han Xing, Wang Go, Su Shi, and Jin Fei, along with over 100 disciples who had just stepped into the Golden Core realm, were also present. The remainder comprised over 200 disciples in the Foundation establishment stage. It appeared that after this event, further encouragement for their cultivation would be necessary. Only those like Xiao Jinyue could hold their own. Lin Daoyuan's ambition was to cultivate disciples that could easily overpower the strongest disciples of ordinary sects, let alone those of the Holy Land, where innate talent and acquired skills diverged significantly. While munching, Lin Daoyuan muttered, "Heh, old Li, how about a wager? Your two flower-like disciples stand no chance against this Shi Tian." Ling Jun remarked to Li Danqing. Upon hearing this, Li Danqing stroked his beard and chuckled. "The endless divine fire body is indeed remarkable, but defeating my two disciples will not be an easy feat." "Ah, but your words imply they will win," Ling Jun slyly retorted. "I dare say your precious disciple Jing Mingyu cannot best this Shi Tian." Upon this, Ling Jun awkwardly smiled. "It's not fitting for young ladies to engage in such violence, is it?" "Indeed." Shun Mingdao gazed at the two old men, speechless, and then turned to Lin Daoyuan, inquiring, "Sect leader, how many slots does a sect have?" Lin Daoyuan paused, seemingly lost in thought. "I believe it is 10. At that moment, with Shi Wanhua's command, the chaotic battle among those of the same realm commenced. The Foundation establishment disciples had descended into utter disarray. A flurry of divine abilities filled the air, akin to a celestial maelstrom. However, some disciples displayed wisdom by forming alliances before determining the victor. The battlefield among the Foundation establishment participants had become segmented into various factions, who would shatter their opponents' groups before pursuing other teams in a victorious surge. At this time, Lin Daoyuan received a message. Shi Songhai transmitted that the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, Jianwei Yi, and the leader of the Xintian sect, Tian Kongzi, had arrived, inquiring if Lin Daoyuan would receive them. "Of course, I shall see them," Lin Daoyuan responded, having overlooked some matters concerning the grand competition, thus instructing Shi Songhai to escort the two directly into the martial arena's observation platform. Subsequently, Lin Daoyuan smiled and addressed Ling Jun and the others. "The esteemed master has departed, and just in time, guests have arrived. Do not linger over your meal. Instead, venture to the orchard to gather some flat peaches, Bodhi fruits, and enlightenment tea." Lin Daoyuan instructed his companion, Qi Huang. Upon hearing his words, Qi Huang nodded and smiled sweetly. "Yes, master." Soon after, Lin Daoyuan's figure vanished from sight. At that moment, Lin Daoyuan and the elders, including Ming Yuan, appeared in their designated seats. The elders had indeed arrived. Upon their arrival, Zhou Hongling, Shi Wanhua, and Song Long among others respectfully bowed. but Lin Daoyuan motioned for them to take their seats and turned his gaze towards the martial arts arena. At this juncture, Shi Canghai entered alongside Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi. Upon seeing Lin Daoyuan and the others once more, Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi felt a surge of trepidation. However, observing the current scene, it seemed they had arrived at an inopportune moment. Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi were immediately struck by the fierce battles unfolding in the sky. Was this a grand competition among the disciples? Both felt a sense of embarrassment. We pay our respects to the master of Chongqing and the esteemed elders. It was reckless of us to not realize that your sect was holding a disciple competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoyuan chuckled and casually offered them 2 chairs. Your timing is fortuitous, as I have matters to discuss with you. Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi hastily took their seats. Master, I have arrived. Soon after, Shi Huang gracefully descended, her hands cradling an abundance of flat peaches and Bodhi fruits suspended by spiritual energy. She even indulged in some herself. Lin Daoyuan then instructed Shi Huang to distribute the flat peaches and Bodhi fruits among all the elders present. Upon seeing the flat peaches again, Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi were both astonished and exhilarated. Were such divine fruits truly meant for hospitality? They recalled that during their previous visit, they were merely at the mid-stage of the law realm, and after being granted 1 flat peach each by Lin Daoyuan, their cultivation had soared to the pinnacle of the law realm within just over a month. Esteemed elder, this seems overly generous. We feel unworthy. No need for concern. These are rewards for the disciples of our sect. Rewards for the disciples? The two felt a rush of embarrassment. Indeed, the Chongqing Immortal Sect was beyond their imagination. Chapter 81. The intense competition that shocked the two. First, please inform us of the purpose of your visit. Upon hearing this, Jian Wei respectfully replied, Tian Kongzi and I have come to convey the recent developments regarding the Eastern region's competition. Developments? Indeed, esteemed elder. The Tianyin Sacred Land has altered the schedule for the competition, now set for half a month from now, which is over 2 weeks earlier than originally planned. Oh, I see. Lin Daoyuan pondered briefly, sensing that the impact was minimal. Tian Kongzi continued, in light of this upcoming competition, our sects have been urging our disciples to train diligently. Originally, our disciples' cultivation and talents are inferior to those of the Tianyin Sacred Land. And with the timeline moved forward, it seems we are being denied any opportunity to excel. Jian Wei sighed in agreement. Each cohort of disciples from the Tianyin Sacred Land dominates the rankings. Our disciples have not even had the chance to participate in the 6 domains competition. And now the timeline is hastened. Truly, it leaves us with no chances. We can only pin our hopes on the Immortal Sect, at the very least, to break the monopoly of the Tianyin Sacred Land. Do you truly lack confidence in your own disciples? Lin Daoyuan murmured to himself, inquiring how many slots each sect had for the grand competition. In response, esteemed elder, each sect is allotted 10 slots. 10, you say? So, what do you think of my disciples? Upon hearing this, Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi gazed at the enormous screen above. The sight of the incoming cultivator at the law realm left them astounded. It was yet another divine artifact, serving as a training ground for the small world. Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi were overwhelmed with emotions, gritting their teeth as they looked at their disciples. To their astonishment, the lowest cultivation level among them had already touched the threshold of foundation establishment. Furthermore, their talents were all at least of the 10th grade spirit root. In any ordinary sect, such individuals would be considered formidable. What do you think of my disciples? At that moment, Jian Wei and Tian Kongzi felt a bitter taste in their hearts. As they observed and indulged, they realized that this grand competition aimed to select candidates for the Eastern Domain contest. Wise elder, they acknowledged. The two of them then gazed at the mystical, aura-infused spiritual fruits before them, swallowing their saliva, yet resisting the urge to partake, knowing they must wait until they returned home to enjoy them. Lin Daoyuan smiled, refraining from informing them that consuming such spiritual fruits would yield greater effects in places rich in spiritual energy. At this moment, Shi Huang was still beside Lin Daoyuan, indulging in her meal, which he chose to ignore. However, the seats of high-ranking individuals were spacious, allowing Su Qingli to invite Shi Huang to sit beside her. After a while, Shi Huang dashed over to Yi Qingguan's side. Lin Daoyuan had also recently noticed the lack of attendance. Not even a maid was present. It seemed that this sect was still lacking in many areas. Elders were scarce, maids were missing, and even guards were in short supply. Nevertheless, these were matters for another time. Now, Lin Daoyuan and the others turned their attention to the training ground. At this point, the battles of the foundation establishment stage were nearing their conclusion, and all eyes were fixed on the confrontations of the Golden Core stage. It seemed that less than 2 months had passed since the disciples were recruited by the Immortal Sect. Golden Core stage. Over 100 participants. Jianwei Yi and Tian Kong Zi felt a tremor in their hearts. They observed as Shi Tian, the Shijiang sisters, Jing Mingyu, Ren Fei, and others formed a tacit circle, swiftly eliminating the scattered disciples from the arena. How infuriating! Why has senior brother Shi Tian's cultivation advanced so rapidly? Peak Golden Core. How utterly frustrating. Soon after, they witnessed Shi Tian performing hand seals, invoking a divine ability, the Burning Heaven Palm. The enormous fiery hand seemed less like an attack and more like a propelling force, sending numerous disciples sprawling to the edges of the arena. Those cast aside gritted their teeth, unleashing their full cultivation, summoning various divine abilities. Divine ability, Annihilation. Divine ability, Tornado. Divine ability, Great Cold Ice Palm. Countless terrifying divine abilities converged into a powerful strike, colliding with the fiery hand, causing the training ground to erupt in tumultuous winds, sudden chills, and falling fireballs, shaking the massive platform to its core. At that moment, both Jianwei Yi and Tian Kong Zi sensed an aura of high-tier techniques, mortal realm high-tier techniques. Yet, they could not discern the exact level. The terrifying aftermath spread out, as Shi Tian moved with astonishing speed, fully unleashing the terrifying power of his peak golden core cultivation. He arrived behind the massive hand and struck once more, amplifying the force, and in the next moment, sent those disciples flying out of the arena. I humbly concede. Dear fellow disciples, upon hearing these words, the dismissed disciples supported one another, chuckling. Brother Shi Tian remains unchanged. As Shi Tian turned around, he was immediately met with attacks from several disciples. Observing this, Shi Tian hastily defended himself, yet he was still pushed to the edge by the fierce onslaught. I concede. Brother Shi Tian, but not necessarily. At that moment, a melodious sound of the guqin surged forth like ocean waves, momentarily rendering the disciples spellbound. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Tian executed a backflip, landing behind those disciples and sending them flying away. Haha, they have indeed grasped the rules of the game. Shi Wanhua chuckled. Rules? What rules? Did anyone mention them? Song Wu and the others queried in confusion. Then Feng Xiaotian remarked, as disciples of the Immortal Sect, the rules of our contest reside within their hearts. Humph, Brother Shi Tian, be cautious from behind. Shi Yuqing, cradling her guqin, advised. Responding with a faint smile, Shi Tian plunged back into the fray. The Shi sisters, one holding the guqin and the other wielding a brush, exhibited remarkable prowess. With a single tune from Shi Yuqing, many disciples were momentarily entranced. Then, Shi Yuning inscribed a large character for retreat in the air, causing the dazed disciples to be forcibly ejected from the stage by an unseen force. This is the path of Danqing, cultivating to the utmost, as previously mentioned. A single brush can delineate an entire world. Only two individuals witnessed this rare sword of the grand path, both equally astonished. Fortunately, they quietly observed, allowing their shock to settle. Jing Mingyu summoned a green flame, accompanying it with an alchemical furnace, ready to strike. Many disciples fell beneath the crushing force of Jing Mingyu's furnace, being forcefully blasted away. Pooh, I ask you, Ling Jun, is this how you teach that girl to fight? Chun Ming burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Ling Jun wore a grim expression. My disciple, you should utilize the sacred fire I bestowed upon you. Ren Fei and his companions coordinated seamlessly, quickly leaving only Shi Tian, the Shi sisters, Ren Fei, and Jin Fei in the fray. Without hesitation, Jing Mingyu directed her furnace towards Jin Fei, for he had dared to provoke her. Look, Brother Jin Fei seems to have been sent flying. I saw it. Soon, the battle ensued, concluding with Shi Tian and the Shi sisters tied for first place in the Golden Core group, followed by Jing Mingyu, Ren Fei, and the girl Su Shi. The Shi sisters and Jing Mingyu appeared unfazed. Life within the sect is preferable. It matters not if we cannot venture outside. Su Shi felt a sense of fulfillment. Having been fortunate enough to receive a hint of favor, and engaging with Shi Tian and others had provided her with ample material to ponder. Originally, the Shi sisters were quite spirited before encountering the paths of the guqin and brush painting, but after interacting with Jing Mingyu, they had settled down. Although Ren Fei and his companions felt disheartened, they did not lose heart. It was not that they were weak, but rather that their opponents were extraordinary. Subsequently, the Golden Core battles concluded, and the spectators now turned their attention to the numerous nascent soul avatars on the battlefield. Xiao Jinyue sat quietly, cross-legged upon a floating stone, observing the battle below. Chapter 82, The Three Warriors. A decision. Yun Linner's manifestation was her true form, a magnificent seven-colored devouring python. The resplendent and sacred illusion of the seven-colored python stood proudly in the arena, as if the monotony of the battleground was unworthy of her vibrant hues. Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Linner similarly summoned their manifestations to engage in combat. As Yunliner's devouring python opened its cavernous maw, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth as an attack, while the Zhou siblings retaliated with their own forces. Divine Technique, Primordial Palm. Divine Technique, Celestial Fist. The Zhou siblings' manifestations resembled a colossal chaotic palm and a titanic fist capable of breaking through the heavens, striking forth in an instant. In that moment, even the surrounding air spiraled into a tornado, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Its influence felt in various regions beyond. Shurtian and the others were equally astonished. Is this the power of the Yuanying realm? Is this the might of senior brother and sister Zhou? Yet, Yunliner was not to be underestimated. Upon realizing her manifestation's attack was to be repelled, she swiftly formed a seal with her delicate hands, shaping them into a dragon's claw. True dragon claw. Instantly, a vortex appeared in the sky, and a massive black five-clawed dragon's claw reached out towards Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Liner. As the claw emerged, the scene became even more explosive, the air currents swirling chaotically, battering everything in the arena. Xiao Zhenyue conjured a barrier to protect the front, while the other foundational disciples had already retreated to a safe distance, including Shurtian and his companions. How formidable! What a divine technique! Zhou Liner and Zhou Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment. They witnessed the dragon's claw colliding violently with their own attacks, creating immense waves of energy. At that moment, a colossal formation suddenly materialized on Yunliner's side, enveloping the gigantic dragon's claw, amplifying its power in an instant. Then, with a thunderous roar, Zhou Liner and Zhou Tianyu were sent reeling to the edge of the arena. With a resigned sigh, they conceded, "We, the Zhou siblings, admit defeat." It was not that Zhou Tianyu and Zhou Liner lacked strength. Rather, as previously stated, Yunliner was simply too powerful, especially with the assistance of Duan Bailong's formation, making her even stronger. Yunliner was at the mid-Yuanying stage, while the Zhou siblings were only at the second or third level. Moreover, with Duan Bailong's support, their chances were further diminished. What a clever lad. He has even mastered this auxiliary formation, Chen Mingdao remarked with a smile of approval. Meanwhile, Mingyuan looked at Yunliner with satisfaction. He had indeed taught her that dragon claw technique. Thank you, senior brother and sister Zhou. Yunliner said sweetly, her confidence bolstered. She planned to seek out Jing Mingyu in the future. Thank you, senior brother and sister Zhou. Duan Bailing added. No need for thanks. I hadn't anticipated you would assist junior sister Yun. However, do be cautious moving forward. Senior brother Mu Shi and senior brother Mo Wujin are formidable opponents. Zhou Tianyu replied with a smile, leading Zhou Liner away from the arena. He was well aware of the strength of Mu Shi and Mo Wujin, both at the 8th level of Yuanying. Junior sister Yun, shall we continue fighting? Duan Bailing inquired of Yunliner, to which she nodded in response. Let's give it a try. Standing atop the platform, Shi and Mo Wujin remained motionless, as if they were waiting for the final moment to strike, or perhaps they harbored ulterior motives. Allow me to begin, shouted Duan Bailing, his voice resonating with authority as he swiftly formed hand seals. 7 Absolute Kill Formation. In an instant, a formidable and chilling sword formation erupted around Mu Shi and Mo Wujin. Countless razor-sharp flying swords filled the expanse of the array, crackling ominously as they surged forth to annihilate their targets. Upon witnessing this, Mo Wujin clenched his right fist tightly, crackling lightning dancing upon his hand. In the next moment, a terrifying punch was unleashed, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of thunder. This single blow manifested into a colossal force, instantly shattering the vast killing array as if it were mere paper, leaving a terrifying scar upon the ancient ground. The fierce wind from the punch halted just before Duan Bailing, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Is the disparity truly this vast? Brothers, I concede. Yunliner, observing the scene, reluctantly admitted defeat as well, for a mere gust from Mo Wujin had dismantled Duan Bailong's sword formation without resorting to divine powers. And she herself had expended considerable energy in the previous battle. The dragon claw had taken a heavy toll. I too concede. Remarkable, brother Mo is truly extraordinary. Shurtian sighed, tightening his fist in awe. Some female disciples were left starstruck. How can there be such a handsome and powerful man? Humph. If you wish to avoid being struck by brother Mo, you should cease your infatuation. He has an aversion to women. Shi Yuning remarked coolly, crossing her arms. To which her elder sister, Shi Yuqing, could only offer a resigned smile. This fellow. Shi Huang scoffed slightly. This lad, huh? Ling Jun and others exchanged faint smiles, while Lin Daoyuan could only facepalm in exasperation. This boy truly knows how to show off. As the moment approached for Shi Wanhua to announce a break in preparation for the upcoming tournament, Mo Wujin and Mu Shi made their move. Mo Wujin soared into the sky, summoning the demon-suppressing war halberd, and with a powerful thrust, aimed it at Xiao Zhenyue. Good heavens, Is he challenging the senior sister? Her cultivation level appears to be at the transformation god stage, gasped the disciples. Shi Wanhua paused, recognizing that while this was against the rules, time was on their side. The majestic halberd carved a deep scar through the air as it descended. Xiao Jinyue smiled lightly, bemused by their antics. These two are indeed asking for it. Lin Daoyuan wondered if she had been led astray. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Jinyue did not retaliate. Instead, a figure resembling a female emperor wielding a sword materialized behind her, striking out with a colossal blade to intercept Mo Wujin's attack. Mo Wujin's expression tightened as he gripped the halberd fiercely, the terrifying residual force radiating outward. At that moment, a formidable figure, also wielding a halberd, appeared in the realm, sweeping towards Xiao Jinyue with a powerful arc, instantly cleaving through numerous floating stones. Seeing this, Xiao Jinyue nimbly evaded the sweeping halberd. The master of this figure could be none other than she himself. Senior sister, I humbly seek your guidance. Then, one could see Mu Shi grasping his formidable great wilderness battle halberd, charging towards Xiao Jinyue. Upon witnessing this, Mo Wujin hastily followed suit. In response, Xiao Jinyue summoned the primordial sword, and the three clashed together. In an instant, the sound of halberd meeting sword reverberated through the heavens and earth. As the trio broke free from the confines of the arena, transforming into three streaks of radiant light, engaging in battle across the martial field. There were no mystical powers at play, only the pure collision of martial prowess and weaponry. The many disciples were left astonished. This was the legacy of the sect master. The prowess of the senior sister and her two esteemed brothers, Jinwei and Kong Tianzi, were now numbed. Not only were there the prodigies of the demon clan, but such exceptional talents as well, and moreover, Xiao Jinyue was in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. How formidable was this? Jinwei's heart was in turmoil, as if he were on the brink of making a significant decision. At this moment, in the skies, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Mo Wujin and Shi each summoned massive divine apparitions, wielding their halberds to sweep horizontally at Xiao Jinyue. In response, a figure of an imposing empress appeared behind Xiao Jinyue, wielding a colossal long sword and striving to counterattack. The ensuing clash was terrifying. The shockwaves sent countless floating objects flying, and even a platform appeared fractured. Truly remarkable. This was the essence of battle. Yet, soon after, Mo Wujin and Shi were ultimately defeated, pushed back. They were vanquished. Junior brother, I told you that the senior sister is extraordinarily powerful.